Chapter 1. Western Yohazhou, Pan Ling. Li Chongyun awoke from a deep slumber atop the back of a great yellow ox, his mind clouded with confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. As dusk descended, the somber twilight enveloped the lush, verdant hills, resembling a slumbering beast. To the west, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving only faint wisps of rosy light piercing the sky. He found himself being steadily carried by the sturdy yellow ox, traversing the rugged mountain path, accompanied solely by the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing in the stillness. What on earth is happening? Where am I? A sharp pain throbbed at his temples, prompting him to furrow his brow in discomfort. He recollected the events preceding his unconsciousness in celebration of conquering the mythical game. He had ventured to Shaoxitian for a moment of commemoration. However, while ascending the mountain, he had inadvertently fallen into a lake, choking on water in his frantic struggle, and soon lost consciousness. His garments were still damp and wrinkled. "Are you awake?" Suddenly, a hearty, robust voice resonated. Li Chongyun jolted in surprise, glancing around in bewilderment, mustering the courage to inquire. "Who?" "It is I, your faithful old yellow ox," the ox replied, turning its head to face him. Its aged visage, with its parched fur and eyes, revealed an almost human-like warmth. "What the hell?" Li Chongyun was taken aback, tumbling off the ox and landing amidst the grass, rolling several times. The old yellow ox approached him insistently, lowering its head to gaze at Li Chongyun. "Niulong, why do you not recognize me? This ox is speaking human language? Moreover, why is it calling me Niulong?" Li Chongyun was momentarily stunned, his panic giving way to a troubling possibility. Could it be that I have traversed realms and become the mythical Niulong? An ox speaking in human tongue, this was clearly beyond the realm of possibility on Earth. If indeed he had become Niulong, it wouldn't be entirely unfortunate. The tale of Niulong and Xin, the impoverished lad marrying the daughter of the heavenly emperor, was well known, and no man could resist envying such a fortune of marrying a celestial wife. Boom! Just as Li Chongyun began to regain his composure, a jarring tremor reverberated through his mind, a convergence of chaos and clarity, as a tome exuding an aura of primordial chaos materialized before him. The cover bore the three ancient characters, Shan Hai Hui Wan. These four characters seemed to transcend time and space, harboring the power of supreme laws. The tome then rustled, flipping to a certain page, revealing a white backdrop upon which black lines depicted the image of an ox. Yellow Ox Spirit, Centennial Cultivation. Next to it were words, "The yellow ox has attained spirit, concealing malevolent intent, having endured a lifetime of whips. It harbors deep-seated hatred towards humans. However, it possesses dull wits and cannot achieve greatness, remaining servile, still bowing to other great demons, willingly subjected to their whims. Its tears can cloud the hearts of men, causing forgetfulness. Once the yellow ox has attained spirit, it is adept at deceiving humans, engaging in the deeds of specter. Its life gate lies at the center of its horns, piercing the white tuft between its forehead with a sharp blade can flay its hide, thereby destroying its cultivation. Burning its hide can shed its fur, allowing one to don it and traverse the winds." Unrecorded. Shanghai we want. Could it be a golden finger? Li Chongyun's thoughts flickered, and indeed, he found himself communicating with the tome within his mind. Flipping through its pages at will, he discovered a multitude of illustrations within the Shanhai Hui Wan, divided into 3 volumes of heaven, earth, and humanity, accompanied by texts detailing the characteristics, life gates, and materials of various deities, demons, and spirits. Moreover, each illustration was marked with unrecorded. How does one record them? By hunting the beings depicted within? Or is there another method? He returned to the page concerning the yellow ox spirit, gazing up at the old yellow ox before him, only to realize that its appearance and demeanor were strikingly alike. The Shanhai Hui Wan states that the yellow ox, having attained spirit, harbors malevolent intent and bears deep-seated hatred towards humanity. Li Chongyun's heart sank as he pondered how to extricate himself from this predicament, when the old yellow ox seized his sleeve with its mouth, insisting, "Niulong, come quickly to my back. You have been away gathering firewood for quite some time. I came searching for you, and found you drowning. Perhaps the swift current caused you to hit your head, leading to your temporary amnesia. The old yellow ox explained as it dragged Li Chongyun back onto its back. Li Chongyun cautiously licked his lips, tasting a hint of salt, and hurriedly spat a few times. The tears of a spirit-formed yellow ox can cloud the hearts of men, inducing forgetfulness. Once settled atop the ox, Li Chongyun noticed injuries on his body, gingerly parting his garments to reveal two distinct bruises on his chest, resembling punctures from a sharp object. It seems I have lost some memories, and this injury is likely from the horns of the ox. At this point, Li Chongyun was convinced that he had not stumbled upon the good fortune of becoming Niulong, but rather had fallen prey to the treacherous and wicked yellow ox spirit. Niulong, how could you forget me? We have relied on each other since childhood. You're unlike other cattle herders who would strike me. Every day, you would take me to drink from the clearest waters of the brook, and the fodder you provided was always the freshest. My fur was always kept pristine because of your care, and you would take me to bask in the sun on the western slopes, where it felt so warm. Do you remember your brother and sister-in-law? They would beat and scold you. You always slept with me in the cow shed. Along the way, the old yellow ox chattered incessantly, as if all of this were true. Yet to Li Chongyun's ears, it resembled the delusions of a foolish and ignorant beast. Not being beaten, drinking clean water, eating fresh fodder, living together with humans, and basking in the sun. But who would bask in the sun on the western slopes? How could the setting sun possibly be warm? Li Chongyun refrained from contradicting the ox spirit, instead asking, were my brother and sister-in-law unkind to me? Indeed, they wished to seize the inheritance left by your parents. When you return home, do not believe anything they say. I alone hold true feelings for you. About half an hour later, the man and the ox finally arrived at a secluded courtyard nestled deep within the mountains. The courtyard stood solitary, featuring 3 modest dwellings and a cow shed. In the courtyard, a flickering light caught their attention as they approached. They saw a weary village woman holding a lamp, illuminating a farmer straining to turn a millstone. Both were clad in coarse linen garments, embodying the attire of ancient agrarians. Niulong, you have returned. The village woman greeted the returning Li Chongyun, her gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Moo! The old yellow ox let out a loud bellow, as if to assert its presence. The village woman quickly lowered her head, while the farmer, panting heavily from his toil, remarked, Niulong, you are not permitted to sleep in the house. Go and sleep with the old ox in the shed. Very well, Li Chongyun replied calmly, yet his stomach grumbled with hunger as he added, Elder brother, sister-in-law, I am hungry and wish to eat. The farmer remained focused, diligently turning the millstone. The village woman gazed at her feet, replying, there is no food. You may eat the fodder in the cow shed. Li Chongyun frowned. The Shanhai Huiwan within him remained unresponsive, indicating that the two before him were merely mortals, likely under the old yellow ox's control. The old yellow ox carried Li Chongyun back to the cow shed, graciously offering the softest hay for him to sit upon while it lay beside him, soothingly saying, Niulong, your brother and sister-in-law do not care for you. They would be glad to see you perish, but fear not, I shall assist you. Li Chongyun propped himself up on his hands, declaring, Old ox, you are my only reliance. The old yellow ox's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Rest assured, I shall ensure you live better than they do. Niulong, you are of age. It is time for you to establish a family. Establish a family? Li Chongyun chuckled bitterly. Who would be willing to marry a poor fellow like me? The old yellow ox's expression grew serious as it earnestly urged, just heed my words. Tomorrow night, you must cross the western mountain. Beyond lies a forest, and before the forest is a lake. At that time, there will be fairies frolicking in the water, their gauzy garments laid upon the grass. You must pick up that pink gauzy garment and wait in the woods. The fairy who seeks her garment will be your wife. Do not miss this golden opportunity. Ah, the fairy will be my wife. Li Chongyun's face brightened with excitement and anticipation. Of course, he internally dismissed such fanciful notions. The Shanhai Huiwan warned that the yellow ox spirit would conspire with other demons to harm others, suggesting that greater malevolence lurked to the west. If he truly believed the old ox's words, he feared he would be courting death. He raised his left hand to placate the old ox, expressing gratitude. "How can I repay you?" The old yellow ox comfortably shook its head and rested it upon Li Chongyun's lap, saying, "You have been so kind to me, what need is there for repayment?" But its words were abruptly cut off. Li Chongyun seized the ox's horns with his left hand, while his right hand produced a sharp stone knife from who knows where, plunging it fiercely into the old yellow ox's forehead. A tuft of white fur was swiftly stained crimson. Moo! The anguished bellow of the ox tore through the air, a harrowing cry mingled with agony, resentment, and fury. The old yellow bull widened its eyes, staring at the cold-eyed youth before him, and inquired, "Why? Why do you harm me? Niulong, I'm the only one who has treated you well in this world." "Because I am not Niulong." Li Chongyun crouched low, pressing the bull's head down onto the straw mat, already employing a stone knife to skin it. "I am Li Chongyun, a fresh graduate specializing in anatomy." The blood flowed increasingly, and the bull demon appeared to lose its strength, initially struggling, but soon lying limp on the ground, motionless. Is the bull demon dead? The bull demon is truly dead. In the courtyard, two voices rang out with uncontainable joy. The farmer, who had been grinding grain, cast aside the reins hanging around his neck and hurried into the cattle shed to take a look. The village woman carrying the lamp followed closely, her face alight with ecstasy. Upon seeing the strangely dressed youth mounted on the bull's neck, forcefully tearing at the old hide, they finally felt at ease. "I knew it." The village woman laughed heartily and said, "This wicked beast had stashed away all the sharp tools from the house and tossed them into the river, clearly fearing sharp objects." The farmer chuckled, pride swelling within him. "Was it not I who crafted this stone knife? It's a pity the previous folks were too foolish, completely fooled by the old yellow bull. This young lad, however, is truly impressive." As they spoke, Li Chongyun had already successfully skinned the bull hide. Only then did the old bull completely lose its vitality, shedding tears upon hearing the farmer and the village woman's conversation. At that moment, it realized that the stone knife wielded by Li Chongyun had been prepared by those two whom it had enslaved for over half a year. They had also discerned its weaknesses. Humans are indeed cunning. Rest in peace on your journey. Do not misidentify your enemies when you meet the King of Hell. Though I was the one who struck, those two provided the weapon and share the blame. With bloodied hands, Li Chongyun rose, clutching the dripping bull hide. The ecstatic farmer and village woman instantly froze, their faces rigid. As the night breeze swept by, they anxiously scanned their surroundings, as if the old bull's spirit had yet to depart. However, upon realizing there was nothing unusual, the farmer's gaze greedily shifted to the bull hide in the young man's grasp. The skin of the bull demon was undoubtedly no ordinary material. Buzz! In Li Chongyun's mind, the scroll of mountains and seas stirred to life, illuminating with a faint brilliance. As he flipped to the page depicting the golden essence of a yellow bull, the formerly black lines transformed into a vivid representation, as if a real yellow bull were sealed within. Successfully recorded, the yellow bull spirit centenarian gained a century of cultivation. Ordinary yellow bulls live merely a decade. This one had lived for 100 years. No wonder it had attained spiritual form. Indeed, hunting can lead to recording. And I even gained a century of cultivation. Li Chongyun felt a tremor coursing through his body, as if a warm current was being infused within him. In an instant, he felt invigorated, his blood surging, his entire body crackling with energy. It was as though he had transformed from an ordinary youth into a martial arts master. Simultaneously, the scroll of mountains and seas turned to the cover page, where his information was prominently displayed. Scroll Master, Li Chongyun. Realm, mortal physique, yang spirit body inactive. Cultivation, 100 years. Bang! Li Chongyun casually unleashed a punch imbued with a century's worth of power, striking a pillar in the cattle shed. With splintered in all directions, the high-quality poplar, aged at least 20 years, was smashed through, creating a hole. If he were to exert his full strength, Li Chongyun estimated he could even shatter rock with a single blow. Furthermore, according to the description on the cover page of the scroll, he possessed a yang spirit body, yet it remained inactive. He was uncertain how to activate it. This young brother is truly extraordinary. The farmer's expression turned to one of astonishment, the glint of greed vanishing without a trace from his eyes. Hee. Li Chongyun chuckled lightly and said, just a trivial skill. Why were you two residing with the bull demon and assisting it in deceiving me? Are you perhaps under the command of this demon as its accomplices? As the ancients said, serving as the accomplice to a tiger. The so-called accomplices are the minions of demons. They deceive the living into the mountains, offering them as sustenance to the demons, their actions treacherous and vile. We are not. The village woman hurriedly clarified, we were deceived by the bull demon into coming up the mountain. As our meat grew tough, the 7 fairies refused to eat it, and in a stroke of luck to spare our lives, we were bound here. Deceiving you just now was also a matter of necessity. The 7 fairies? Li Chongyun furrowed his brows and inquired, pray tell, elaborate. Could the tale spun by this old yellow bull hold any truth? Beyond the mountains and the woods, do the 7 fairies truly frolic and bathe? It seems improbable, for even if they did exist, they would merely be 7 man-eating fiends. The villager was about to speak. But the farmer beside her interjected urgently, exclaiming, are you courting death? The 7 fairies possess boundless powers. Everything we have done or said is within their knowledge. The farmer turned to Li Chongyun, sighing, the bull demon is merely a pawn for the tiger. While you may have slain it, you cannot escape this place. Speak of all that you know to Li Chongyun clenched his bloodied fist and shook it, declaring, the bull demon is but a specter of the 7 fairies. And your deceit here makes you complicit in its misdeeds, harming countless lives. Refuse to speak. I wonder if your heads are as hard as pillars. Alas, the farmer lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Tian Youfu. What a calamity, whether man or demon. I cannot contend with either. I say this place is known as Ponzi Ridge, where lies the Xiaogo Spring, said to be the bathing ground of the celestial emperor's daughter and the 7 fairies. Ponzi Ridge, Xiaogo Spring. Upon hearing these names, Li Chongyun's expression changed dramatically that he recalled the mythical tale of Journey to the West. Atop Ponzi Ridge lies the Ponzi Cave, wherein reside 7 man-eating spider spirits, female demons who have seized the Xiaogo Spring from the 7 fairies, reveling in its waters daily. Could this indeed be the Western Bull Hezhou? Li Chongyun furrowed his brow and inquired. Indeed, it is Western Bull Hezhou. Tian Youfu replied promptly, is this truly the world of Journey to the West? Li Chongyun felt a tumult of emotions and gestured, continue. Tian Youfu, his face darkened, said, in truth, we have never seen the 7 fairies. We only heard it from the bull demon, who claimed that those 7 fairies possess immense abilities, unmatched by anyone else in Ponzi Ridge. Every 15th day of the month, the bull demon tricks a youth into its grasp as a tribute. Otherwise, calamity would befall the nearby folk, that we have been trapped on this mountain for half a year. Witnessing the bull demon deceive 11 youths, you are the 12th. Tomorrow marks the 15th day of the 7th month. With the bull demon dead, the 7 fairies will surely be enraged at the lack of tribute. And we will not survive the wrath. Li Chongyun frowned, asking, why not flee? Tian Youfu replied, young brother, you are unaware. We too attempted to escape when the bull demon ventured out. However, upon reaching halfway up the mountain, we found our path obstructed by countless silken threads. Should any creature touch those threads, they would foam at the mouth and perish, hanging lifelessly. Silken threads. They must be spider silk. Li Chongyun became increasingly convinced that the so-called 7 fairies were indeed the 7 spider spirits. Those 7 female demons could even hinder Tang Song and his disciples. Although he had just acquired a century's worth of cultivation, he doubted he could contend with the spirits. Tian Youfu. Lin Sihua, Li Chongyun commanded without courtesy. You too, build a bonfire in the courtyard. I have a use for it. They dared not resist, quickly gathering wood to ignite a fire that blazed hide. Li Chongyun cast the bloodied cowhide into the flames. The yellow fur swiftly turned to ash, yet the cowhide remained intact, glowing with a faint luminescence. Using a wooden stick, he retrieved the cowhide. Feeling an unearthly lightness, he draped the hide over himself and soared upward. The path blocked by spider silk was no obstacle to his ascent into the sky. Divine being, Tian Youfu gasped as he witnessed the youth soaring on the wind. Lin Sihua, however, frowned. It is cowhide. The bull demon's skin is a treasure, allowing one to fly. Ah, Tian Youfu suddenly understood. In that case, he might indeed soar over those silken threads and escape. But alas, We likely will not survive. Lin Sowa's wrinkled face also bore a look of despair. Yet soon, her eyes sparkled with hope as she hurried to the cow shed, calling to Tian Yufu. The bull demon may have other treasures. Come help me. Together, they dismantled the corpse of the old yellow cow and cast it into the fire. Before long, the air was thick with the rich aroma of roasted meat. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun, clad in cowhide, soared through the forest, exhilarated by the novelty and thrill of flight. However, he quickly realized that he could only ascend to a height of about 10 meters, 2 or 3 stories at most, resembling more of a glide than true flight. Nevertheless, the effect was evident. Propelled by the wind, he reached the mountainside in less than 10 minutes. As Tian Yufu had said, a web of silken threads hung before him, completely sealing off his path. Wolves, tigers, and leopards, various beasts, dangled from the spider web, seemingly poisoned, their bodies slowly decomposing and dissolving into blood that trickled along the web. The threads were laced with deadly poison. It was clear that the poisoned creatures had become sustenance for the spider spirits. Li Chongyun landed and approached the web, gazing upward. The web towered some 30 meters high, far beyond his current reach. Buzz, the Shanhai painting activated, flipping quickly through its pages, revealing an illustration of a spider. Yao Tien poison stock, millennial Dao cultivation, a naturally born spirit, pure yin body, thriving on yang energy. After a millennium, it can take human form, possessing an alluring countenance, able to expel silken threads imbued with poison. Capable of slaughtering countless beasts, that IT has 3 vital points. The first at the nape of the neck. Piercing the joint can sap its strength and render it helpless. The second fears fire. Spiritual fire can incinerate the silken threads, instilling terror in the yin spider. The third fears its natural adversary, the centipede spirit, whose bloodline can intimidate the Tien poison stock. Capturing the Tien poison stock alive and extracting its pure yin energy can activate a pure yang constitution. Not yet recorded. Li Chongyun closed his eyes in contemplation. The prospect of confronting 7 millennial spider spirits was daunting. However, the Shanhai painting could reveal the vital points of the deities and monsters depicted within. The robust old yellow cow had posed no resistance once its vital point was compromised, though the spider spirits possessed profound cultivation. Knowing their vital points would surely provide a means to subjugate them. The spider spirits had 3 vital points: the nape, a fear of spiritual fire, and a susceptibility to the bloodline suppression of the centipede spirit. No wonder the 7 female demons of Ponzi Cave revered the centipede spirit from Huanghua Temple as their senior. Showing it utmost respect, Li Chongyun could not help but reflect on the abundance of deities and demons in the world of Journey to the West, where many possessed formidable backing. Yet, ultimately, strength prevailed. I lack spiritual fire and am no centipede spirit that I can only target the vital point at the nape. Taking a deep breath, Li Chongyun prepared himself. Seizing the opponent's vital point would not be easy. And with no retreat left, he had no choice but to gamble his life for offending the centipede spirit. He had grown weary of concern. Survival was his foremost priority. The Shanhai painting indicated that capturing the Tien poison stock and extracting its yin energy could activate a pure yang constitution. Surely, my yang spirit body must be considered a pure yang constitution. With this thought, Li Chongyun's gaze sharpened. Formulating a response to this ordeal, he once again utilized the cowhide to soar upon the wind. Surveying the mountains, the eastern, southern, and northern paths were all ensnared by silken threads, suspended high, preventing his escape. Only the western path remained, leading to the bathing ground of the spider spirits. It seemed he had no choice but to confront the demons directly. Upon returning to the mountaintop courtyard, he found Tian Yufu and Lin Sowa had completely cremated the old yellow cow's corpse. The courtyard was filled with smoke, and the two were clutching several cow bones and 2 sturdy horns. Young brother, you have returned. Tian Yufu's gaze involuntarily flicked to the cowhide draped over Li Chongyun. Filled with envy. Li Chongyun chuckled. Until the demons are vanquished, I certainly shall not depart. Tian Yufu and Lin Sohua exchanged astonished glances. Li Chongyun continued. I merely went to ascertain the demon's strengths. Tomorrow night, I shall slay those 7 fiends, and I will escort you both down the mountain. With that, he turned and retreated into the house to rest. Tian Yufu and Lin Sohua finally came to their senses and promptly bowed deeply. With tears of gratitude, they exclaimed, "Thank you, divine being, for your immense kindness. If you can save us from this mountain, we will gladly build a statue in your honor and ensure the incense never ceases." Inside the room, Li Chongyun lay on the hard bed, covering himself with a thin cotton quilt. Hearing the grateful voices of the two outside, he breathed a sigh of relief. With these two as bait, he could create opportunities for himself, increasing his odds of survival. As for their lives, they had colluded with the bull demon in harming so many. Though not willingly, they had it coming. The following day, at dusk, in the courtyard, Lin Sihua was diligently and intently cutting and styling Tian Yufu's hair. This village woman could be considered quite skilled after her handiwork. The back of Tian Yufu's head was left smooth and bare, while a bun adorned the crown, making him appear no different than a youth of 15 or 16 from behind. Naturally, a glance at his weathered and sun-beaten face would instantly reveal the ruse. The time had come to depart. Li Chongyun grasped the collar of Tian Yufu's garment, pulling him into the winds as they soared towards the western mountain. Today marked the 15th, the day for offering tribute. Should the 7 spider spirits fail to receive their offerings, suspicions would surely arise, and the matter of Li Chongyun slaying the ancient demon would be exposed. Rather than sit idly by, it was far better to take the initiative and strike first. "Oh, divine being, can you truly contend with the 7 fairies? If a confrontation arises, do ensure my protection." Tian Yufu lamented, "I have an elderly mother and young children. My family cannot do without me." Li Chongyun frowned and remarked, "You have been away for half a year. Your wife may have remarried, and your son might call another man father. Your elderly mother likely has someone to care for her as well." Tian Yufu was momentarily stunned, his sobs intensifying. "Cry more, and I shall let you fall to your doom." Li Chongyun threatened coldly, which silenced him. Upon crossing the western mountain, a woodland came into view, where Li Chongyun spotted that the area was still ensnared by spider webs. This silken ridge served as the hunting ground for the spider spirits. Once inside, escape was impossible. "Stay put here. I shall return shortly." Li Chongyun set Tian Yufu down in the forest, drew a circle in the ground with a cow horn, and said, "Do not step outside the circle. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." "Understood." Tian Yufu, frightened pale, obediently stood within the circled. Li Chongyun stealthily traversed through the woods until he beheld a steaming hot spring lake, its waters shimmering with radiant hues that soared into the sky. According to the original tales of Journey to the West, this location was known as the Washing Away the Grime Spring, formed from the burial site of one of the golden crows shot down by Ho-E during ancient times. Should he manage to take a dip, the benefits would be immense. Li Chongyun gazed from a distance. Lost in contemplation, as night fell, a chorus of feminine laughter rang out. The gentle breeze rustled, revealing 7 graceful silhouettes by the lakeside, their garments carelessly discarded upon the grass amidst swirling mists. The sight of these youthful maidens, posing alluringly, was utterly enchanting as they soon shed all their attire, revealing a breathtakingly pure landscape. Even in such dire circumstances, Li Chongyun felt a surge of warmth within him, observing the 7 maidens entering the Washing Away the Grime Spring to bathe and frolic. He steeled his resolve and cautiously approached the grass. Scattered about were white undergarments, red bodices, and colorful thin garments. He quickly picked up a pink outer garment, concealing it, and retreated back into the woods. As per the dying words of the old yellow bull, he was to take a piece of pink clothing and hide in the forest, for a fairy would soon come to find him. It was evident that the 7 spider spirits rotated their enjoyment of the tributes. Dealing with one would surely be simpler than confronting 7 back in the woods. Li Chongyun handed the pink dress to Tian Yufu, instructing him to remain still. He then concealed himself high in a leafy tree, blending into the surroundings. "Tonight, I must take this opportunity to subdue a demon, seize its energy, and activate my yang spirit. Then I shall hunt it down and add it to the scroll of mountains and seas, gaining the benefits of the path. In doing so, my strength will greatly increase, providing me a chance to negotiate with the other 6 demons or retreat." Exhaling softly, Li Chongyun minimized his breathing, patiently lying in wait for his prey. Once the garments had been stolen, the 7 maidens in the Washing Away the Grime Spring exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware that the tribute had arrived. Among them, one maiden adorned with a purple pendant, her almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks sparkling with excitement, frequently glanced towards the woods in eager anticipation that, "Look at our little sister, she can hardly contain herself." Do not devour the tribute to the last bone, teased the sixth sister, her blue pendant glimmering, though her eyes held a hint of envy. The third sister, with her delicate tongue, licked her lips and remarked, Sister, this arrangement is rather bothersome. Once every half-month for a tribute means we only get to enjoy a man's yang energy once every 3 months. The fourth sister chimed in. Indeed, Sister 3 speaks true. It would be bearable if we could at least enjoy a young man. But some appear youthful, yet have long since lost their essence. It merely heightens our frustrations. I in the center of the washing away the grime spring. A maiden who had remained in meditation finally opened her eyes, the scarlet pendant on her pure white earlobes gently swaying. The eldest of the spider spirits frowned and solemnly warned, Do not be greedy. Cultivation requires humility and restraint. Many demons have perished due to insatiable desires. Currently, the heavenly realm oversees all beings, with eyes and ears spread across the 3 realms. Every 10 miles has a land deity. Every 100 miles a city god. Every half-month, we seize a man. The Een spirits near Silken Ridge may feign ignorance, but if we overreach, we will surely attract celestial troops to our demise. Our 1,000 years of cultivation could be destroyed in an instant. Her words resonated with the spider maidens, instilling a sense of caution and silencing any complaints, though the washing away the grime spring is indeed a divine spring. We cannot absorb its yang energy that we have soaked long enough. It is time to return. The second sister spoke, playfully urging the youngest, Go and enjoy the tribute. I sensed earlier that this individual possesses abundant yang energy. You are in for a treat. Zizhu, do not indulge too much. After absorbing the yang energy, be sure to return and meditate to stabilize your essence. I in the woods. Li Chongyun donned the cowhide, wielding the resilient and sharp cowhorn. Hidden among the trees, his senses were heightened, ever alert to his surroundings. After attaining a century's worth of cultivation, though still a mortal in realm, his physical prowess had transcended the ordinary, and his 5 senses were sharpened 100-fold. At last, a light-footed sound reached his ears. He focused intently and indeed spotted a slender silhouette entering the woods. Though the night was dim, her exquisite beauty was unmistakable, beyond description, clad only in undergarments. Her rounded shoulders, delicate waist, and snow-white legs were fully exposed to the night air. She was the most petite of the 7 maidens. Young master, how did my clothing end up with you? Her voice was sultry and enchanting, sending shivers down Tian Youfu's spine. Though he understood she was a demon, he could not help but feel his palms sweat. Unable to resist the urge to look back, suddenly, a delicate hand landed on his shoulder. The faint scent of rouge enveloping him. When Tian Youfu finally turned, he was instantly entranced, forgetting the fact that she was a man-eating demon. What manner of enchantress is this? She is clearly a celestial being from the heavens. How can this be? The demoness was equally taken aback, having expected the tribute to be a youthful lad brimming with yang energy, ripe for her enjoyment, only to find a middle-aged peasant with a weathered face who had long since diminished in vitality. Unappealing to her, slap, suddenly, a hand pressed heatedly against her nape. Zizhu gasped, and just as she attempted to resist, she felt a sharp pain radiate from her neck, her strength dissipating like a broken dam. Leaving her utterly drained, she crumpled, struggling to maintain her balance with hands on her knees. Turning to glance back, she saw a tall young man clad in cowhide, one arm gripping her neck, the other wielding a cow horn, its sharp end poised threateningly at her throat. Do not move, or I shall spill your blood. Li Chongyun felt the delicate, smooth skin beneath his right hand. The pressure of her bone pressing against his thumb was substantial. Were it not for his century of cultivation, he might not have been able to restrain her. You have unraveled my sister's scheme and slain the old yellow bull, skinning it. Zizhu's face was a mixture of shock and fury, her eyes narrowing as she glared at the bewildered Tian Youfu, a glimmer of purple light igniting within her gaze. From her navel, a silver thread suddenly emerged. She intended to slay Tian Youfu in a fit of rage. No, the farmer collapsed onto the ground, legs crossed, as silver threads spewed forth before him onto the grass, causing several emerald-green blades to crackle and wither, soon to be shrouded in a layer of ominous energy, crystallizing into frost. Thank you, divine being. Tian Youfu wept, a dark stain rapidly spreading across his trousers. In that moment of life and death, he saw Li Chongyun pinning down the enchanting demoness before him. which had caused the venomous threads to veer off course. "Wait for me to return," Li Chongyun commanded, prompting Tian Youfu to scurry away in haste. That a frown creased his brow as he realized that while he could control the demon's life force to drain her strength, he could not seal her magical powers. Suddenly, the demoness in his grasp seemed to go mad, venomous silver threads erupting from her waist, swirling chaotically and enveloping the sky, many hanging from trees and cascading down like a curtain, obscuring both Li Chongyun and herself. "If you encounter my venomous threads, you shall not escape unscathed," Zijou threatened fiercely, her body weakly kneeling, hands pressed against the ground, her dark hair cascading down beside her. The youth behind her remained steadfast, refusing to loosen his grip on her life force, crouching down as well. Their postures inadvertently took on an ambiguous quality. Li Chongyun surveyed the surroundings, only to find the curtain woven from venomous threads forming an intricate net. While he held the demon's life force, he was also ensnared in a perilous situation. "You possess some skill. Have you cultivated the path? It seems you are still too inexperienced to meddle in the affairs of Ponzi Ridge. Had it not been for your sneak attack on my life force, I could have poisoned you into a puddle of blood in an instant. To be honest, I have 6 elder sisters, and if I do not return within 2 hours, they will certainly come searching for me. By then, you will find it impossible to escape. It would be wiser to kneel and address me as mother, and I might consider taking you as my son," Zijou said, her initial panic over her life force being seized giving way to newfound confidence as she wove her web. She clearly perceived Li Chongyun as a practitioner dedicated to exorcising demons and invoked her 6 sisters to intimidate him. "Enough," Li Chongyun coldly interrupted her threats. "Release her life force. That would be tantamount to courting death." Holding her life in his grasp afforded him a chance at negotiation, but this sudden turn of events left him momentarily at a loss. If he were to kill this demoness, his own life would be in jeopardy. The demoness' back was smooth and flawless, akin to exquisite jade, her body twisting enticingly as she struggled. Though petite, her form was perfect. Embodying the duality of yin and yang, Li Chongyun gradually felt a fervent fire ignite within him, a primal force stirring restlessly in his veins. What pure yang energy! Zijou was taken aback, her spirit invigorated. Sensing as if a furnace had been ignited behind her, radiating an allure that made her heart race. Yin and yang coexist, the ultimate truth of the cosmos. The tainted yin essence was a natural spirit, cultivated from within her own dark energies. Yet this dark energy required continual sustenance from yang energy to deepen its cultivation. Was this the essence of pure yin? Li Chongyun bit his tongue, striving to maintain clarity. His body felt overwhelmingly heated, as if his blood were boiling. His crimson eyes sharpened with sensitivity to the dark energy, and he suddenly perceived within the demoness' body a stream of exceptionally pure yin essence circulating. If he could absorb this essence, his yang spirit would surely awaken. How to extract it? The dark energy slumbered along her spine, reaching her throat, descending to her core. Li Chongyun's thoughts raced, caught in a web of inner conflict, his expression growing peculiar. "What a clever boy," Zijou remarked, her cheeks flushing under the influence of yang energy. "That I didn't expect you to possess a pure yang constitution. In that case, I have no desire to kill you. The pure yang constitution and my tainted yin spider essence complement each other perfectly. If we were to unite in matrimony and cultivate together, it would benefit us both. Do not be ungrateful." The demoness spoke with an astonishing directness. The sound of fabric being savagely torn echoed in response to Zijou. A wave of searing heat surged toward her, momentarily clouding her mind, followed by a deep, resonant voice declaring, "Just as I wish." The night breeze rustled through the forest, the silvery curtain woven from threads fluttering about. Li Chongyun, already a passionate youth, found himself face to face with breathtaking beauty, relying solely on his resolve to maintain control. However, the unexpected resonance between his yang spirit and the pure yin energy triggered an explosive reaction within him. In that instant, both instinctively seated themselves. Palms pressed together, the yin and yang energies within them attracted and intertwined, giving birth to pure primordial energy for them to absorb and refine. "You insolent brat, are you insulting me?" Zijou seethed, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she seized the moment to free herself from his grasp, unleashing a torrent of silver threads that ensnared Li Chongyun as if wrapping him in a cocoon. Crackling sounds erupted as the searing flames ignited, incinerating the venomous threads to ashes in an instant. Li Chongyun emerged, his robust silhouette visible, holding a formless spirit flame in his palm. "Impudent beast, I wield the Xianyang spirit fire. How dare you act recklessly?" "Bah!" Zijou was momentarily taken aback, then spat vehemently. Her eyes aflame with fury. "My sister warned me that your kind are heartless and ungrateful, and it seems she was right. You only awakened your spirit body by seizing my Yin essence. Yet you dare to insult me as a beast? Let us take what we need," Li Chongyun retorted, boldly surveying the disheveled woman before him. Upon meeting her mournful gaze, he felt an inexplicable surge of affection. "This is your sister's territory. I, Li Chongyun, have no intention of lingering. Farewell for now. We shall meet again. Do not leave." Zijou bit her silver teeth, watching as the robust man swiftly donned a cowhide cloak and took flight. Her expression dimmed as she fervently repeated his name. Li Chongyun. Humans possess their emotions, and demons their nature. Zijou, having awakened her intelligence from a young age, had always dwelled in the depths of the mountains. Her temperament remaining pure as a novice in human affairs, Li Chongyun was the first man she had grown close to, and naturally, she regarded him as a potential partner. Moreover, Li Chongyun's pure yang constitution, with its inexhaustible and intensely pure yang energy, captivated her. Witnessing his departure stirred a mix of embarrassment, frustration, and longing within her, a tempest of emotions. Should her sisters learn of his pure yang constitution, they would undoubtedly devise ways to capture him. And then, Zijou was not foolish. She understood that if her sisters discovered this pure yang energy, it would hardly be hers to enjoy alone. Thus, she meticulously erased all traces of their encounter before making her way toward Ponzi Cave. He said he would return. Surely he would? Indeed, the thought of killing her weighed heavily on him. Moreover, with his century of cultivation, engaging her directly would likely yield no advantage, should he provoke the other 6 spider demons. He might find himself in dire straits. Li Chongyun traveled swiftly, soon reaching the mountaintop courtyard. Tian Youfu and Lin Zihua awaited him, a solitary lamp swaying in the night breeze. "You two continue east along this path. I shall break the spider web," Li Chongyun remarked, not glancing back as he soared eastward. He was no saint. Acknowledging the two had already been a display of mercy to as for whether they could escape. That depended on their own fortunes. At the foot of Ponzi Ridge, beside the Earth God Shrine, Li Chongyun paused to rest. His cowhide had become dull and lifeless, requiring time to restore its spiritual essence before he could use it again. "May the Earth God bless me." He bowed reverently towards the humble land deity shrine. Unfortunately, a series of thunderclaps echoed from the heavens, followed closely by a torrential downpour. "Landlord, let us squeeze in together." Li Chongyun mused. Unwilling to let himself be drenched, he slipped into the diminutive shrine, which was rather cramped, and took a seat upon the offering platform. Closing his eyes in concentration, the vast scroll of mountains and seas began to materialize before him. Its pages turning. Scroll Master, Li Chongyun Realm. Refining essence into Qi. Initial stage. Note: the cultivation realms ascend from low to high as follows. Refining essence into Qi. Refining Qi into spirit. Refining spirit into void. Merging with the Tao, referred to as Earth Immortal. Transcending tribulations to become immortal. Heavenly Immortal. Profound Immortal. True Immortal. Golden Immortal. Physique. Yang Spirit Body. Minor Accomplishment. Technique. Xianyang Spirit Fire. Innate Skill. Cultivation Years. 100 Refining Essence into Qi. Li Chongyun closed his eyes and turned his gaze inward, sensing a robust flow of spiritual energy coursing through his body, which he could control at will, converging this energy into his palm. He could conjure the Xianyang Spirit Fire. It was this innate skill, awakened through his Yang spirit body, that enabled him to incinerate the spider demon's venomous web and escape from the Pan Silk Ridge. After awakening his Yang spirit body, it seemed he no longer required the usual techniques or spells to gain cultivation. Could mere hunting also yield additional gains? Flipping the scroll to the page depicting the Tian venomous strain, he was astonished to see that the once simple black line drawing had gained a hint of color, as if a portion had been absorbed. This suggested that with a few more attempts, he could indeed succeed in this endeavor. It would be wise to lay low for a few days before returning to the Pan Silk Ridge. Li Chongyun contemplated, fully aware of the dangers that lurked there. 7 spider demons reigned over the area, accompanied by various minions and subordinates. According to the tales of Journey to the West, the mountains were teeming with flying insects, venomous creatures, and grasshoppers. Any of them that had attained a semblance of spirit would pay homage to the 7 spider demons as their adoptive mothers. These ubiquitous little beings, while lacking in strength, could serve as keen eyes and ears, and if the spider demons commanded this brood of adopted sons, no movement would escape their notice in a world where deities and demons roamed freely. Possessing a treasure like the Scroll of Mountains and Seas made acquiring cultivation seem effortless. Li Chongyun understood well the principle that strength was paramount. Attaining cultivation was his foremost priority at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor shook the scroll in his mind. Its pages fluttering. It came to rest on a page depicting an elderly figure resembling the kind land deity, divine landlord, in deity, a virtuous person in life. Upon death, was granted divine status and transformed into a Ein deity, tasked with overseeing a 10-mile domain. They bore the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace and eradicating evil. Not yet recorded. The landlord can also be recorded? Li Chongyun was taken aback, turning to scrutinize the statue before him. How might he record this? Surely he could not slay a deity. Could he? Nor could he harm the sun deity. If it were a celestial maiden, that might be a different matter. After a brief contemplation, Li Chongyun picked up a dry twig from the ground, snapped it into 3 pieces, and ignited the tip with Xian Yang's spirit fire. He offered 3 sticks of incense to the land deity. As the smoke spiraled, Li Chongyun focused on the statue, and he sensed an aura of divinity emanating from the clay figure. When the twig had burned away, he noticed that the image of the land deity on the scroll had gained a hint of color, indicating progress in the recording process. Incense all that is required. It seemed, however, that after lighting the incense, one needed to meditate and visualize. Having tasted success, Li Chongyun quickly gathered several more twigs, broke them, and lit them as incense once again. Sitting on the offering platform, he concentrated on the deity's image. This routine continued throughout the night until dawn broke and the rain ceased. At last, the Scroll of Mountains and Seas burst forth with golden light. The page depicting the land deity transformed into vibrant color, lifelike and vivid. He had successfully recorded the land deity, gaining a century's worth of cultivation and comprehending a minor 5-element technique. Earth-walking technique. Li Chongyun felt a marked increase in the vitality within him, his strength doubling, and a new understanding emerged in his mind. The earth-walking technique of the minor 5-element spells. This windfall left Li Chongyun elated. He had merely offered a few sticks of incense, albeit of inferior quality, yet achieved a dual harvest of cultivation and technique. Moreover, the spell imparted by the scroll was automatically acquired, with the information on the page revealing earth-walking technique, minor accomplishment. Exiting the shrine, Li Chongyun stretched his limbs and moved about, then began to chant an incantation. In a wonder, the land deity held little status. With merely a century of cultivation, he likely could not even match Li Chongyun in battle. Ein deities are conferred divine status by the heavenly court, rather than through cultivation, and not only were their cultivation levels meager, but their martial skills and magical powers were likely equally lacking, which explained their reluctance to confront demons head-on. With a sigh, Li Chongyun felt the soft earth beneath him, and he sank underground like a diver. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he departed, the land statue emitted a few coughs. Then, with a sigh, it remarked, "I have never seen such an incense offering. It has blackened the old man's statue. Alas, being a naturally gifted spirit body, he may yet possess a chance at immortality if he is willing to cultivate this karmic connection. I shall endure." Though the earth-walking technique is dubbed a minor 5-element spell, it proved exceedingly practical. Traversing underground was several times swifter than riding the winds like a cowhide. The old yellow cow was merely a domesticated beast that had attained spirit. It could not compare to the orthodox celestial methods granted by the land deity. Li Chongyun roamed the vicinity for 100 miles, only to find that the area around Pan Silk Ridge was sparsely populated, devoid of towns, with only a few villages scattered about. Along the way, he hunted a wild boar and casually entered one of the villages. "Young man, where do you hail from? How can you be so scantily clad in broad daylight?" An elderly woman at the village entrance furrowed her brow, her eyes scrutinizing Li Chongyun's muscular form without reserve. After battling with the female demon for 2 hours the previous night, his clothing had been shredded to tatters, leaving him to cover himself with cowhide. "Good woman, I mean no harm, but I have a wild boar here. May I trade it for a change of clothes and a hearty meal? Having reached this point, Li Chongyun felt hunger gnawing at him. Seeing that you are in a predicament, do come in, the old woman replied, eyeing the plump wild boar with delight as she welcomed Li Chongyun into her yard. Within her home, there were no men, only a middle-aged woman and a child of 7 or 8. This village woman proved to be quite resourceful, measuring Li Chongyun for new clothes and crafting him a dark blue garment from the fresh fabric she had stowed away. She worked tirelessly until evening to finish it. Once dressed in his new attire, Li Chongyun requested the village woman to fashion a vest from the cowhide. The hide was fire-resistant but susceptible to cuts. It took over half an hour for the vest to be completed, which he wore beneath his clothing. Young man, it is getting late. Where do you plan to go? The old woman, seeing Li Chongyun prepare to leave, quickly grasped his arm. That I must return home. I prefer to travel by night. Li Chongyun had already enjoyed 2 hearty meals at her home and felt he should be polite. That is out of the question. The old woman exclaimed, alarmed. Do you not know that the mountains are rife with wolves, tigers, and leopards? Who knows how many have become spirits? I see you are capable of hunting wild boars, which shows some skill. But do not let that lead you to overconfidence. My son, Tian Youfu, was fortunate enough to enter the mountains to gather firewood 6 months ago and met with disaster. Even now, we have not found his remains. Li Chongyun raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is your son named Tian? The old woman was taken aback. Indeed, my son's name is Tian Youfu. How do you know? What a coincidence. It is a long story, Li Chongyun replied. Uninterested in explaining further, I have indeed encountered your son, Tian Youfu, that if he is truly fortunate, he may return home in the coming days. With that, he promptly sank into the earth and departed, divine immortal. The elderly matriarch and her family were taken aback, hastily rushing out of the courtyard, scanning their surroundings, yet they could find no trace of Li Chongyun. Nevertheless, they still fervently bowed in reverence at the spot. In the ensuing days, Li Chongyun took advantage of the terrain to practice his arts near Ponzi Ridge, a place deemed a treasure trove, rich in spiritual energy and home to numerous mountain spirits and wild creatures. Each type of spirit he encountered could be cataloged within the Shanhai Scroll. Li Chongyun transformed into a hunter, slaying demons whenever they appeared, accumulating his Dao achievements. He successfully recorded the Ironback Wolf Demon, gaining 200 years of Dao power, the Azure-Scaled Python Monster, earning 150 years of Dao power, the White-Browed Tiger Spirit, acquiring 150 years of Dao power, the Crimson-Eyed Rabbit Demon, netting 300 years of Dao power, and the Red Willow-Wood Spirit, amassing 500 years of Dao power. The Xianyang Spirit fire blazed fiercely, incinerating a redwood willow tree that required the embrace of 2 or 3 individuals to encircle, reducing it to ashes. Feeling the 1,500 years of Dao power within him, Li Chongyun sensed the flow of Dao rhythm within his spiritual platform. His senses sharpened, experiencing a metamorphosis of perception and achieving an extraordinary understanding of the world. Dao power resembled an accumulation and comprehension of the Dao itself, which could not be directly transformed into cultivation. With a thought, the Shanhai Scroll flipped to its cover page in his mind. Owner, Li Chongyun Realm. Refining essence into Qi, mid-stage, physique, Yang spiritual body, minor completion, techniques, Xianyang spirit fire, minor completion, earth walking technique, perfection, Dao power, 1,500 years after half a month of cultivation. Li Chongyun's Dao power soared, equivalent to the arduous toil of other beings over a millennium. His comprehension of the Dao arts was unparalleled, and his earth walking technique had reached a stage of perfection. However, his realm had only progressed from the early stage of refining essence into Qi to the mid-stage. The strength of one's magical power is fundamentally tied to their realm. Should he return to Ponzi Ridge to contend with the Spider Spirit, his chances of victory would still be slim. Nevertheless, he was now sufficiently capable of self-preservation. Earth walking technique. Li Chongyun stamped his foot, and his figure vanished once more. Half an hour later, he appeared before a mountain deity's temple. This was the temple atop Ponzi Ridge. Utilizing the earth walking technique, he successfully evaded the prying eyes of the spider spirits, and within the temple, he had no fear of any small demons daring to spy upon him. May the mountain deity bless me. Li Chongyun clasped his hands together and retrieved a wooden box from his sleeve. Opening it, he took out 3 incense sticks and ignited them before the deity's statue. Subsequently, he settled into a meditative position, beginning to envision the divine image. Compared to the earth deity, the mountain deity's magical power was evidently much stronger. That it was challenging to collect anything using withered branches for incense. So Li Chongyun had to venture into the village to trade for genuine incense and candles. Sure enough, the speed of his progress surged. This marked his 5th visit to this place, and he should be able to complete the collection at last. Boom! Finally, the Shanhai scroll radiated with resplendent light. Flipping to a page depicting the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge, vibrant and godlike, successfully recording the mountain deity of Ponzi Ridge, he gained 1,000 years of Tao power and comprehended the spiritual grade divine ability. The mountain refining technique. Recording the mountain deity granted him a millennium of Tao power and an additional spiritual grade divine ability. What is this divine ability? As Li Chongyun felt the surging power within him, an immensely profound insight simultaneously emerged in his mind. His spiritual energy was drawn and gathered within his dantian, eventually coalescing into a mysterious Tao seal. Divine ability. Mountain refining technique. Initial glimpse of the Tao power. 2,500 years. Is this the divine ability? With a thought, the Tao seal within his dantian shimmered with divine light. Unlike spells, divine abilities required no intricate gestures or incantations. A mere thought could activate the already condensed Tao seal within him. Unleashing its formidable force, he pointed a finger, and the mountain rocks outside the temple trembled, a boulder the size of a water vat was cleaved from its place, floating in midair before crashing down with a thunderous roar upon a robust ancient tree, shattering it into splinters. The Tao seal of the mountain refining technique could be continuously strengthened through refinement. Mastering this divine ability to its utmost might allow one to move mountains, not just a mere rock. Li Chongyun felt a yearning rise within him, to ride the clouds, traverse mountains and seas, and chase stars and moons. That would be the true essence of immortality. Yet, who lurked within the temple? Just as Li Chongyun was lost in thought, a voice filled with anger rang out from outside the temple. It belonged to a woman, crisp and melodious. Yet Li Chongyun found it hauntingly familiar. Li Chongyun, is that you hiding in the temple? Ziju's elegant brows furrowed as she surveyed the deep pit left by the boulder, and she questioned sharply, brandishing a cracked stone, "Did you intentionally leave this mark to summon me?" This was a stone cracked by the Xian Yang spirit fire, discarded beside the Zhuagua spring. While her sisters had overlooked it, she had been drawn to its aura immediately. This realization dawned on her that Li Chongyun had returned to Ponzi Ridge more than once. In previous encounters, Ziju had been unable to trace his whereabouts. However, it occurred to her that the only place her adopted sons could not monitor was the mountain deity's temple. It was rather fortuitous that she happened to be wandering nearby today. Upon hearing disturbances from afar, she rushed over at once. No one here. Ziju sensed no aura within the mountain deity's temple, and for a moment felt a void in her heart, just as disappointment began to settle in. She suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past her neck. Having learned from past misfortunes, she had grown particularly sensitive to threats to her life. As she prepared to evade, her nose caught a familiar scent, pure and intense yang energy approaching from behind. She chose not to resist, her lips curling into a smile as she stood still. The anticipated pain and fatigue did not manifest. A hand gently rested upon her nape, while another encircled her waist. "Little demoness, have you surrendered?" Li Chongyun discerned her thoughts and, in a tacit understanding, refrained from seizing her life force. With a firm tug, the soft, delicate figure melted into his embrace, though humans and demons were often at odds. Their relationship was inherently sensitive. Their previous encounter had been fraught with hostility. Should they continue to clash, they would inevitably become sworn enemies. Yet, having shared this moment of understanding, their feelings began to warm rapidly. "Ziju is my name. To share a bond of marriage with you is an unforgettable experience that occupies my thoughts day and night." Ziju withdrew her energy, leaning against a willow tree, her flushed face glistening with perspiration. Her eyes filled with tender affection as she gazed at the man before her. Physique, Yang's spiritual body, major completion, realm, refining qi into spirit, initial stage. Such words appeared on the cover page of the Shanhai Scroll. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback before elation surged within him. He had not anticipated Ziju's assistance to be so profound. A major completion, Yang's spiritual body possessed even greater physical strength. With vital energy surging like a flood, seemingly endless, Upon reaching the initial stage of refining qi into spirit, a primordial spirit was birthed within Li Chongyun, the essence of his soul, while his mental power coalesced into substance. Forming divine consciousness, this consciousness spread out, enveloping a radius of 10 zhong. Every movement of the wind, the rustle of grass, and the scurrying of insects were crystal clear to him. His divine consciousness acted as an inner eye. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive his surroundings. He opened his eyes and extended his hand toward the enchanting demoness before him. "So it is you." Lady Ziju's brows revealed a hint of shyness as she placed her delicate hand into Li Chongyun's grasp. He gently pulled her, and she rose to sit once more in his embrace. Their heads brushed together, exchanging sweet nothings, and they had truly set aside their previous grievances. "Since today, you shall reside in the temple on the mountain. Making it easier for us to meet, please do not hold it against me for not allowing you to stay in my home." Ziju nestled against Li Chongyun, her eyes glistening with affection. "I act for your benefit. I have 6 sisters at home, and should they discover your pure yang physique, they will undoubtedly harbor unwholesome thoughts. In ordinary times, it would suffice. Out of sisterly affection, my eldest sister might even preside over our marriage. But currently, this Ponzi Ridge has drawn the attention of a demon cultivator. My eldest sister is eager to enhance her cultivation and Dao power. If you were to be exposed, she would surely seek to possess you, consuming your essence day and night. Your eldest sister? She must be a striking beauty." Li Chongyun's eyes glimmered with curiosity. "Demon cultivator? What is their background?" Upon hearing that Ponzi Ridge was being targeted by a demon cultivator, Li Chongyun's thoughts immediately connected the dots, and he inquired, "Is it the Taoist from Huanghua Temple? Speak cautiously." Hearing the words Huanghua Temple, Ziju's complexion paled. She quickly admonished, "Li Lang, you may have heard of Huanghua Temple, but you are unaware of the depths of its master's cultivation. Otherwise, you would never dare to speak so lightly of him." Upon witnessing this reaction, Li Chongyun immediately comprehended that the 7 female demons residing in the Ponzi Cave had likely not yet established any connection with the old Taoist of the Huanghua Temple. In the grand tapestry of the journey to the west, although pansealing is counted among the myriad tribulations, it poses little challenge. The 7 spider spirits merely hindered Tang Sung momentarily, never daring to engage in a contest of magic with Sun Wukong and his companions. Their true function seemed more about inciting enmity with the 4 pilgrims, subsequently leading to the emergence of the master of Huanghua Temple. That figure is a veritable demon king, backed by the celestial mother of the Star Sovereign. Silan Pusa, possessing immense supernatural powers and boundless magical abilities, the poison concocted from the droppings of 100 birds could even slay a Tai immortal. Sun Wukong himself would be unable to withstand it. Furthermore, the 7 demons of Ponzi Cave, allying with the master of Huanghua Temple, would find no favorable outcome, becoming mere cannon fodder, perishing beneath the golden cudgel. The 1986 version of Journey to the West has been altered. In the original text, the 7 spiders were crushed, and Silan Pusa collected the 100-eyed Star Lord. "Li Lang, you may not know this, but the master of Huanghua Temple, known as Shou Dao, is essentially akin to us. He is a demon king who has cultivated himself into a formidable being, having long since attained the fruit of his cultivation and belongs to the ranks of the Tai immortals. The mighty bull demon king of the East Flame Mountain and the 3 great demon kings of the West Line Trojan Ridge are both familiar with the name of the 100-eyed Star Lord. He is a renowned figure throughout the demon realm." When Ziju mentioned the master of Huanghua Temple, her demeanor reflected both reverence and trepidation. Achieving immortality and reigning as a king in the demon realm is indeed a grand spectacle. Yet, those like them, who occupy pansealing, are not even considered celestial beings. They are merely newly formed earth immortals, at the realm of refining the void and uniting with the Tao, with no master to guide them. They possess only innate demonic abilities and lack any profound understanding of divine arts. While they may appear to lead carefree lives, they are, in truth, perpetually anxious and endure untold hardships. Thus, it can be said that the 100-eyed Star Lord is indeed remarkable. Li Chongyun nodded. The title of Demon King can be regarded as a powerful figure in the earthly realm. Ziju pressed her cheek against Li Chongyun's chest, saying, "Li Lang, you are of the human race. Born of the innate Daoic essence, and a naturally spiritual being, should you encounter opportunities for immortality in the future, you are surely destined to ascend. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What do you mean by innate Daoic essence?" Zizhu explained, "Li Lang, as you are a spiritual being awakened but have yet to cultivate the Tao, you may not know. The innate Daoic essence refers to the human race, the foremost of all living beings. You were created by Nuwa, molded from the likeness of our ancestral deity Pangu, and have since proliferated, innately aligning with the great Tao of this world. Therefore, your cultivation endeavors will yield results manifold compared to us, who are but mere spirits." Li Chongyun pondered this revelation, reflecting on his need for a volume of cultivation teachings, as he was progressing too slowly, relying solely on the awakening of his yang spiritual body. "Zizhu, what is this demon path you speak of?" In response to her beloved's inquiry, Zizhu did not withhold any details and divulged the entire truth. The demon path she referred to was an evil practitioner of the human race, self-styled as the Juyo Daoist, proficient in the sinister arts of soul gathering and spirit refining, possessing considerable skills and nearing the realm of earth immortals. Although his cultivation was a tier below that of the spider spirits of Ponzi Cave, he wielded several formidable magical artifacts and had mastered spiritual fire, resulting in numerous confrontations where Zizhu and her sisters suffered losses, with her elder sister sustaining severe injuries 6 months prior. This wicked practitioner visited monthly to engage in duels, and it was feared he would return to cause trouble in just a few days. With this thought, Zizhu expressed her deep concern, stating, "If we are to lose again, we will have no choice but to temporarily retreat and relinquish Pansiling. My elder sister has already devised a contingency plan. Should it come to that, we shall seek the aid of the 100-eyed Star Lord at Huanghua Temple, imploring him to assist us in reclaiming our territory, as we share a kinship as demons. Of course, should we invoke that elder's assistance, we would also need to pay our respects. Most of the spiritual essence and resources of Pansiling would have to be offered up." Li Chongyun sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. However, lacking evidence, he refrained from overly speculating that the so-called demon path was a trap set by the 100-eyed Star Lord. After sharing tender moments with Zizhu until dusk descended, the two reluctantly parted ways, agreeing on the time for their next meeting. Li Chongyun decisively descended the mountain, opting not to linger in Pansiling. As night fell, the 7 demons of Ponzi Cave continued their playful bathing in the Zhuangho Spring, indulging thrice daily in the waters to absorb the solar energy therein, enhancing their cultivation. "Little sister, the yang energy you absorbed from that man last time was remarkably pure. In just half a month, your spiritual essence has multiplied several times to this rate. Won't your cultivation soon rival that of elder sister?" teased the 4th sister, Bijou. Curiosity and envy flickered in the eyes of the elder sisters. Zizhu, embodying a demure demeanor as she soaked in the spring, appeared adorably petite, replied, "That man was indeed a Yuan Yang body, greatly aiding my growth. I fear the demon path may invade again, so I am diligently cultivating to support my sisters." "Ah, little sister is so considerate," the 2nd sister, Changzhu, jested, but then her brow furrowed as she remarked, "It is the first night of the 8th month. Why have the offerings not yet arrived?" The other demonesses were puzzled, while Zizhu maintained a calm facade, her heart racing with anxiety. That a fortnight prior, to conceal traces for Li Chongyun, she had even ventured to the mountaintop abode to rearrange the burnt spider silk. Consequently, her sisters remained unaware of the demise of the old ox. "Come forth." The eldest sister, Chizhu, sensed something amiss and immediately called out. Shortly thereafter, several fireflies flew in, respectfully awaiting orders. "Go and find out what has transpired with the bull demon." The 2 fireflies, having gained sentience, promptly took to the air. However, moments later, they hurriedly returned, speaking human words. "Mistress, trouble brews." A chilling wind gusts from the mountain below, accompanied by howls of ghosts and wolves. "The demon path has likely come to stir chaos again." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the female demons grew grave. "Quick, don your garments. That demon path has undoubtedly harmed many, replenishing the souls within its magical artifacts. That we must not be careless." Chizhu's face hardened as she rallied her sisters to dress swiftly, then returned to Ponzi Cave to retrieve their weapons, each wielding a sharp sword. Before heading into the forest to confront the demon path, Zizhu's emotions were tumultuous. She had been fretting over the potential discovery of her concealment of Li Chongyun. Yet now the demon path's night raid took precedence, presenting a graver challenge. Alas, Li Lang departed not long ago. Could he have encountered that demon path? That practitioner employs wicked arts, far more brutal than mere spirits. On Pansealing, the winds howled ominously, and the cries of the damned echoed. Thick black mist clung heavily, as if the gates of the underworld had swung open, allowing 100 ghosts to roam free. Juyo Daoist treaded upon the winds, sweeping through the mountains and forests, a lantern of spiritual fire in his left hand, a soul-catching hook in his right, with a soul-capturing bell hanging from his waist and a myriad of soul banners protruding from his back. All adorned with yellow talismans, his presence was flamboyant, exuding an intimidating aura. Such trifling skills, the Juyo Daoist scoffed as he traversed the woods, spotting webs spread before him. He blew upon the lantern, and instantly, the spiritual fire surged forth, incinerating the trees and obliterating the venomous webs into ashes. Demon path, do you dare to come here, truly believing us sisters to be easy prey? Chiju summoned the winds, her red attire billowing as she brandished a sharp sword, its edge aimed directly at the approaching practitioner, while the other female demons revealed themselves, soaring into the air to encircle the Juyo Daoist. Unfazed, the Juyo Daoist wielded the soul-capturing bell, intensifying the winds around him. From his back, countless vengeful souls surged forth, dark and foggy, lunging at the surroundings. You 7 wretched creatures, if you willingly submit and serve me as your master, inviting me into Ponzi Cave as your king, perhaps I might spare your lives. But should you continue to defy me, I shall ensure your souls scatter, forever lost in the 9 hells. Bah! The demon path seeks death. Let us see if our swords are sharp. Both parties, fueled by animosity, clashed fiercely, oblivious to the pair of eyes observing the battle from the underbrush below. That it was none other than Li Chongyun, who, having just used earth walking to descend the mountain, sensed a pressure and quickly concealed his presence with his spiritual consciousness. As he emerged, he beheld the ominous winds swirling overhead, accompanied by the wails of countless vengeful spirits and the sight of a stout figure with a protruding belly. What a coincidence! It is indeed the demon path Zizhu spoke of. Li Chongyun fixated on the practitioner, his mind igniting as the Mountain Sea Scroll activated once more, illuminating the demon path. A human evil practitioner. A fortuitous encounter, albeit a twisted fate. With malevolent intentions, he strays into the path of darkness, engaging in the slaughter of living beings and the collection of vengeful spirits, bound by sin, irredeemable in its severity, inciting the wrath of both gods and men, deserving of divine retribution and earthly annihilation. The gateway to his corporeal form, having long been accompanied by malevolent spirits, suffers from the corrosive effects of dark energies, rendering his body frail and decayed. Akin to a living corpse, To slay him would garner the approval of the celestial order, bestowing upon the slayer a boon of merit. Not recorded. To vanquish an evil cultivator is to earn virtue. This revelation surprised Li Chongyun. After all, whether it was the bull demon or the spider spirit from the Silk Cave, none had granted merit upon their demise. It seemed that, in the eyes of the celestial order, the demon's restrained malice did not constitute a grievous sin. After all, humanity also hunted beasts and even spirit beings, engaging in mutual harm that the heavens appeared to tolerate. Yet this human evil cultivator, who indiscriminately slaughtered his kin, bore a weight of sin so heavy it seemed to emit dark smoke. His realm of refining spirit and counteracting the void surpassed mine, yet it was still inferior to that of the 7 spider spirits. However, in the contest of magic, he managed to gain the upper hand. Could this be attributed to the power of magical artifacts? Li Chongyun naturally wished to capture this malevolent cultivator, but he remained patient. Observing the battle from the sidelines, gathering intelligence on his adversary, it soon became evident why 7 earth immortals were being suppressed by a single evil cultivator of the refining spirit and counteracting the void realm. The techniques of the 7 sisters of the Purple Pearl were overly simplistic, relying solely on their webs and the swords in their hands. The strongest technique, the spider silk, was countered by spiritual fire, while the martial prowess of the 7 maidens was rather ordinary, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of the malevolent spirits. Only the eldest sister, dressed in red, wielded her sword with considerable skill, managing to engage the 9 Nether Daoist closely. Yet she too was ensnared by his soul-snaring hook. Subsequently, she was assaulted by spiritual fire. which was also the gateway to the Nine Poison Spider. The battle of magic persisted for several hours, extending into the midnight hour. The dark energies in the world grew increasingly potent, and the Nine Nether Daoists' methods became even more ruthless, resulting in injuries to 5 of the 7 Spider Maidens. Only the eldest, Qi Zhu, and the youngest, Zi Zhu, remained unscathed, having grown closer to Li Chongyun. Both Qi Zhu and Zi Zhu made significant progress in their cultivation and became increasingly emboldened in battle. Wielding her treasured sword, Zi Zhu cleaved through dozens of malevolent spirits, advancing towards the 9 Nether Daoists. Draped in her flowing purple attire, she expelled a torrent of highly toxic silver threads from her waist, weaving a net in the air aimed at ensnaring the 9 Nether Daoists, seeking death. The 9 Nether Daoists scoffed, seemingly allowing her to approach intentionally. From beneath his robe, he produced a gourd, which, when opened, unleashed a torrent of crimson flames that instantly incinerated the web. The fierce spiritual fire quickly engulfed the elegantly dressed maiden. "Younger sister, be careful. How dare you, demon?" The sisters gasped in alarm. As a natural spirit of the Nine Poison Spider, their greatest fear was being consumed by spiritual fire. The red flames within the demon's gourd were evidently a more potent form of spiritual fire, capable of inflicting fatal harm. Buzz, the sword light flashed, and to the astonished gazes of many, Zi Zhu swung her treasured sword, cleaving through the spiritual fire. "Why are you not afraid of the spiritual fire?" The 9 Nether Daoist was taken aback. He was aware of the 9 Poison Spider's vulnerability and had specially refined this gourd of spiritual fire, whose power was formidable enough to burn these vile creatures to their true forms, reducing them to ashes. But why? This demoness was not afraid of spiritual fire. Zi Zhu too was surprised, but quickly deduced that perhaps it was due to her closeness with Li Chongyun, which had fortified her own spiritual fire's gateway. "Demon, meet your end." Seizing the opportunity, she thrust her sword fiercely, piercing the 9 Nether Daoist's chest. The once rampant demon, commanding the winds of the underworld, finally sustained injury, collapsing to the ground. "Damn it." The 9 Nether Daoist's face turned pale as he muttered incantations, summoning malevolent spirits to support him. He cursed vehemently. A sudden shift in his awareness alerted him to a chilling killing intent surging from below. Flames. Golden flames. Amidst the grass, a burst of golden fire erupted into the sky. No one had anticipated that other cultivators were hidden in this place. "Who goes there?" The 9 Nether Daoists turned, slapping the gourd, releasing all the spiritual fire at his disposal. The crimson flames soared, but upon encountering the golden flames, they retreated as if subjects before a sovereign. Naturally born spiritual fire? Certain naturally born spiritual beings possess innate fire techniques, deserving the title of natural spiritual fire. Such power is far beyond that of the 9 Nether Daoist flame, conjured through dubious means. Go. The 9 Nether Daoist bit his tongue, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood, hastily directing the malevolent spirits to confront the flames. This was a suicidal maneuver to protect himself. Tumbling to the ground, the 9 Nether Daoist rose, locking his gaze upon a human youth charging towards him, hastily proclaiming, "Fellow cultivator, hold. We are both human cultivators. Why not join forces to exterminate these demons? After we vanquish this vile horde, I shall grant you any reward you desire." Li Chongyun's blood surged with vigor, and in an instant, he closed the distance to within 3 feet of the 9 Nether Daoist, his fists clenched, swinging like a hammer to split mountains. "What I seek is the merit of the Celestial Order. Only by slaying you may I obtain it." Li Chongyun's internal energy radiated with a faint glow, his feet riding the winds, his speed astonishing. Though he had not practiced celestial arts, his techniques were similarly simplistic. Yet he was a naturally born spiritual body, with formidable physical strength, excelling in close combat. The 9 Nether Daoist, witnessing the golden light radiating from Li Chongyun, his young energy surging, became further convinced of the youth's natural spiritual body. His gaze turned cold as he swung the soul-snaring hook, aiming with precision towards Li Chongyun's neck. However, his strength was simply too feeble. Such an attack appeared excruciatingly slow in Li Chongyun's eyes. He effortlessly dodged and landed a punch on the bleeding chest of the 9 Nether Daoist. Buzz! The golden light erupted, and 3 Vajra talismans affixed to the 9 Nether Daoist's body emitted a radiant glow, activating his defenses, only to shatter and ignite in flames. "You possess some genuine orthodox skills." Li Chongyun frowned, his fists swirling. Though lacking in form, Their might was overwhelming, swift as a tempest, continuous like rain upon banana leaves. The Nine Nether Daoist found himself retreating incessantly, the talismans upon him being obliterated one after another. The most feared of all for evil cultivators are the utmost yang energies. The Nine Nether Daoist was thoroughly constrained by Li Chongyun, unable to launch an offensive. Even the mere contact with the yang energy burned his malevolent spirits, causing them to screech in agony and scatter. Kid, consider this my defeat today, but our enmity is now established. The Nine Nether Daoist gritted his teeth, his pallid skin cracked and oozing blood, presenting a ghastly visage. Yet that blood seemed frigid, quickly congealing, resembling that of a lifeless being. Explode. A ringing sound filled the air as a soul-capturing bell, entwined in dark energy, was hurled by the Nine Nether Daoist, detonating with a thunderous roar, transforming into a thick, black mist that enveloped Li Chongyun. Next time we meet, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, enshrining you within my soul banner as the principal spirit. The Nine Nether Daoist retreated, summoning the winds of the underworld beneath his feet, intending to flee. Yet, he could not forget the 7 spider spirits surrounding him, all of whom were his sworn enemies, watching him intently. Indeed, the path of retreat for the Nine Nether Daoist was already ensnared by countless toxic webs woven together, a development he had anticipated. He summoned the spiritual fire from his lantern to carve out an escape route, charging forward with unyielding speed. Demon, do not escape. Qi Zhu and Zizhu advanced with their swords to block his path. They traversed the webs with ease, proving to be formidable adversaries. As the battle reached this juncture, the Nine Nether Daoist's heart grew increasingly heavy, his gaze shadowy. He even feared he might perish here, thus resorting to casting all his treasured talismans, even self-destructing a magical artifact. These artifacts, though seemingly trivial, lacked the prestige of celestial treasures. However, for an earthbound cultivator, they were invaluable, each requiring the painstaking effort of sourcing rare materials and years of meticulous refinement. Each represented decades of dedication. At last, the Nine Nether Daoist broke through the final web of entrapment, his expression elated, only to be met with a sudden shift as golden flames rained down from above, accompanied by a pair of blood-quickening iron fists. Do you truly wish to forge a mortal enmity with me? The Nine Nether Daoist's eyes widened in horror. He bit his tongue once more, spewing another mouthful of essence blood to conjure vengeful spirits in defense. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the gourd containing spiritual fire, initiating a self-detonation of immense scale. Boom! The gourd's self-destruction unleashed a force far surpassing that of the previous artifacts, its spiritual essence erupting into a blaze of intense fragments that shot forth in all directions. Mountain refining technique. Li Chongyun pressed forward, his right hand forming a fist, and within his eyes, a divine seal emerged, channeling his powers, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to surge towards him. Divine technique? The spider spirits displayed expressions of astonishment. To draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth marked a fundamental distinction between divine techniques and magical arts. Yet, divine techniques were exceedingly rare and precious. Mastering them typically required affiliation with the most esteemed sects within the 3 realms. Those who wield divine techniques were often disciples of great celestial beings, soldiers granted celestial talismans by the heavenly court, or favored by the demon kings of the earthly realm. How could you possess knowledge of divine techniques? Who, pray tell, are you? In an instant, the Nine Nether Daoist was enveloped in despair. His fear stemmed not solely from the formidable prowess of Li Chongyun himself, but rather from the formidable forces that lay behind him. That a person capable of mastering such divine arts undoubtedly had a master of great renown and significance in the realm. Boom! The sole response to his inquiries was a single, devastating punch. With a swift motion, Li Chongyun unleashed a strike, causing countless fragments of rock and stone in the void to coalesce into a fist the size of a water vat, crashing down with a thunderous impact, reducing the Nine Nether Daoist to a mere pulp. As the dust settled, chaos reigned. Success was achieved in capturing the wicked cultivator, the Nine Nether Daoist, earning Li Chongyun 3 centuries of cultivation, by eradicating the malevolent. He had cleared the path of sin, thus obtaining a thread of heavenly merit. Li Chongyun descended gracefully, calmly collecting the remnants of the Nine Nether Daoist's belongings, a bag of holding and a banner of countless souls. The remaining artifacts had been destroyed in the Daoists' desperate bid for survival. The soul-reaping hook, serving as a weapon, was also claimed by Li Chongyan, and my name is Qizhu, and I express my gratitude for your timely assistance. Daoist, this favor shall be etched in the hearts of my 7 sisters forever. Qizhu sheathed her sword and offered a respectful bow, while the other 7 spider spirits followed suit, collectively proclaiming, "We have met our benefactor." Li Chongyun's gaze subtly flickered, his eyes discreetly scanning the 7 maidens, at the forefront. Qizhu was the eldest, possessing the deepest cultivation. She stood tall, her brows elegantly framing her exquisite face, and her bright eyes exuded warmth. Her demeanor was composed, radiating an air of grace. Clad in a vibrant red dress lined with white undergarments, her ample curves made her the most voluptuous among her sisters. Not only was it impossible to see her toes when looking down, but even reclining would likely obscure them. The other sisters were equally enchanting, each possessing their own unique charm. However, within the gazes of these 7 alluring beings, there lingered an odd glimmer. Qizhu managed to conceal her innermost thoughts. Yet the eyes of the others danced between Li Chongyun and her younger sister, Zijou. They had sensed the unique and pure yang energy emanating from Li Chongyun, leading them to surmise the unusual relationship he shared with Zijou. Indeed, Li Chongyun nodded, refraining from uttering any pleasantries. Though his initial intent had been to vanquish the 9 Nether Daoists for merit, he had also resolved the plight of the 7 sisters of the Ponzi Cave. This act of kindness was a burden he could bear. "We shall meet again. Farewell." With a fleeting glance at Zijou, Li Chongyun retreated, riding the winds, careful not to reveal his earthwalking technique before others. Tsk. Dear sister, when did you acquire such a treasure? You've kept it hidden from us sisters. Baizhu leaned against Zijou, playfully lifting her sister's delicate chin. Indeed, sister, who is this man? His yang energy is remarkably rich and pure. Inhaling even a breath of it would surely elevate one to the heavens. Pray tell, have you shared your recent rapid cultivation with him? What is it like to seek a man? Surrounded by teasing inquiries, Zijou felt overwhelmed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she finally surrendered. All right, I'll confess everything. Li Chongyun, being human, remained cautious against the cunning of demons. While mingling with Zijou was acceptable, he needed to be vigilant when facing all 7 spider spirits at once. Upon descending the mountain, Li Chongyun returned once more to the Earth Deity's temple. Though the space was cramped, it was the domain of the Yin spirits, offering a sense of security that he had come to cherish as a temporary refuge. Naturally, he would occasionally leave offerings of prey, which would mysteriously vanish upon his return, presumably accepted by the Earth Deity. The 9 Nether Daoists possessed quite the wealth. Li Chongyun promptly examined the contents of the 9 Nether Daoists' bag of holding, which was palm-sized and embroidered with a taiji pattern, concealing a space as large as a room within. Inside lay countless treasures of gold and silver, enough to sustain a lifetime of opulence. Gold and silver, being universally valuable, were favored even by the Buddha, and Li Chongyun was in high spirits, for he had never been so wealthy in both of his lifetimes combined. However, the desolate outskirts surrounding Ponzi Ridge provided no avenues for expenditure. So these riches would have to remain stored for the time being. In addition to the wealth, the bag contained numerous talismans, elixirs, and various rare herbs, all of which Li Chongyun meticulously counted. Ultimately, he discovered an ancient tome. Its pages yellowed with age, the Wuzhen Pian. Upon seeing the title, Li Chongyun's excitement surged as he opened the book, revealing an image of a celestial being with flowing hair and beard. Accompanying it were annotations, the Ziyang Real Person. 5th Patriarch of the Southern Sect of the Taoist Golden Elixir School. Was this the method of cultivation penned by the Ziyang Real Person? Li Chongyun felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The name of the Ziyang Real Person was one he had heard before. To be revered as one of the 5 patriarchs of the Golden Elixir School's Southern Sect signified immense influence. And the individual had indeed achieved immortality. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow. The Ziyang Real Person adhered to the righteous path, while the 9 Nether Daoists had undeniably become a practitioner of wickedness. The disparity was stark. Could the manual be a forgery? As he continued to read, the contents revealed their authenticity. Before long, Li Chongyun was immersed in the teachings of the Wuzhen Pian, finding each word to be a precious gem. Far from the realm of malevolent arts, but rather a direct pathway to immortal cultivation. From the void arises the primordial qi, which then births the duality of yin and yang. Within the yang lies the essence of yin. Consuming the essence of the celestial is an act of wild abandon. The world seeks the elusive lead and Mercury, but when shall we witness the descent of tigers and dragons? I urge you to seek the place of your birth. Returning to the source is the way of the medicine king. The Wuzhen Pian was a golden elixir technique aimed at drawing medicine into the body, adjusting the interplay of yin and yang to refine the elixir. However, it also emphasized distinguishing between the primary and the secondary. External substances are guests, while one's own essence is the true medicine king. With nearly 3,000 years of cultivation, Li Chongyun comprehended the essence of this immortal method in mere moments. He immediately activated his yang spirit body, using himself as a furnace to refine the spiritual energy within, circulating it throughout his being, opening his purple palace, and forging his magical power. In the end, within the purple palace, he condensed a golden elixir. In just 3 days, he had undergone a transformation. This was the true essence of cultivation. Li Chongyun turned inward, his entire being pure and untainted, devoid of any impurities. At the lower Dantian, the purple palace resided, within which golden magical power surged like an ocean, the golden elixir suspended in midair, resembling a miniature sun. The mystical seals of the mountain refinement technique floated within the magical power. Becoming even more refined, flipping to the cover page of the scroll, his personal information materialized in his mind. Scroll owner, Li Chongyun realm. Qi refinement to spirit transformation, late stage, physique, yang spirit body, perfected, cultivation method, Wuzhen Pian, top-tier celestial grade. Notes: the levels of cultivation methods. Spells and divine abilities, from lowest to highest, are spirit, God, immortal, saint, Tao. Techniques: Xianyang spiritual fire, perfected, earth walking technique, perfected, divine abilities. Mountain refinement technique, slightly accomplished. Notes: the levels of comprehension of divine abilities, from lowest to highest, are initial insight into the Tao, slightly accomplished, entering the threshold, perfected and satisfactory, reaching the pinnacle, transcending reality. Cultivation age, 2,800 years. Li Chongyun opened his eyes, brilliance shimmering within them, his spiritual essence undulating, his complexion radiant, and his yang energy flourishing. The Wuzhen Pian of the Zhang real person was indeed a cultivation method of utmost yang and vigor, perfectly aligned with Li Chongyun's training. As for how the Nine Nether Taoist had ended up in such a state, it was purely due to his own descent into depravity. He had merely utilized the golden elixir method from the Wuzhen Pian, while pursuing other wicked practices, having long dwelled among vengeful spirits. He had, over time, become a living corpse. Congratulations, young friend, on forming your golden elixir. You truly are a natural spirit body, exceptionally gifted. A friendly laughter echoed outside the earth deity's temple. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. Yet he felt no hostility. Rising to investigate. It was dusk, the wilderness deserted, when suddenly rays of light flickered, revealing 2 figures appearing out of thin air, one tall and one short. The taller was imposing, standing perhaps 2 meters high, resembling a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, radiating an aura of righteousness. The shorter figure was diminutive, resembling a 3-inch nail elder, with a kind expression. Both figures radiated divine light, each adorned with a talisman at their waists. I am the earth deity, and this is the mountain god of Ponzi Ridge, the short, stout elder said with a warm smile, while the mountain god nodded in acknowledgement. Li Chongyun regarded the 2 yin spirits with courtesy, cupping his hands in greeting. I have the honor of meeting both esteemed immortals. May I inquire what guidance you seek, regardless of the strength of the mountain god or earth deity? They were ultimately figures with ties to the heavenly court, possessing a certain background, and thus it was prudent not to offend them. Young friend, there is no need for tension. May I ask your name and title? Li Chongyun. May I inquire about your sect? Perhaps we share some acquaintances with your esteemed master. The earth deity discreetly inquired about the background, while Li Chongyun merely furrowed his brow, remaining silent, observing this. The earth deity refrained from pressing further, and instead stated earnestly, we have come to seek you, Li Taoist, for an official matter. 3 years ago, a malevolent cultivator emerged from a nearby spiritual mountain, committing heinous acts and slaughtering countless souls to forge a soul banner. His sins are profound and innumerable. We reported this to the celestial court at the earliest opportunity. It turns out that this wicked cultivator inadvertently acquired the legacy left behind by the Xiang true man, enabling him to enter the path of immortality. Yet he has disregarded laws and heavenly edicts, killing and seizing souls to cultivate his power. Upon learning of this, the Xiang true man was incensed and commanded the local mountain deities to seek out those of profound virtue to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun felt a sense of relief. The malevolent cultivator naturally referred to the Jiuyu Taoist, and in a way, he had inadvertently completed a divine task. Even so, he thought that even without any benefits, this should not result in any adverse outcome. Enough of the preamble. The mountain deity, dissatisfied with the earth deity's rambling, nudged him aside and directly addressed Li Chongyun. Li Taoist, you recently vanquished the Jiuyu Taoist at Panxi Ridge, making you a significant target of our pursuit. This counts as a great merit on your part. However, within that soul banner, there still remain over 10,000 souls that must be surrendered to the Xiang true man for his liberation and transcendence, allowing those deceased to return to the underworld and reincarnate. So, they had come for the soul banner. Li Chongyun exhibited a troubled expression and said, "Esteemed sirs, I had no idea that the soul banner served such a purpose. I merely saw that tattered flag, enshrouded in malevolent energy and filled with vengeful souls, and took it for an ominous object, discarding it long ago." "What?" the earth deity exclaimed in shock, but soon grasped the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with the mountain deity. Humph! The mountain deity scrutinized Li Chongyun for a moment, furrowing his brow in discontent before producing a radiant sword from his waist, shimmering with silver and adorned with golden patterns. This item, the pure Yang sword, was left behind by the Xiang true man as a reward for those who vanquish wicked cultivators. This treasure is now yours. Although Li Chongyun was unfamiliar with this realm, he gleaned some understanding of the customs among immortals from various films and stories of his previous life. He recalled how the Guanyin Bodhisattva, tasked by the Tathagata to prepare for the journey to the west, had gathered 3 magical artifacts: the golden fillet, the tightening spell, and the binding spell, yet only the tightening spell was employed on Sun Wukong, while the other 2 artifacts were used to summon the mountain guardians and the wealthy youth. It was evident that the local deities surrounding the Xiang true man were also compensated for their efforts in seeking out virtuous individuals to eliminate the wicked cultivator. Such a splendid sword. Li Chongyun's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to accept the pure Yang sword from the mountain deity, instantly feeling the spiritual essence within it. Ha. The earth deity, still smiling, remarked, "Li Taoist, the pure Yang sword pales in comparison to the soul banner. It is a postnatal spiritual treasure meticulously forged by the Xiang true man. While it may only be classified as inferior quality, it is nonetheless exceedingly precious." "Thank you, Xiang true man." Li Chongyun waved the pure Yang sword a couple of times, satisfied, and bowed towards the heavens before assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed sirs, I shall certainly retrieve the soul banner. Once you have found the soul banner, you may come to the Panxi Ridge Mountain Temple to find me," the mountain deity stated indifferently before transforming into the wind and departing. Although Li Chongyun had claimed the reward, the mountain deity did not display excessive displeasure, maintaining a professional demeanor. For Li Chongyun, he was unwilling to offend the local deities, yet when faced with tangible benefits, he would not shy away. "Li Taoist, I can tell at a glance that you are a person of great destiny." The earth deity, however, did not rush to leave, instead approaching with a congenial demeanor. Li Chongyun smiled sheepishly and seized the opportunity to inquire, "There is one more matter on which I seek your guidance, esteemed sir." "Speak freely," the earth deity replied, stroking his beard. "However, the title esteemed sir is too much for me. While it is pleasing to the ear, there are distinctions of rank within the celestial court. If others were to overhear, it might lead to unnecessary gossip. Simply call me earth deity." "Earth deity," Li Chongyun began, "I have slain the Jiuyu Taoist and obtained a scroll titled Understanding the True Essence authored by the Xiang true man. Should I return it?" The earth deity shook his head. "There is no need to return it. Those who attain the Tao among humanity cherish the concept of fate, often leaving behind legacies on earth for those with affinity to receive. You may take this scroll and study it at your leisure. The understanding the true essence of the Xiang true man is a supreme method of the Taoist Golden Elixir School, a treasure of the highest order, and will greatly benefit you." The mountain deity, evidently unaware of Li Chongyun's rapid cultivation of the understanding the true essence, assumed he had merely made a breakthrough after years of diligent study. After all, it was common knowledge that one does not attain the Tao without years of effort. The notion of achieving the golden elixir in just 3 days was utterly ludicrous that I see. Li Chongyun nodded, pausing before cautiously probing. I have heard of a monumental event occurring in the Celestial Palace, where a monkey committed grievous offenses, causing a great uproar that ultimately attracted the attention of the Buddha of Ling Mountain. The uproar in the Celestial Palace? The earth deity paused in surprise before chuckling. My friend, what you speak of is old news. The incident with the monkey from Huahua Mountain causing chaos in the Celestial Palace happened over 200 years ago. 200 years, Li Chongyun finally grasped the timeline he was in. Thus, it would be approximately 300 years before the journey to the west was initiated, now that he had embarked on the path of immortality. He was naturally concerned about the legendary calamity that could lead to the downfall of myriad immortals. Before that, he needed to cultivate diligently and establish his footing within the 3 realms. After conversing for a while longer, the earth deity ceased to conceal his identity and transformed into a wisp of green smoke, merging into the statue within the earth temple. Seeing this, Li Chongyun felt it inappropriate to intrude further. He promptly took to the winds and departed the location, contemplating before ultimately ascending to Pansi Ridge, settling in a small courtyard atop the mountain. That night, he presented the soul banner to the mountain deity of Pansi Ridge. Taking advantage of the opportunity to discuss magical techniques, he subtly inquired about the consequences of illicitly learning celestial spells. After all, the mountain deity was well aware of Li Chongyun's act of slaying the Jiuyu Taoist. As if witnessing it firsthand, it was highly likely that his own use of the mountain refinement technique had also been observed. The mountain deity was neither overly warm nor cold towards Li Chongyun, but he seemed deeply interested in magical techniques, engaging in extensive conversation. Stealing celestial techniques was indeed a grave matter, as the underworld was rife with demons and spirits. However, few possessed genuine strength. Firstly, they lacked a mentor. And secondly, even if they managed to acquire superior techniques, they would swiftly be eradicated by heavenly soldiers. The mountain deity declared solemnly, then shifted his gaze to Li Chongyun, stating, Your mastery of the mountain refinement technique seems quite proficient. You possess some degree of Taoist cultivation, and I surmise your master is a certain true immortal among the Taoists. This technique is widely known, yet its mastery is no simple feat. I have pondered it for several centuries, and have only reached a slight accomplishment, far from true mastery. Should you refine this technique to its ultimate state, you could, in an instant, turn mountains into treasures, quell demons and evildoers, and shift mountains and fill seas with ease. Li Chongyun clasped his fists. The path to such techniques is indeed arduous. If time permits, I would be grateful for further guidance from you, mountain deity. After a lengthy discussion on techniques and philosophies, the mountain deity appeared to harbor even more goodwill towards Li Chongyun that he nodded, and before parting, he cautioned, I see you have grown close to the female demons of Pansi Cave. This is not a transgression. However, be wary of engaging in harmful deeds with them, lest you jeopardize your future. Thank you for the warning. Li Chongyun settled at the eastern mountain of Pansi Ridge, an occurrence that naturally did not escape the ears of the 7 demonesses of Pansi Cave, and he made no effort to conceal it. On the very next night, a graceful figure stealthily pushed open his door. The visitor was none other than Zijou. Sleepless throughout the night, now endowed with celestial powers, Li Chongyun officially embarked on the path of cultivation, awakening each morning to contemplate the Tao. With his 2,800 years of cultivation experience, he successfully mastered the final pages of the Wuzhen Pian, perfecting various talismans and minor spells. The talisman techniques of the 9 Nether Taoists were indeed impressive. The protective Vajra talisman had thwarted numerous attacks aimed at Li Chongyun. The intricacies of talisman crafting were profound, yet regrettably, the Wuzhen Pian offered scant elaboration on the subject. He had only familiarized himself with a few types of runes, having learned the Vajra talisman, the Soul Summoning talisman, the Invisibility talisman, the Thunderfall talisman, and the Tracking talisman, among others. Li Chongyun sensed that the world of talismans was vast, but he currently lacked the relevant manuals to gain entry into this arcane knowledge. Nevertheless, the few talismans he had mastered, combined with the various materials from the 9 Nether Taoists' Qingquan bag, allowed him to create quite a number of them. As night fell, the situation became even more lively. The petite Zijou, with a voracious appetite, never missed a night, and after 4 or 5 consecutive nights of this, the girl appeared somewhat haggard. One night, as Li Chongyun was reading by candlelight, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept through. Extinguishing the flame, he frowned slightly, and the next moment, a familiar fragrance wafted in. The door creaked open, and a bashful figure entered the room, shyly approaching Li Chongyun before sitting on his lap, sleepless once more. At dawn, Li Chongyun gently grasped the chin of the woman in his embrace, her exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue, her watery eyes reflecting not only satisfaction, but also a hint of shyness and anxiety. On her delicate earlobes dangled a pair of blue ornaments. "Did Zijou send you?" Li Chongyun inquired calmly, having recognized at first glance that this woman was not Zijou, but her sixth sister, Lanju. Upon hearing the absence of anger in Li Chongyun's tone, Lanju sighed in relief, her soft body leaning against him as she sweetly said, "Of course, it was my younger sister Zijou who called for me. She has been overly indulgent in absorbing yang energy these past few days. And last night, her body felt feverish, as if she were unwell. Hence she asked me to come and attend to you on another night." The visitor was once again neither Zijou nor Lanju, but Qingzhu. Shy and demure, she resembled a porcelain doll, easily swayed by others. "What do these spirits take me for?" Li Chongyun mused, feeling somewhat vexed. In the following days, among the 7 demonesses of Ponzi, aside from the eldest sister, Qizhu, they all took turns visiting him, engaging in discussions about the Tao and sharing insights on cultivation. Li Chongyun, meanwhile, subtly gleaned the truth behind this situation. The root of the matter lay in Zijou being rather exhausted. However, she did not willingly wish to share her beloved, but succumbed to the pleas and bonds of sisterhood, ultimately yielding to their pressure. This matter was carefully kept from the eldest sister, Qizhu, both out of fear of her authority and concern that she might monopolize Li Chongyun. Something the sisters dreaded witnessing. Li Chongyun diligently practiced day and night, his cultivation steadily advancing. After half a month, he reached the perfection of the qi refinement and spirit transformation stage, a feat attributable to his unwavering effort. Li Lang. That night, Zijou finally reunited with Li Chongyun, and in a moment of vulnerability, she burst into tears, her petite form perched on his lap as she buried her tear-streaked face into his solid chest. It took Li Chongyun quite a while to soothe her, after which he carried her to the bed and ensured she was well fed, their activities continuing late into the night, until the storm finally ceased. Zijou, panting, her long eyelashes glistening with either sweat or tears, playfully reproached, "Li Lang, do you love me, or do you prefer my sisters more?" Li Chongyun, exasperated, closed his eyes and offered no reply, merely stating, "Your sisters have asked me the same." "Humph," Zijou pouted, then with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she added, "What if my eldest sister wishes to serve you too? Would you be willing?" Li Chongyun was taken aback, images of the enchanting woman in a flowing red dress flashing through his mind. Although all 6 demonesses, including Zijou, were stunningly beautiful and possessed graceful figures, Qizhu's voluptuous form elicited an inexplicable stirring within him. Zijou noticed Li Chongyun's momentary distraction and grew even more agitated, declaring, "You wishful thinker. My eldest sister is the most profound of us all. She is not someone you can easily approach." Li Chongyun merely shook his head with a smile. Indifferent, he secretly perused the Shanghai painting scroll. The completion of the 9-yin poison spider illustration nearing its peak, vibrant in color, seemingly just one piece shy of completion. If he could incorporate Qizhu, it would surely be finalized. However, such matters were not something he wished to force. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. My eldest sister knows you reside on the Eastern Mountain. To express gratitude for your previous assistance in vanquishing the demon, she wishes to invite you to Zhuogo Spring tomorrow. Zijou finally addressed the main issue, stating, "Zhuogo Spring is a celestial spring born of heaven and earth, said to be the bathing place of the heavenly daughters, the 7 fairies, and is rich in spiritual essence. The first immersion here can wash away impurities and refine one's marrow. You saved us 7 sisters, so it is only fitting that we share this treasure with you as a token of our gratitude." Zhuogo Spring. Li Chongyun's eyes brightened at the mention of this sacred spring, which he had often kept in mind. Even if Qizhu had not mentioned it, he would have brought it up in a few days. Thus, it was indeed a serendipitous turn of events. In the early hours, Zijou, attempting to be discreet, Left first, Li Chongyun waited until the sun rose before stepping out, washing his face and hands by the mountain spring, and then summoning the wind to journey towards Zhuogo Spring. The lakeside today was particularly lively, with numerous locusts, grasshoppers, and bees transforming into half-human, half-beast forms, setting up tables and canopies, and preparing an array of fruits. Spirit teas, honeyed drinks, and abundant dishes. Greetings, benefactor. The demonesses greeted him, but except for Qizhu, the others cast somewhat ambiguous glances, having already met Li Chongyun openly. Such formalities now felt somewhat distant. Esteemed friends, Li Chongyun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Qizhu approached gracefully, holding a brocade box. Her voluptuous figure moved with elegance, and as she slightly bent forward, the ample, delicate skin of her bosom was revealed from her red dress, creating an alluring depth that left one momentarily entranced. This is a garment woven from the primordial silk of my sisters, soaked and refined in Zhuogo Spring for a long time. It is impervious to blades and flames and can repel many toxins. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Qizhu, with her slender fingers, opened the brocade box, revealing a finely tailored silver-white garment that reflected a rainbow of colors under the sunlight, pulsating with spiritual energy. Exquisite beyond compare. Thank you, Li Chongyun replied graciously, accepting the garment without hesitation. Subsequently, everyone took their seats. Zizhu was on Li Chongyun's right, while Qizhu occupied his left, and they indulged in delightful food and drink while discussing the Tao. As noon approached, the lake shimmered with radiant hues, glowing brilliantly, the yang energy reaching its zenith. Even Li Chongyun found himself captivated by the sight. Noticing this, Qizhu remarked, Taoist Li, this Zhuogo Spring is a sacred site of celestial waters and one of the most precious treasures of Pansi Ridge. Originally, it was a bathing place for the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, but for reasons unknown, it was abandoned and occupied by us sisters. Do not mock me. Since acquiring this spring, I have struggled to sleep at night, filled with worry, knowing that such a treasure is beyond our ability to safeguard. Inadvertently, a trace of sorrow and helplessness flickered across Qizhu's face. Ultimately, her younger sisters lacked the authority to govern, unaware of the burdens their eldest sister bore. Governing Pansi Cave as its queen was no simple task. Taoist Li, please take a look at this. Qizhu leaned in closer, the faint, enchanting fragrance surrounding her. Among the 7 demonesses, she possessed the deepest intellect. Yet at this moment, she did not seize the chance to act with malice, but instead retrieved a radiant feather from her sleeve. Was that a celestial light, divine feather? The sisters, including Zizhu, exclaimed in astonishment. The feather was not a tangible object, but rather formed from condensed spiritual essence, brimming with power, stirring an instinctive excitement within Li Chongyun, who recognized that refining this feather would yield immense benefits. Taoist Li has bestowed great kindness upon us sisters. Though this celestial light divine feather is indeed precious, should he not be able to enjoy it? With delicate brows slightly furrowed, Qizhu cast a glance at her 6 younger sisters. Her rhetorical question laden with implication. Of course, it is to be enjoyed. Zizhu hurriedly interjected, affectionately linking her arm with Li Chongyun's. Li Lang, this divine feather of celestial light is the greatest secret of Pansi Ridge. By revealing it to you, I have already regarded you as one of our own. She was the only one whose relationship with Li Chongyun was publicly acknowledged, and thus felt the most at ease. However, in the face of Qizhu's probing, the other female demons appeared increasingly sheepish. Whatever my elder sister decides shall prevail. Of course, our benefactor is entitled to it, and my sister has deliberated carefully, and her actions are surely justified. With the assistance of this divine feather, the yang energy within our benefactor may become even purer. I shall heed my sister's counsel. Qizhu maintained a significant level of esteem in the eyes of the other women. Clearly occupying a parental role, the divine feather of celestial light. How generous of you, Taoist Qizhu, Li Chongyun remarked, marveling at the exquisite essence of the feather now in his grasp. Qizhu's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Li Chongyun for a few moments. Before her eyelids lowered shyly, and she said, this item is produced in the Zhuogo Spring, and each year, only a few are available, known solely to us sisters. Now that Taoist Li has become our neighbor, it is only fitting that you are privy to this knowledge. The implication was clear. As long as both parties maintained a cordial relationship, Li Chongyun would receive the divine feather annually, as neighbors. Mutual support was to be expected. Li Chongyun readily made a promise, deeming the arrangement mutually beneficial. Qizhu smiled radiantly, her beauty captivating, and pointed toward the nearby Zhuangho spring, saying, I invite Taoist Li to immerse himself in the water for cultivation. Such an action will enhance the effect of refining the divine feather. With that, she turned and gracefully withdrew, while the others lingered reluctantly, seemingly hoping to bathe alongside Li Chongyun. Sister, do you think it wise to disclose the matter of the divine feather to our benefactor? Might it be too reckless? Once they had distanced themselves, Chengzhu cautiously inquired. Qizhu sighed, her gaze sweeping over her sisters with exasperation. You all have already drawn close to him. Your fates are entwined, making it impossible to sever the bond. What more can I do? Her words struck home, causing the sisters to flush with embarrassment. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that growing close to Li Chongyun would surely imbue them with that exceptional yang energy. My sister, you might as well join Li Lang, Zizhu tentatively suggested. Indeed, sister, Li Lang possesses the yang spirit body, which aligns perfectly with our Ninein poison spider. If only you were to, the other sisters chimed in, each adding their encouragement, reminiscent of a wayward girl attempting to lure her companions into mischief. Qizhu furrowed her brow, her expression stern, and fell silent. The others, sensing her displeasure, promptly ceased their chatter. In the Zhuangho spring, Li Chongyun disrobed and stepped into the lake. The water seemed to harbor an infinite yang energy, which now danced joyfully, eagerly seeking to envelop him. This Zhuangho spring is immensely beneficial for my constitution. Li Chongyun swiftly swam to the center of the lake, feeling waves of warmth surging up from beneath his feet. Delving deeper with his consciousness, he soon discovered that the true divine spring lay at the heart of the lake. Its source resembling a bottomless ancient well, bubbling forth with intense yang energy. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chongyun plunged headfirst into the water. Though he could not swim, he began his cultivation practice, employing a spiritual breathing technique that allowed him to breathe freely underwater. Descending to the lakebed, he approached the spring's source, enveloped in a radiant warmth. However, as he probed deeper with his consciousness, he was startled. What a remarkable divine spring! This source is unfathomable. My awareness cannot penetrate its depths. Sitting cross-legged beside the spring, he attempted to investigate further, yet the intense heat rendered it unbearable. Compelling him to abandon his efforts, he retrieved the divine feather, cradling it in his palm, and began to circulate the Wuzhen scripture to refine this precious item. Heavens, Li Lang is actually cultivating in the center of the lake. He has submerged himself. He must be locating the spring's source. Truly, the yang spirit body is extraordinary. Even the eldest sister could not withstand the temperature at the lake's center, only managing to summon her full power when collecting the divine feather each year. Now that Li Lang was present, she would no longer have to endure such hardship. The name Li Lang was not exclusive to Zizhu. The other sisters adopted it as well, leaving Qizhu feeling increasingly helpless. In just over a month, these young women had developed an overwhelming dependence on Li Chongyun. His abilities were indeed remarkable. She could only hope he was not a treacherous individual. Qizhu sighed softly, her gaze fixed on the activity within the Zhuangho spring. As Li Chongyun cultivated within the spring, time slipped away unnoticed. On the third day, the 7 female demons of Ponzi Cave waited patiently. But when he did not emerge, Zizhu decided to join him in his practice early on the 4th morning. Having grown intimate with her beloved countless times, she was unconcerned about bathing together. After 2 more days, Chengzhu, Huangzhu, Bizhu, Qingzhu, and Lanzhu could no longer contain themselves and began bathing thrice daily. With Li Lang cultivating below, the yang energy within him must be overflowing. How selfish of you, Sister Zizhu. To keep this to yourself. The natural yang energy of Zhuangho spring could only be absorbed in small quantities by the spider demons, necessitating their cultivation to transform it from extreme yang to extreme yin, thereby integrating it into their own cultivation. This was precisely why they bathed 3 times a day. However, the yang energy radiating from Li Chongyun was wholly different, more refined, and could be absorbed without restraint. Consequently, the 6 spider demons found themselves immersed in the lake day and night, utterly reluctant to emerge. How can Li Chongyun endure such searing temperatures for so long? I too cannot forego cultivation. It seems inevitable. After 2 more days, Qizhu sighed in resignation and finally entered the lake with her clothes on. Her feelings toward Li Chongyun were subtly shifting. Day and night of cultivation passed swiftly. And before long, 81 days had flown by. As autumn faded into winter, the early days of the 12th lunar month brought heavy snowflakes tumbling from the sky, draping Ponce Ridge in a blanket of white. Yet the Zhuangho spring remained steaming, its young energy flourishing. Above the surface of the lake, layers of spider silk were woven, as if attempting to conceal something. By the lakeside, the 7 female demons of Ponce Cave stood gracefully. Their enchanting figures silhouetted against the winter chill, clad in scant attire that accentuated their curves and exposed their snow-white midriffs. Yet, despite the wintry season, their faces bore unmistakable expressions of concern. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, causing the 7 sisters to change countenance and look up in alarm. They beheld a colossal creature gliding through the clouds, its crimson hue reminiscent of a raging inferno. Qianlong, you have wandered here repeatedly. What is your intention? A towering figure, the mountain deity of Ponce Ridge, emerged atop the mountain, questioning the entity in the sky. The immense creature lowered its head, revealing a massive dragon's head, its eyes glowing red. Clad in dark scales, with formidable horns that exuded an intimidating presence. Humph! A mere mountain deity dares to question me. Qianlong scoffed disdainfully, extending a claw from the clouds, aimed directly at the mountain temple. How audacious! The mountain deity was momentarily taken aback, then seethed with rage, his eyes glowing with a flickering seal, activating the mountain refining technique. Enormous boulders within a 10-zhang radius were lifted and hurled toward the dragon's claw. Humph! Qianlong disdainfully snorted, its claw crushing the boulders effortlessly. After a brief pause, it struck down with ferocity, sending the mountain deity hurtling away, crashing heavily into the temple. The once majestic structure was reduced to ruins, and the mountain deity struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I, Qianlong, have roamed Xinyo Hezhou for centuries. Even the demon kings have heard my name. Who does not know that I am the foremost immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation? Qianlong declared, exuding an air of superiority, as it reigned supreme in the demon realm, its strength unmatched. Those who had yet to attain the status of a heavenly immortal were no match for him, thus earning him the title of the foremost immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation. Qianlong, disinterested in the affairs of the mountain god of Ponce Ridge, turned away and exhaled a breath, transforming it into a conflagration that instantly incinerated the spider web above the Zhuangho spring into fine ash. With abundant spiritual essence and radiant celestial light, the spring was soon revealed in all its glory. The divine fire surged, melting the ice and snow, reducing flora to ash. The 7 demons of Ponce Cave hastily summoned their magical defenses, retreating in disarray. Ha! The news proved true. Indeed, a celestial spring existed in this place. Upon seeing the Zhuangho spring, Qianlong's crimson eyes glimmered with avarice. His gaze then fell upon the 7 demons by the lakeside, rendering him momentarily dumbfounded. As a lascivious glint crept into the depths of his pupils, the few were quite alluring, and considering the tedium of his training in the spring, he declared, "You shall serve as my maidens and bathe with me." Qianlong spoke with overwhelming arrogance, treating both the Zhuangho spring and the 7 demons of Ponce Cave as his personal possessions. The expressions of the turned pale, though they were willing to offer themselves to Li Chongyun. It was for a reason. The human youth, while not exceptionally refined, possessed an inherent charm that appealed to transformed. He was polite and considerate, unlike the brutish nature of most males, who were often unrefined and lacked the understanding of cherishing beauty. The dragon clan was even worse. Dragons were inherently lustful. Should they fall into their hands, it would be tantamount to becoming mere playthings, akin to being engulfed in fire and water. Qi Zhu's beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced towards the mountain goddess temple. Noting that the mountain god of Ponce Ridge had retreated to the side, evidently uninterested in this matter, in the eyes of the celestial beings, the dragon clan was not to be trifled with. However, bullying the lower realms and without backing was relatively effortless. After all, the entire land, rivers, and seas were under the dominion of the dragon clan, which possessed vast numbers and formidable bloodlines. The first immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation, truly, that Qianlong prince. The 7 demons of Ponce Cave, aware of Qianlong's notorious reputation, knew well that he was not only powerful, but also intricately connected to the king of 10,000 saints of the Bai Bo pool. How could they afford to offend him? Cheng Zhu clenched her fists, feeling oppressed. Yet, such was the reality of the world. The strong preyed upon the weak, and without strength, one could only endure humiliation. We cannot remain here any longer. Qi Zhu, ever the calmest, lowered her voice and said solemnly, Zizhu, go awaken Li Daoyu. The rest should act according to the situation. I will find a way to hold off Qianlong for a while, and we shall abandon the Zhaogao Spring. Hearing that they were to relinquish the Celestial Spring, the others felt a pang of regret, yet there was no other option. Xuanlong's pupils contracted as he questioned, Is there someone within this Celestial Spring? What audacity possesses anything to absorb the spiritual essence from my spring? Enraged, he unleashed his dragon claw once more, intending to forcibly extract Li Chongyun, who was still in deep meditation within the Zhaogao Spring. Make your move, Qi Zhu cried out, summoning the and drawing her sword to strike at the dragon claw. Observing this, Zizhu, despite being intimidated by the dragon's might, resolutely leaped into the lake. Plunging to the depths to awaken her beloved, who had been meditating for days, seeking death, upon witnessing Qi Zhu daring to draw her sword against him, Qianlong roared in fury, feeling the sharpness of her sword light. He immediately flipped his claw, aiming it at Qi Zhu. She hastily positioned her sword to block, unleashing her full magical power to withstand the dragon's assault. Boom! A terrifying force descended, shattering her precious sword. Her bones creaked under the pressure, and she spat out blood, her red dress fluttering. Appearing rather tragic in that moment, I shall eliminate you first to establish my might, lest the other little brats disobey. Qianlong snorted, exhaling once more, unleashing another torrent of divine fire that surged like a tempest towards Qi Zhu. This scene rendered the other of Ponzi Cave utterly pale, including her sister Qi Zhu. The seven sisters had developed a resistance to spiritual fire after absorbing Li Chongyun's. However, the fire Qianlong unleashed was not mere spiritual fire, but divine fire. As a beast of divine blood, the dragon clan inherently exerted pressure over all. Qianlong, with his dark scales and innate divine fire, looked down upon the world, his reputation built upon the might of this divine flame. Qi Zhu found herself helpless, her waist erupting with endless silver threads in a futile attempt to obstruct the flames, only for them to dissolve into ash before even nearing the divine fire. Boom! At that critical moment, the Zhaogao Spring erupted violently, a beam of golden light shooting into the sky. Amidst the flames emerged a figure, radiating an intense heat, swiftly flying forward to shield Qi Zhu, Li Daoyu. Qi Zhu exclaimed in surprise as the figure, tall and graceful with flowing hair, donned in shimmering silver robes, was none other than Li Chongyun. Wearing the very garments she had gifted him days prior, a fool unafraid of death, Qianlong perched in the clouds, looking down with disdain. Not far away, the mountain god of Ponzi Ridge observed as Li Chongyun prepared to confront Xuanlong's divine fire to save a mere spider spirit. Shaking his head in dismay, lamenting the loss of what could have been a promising celestial seed, divine fire. You are not the only one who can wield it. Li Chongyun inhaled deeply, gathering spiritual energy, pinching his nose before suddenly exhaling forcefully. Instantly, golden flames erupted, surging forth like a tidal wave, colliding with Xuanlong's divine fire, also divine fire. Under the watchful eyes of all, the golden flames did not wane in the slightest. Instead, they surged aggressively, consuming Qianlong's divine fire and pushing upward, transforming into a massive golden fireball, akin to a miniature sun, soaring into the heavens before exploding, enveloping Xuanlong's colossal form in an instant. You have mastered divine fire? Qi Zhu was utterly astonished by this sight, her beautiful eyes shimmering with joy, unable to conceal her relief from near disaster. Li Chongyun soared forward on the wind, grasping her delicate hand to steady her swaying figure. Qi Zhu felt the familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar aura of the man. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Your has also transformed?" Thanks to the you bestowed, Li Chongyun acknowledged gratefully, confirming her words that he had just completed his training and was now checking the personal information inscribed on its pages. Li Chongyun, refining spirit and reversing void, late stage golden crow divine body, minor completion understanding true classics, immortal grade, supreme purple sun divine fire, perfection, earth walking technique, perfection mountain refining technique, mastery 2,800 years, 81 days of deep meditation in the Zhaogao Spring, his first encounter with the celestial spring, and the A condensed essence of allowed Li Chongyun's cultivation to leap across a significant boundary, advancing from refining qi to refining spirit and reversing void, now merely a step away from the so-called Earth Immortal realm. More importantly, he had absorbed a trace of the Golden Crow bloodline drifting within the Zhaogao spring, enabling his to evolve into the Golden Crow divine body. Thus, the innate technique of Xianyang divine fire had also ascended from spiritual fire to divine fire through his insights gained from the understanding true classics. Purple Sun divine fire. Li Chongyun steadied Qi Zhu as they landed by the lake, where the other gathered, their faces etched with concern, assisting her to sit aside while offering spiritual herbs to stabilize her injuries. Li Lang, if you are uncertain, we shall retreat. My sister is prepared to abandon the Zhaogao spring, Zizhu advised, emerging from the water with a worried expression. Qi Zhu added, Li Daoyu, Zizhu speaks wisely. Xianlong is known as the first immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation. He reached the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal realm a century ago and possesses the bloodline of dragons, which should not be underestimated. Exercise caution. The first immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation, Li Chongyun gazed toward the heavens, where the clouds had dispersed under the steam of the purple sun divine fire, revealing the figure of the dark-scaled dragon. Unscathed and glorious, it turned its pages once more, the born of the dragon bloodline. The dragon clan has two progenitors, both innate divine demons. One is known as the ancestral dragon, the other as the candle dragon. Xianlong is a descendant of the candle dragon, yet his bloodline is nearly extinct, embodying the might of a divine beast, with a robust physique adept at breathing fire. Divine beasts possess no vital weaknesses. The dragon race is a treasure trove. Its flesh can enhance vitality, its scales can be forged into armor, and its tendons, bones, and dragon pearls are all materials of the celestial realm, not yet recorded. The candle dragon is a figure in mythology that can be likened to a creator deity, one of the most powerful beings among the dragon race. The current Xianlong has inherited its ancestral bloodline. Though only a fraction of it remains today, yet it still stands as a divine beast. Not only is it endowed with remarkable talents, but it also possesses no fatal weaknesses should it be slain. Its entire being is a bounty, every organ serving a purpose. Indeed, this prince is the foremost immortal under the heavenly tribulation. With a thunderous roar, the Xianlong descended, transforming into a human form, resembling a rugged, burly middle-aged man clad in dark armor, with prominent twin horns atop his head, standing firmly on the opposite side of the Zhaogao spring. What audacity and what a thick-skinned demeanor! Li Chongyun spoke with an air of nonchalance, causing the expression of Xianlong to shift dramatically. Filled with rage, Li Chongyun found it amusing and sarcastically remarked, only by refining the void and merging with the Tao, transcending the tribulations to ascend, can one truly be considered an immortal. You are but a terrestrial immortal, having made no progress in a century, and yet you dare to call yourself an immortal? You seek death. Xianlong, infuriated, prepared to strike. Taking a step forward, his form vanishing in an instant, creating a white wave upon the surface of the Zhaogao spring, Li Chongyun, undeterred, surged with battle intent, launching his fists forward that he suddenly intended to confront the dragon race head-on. On Pansiling, the wind and snow howled, blood and energy surging like a rainbow, as the black and white figures clashed with relentless force, their fists and claws colliding, the sound echoing like thunder, gradually causing the entire mountain range to tremble. It is said that the Xianlong possesses an exceptionally fierce physique, capable of overturning rivers and seas. Could Li Chongyun truly contend with it directly? Zizhu was taken aback, and the women were left in disbelief. Qi Zhu's beautiful eyes sparkled with insight as she explained, Li Daoyu has undergone a transformation. He is no longer merely a yang spirit body, but has become some form of divine body. Divine body. The weight of those two words is akin to a mountain. Within the three realms, the classification of physiques from weakest to strongest is mortal, spirit, divine, immortal, saint, and Tao, the sacred spirits of heaven and earth. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the myriad beings are mostly ordinary mortal bodies, devoid of any special traits that a naturally occurring spirit body is already a rarity among thousands. The 7 demons of Pansidong possess the bloodline of the 9 poison spider. A naturally occurring spirit seed, in other words, they are akin to the spirit bodies of humanity, But it is important to note that they emerged from countless spiders, transforming into human forms, a goal pursued by countless spirits throughout their lives. As spirit seeds themselves are exceedingly rare, the divine body, however, is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The Xianlong is a naturally born divine beast, classified as a divine body. Its physical prowess in combat dwarfs that of others beneath the celestial realm. Traversing the entire Xinyo Hezhou with few rivals, and now, Li Chongyun, too, possesses a divine body, one that does not fall short of the Xianlong, renowned for its physical strength, even though he is also a divine body. The Xuanlong's cultivation completely suppresses him by a significant realm. As Chengzhu contemplated this, her astonishment rendered her speechless. The 7 demons of Pansadong gaped, and the appearance of such a situation was sufficient to affirm one truth. Li Chongyun's divine bloodline surpassed that of the Xianlong. How could Li Chongyun be so powerful? Was he not a yang spirit body? How then did he transform into a divine body? Within this divine fire, there lingered some essence reminiscent of the Zhang true man. Not far away, atop a mountain peak, the mountain deity of Pansiling watched with flickering eyes, his heart filled with profound astonishment. Roar! Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated as the Xianlong reverted to its original form. Soaring into the sky, Li Chongyun, undeterred, summoned the winds to ascend, with purple-golden divine fire unfurling like wings behind him, relentlessly pursuing the Xianlong, landing punch after punch upon its colossal dragon body. Such a formidable divine body. Could it be that he acquired something from the Xiaogou Spring? The mountain deity of Pansiling was struck with realization. Left in a stupor as a mountain deity, he was intimately familiar with the ley lines of Pansiling. There were matters that the 7 demons of Pansadong were unaware of. Yet he was well informed. The so-called Xiaogou Spring has a long-standing history, originating from the ancient war between the shaman and demon clans, when the heavenly emperor of the demon clan, Dong Huang Tai, dispatched 10 golden crows from the Tang Valley's Fusang tree to soar through the heavens, scorching the earth and bringing catastrophe to the realm of the shaman. In response, the shaman dispatched the great archer Ho Yi, who, wielding unparalleled archery skills, shot down 9 golden crows, their blood raining down upon the earth, and the relentless flames transformed into 9 celestial springs, each possessing unique wonders. The mountain deity of Pansiling had connected the dots. It was evident that Li Chongyun's fortune was extraordinary, having drawn upon the ancient golden crow's bloodline from the Xiaogou Spring, thus transforming his spirit body into a divine body, and one with an exceptionally powerful golden crow bloodline. How potent is the golden crow bloodline? Its father is Di Jun, its mother is Shi He. Both are primordial divine beings, once revered by all spirits as the ancient righteous deities, their status only beneath the utmost saints. How infuriating! What sort of physique are you that dares to contend with me? Xianlong snarled in a menacing tone, for its dragon lineage, when traced back, could also be considered one of the strongest in the world. Having been passed down to the present day, although it could only be classified as a relatively powerful divine beast, it was still a source of pride at this moment, being suppressed in physical strength by Li Chongyun. Xuanlong's heart was filled with both indignation and frustration. I am your father, Li Chongyun retorted, launching another punch that shattered the Xuanlong's scales, exposing a gory wound. He opened his mouth and unleashed a burst of purple sun divine fire, roasting the dragon's flesh, causing Xianlong unbearable agony. Such humiliation to this prince. Are you courting death? Enraged, Xianlong, unable to match Li Chongyun in physical prowess, having previously lost to him even while employing divine fire, could only resort to its final trump card. Its crimson eyes narrowed, and a formidable divine seal materialized, radiating overwhelming pressure across the heavens and earth. Xianlong seal, Xianlong declared solemnly, spewing forth divine fire and drawing upon the spiritual energy of the universe. As it spiraled, red flames coalesced into a square fire seal, within which surged formidable magical power, potent enough to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Be cautious. This is the bloodline divine ability of the dragon race. The mountain deity of Pansiling shouted, warning Li Chongyun. Xianlong had invaded his territory and had already injured him. As a mountain deity appointed by the heavenly court, he naturally harbored deep resentment towards Xianlong. Witnessing Li Chongyun battering Xianlong, the mountain deity found immense satisfaction, Yet upon seeing Qianlong unleash its ultimate divine ability, he stood firmly by Li Chongyun's side, cautioning him. Mountain Refinement Technique. Li Chongyun, facing the enigmatic divine seal above, chose to respond in kind, summoning forth the divine ability he had mastered. Drawing upon nearly 3,000 years of cultivation, he swiftly comprehended this technique to a minor level of proficiency during his recent retreat at Xiaogo Spring. Due to his elevation in realm, his control over this divine ability had advanced further, marking his entry into a new level of mastery. With a resounding boom, the Mountain Refinement Technique erupted, shaking the very earth of Panxiling. Shattering mountains and countless rocks soared into the air, coalescing around Li Chongyun, reforming into a mountain. 3 zhong, 5 zhong, 10 zhong, 30 zhong, 50 zhong. With a mere gesture, Li Chongyun held a 50 zhong tall peak suspended in midair, as if he had truly uprooted a small mountain, cradling it within his grasp. This spectacle left the mountain deity of Panxiling utterly flabbergasted. He distinctly recalled when Li Chongyun had slain the Juyo Taoist. He could only conjure a stone fist, and his mountain refinement technique was barely at a rudimentary level, not yet refined. In just 2 or 3 months, he had managed to manipulate a mountain peak, clearly indicating he had reached a level of mastery in the mountain refinement technique. This Li Chongyun possesses an astonishing degree of comprehension. Suppress it. Xuanlong's claws slammed down, the square red Qianlong seal plummeting. Go! Li Chongyun stood unfazed, raising a finger, and the mountains soared skyward. The fire seal collided with the miniature mountain, unleashing boundless divine power that rippled outward, shattering the clouds above and clearing the divine expanse. Below, Panxiling was thoroughly shaken. Rocks splintered, the earth trembled, wind and snow howled, and all beasts were startled. Impossible! Xuanlong's roar brimmed with unwillingness as he watched his Qianlong seal crack under the impact with the mountain, fragmenting bit by bit. Although the small peak hurled by Li Chongyun had also shattered, a residual 30% of its power surged toward him with a deafening crash. Boom! Under the tremendous impact, Qianlong spewed forth dragon blood like rain, genuinely afraid now, and turned to flee. Weren't you just intent on seizing my celestial spring? Weren't you going to drive us away? Why are you running now? Li Chongyun, relentless, took to the skies with wings of divine fire, pursuing Qianlong with the refreshing breeze at his back, wielding a gleaming golden sword in hand, unleashing a series of sword beams. Qianlong, fleeing without looking back, was nonetheless unfortunate enough to be struck, causing its scales to peel away and blood to rain down. On the summit of Panxi Ridge, the 7 demons gazed in astonishment as the fierce battle concluded with such an outcome. Their exquisite eyes widened, and it took them a moment to regain their composure, their charming faces barely concealing their elation. They had triumphed. Li Lang had actually defeated Qianlong. The so-called first immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation was being pursued and struck down by Li Lang. What a tremendous relief! If that were the case, then Li Lang would truly be the first immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation from now on. Wu Tihi, we sisters are indeed immensely fortunate to encounter such a formidable man. Were it not for him, we might have struggled to escape with our lives. The group of women were overcome with emotions. Although they too were demon cultivators, the Nine poison spider was not particularly weak. Yet it had far too many vulnerabilities and relied heavily on its poisonous silk and webs. In a genuine confrontation, even demon cultivators transformed from lions, tigers, wild wolves, and leopards at the same realm could easily overpower them. Not to mention the Qianlong they had faced today. Indeed, how fortunate it was to have Taoist Li by their side. Qi Zhu could not help but smile wryly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of something more. As they were discussing, Li Chongyun returned, sword in hand, with a large fan of dragon meat in his other hand. After steadying himself, he chuckled. That fellow fled too swiftly. I could only slice off a few 100 pounds of meat. But it's exceedingly fresh. That creature is gravely injured and won't be able to escape far. This fresh blood and flesh from a living dragon is simply exquisite. The women gathered around Li Chongyun, showering him with praises, each one adorned in vibrant attire, eager to welcome him into their lair. This time, Li Chongyun made no objections. Previously, he had harbored reservations about the 7 demons of Panxi Cave, limited by his own strength and thus reluctant to enter their abode. However, with both concerns now dissipated, he found no reason to decline. Before the entrance of Panxi Cave lay a courtyard adorned with azure bricks and emerald tiles. Pavilions and terraces, with willows gently swaying and dew enveloping the area. It was indeed an epitome of elegance and luxury. Upon entering the cave, it was deep and secluded, with luminous pearls lighting the path, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere, devoid of discomfort, instead filled with delicate fragrances that were refreshing to the senses. Li Chongyun found himself escorted deep into the cave by the 7 women, who seated him in the main position. Zizhu, Wanzhu, Qingzhu, Baizhu, and Huangzhu attended to him, pouring tea, serving water, and offering massages, providing him with the treatment befitting a heroic figure. Qingzhu remained beside her sister Qizhu, assisting her in recuperating from injuries. Within the cave, harmony reigned as the 7 demons and Li Chongyun enjoyed each other as company, having faced adversity together and now viewing one another as true companions, or perhaps even partners. As night fell in Ponzi Cave, the aroma of wine wafted through the air, mingling with the enticing scent of meat. After her injuries had healed, Qizhu personally took to the kitchen, preparing a lavish feast centered around dragon meat. While sending Zizhu to fetch the finest wine from the cave, suddenly, 2 voices echoed from outside the cave, announcing, "The mountain god of Ponzi Ridge and the earth god of Tianjia Village have come to pay their respects." Mountain god and earth god? Chengzhu queried, perplexed. What brings these 2 deities to visit us? Zizhu pondered. It seems that during today's confrontation with Xianlong, the mountain god clashed with that vile dragon. Qizhu smiled. The 2 deities must be here for Taoist Li.at this. The eyes of all the women turned expectantly towards Li Chongyun, as if seeking his approval. Li Chongyun nodded in response, stating, "Though the mountain god and earth god are merely lesser deities of average strength, they are nonetheless celestial beings who have received the heavenly decree. It is only proper to invite them in." With that, Qizhu signaled to Chengzhu, who promptly stepped outside. Before long, she returned, ushering the mountain god and earth god into the cave. "I apologize for the intrusion," the mountain god said, noticing Li Chongyun seated at the center. Surrounded by beautiful companions, he appeared momentarily flustered, concerned that he might be interrupting something significant. "Mountain brother, please take a seat," Li Chongyun invited with a smile, offering no further explanation. "Then we shall shamelessly request a cup of wine." The earth god and mountain god exchanged glances and cautiously sat down. After a few pleasantries, the previously awkward atmosphere began to ease. "So this is dragon meat," the earth god exclaimed, gazing at the morsels in his bowl. Unable to suppress his salivation. In the heavens, dragon liver and phoenix marrow are indeed served at banquets, but even the lowest-ranking heavenly generals can only savor the aroma for beings like us. Alas, it is quite embarrassing. Although we have the opportunity to report to heaven each year, we merely linger in the first heaven for a brief moment, never even catching a glimpse of the heavenly palace. At this, the mountain god also wore a bitter expression, remarking, "You were conferred a title due to your merits in life, yet you are also a scattered immortal who failed to transcend the tribulation. As such, you naturally lack the qualifications to ascend to the heavenly palace." Haha, the earth god chuckled awkwardly. "Thanks to Taoist Li, we can experience the treatment reserved for celestial beings." Both of them relished the dragon meat, praising it profusely. Their candid remarks dispelled any lingering tension among the 7 demons of Ponzi Ridge, allowing them to relax entirely. After several rounds of wine and dishes, the mountain god produced a medicinal gourd from his robes and placed it on the table, declaring, "This is a heavenly elixir from the celestial realm. Though it is merely of spiritual grade, it is exceptionally effective for earthly immortals. Please accept it as a gift for the fair ladies to aid in their recovery." Being addressed as fair ladies by a lesser deity and receiving a heavenly spiritual remedy was an extraordinary honor for the 7 demons of Ponzi Cave, rendering them momentarily astonished. They understood that such treatment was entirely due to Li Chongyun's formidable strength. "I have a word of advice, Taoist Li," the earth god said cheerfully, addressing Li Chongyun. "Though these fair ladies are demon cultivators, they are deeply loyal and righteous, with the presence of the Zhuagua spring. A heavenly spring, this place is indeed an excellent location for cultivation. Why not formally take these fair ladies as your partners? It would be a matter worthy of envy." This suggestion, the atmosphere of the banquet shifted dramatically. The 7 enchanting women, each with their unique demeanor, cast bashful glances towards Li Chongyun. Although 6 of them had already shared a marital bond with him, They had yet to establish any formal recognition of their relationship. Daoistly, Qi Zhu's melodious voice suddenly rang out as she stood, her radiant eyes shimmering as she locked gazes with Li Chongyun. Then, she gracefully knelt before him, lowering her head in a gesture of humility, and said tenderly, Daoistly, I recognize your exceptional talent and extraordinary destiny. You are destined to achieve great heights. It would be unwise for us demonesses to bind ourselves to you as partners. However, if you are willing to protect us sisters for a time, we would gladly serve you as your devoted companions, entrusting the management of Ponzi Cave to you. Would that be agreeable? The other women paused momentarily, then eagerly knelt behind Qi Zhu, displaying obedient postures. Qi Zhu's actions genuinely surprised Li Chongyun. He had not anticipated that she would willingly lower her status to that of a servant and offer to relinquish their home. Having faced the Xianlong together, Li Chongyun's perception of the 7 demons had shifted. He now regarded them as companions. At this moment, he witnessed for the first time the harsh reality of the weaker facing the stronger in the world of cultivation through Qi Zhu's gesture. Very well, I shall reside in Ponzi Cave from now on, Li Chongyun declared, having no desire to refuse and no reason to do so. After all, there remained a full 300 years until the commencement of the pilgrimage and the destruction of Ponzi Ridge. Until then, mingling with the 7 demons of Ponzi Cave would likely offer greater safety. Though there might be unforeseen changes, they were most likely included in the trials of the 99 difficulties. Naturally, Li Chongyun could not allow such an outcome to unfold. Before the calamity began, he needed to devise a way to help these demonesses break free from their fates. He stepped forward to Qi Zhu, gently helping the voluptuous beauty to her feet, taking her delicate, snow-white hand, and leading her back to the main seat. For the first time, they shared a physical connection as they sat side by side. Qi Zhu, the elder sister, appeared particularly bashful, her charming face flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Seeing Li Chongyun's acceptance, the other women rejoiced and returned to their own places. Beautiful, beautiful. The earth god and mountain god raised their cups in congratulations. Li Gongzi, Qi Zhu began, her shyness intensifying as she hesitated before managing to voice a term more intimate than Taoist. Reflecting on the situation, her delicate brows furrowed as she added, I have heard that Xianlong has intricate ties with the Dragon King of the Baibo Pond. Having offended him, we may not escape retribution. Baibo Pond. Upon the mention of these 3 words, the smiles on the faces of the crowd faded. Chaos Mountain, Azure Wave Pond, and the Great Saint Old Dragon King. These pieces of information immediately conjured images in Li Chongyun's mind. That Old Dragon King was indeed a significant challenge in the trials of Journey to the West, and the Dragon Palace of Azure Wave Pond is home to an extraordinarily formidable demon king. The 9-headed worm, Chaos Mountain and Azure Wave Pond are under the dominion of the Great Saint Dragon King, a truly formidable figure in the demon realm, possessing immense strength and maintaining a close friendship with the mighty Bull Demon King. Their faction could be said to control half of the demon world. The mountain god of Pan Silk Ridge sighed, yet promptly added, however, Daoistly need not worry. Xianlong does indeed share some distant kinship with the Great Saint Dragon King. But it is merely a remote relation. His dark-scaled armor belongs to the Fire Dragon lineage, which is quite rare among dragons, and his bloodline is a mutated throwback. That fellow enjoys posturing, the Earth God interjected. He merely likes to flaunt the name of the Great Saint Dragon King as a banner. Think he could summon the Dragon King. That is laughable. Upon hearing this, the 7 demons of Pan Silk Ridge exhaled in relief. As for Li Chongyun, he had never regarded Xianlong with any concern. Even if he truly had the Great Saint Dragon King backing him, there was no need for excessive fear. After all, territorial awareness among demon kings is exceedingly strong. Why would the demon king of Chaos Mountain come to Pan Silk Ridge to resolve matters? Did he consider the local deities to be insignificant, or was he dismissing the 100-eyed demon lord of Huanghua Temple? Further west lies the 800-li Lion Camel Ridge, where the golden-winged Great Peng awaits to challenge him. The domain of Pan Silk Ridge is not to be trifled with. A local earth immortal like Xianlong would be of no concern to the higher-ups. However, should a demon king of equal standing arrive, it would undoubtedly incite conflict. Moreover, Xianlong surely does not believe he can escape unscathed, does he? Li Chongyun reclined comfortably, wrapping his arm around the slim waist of the beauty beside him, exuding an air of confidence as he stated, Today, Qianlong fell victim to the mountain refining art and endured over a dozen strikes from the pure Yang sword light, forcing him towards the western direction of Lion Camel Ridge. Alas, as a dragon, he can soar and evade. I cannot catch up to him. However, this time, Qianlong has sustained serious injuries and will require at least 100 days of recuperation to recover that I suspect he will temporarily hide away to heal. Earth God, can you track his whereabouts? As he spoke the last words, the killing intent in Li Chongyun's eyes was unabashed. The Earth God felt a shiver of trepidation and hastily replied, "The vicinity of Lion Camel Ridge is perilous. A demon king is stationed there, with 40,000 demons and countless demon generals roaming about. Qianlong will not have an easy time that I can inquire through my colleagues and should be able to gather some news. But I can only ascertain a general area. That would be excellent." Li Chongyun responded with great satisfaction. If there were a group renowned for their intelligence throughout the journey to the West World, it would undoubtedly be the Earth deities. With mountain gods and Earth spirits scattered everywhere, no piece of information could escape their notice. Just a trivial matter, the Earth God replied with a smile. The mountain god of Pan Silk Ridge then stood up, sensing the moment, and said, "Today is indeed a joyous occasion for you all. We shall not intrude further. Farewell." After bidding farewell to the mountain god and Earth God, the hour had grown late, and it was naturally time to rest. Zizhu and the other 6 maidens, filled with filial piety, decided to let their elder sister Qi Zhu enjoy the night with Li Chongyun. The light gauze curtains swayed gently, and the bed was soft and inviting. Clad in a striking red dress, Qi Zhu appeared remarkably fitting for the ambience, sitting shyly upon the bed. Li Chongyun approached, wrapping his arms around the delicate waist of the beauty, his gaze wandering. "Let us consummate this union." He was particularly fond of this enchanting yet bashful woman, and with a gentle breath, the red candles in the room extinguished, Qianlong fled until deep into the night before daring to pause beside a mountain ridge. He had consumed numerous wild beasts to replenish his vitality. Yet his magical energy remained severely depleted. Without resting for 10 days or half a month, recovery would be challenging. Damn it, this brat is truly ruthless, capable of suppressing me across realms and chasing me to such a pitiful state. Qianlong seethed with indignation, truly frightened, to the point of losing his sense of direction, only to realize he had escaped to the western side of Pan Silk Ridge. Before him stretched a massive ridge extending 800 miles. Shrouded in ominous mists, with demonic energy soaring into the sky. "What place is this?" Qianlong exclaimed in alarm, feeling a twinge of panic despite his draconic bloodline. Could this be the fabled Lion Camel Ridge, home to 40,000 demons? "You are correct," a voice reverberated from the heavens, exuding an air of authority. "Where did this little dragon come from? Your bloodline is not weak. You should be quite delectable." From the clouds, a golden claw descended, seizing Qianlong in its grasp. From start to finish, Qianlong was firmly suppressed by the overwhelming bloodline, unable to muster any resistance. Such fresh dragon meat would surely delight the beauties of the Peacock clan. Thunderous laughter echoed, causing Qianlong to tremble in fear. He cautiously lifted his gaze, only to feel a chill run down his spine as he beheld a colossal, menacing claw firmly clutching him, its sharp talons easily slicing through his scales. The owner of this claw was none other than the golden-winged Great Peng, with starry eyes and enormous golden wings that resembled clouds descending from the sky. With a gentle flap, the mountains below seemed to retreat rapidly. Soaring for an unknown distance, this the golden-winged Great Peng Demon King. Qianlong's eyes glazed over, and for a moment, he could not even utter a plea for mercy. Were it the Candle Dragon, the Ancestor Dragon, or even merely the Yinglong or the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, he would not fear the Great Peng so. But alas, Qianlong did not possess such a formidable bloodline. Before the Great Peng, he was akin to mere prey. "Princess, I have returned. Our bloodlines are intertwined. If we could unite as partners, we could surely revive the divine might of the phoenix, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. This little dragon is delicious. I humbly ask for your favor." The golden-winged Great Peng flew to a celestial mountain, suddenly loosening its claws and dropping Qianlong below on Biluosheng Mountain in the fairy lake. A breathtakingly beautiful fairy, exuding ethereal grace, danced and played in the moonlit waters, her gown woven from golden threads, embellished with emerald gemstones as she spun. Her flowing skirt resembled an umbrella, akin to a peacock fanning its tail. The Great Pang's thunderous declaration of affection interrupted her enchanting dance, causing the fairy to pause, her exquisite brows furrowing, her captivating visage as cold as frost. "Princess," a handmaiden approached on the wind, bowing at the lake's edge. "The Great Pang, who claims to be the king of Lion Camel, has delivered a Xianlong, discarding him at the mountain's entrance." The Peacock Princess was the daughter of the Buddhist peacock Great King, having nurtured her innate Buddhist nature since childhood, shunning violence. Thus, she resided on Biluoshang Mountain, adjacent to the demon-infested Lion Camel Ridge, seeking to protect the local mortals from harm. She had certainly heard of the golden-winged Great Pang, a ruthless fiend that had consumed an entire nation and proclaimed himself king 200 years prior. The Peacock Princess harbored a deep disdain for him and had never met him. "Where is the Great Pang?" the Peacock Princess inquired. "He has left after discarding Xianlong." The handmaiden replied respectfully, "Pay him no mind. Release Xianlong." The Peacock Princess declared with great kindness, "As you wish." The handmaiden nodded, pausing for a moment before adding, "Xianlong is gravely injured." The Peacock Princess furrowed her brow, rising from the waters to in no time. She arrived at the mountain's entrance, witnessing the pitiful sight of Xianlong, frozen in place. His dragon body was marred with sword marks, the flesh at his tail stripped bare, revealing faint golden bones, and numerous wounds appeared as though scorched by divine fire. In such a state, wandering near Lion Camel Ridge, he would likely be captured by some demon general upon descending, for the bloodline of dragons is highly coveted as a potent tonic by demons. The fearsome dragon head lifted, and the next moment, Xianlong was utterly transfixed, gazing at the celestial maiden clad in golden feathers, unable to comprehend the existence of such beauty in the world. "Let him stay for a while," the Peacock Princess said, to meditate and dispel the killing aura from his body. Hearing that the resplendent fairy was willing to shelter him, Xianlong hastily prostrated himself in gratitude. In the early morning, within Pan's silk cave, Li Chongyun still lingered in the embrace of serenity when he received a notification from the Scroll of Mountains and Seas, successfully recorded the 9 poison spider, gaining 7,000 Dao power. 7,000 years. Li Chongyun suddenly awakened. The method of recording the 9 poison spider is indeed the most peculiar, with progress being the slowest. Just as Li Chongyun had anticipated, Qi Zhu was the final piece of the puzzle, significantly shortening the time required. However, he never expected that this recording would simultaneously yield the total Dao power of Qi Zhu and her 6 companions. 7,000 years of Dao power, though not equivalent to cultivation, would still result in a notable enhancement of strength. Li Chongyun was no longer a novice in the path of cultivation. He was acutely aware of the significance of one's Dao cultivation. The depth of one's Dao cultivation determined a practitioner's comprehension ability and influenced the potency of their spells and divine abilities. Simply put, when individuals of the same realm engage in combat, if there are no counterbalances between them, the one with superior cultivation will have a greater chance of victory. Dao cultivation, 9,800 years to at this juncture. Li Chongyun's Dao cultivation was nearly a full 10,000 years. For others, such a precious asset would necessitate the accumulation of a lifetime. However, he could almost effortlessly obtain it through the Shanhai Scroll. What exactly was this Shanhai Scroll? It was evidently not a system. Yet it possessed formidable strength, akin to some kind of treasure. He pondered whether, once his power grew, he would be able to summon it to confront adversaries at that moment. The Shanhai Scroll was akin to a treasure tome nestled deep within his consciousness, merging seamlessly with his spirit and body, imperceptible to others. "Young master, we should rise now." The delicate voice of Qi Zhu chimed beside him. She gently assisted Li Chongyun in dressing and grooming. Before long, the two arrived at the Xiaogo Spring, where the other 6 sisters had already gathered. Dai Ti had only been a night, yet his elder sister seemed even more enchanting than before. How enviable! Sister spent the night with Li Lang. The other sisters teased Qi Zhu, causing her to blush deeply. However, the girls were merely feigning distraction. As soon as Li Chongyun entered the water, they all flocked to his side, their soft, delicate hands naturally exploring him, as if they were intent on indulging in lasciviousness in broad daylight within the lake. Qi Zhu finally asserted her elder sister authority. Halting such behavior, Li Chongyun merely chuckled on the sidelines, watching the harmonious scene before him, feeling a twinge of affection. "Young master," Qi Zhu swam to his side, her fragrant shoulder moistened by the lake water. revealing a unique elegance. Facing Li Chongyun, her chest fell slightly, her gaze lowered, her face blushing with shyness as she spoke. Young master, I have perfected my refinement of the void and unity. Perfecting the refinement of the void and unity. In other words, she had reached the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the other sisters gazed at her with envy, showering her with congratulations. Li Chongyun smiled in return, pinching her cheek. So, my dear, you are but a step away from the celestial immortal realm. Qizhu, however, smiled wryly. Though it is merely a step away, that step is the true barrier that has ensnared countless cultivators, even leading some to utter obliteration. Moreover, my cultivation is complete, but my understanding of the Tao remains incomplete. Li Chongyun nodded. After practicing the Wuzhen Sutra, he had become quite familiar with the matters of cultivation. Refining essence in a qi involves transforming one's inherent essence into magical power, opening up a qi si in the lower dantian. Techniques above the immortal grade, such as the Wuzhen Sutra practiced by Li Chongyun, allow one to directly open up the purple mansion, increasing one's power manifold. The process of refining qi into spirit involves cultivating in the middle dantian, drawing upon the 5 elemental spiritual energies from the heavens and earth to nourish one's internal organs, prolong one's life, prevent illness, and invigorate one's vitality, thus significantly delaying aging and almost preserving one's youthful appearance, while simultaneously giving rise to divine consciousness. Refining spirit into void pertains to cultivating in the upper dantian. Known in Taoism as the Naiwen Palace, the foremost of the human body's 9 palaces, dedicated to nurturing divine consciousness, strengthening the soul, and refining the primordial spirit, which can endure even after physical death. Li Chongyun found himself at this level. The final boundary before achieving immortality is the refinement of the void and unity. This stage requires one to perceive the omnipresent force of the laws of the cosmos, which is the true Tao. According to the records in the Wuzhen Sutra, the chaos bore 3,000 great Taos, while the heavens possessed 4 ninefold heavenly paths, along with countless minor paths, to achieve immortality. A practitioner must integrate at least one complete Tao to invoke the heavenly tribulation. Surmounting the heavenly tribulation enables one to transcend the 3 realms, no longer bound by the 5 elements, thus attaining the true fruit of celestial immortal Tao. At this moment, Qizhu had perfected her cultivation, but had yet to master the Tao techniques. Understanding the Tao, is it? Li Chongyun mused for a moment. While meditating at the bottom of the lake, I discovered some natural Tao patterns near the spring's eye. Perhaps they would be of assistance to you. Natural Tao patterns? Upon hearing this, Qizhu's face immediately lit up with joy. Although she had spent more time at the Xiaogo Spring than Li Chongyun, she only ventured into the lake once a year to harvest celestial light and divine feathers, and had never discovered any Tao patterns. The so-called Tao patterns are, in essence, the traces of the operation of laws, which only persist under certain specific conditions. For cultivators, comprehending these Tao patterns is indeed beneficial for understanding the Tao. Qizhu replied. Now that I have mended the vulnerabilities of my spirit, I can indeed delve into the depths of the lake to comprehend the Dao. Li Chongyun nodded. I shall accompany you. Qizhu nodded gleefully and then turned to her sisters. If the earth god brings news of the Xianlong, we must be notified at the earliest opportunity. After discussing their matters, the two descended into the lake, where the intense solar energy enveloped them, causing Qizhu's fair body to be marked with red imprints, clearly indicating her discomfort with the vigorous solar energy. This natural solar energy was not comparable to the pure yang essence within Li Chongyun. The latter was far deeper and purer, entering the body gently and nurturing the yin, providing endless benefits to Qizhu and her sisters. Conversely, the natural solar energy in the Xiaogo Spring was ultimately 3 parts nourishing but 7 parts chaotic toxin. In contrast, due to his divine body, Li Chongyun felt invigorated in the scorching depths of the lake, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, there are Tao patterns at the center of the lake's bottom, surrounding the spring's eye. Several indistinct and peculiar symbols were evident. Upon sight, Qizhu was immediately captivated, settling into a meditative position, her consciousness flowing over the Tao patterns as she began to comprehend them. The last time I visited, these Tao patterns were somewhat obscure. Now, however, I can see them clearly. This is the remnant of the fire laws left by the Golden Crow, a Tao cultivation of 9,800 years. elevating my comprehension to a higher level. Li Chongyun merely cast a cursory glance at the Tao patterns and immediately grasped their essence. The fire laws were not something Qizhu, as a Taijin poison spider, could directly emulate. Otherwise, it would clash with her internal essence. However, the great Tao is one, and myriad Tao methods share commonalities. Thus, the Tao patterns still held immense value for her. As for Li Chongyun, he once again approached the spring's eye, feeling a wave of intense and chaotic solar energy rushing towards him. Yet within it, there lay a formidable pressure. The last time he visited, his physique had not been sufficiently robust, but now, possessing a divine body, he was determined to explore the depths of this spring. Li Chongyun glanced back at Qizhu to confirm her well-being, then plunged headlong into the spring eye. The Xiaogo spring has remarkable effects of cleansing sinews and refining marrow. Harboring boundless celestial spiritual energy, soaking within it allows for astonishing advancements in cultivation, marking it as one of the finest celestial springs in existence. And at the source of such a celestial spring, there must be even more precious treasures hidden. Li Chongyun traversed the narrow, lengthy passage and, after descending 10 zhang, found that there was no water left, only a torrent of pure solar energy, accompanied by traces of crimson gold bloodline of the golden crow coursing through, all of which he absorbed into his body. Delving 100 zhang deep, the surrounding temperature became alarmingly high, rendering his divine body a vivid red, akin to a cooked crab, with cracks appearing on the surface of his skin. At last, a stone chamber measuring 2 zhang squared came into view. Li Chongyun firmly planted his feet, but he realized this was not the bottom of the Xiaogo spring. The rock slab beneath him was, in fact, a formation seal, from which the solar energy and a hint of the golden crow bloodline were leaking. The Xiaogo spring was certainly not unclaimed. The truly precious items lay beneath the spring eye, long sealed away by someone. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Chongyun's heart jolted, followed by curiosity. Who had set this seal? Was it the 100-eyed demon lord of the Huanghua Temple, or the Silan Bodhisattva? He leaned towards the latter. The celestial spring was likely beyond the capacity of a single demon lord to guard. Overthinking was futile. He would first examine the quality of the seal. Li Chongyun had always adhered to the belief that true knowledge comes from practice. And without concerning himself with who had left the seal, he promptly settled into a meditative position to begin comprehending the seal beneath his feet. What a complex formation! There were actually 36 layers of prohibitions. Each layer of prohibition consisted of countless array runes combined together. The complexity of each prohibition far exceeded that of spiritual grade techniques, surpassing even the most intricate natural Tao patterns. How long would it take for my nearly 10,000 years of Tao cultivation to decipher a single layer of prohibition? Li Chongyun was immersed in the restrictions, completely oblivious to the passage of time. You comprehended a single formation pattern. You grasped 9 formation patterns, entering the realm of formations. You understood 18 formation patterns. Achieving minor success in the path of formations, you discerned 36 formation patterns. Attaining major success in the path of formations, you penetrated 81 formation patterns, becoming a spiritual array master. The Shanhai Scroll continuously offered insights. As Li Chongyun inadvertently stepped into the realm of formations, constantly making progress, thanks to the profound nature of the formation beneath his feet, which allowed him to continuously reap rewards. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The moment Li Chongyun became a spiritual array master, his understanding of formations abruptly transported him to a new world. Glancing at the restrictions before him, he felt an exhilarating sense of clarity. His spirit coalesced into a unique formation pattern, resembling a key that fell precisely where it was meant to be. With a crack, the rocks beneath his feet fractured. Li Chongyun suddenly opened his eyes, and in the next instant, he felt an explosion of pure celestial spiritual energy, invigorating him immensely. He hurriedly activated the Wuzhen Pian technique, absorbing 90% of the spiritual essence into his body. Among them, strands of the golden crow bloodline were drawn into him by the pull of his golden crow divine body. Boom! The magical power within Li Chongyun surged, and the golden core within his purple palace shone even more brilliantly. Simultaneously, his physical body radiated golden light. His previously crimson and cracked skin peeled away like dried mud, revealing new, lustrous skin beneath. His physique, cultivation, and techniques were all enhanced at this moment. Li Chongyun promptly flipped to the front page of the Shanhai Scroll to check his personal information. Owner, Li Chongyun realm. Refining void and harmonizing Tao. Initial stage. Constitution. Golden Crow divine body. Major success. Cultivation method. Wuzhen Pian. Top-tier celestial. Techniques. Ziyang divine fire. Perfected. Earth walking technique. Perfected. Divine powers. Mountain refining formula. Perfected and satisfactory. Golden Crow method. Accomplished. Celestial arts. Spiritual array master. 9th rank. Note: celestial arts such as formations, talismans, beast mastery, and puppetry are ranked from low to high as spirit, divine, celestial, saint, and grand Tao, with each tier comprising 9 ranks, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Tao achievement. 9,800 years to AT this moment. In the initial stage of refining void and harmonizing Tao, I can be considered an Earth immortal. The Golden Crow bloodline beneath this heavy restriction has remarkably strengthened my divine body tenfold. Now, when I encounter that mysterious dragon again, I wonder if my physical strength can shatter its divine powers. Having become an Earth immortal, Li Chongyun naturally experienced a significant boost in strength as he stepped into the next great realm. What delighted him even more was that his Golden Crow divine body had also reached major success. The enhancement of his divine body could only come from continuously refining the Golden Crow bloodline, and Li Chongyun's flesh would gradually grow as powerful as the primordial divine demons, capable of carrying mountains and crossing seas, plucking stars and moons from the sky. After achieving major success with the Golden Crow divine body, Li Chongyun also comprehended a divine power from his bloodline, the Golden Crow method, which he preliminarily assessed to be of divine rank. This is, Li Chongyun looked down as the rock slab beneath his feet shattered into numerous fragments, each carved with intricate patterns, which were indeed formation patterns. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected all the shattered formation fragments into his Qian Kuan bag. After clearing away the dust, a series of restrictions formed by celestial light revealed themselves, totaling 35 in number. Beneath these 35 restrictions lay a massive skeleton. With just a glance, Li Chongyun felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a primordial divine demon had crossed immeasurable calamities to arrive, prepared to annihilate heaven and earth. Boom! The Shanhai scroll in Li Chongyun's mind stirred, pages flipping rapidly. The innate divine demon, the 3-legged Golden Crow. Father, Dijun, Mother, Shi-He, inheritors of the bloodline. Innate divine demons, a sacred beast of the primordial era. It possesses strength that can reach the heavens, naturally mastering the solar path and endowed with the divine power of true solar fire, scorching the earth and withering all life. Nameless Gate. The divine demon's body can be refined to obtain its essence. Not recorded. The scroll contained only a simplified illustration, depicted in black lines. Yet, Li Chongyun could still sense the terrifying power inherent in the 3-legged Golden Crow. Both parents were innate divine demons, existing even before the creation of the world. Thus, the 3-legged Golden Crow also belonged to the category of innate divine demons, with innate divine powers and innate immortality, and born as the most sacred beings in existence. The Zhuogua Spring was originally a celestial spring that evolved from the burial ground of the Golden Crow, making it entirely normal for there to be remnants of the Golden Crow beneath the spring. The activation of the Shanhai scroll suggests that it can indeed be recorded. Li Chongyun felt a surge of excitement, but the next moment, upon seeing the 35 restrictions standing in his way, he regained his composure. Each layer of restriction was more challenging than the last, resembling both a seal and a test for later arrivals. Li Chongyun pondered thoughtfully 1,000 miles away at Ponzi Ridge. On Ziyun Mountain, within the Qianhua Cave, clouds flowed gracefully as a kind-faced woman returned from her travels, accompanied by a young girl who chattered incessantly. Bodhisattva. This year's Ulambana festival was terrifying. That golden cicada, as a disciple of the Buddha, was demoted to reincarnation for failing to answer a few questions. Upon returning to her courtyard, the woman stretched languidly. Overhearing the girl's chatter, she immediately glared in anger, raising her hand to tap the girl's head. "You little one, when did you become so bold as to speak of the Buddha?" The girl winced in pain, tears welling in her eyes, and she closed her mouth in grievance. The woman shook her head, amused. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the depths of her gaze. She stopped, calculating with her fingers, and with surprise, remarked, "How strange, a mere Earth immortal has managed to break my restrictions. This is truly interesting." She took 2 items from her sleeve and handed them to the girl. I have felt the Buddha's teachings and shall enter a retreat for 300 years starting today. This is a beautifully embroidered needle. You must take it to the heavenly court and give it to my son, the Star Lord, to train with daily. Do not be negligent. When the time is right, it will serve a great purpose to as for this torn page. You may keep it. The restrictions of the Zhuogua spring had been broken, and 90% of the spiritual essence had been refined by Li Chongyun. However, a portion of the spiritual essence still escaped, merging into the waters above. The 7 maidens of Ponzi Cave, bathing within, felt the incomparably pure spiritual essence enter their bodies, leading to a visibly rapid improvement in their cultivation. Much to their delight, what powerful spiritual essence! What has Li Lang done below? Zhizhu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of refining void and harmonizing Tao, completely catching up to her older sisters. After Zhizhu began comprehending the Tao, her younger sisters dared not slacken their efforts, diligently practicing day and night. Otherwise, when their elder sister and Li Chongyun ascended to immortality, they would be left far behind at the earth immortal level. I have no idea. Zhizhu sighed bitterly, saying, that day, I merely comprehended the Tao patterns at the spring's eye, while he was able to withstand the scorching yang energy within the spring, likely entering the source of the Zhuogua spring. Over the past 2 months, she had repeatedly submerged herself in the lake to comprehend the Tao, finally grasping that particular Tao pattern entirely. With a whoosh, Li Chongyun emerged from the water, suspended in midair. He stood tall and robust, the Zhang divine fire sweeping over him, evaporating the moisture from his body, his refreshing long hair billowing, his handsome visage radiant, with a faint purple-golden glow in his eyes. Resembling a celestial being. Li Lang, young master. Upon seeing Li Chongyun emerge from his retreat, the maidens were overjoyed, all of them ceasing their cultivation and flocking to his side. These women had just finished bathing, their figures pristine and fragrant, captivating the gaze of all. When asked about the Zhuogua spring below, Li Chongyun did not conceal much, stating, beneath the spring's eye lies a formation seal, likely left by a profoundly skilled immortal, containing the essence of this celestial spring, which is the truly precious treasure. In comparison, the spiritual essence dissipating in the lake, and the celestial light and divine feathers that condense each year can only be considered scraps produced by the Zhuogua spring. Upon hearing this news, even Zhizhu felt an overwhelming shock, accompanied by a hint of dread. The celestial spring they occupied belonged to some mysterious immortal. Did this not mean that should they inadvertently offend someone, they might not even realize how they perished? There's no need to panic. I have comprehended the restrictions left by that immortal. While sealing this celestial spring, the immortal seemed to have intentionally left behind a test, waiting for a destined individual. Since we reside here, it can also be considered fate. Li Chongyun, with his divine consciousness, perceived the intricacies of the second seal, only to discover it was tenfold more profound and exceedingly complex than the first. A mere glance left him feeling mentally fatigued. Clearly, this second seal was beyond the comprehension of one at his level. His certainty that residing here would not provoke the wrath of the celestial beings was founded partly on conjecture, but predominantly on his understanding of Journey to the West. Meanwhile, the 7 sisters of Red Pearl gradually developed a somewhat blind trust in him. Upon hearing his analysis, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Taoist Li, the old man has arrived. May I trouble you for an audience? At that moment, a voice echoed from approximately 10 miles away, belonging to the Earth God. It seemed that the trace of the Qianlong had been discovered. Li Chongyun's eyes narrowed, a smile gracing his lips. Amidst the towering mountains, a figure clad in silvery brocade soared with the wind. Li Chongyun was acting alone this time. The Earth God had indeed come to report the whereabouts of the Qianlong. After more than 2 months, he had finally received news from a colleague near Shiro Ridge. Recently, a dragon of pure black, at the pinnacle of the Earth immortal realm, had been spotted repeatedly wandering the outskirts of Shiro Ridge, hunting for spirits. From a distance, several of its scales gleamed brightly, seemingly newly emerged, hinting at recent injuries. Such characteristics left little doubt that it was indeed the Qianlong. Closer now, Li Chongyun glided through the air. He began to weave a spell with his hands. He had previously left a mark on the Qianlong. During their confrontation, he had placed a tracking talisman on it, allowing him to pinpoint the dragon's exact location as long as he was within a radius of 20 to 30 miles. With a sharp sound, the pure yang sword was drawn into his hand. This weapon, being a spiritual treasure, could slice through the Xuanlong's scales, ensuring a swift demise. Li Chongyun's purpose here was solely to take a life. In just 2 months, the Xuanlong's injuries had healed, and its aura had grown even more formidable. Daiti was all thanks to Princess Peacock, who, unlike his cousin, Princess Wansheng, was kind-hearted rather than venomous. The Xianlong muttered a few words, then lowered its head and began to chew on the head of a spirit that had cultivated for hundreds of years, at the Qi transformation stage, savoring the taste of its brain mixed with blood. After consuming the head, the Xuanlong's sharp claws tore open the prey's belly, devouring its still-beating heart, licking its lips in satisfaction. Too bad that Princess Peacock is a Buddhist. She forces me to abstain from meat. Fortunately, it's easy to deceive her. After devouring the blood food, I can wash my mouth and return without raising suspicion. Having filled its belly, the Xianlong nimbly navigated through the forest, preparing to return to Shurta Ridge. Although it was on the outskirts, it dared not let its guard down, as the imposing presence of the golden-winged Great Peng from that night had truly frightened it. Suddenly, the Xianlong sensed a lethal threat beneath it, a chill running down its spine. Half of its dark scales bristled in alarm, and just then, with a resounding buzz, the ground below split apart like flowing water, revealing a blazing sword light. Who dares to harm me? The Xianlong hastily dodged, but its resilient scales were severed, leaving a deep wound nearly a yard long, dragon blood gushing forth as it crashed down, toppling countless trees and raising clouds of dust. Harm you? I intend to kill you. Li Chongyun burst forth from the dust, his eyes ablaze with golden divine fire, wielding the pure yang sword. With swift strikes, he unleashed several beams of sword light aimed at the Xuanlong's vital points, including its head, neck, and heart. Instinctively, the Xianlong trembled, its draconic nature compelling it to slither across the ground like a serpent, desperately seeking an escape. At last, it found an opening, soaring into the sky, nowhere to run. Li Chongyun pursued on his sword, waves of divine fire illuminating the mountains in a brilliant golden hue, cultivating the void and merging with the Tao. Feeling the surging depth of Li Chongyun's power, the Xianlong was taken aback, exclaiming, "In just 2 months, he has made a breakthrough to the Earth Immortal stage?" Once airborne, the Xuanlong's movements became notably more agile, evading Li Chongyun's fiery assaults. Its aura gradually intensified, and amidst the clouds, crimson divine light flickered between the gaps of its dark scales, channels of Tao rhythm flowing, naturally drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. Below, on the ethereal Biluoshang mountain, Princess Peacock sat in a pavilion sipping tea, and she too sensed the battle unfolding in the skies nearby. The numerous maidens accompanying her gasped in awe, eagerly watching the spectacle. "Look, is that not the Xianlong healing on the mountain recently?" "Indeed, it is he, battling against a human cultivator. Yet, I feel a trace of bloodline pressure emanating from him. This human is quite domineering. The Xianlong seems to be in grave peril. Wait, such a rich Tao rhythm. It seems the Xianlong is hiding its strength? This cunning creature has indeed made some progress after listening to the princess's teachings for 2 months on Buddhist scriptures. It appears to have comprehended the laws of fire. Does it think I fear it?" Suddenly, the Xianlong turned back, coldly declaring, and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, transforming into a blazing sea of fire in the heavens. When Li Chongyun's purple sun divine fire surged into this inferno, it was promptly suppressed and consumed. The sea of flames spread, forming 3 fire dragons that encircled Li Chongyun, who was pursuing him on the pure yang sword. "Ha!" The Xianlong laughed wildly, revealing its Tao imprint. "Did you expect this? After our last battle, I gained insight, and these past 2 months have granted me immense fortune. That my understanding of the laws of fire has reached the mastering the Tao stage, just a step away from merging with the Tao to attain immortality. Far beyond an ordinary Earth Immortal's abilities. Human brat, state your name. Today shall be your demise." Cultivators classify the levels of understanding the Tao simply, from shallow to profound, summarized in 4 phrases: glimpse, borrow, master, merge. At the mastering the Tao level, one can wield the power of the laws, manipulating the surrounding spiritual energy with effortless grace, rendering all techniques overwhelmingly powerful. An my name is Li Chongyun. Facing the Xianlong, who had reached the mastering the Tao stage, Li Chongyun remained unperturbed, his eyes shimmering with the marks of divine powers. Remember this name. Do not wait until you reach the underworld to be questioned by King Yama, only to fail to recognize your enemy. Arrogance. The Qianlong, enraged, bared its fangs and claws. The 3 fire dragons it conjured were equally fierce and wild, infused with their own sentience, 1 real and 3 illusions. Charging towards Li Chongyun in a frenzy. Mountain refinement technique. With a thought, Li Chongyun invoked the mountain refinement. Having refined his understanding over 2 months to perfection, it no longer limited to borrowing the power of mountains. He began to gather the earthly spirit energy to shape solid rock. The rock was incredibly resilient and heavy, sometimes transforming into a mountain to suppress the 4 dragons, other times into massive fists that fell like meteors, or even into colossal swords that cleaved downwards, or numerous boulders that rained down with ferocity. If the mountain god of Ponsi Ridge were present, it would surely be utterly astounded. The mountain refinement technique, perfected to such an extent, allowed for control over the earth's spirit energy, truly manifesting mountains from thin air, unbound by form, endlessly versatile and naturally harmonious. In the skies, the battle raged on, making it difficult to discern a victor. Leaving the female cultivators on Biluosheng Mountain utterly astonished, the human cultivator appeared to be merely at the early stage of cultivating the void and merging with the Tao, his aura still unstable. Clearly a recent earth immortal. Yet, he was managing to overpower the Qianlong, relentlessly pursuing and striking it down. Even now, with the Qianlong revealing its mastering the Tao prowess, he showed no signs of yielding. Skillfully wielding the exquisite mountain refinement technique, just having entered the earth immortal realm, yet already possessing the strength of glimpse of the Tao. What an extraordinary comprehension! In the pavilion, Princess Peacock's beautiful eyes flickered with interest as she noted Li Chongyun's unique qualities. However, her expression soon turned solemn as she shook her head. Such a pity. Despite his youth, his heart is so laden with murderous intent. Boom! The atmosphere above quaked as the Qianlong unleashed its full power. Employing the might of the mastering the Tao to summon the Qianlong seal point, 3 fire dragons coiled around it, and the sky was filled with concentrated divine fire, forming the square Xiantian fire seal. Upon this seal were inscribed numerous Tao patterns, amplifying its potency 100-fold and containing the power of the laws, crashing towards Li Chongyun with tremendous force, standing atop the pure Yang sword. Li Chongyun faced the oncoming fire seal, pushing the mountain refinement technique to its utmost limit point. 3 towering mountains coalesced at his command, colliding with the fire seal. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all 3 mountains were obliterated into dust, while the fire seal continued to surge with divine light, pressing down relentlessly. Die. The Qianlong infused its entire magical energy into the Qianlong seal, clearly intending to crush Li Chongyun beneath its weight. Let's see who dies. Li Chongyun's gaze was icy as he stepped forward, his hands claw-like, as though he aimed to seize the fiery seal with his bare hands, although the imprint of the Lianshan Ju in his eyes dimmed. Another emblem, a vermilion golden 3-legged divine bird, blossomed forth, radiating magnificent light. Shatter. With the invocation of the Jinwu technique, Li Chongyun's blood surged into the heavens, his hands transformed into treasures of extraordinary resilience, imbued with the potency of divine abilities. As he was enveloped in blood energy, directly shattering the Qianlong seal, the roar of vitality echoed, and the spirit of battle was unparalleled, though the young human figure in the sky appeared diminutive. At this moment, it resembled a primordial beast looming over the heavens, gazing down upon the mortal realm. He shattered a divine ability with mere flesh. What terrifying bloodline pressure! A divine body. This human possessed a divine body. On Biluo Mountain, the female cultivators gasped in astonishment. Princess Peacock, too, revealed a look of shock. Her own essence was that of a peacock, her ancestors being the revered phoenixes among birds. And even a trace of their blood could compel other avians to bow in submission. Yet at this moment, the bloodline emanating from Li Chongyun instilled in her a sense of rivalry. Such a bloodline was unparalleled since the dawn of creation, unmatched within the cosmos. What? The Qianlong stared in disbelief as the fiery seal shattered beneath Li Chongyun's physical might, its dragon body instinctively recoiling. Witnessing the young human with vermilion golden eyes approach, the Qianlong, with scarcely any magical energy left, lost all courage to resist, its scales standing on end, 5 claws frantically scrambling, once again opting for flight. Still wish to flee? Today, I shall tear you apart. The murderous aura emanating from Li Chongyun was chilling. Flames of blood surged from him, and a pair of fiery wings materialized beneath his ribs. He ascended as a harbinger of death, his speed reaching its zenith, akin to a meteor streaking through the void, and in an instant, he was upon the Xianlong. Swish, his fingers morphed into claws, easily stripping away the scales from the Xuanlong's body. Piercing through its flesh, as though intending to extract sinews and dismantle its bones. Terrified beyond measure, the Xianlong had lost all capacity to resist, cowering in panic. With the Jinwu technique activated, this divine ability resembled a state of empowerment. Li Chongyun felt the Jinwu bloodline within him boil, erupting to its fullest potential, his strength capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Inexhaustible, his body ablaze with energy, his temperament turning wild and fierce. The Xianlong found itself a mere testing stone for this new divine ability. Encountering an unfortunate fate, its fear extended beyond death. It felt akin to the last time it was captured by the golden-winged Dupeng. Sensing the gaze of a natural enemy intent on devouring it whole, "Princess, save me." Yet, in this perilous moment, the Xianlong retained its clarity, not losing its wits, aware of its only chance for survival, calling out desperately as it sought refuge towards Biluo Mountain. It hoped that the cultivators atop would come to its aid, even momentarily fantasizing whether the stunning Princess Peacock would intervene on its behalf. Alas, none of this transpired. From the clouds above, the figures on Biluo Mountain were all too aware of the battle unfolding in the sky. Witnessing the Xuanlong's desperate flight, yet all remained unmoved. "Array, arise." At that critical juncture, Li Chongyun scattered numerous array fragments, commanding them with a shout. The fragments shone with spirit light, merging with the cosmic forces of the realm, forming a magical array, with beams of light binding the Xianlong. "Princess, did you not say that the heavens are benevolent? Did you not claim that saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels? Why do you not save me? Why?" Ensnared within the binding, the Xianlong cried out in distress, its tone filled with confusion, anger, and resentment, yet more so with frantic accusations. "Impudence," a female cultivator atop Biluo Mountain retorted. "The princess has shown you great mercy, wishing to guide you towards righteousness, yet you repeatedly sneak away to commit heinous acts, and now dare to question her. How shameless!" Upon hearing this, the Xianlong sank into despair. As it glanced back, it found Li Chongyun 100 feet away. Extending his hand towards it, a phantom claw of vermilion gold materializing in the void, seizing its entire dragon form. The sound of bones fracturing and organs rupturing echoed as blood, glimmering faintly golden, cascaded down like rain. Li Chongyun, with the claw of the Jinwu, utterly crushed the Xianlong. Successfully capturing the Xianlong, he gained 2,300 years of cultivation. He acquired a trace of the essence of fire, elevating his understanding of the fire laws to the borrowing the path level. Capturing the Xianlong allowed Li Chongyun's cultivation to officially surpass 10,000 years, reaching 12,100 years, while also absorbing the essence of the other party's path. Dispersing the Jinwu technique, Li Chongyun still employed the magical array to hold the Xuanlong's body, suspended in midair. He had not anticipated that the array fragments he retrieved from the Zhuogua spring would prove so effective. Gazing at the multitude of female cultivators below, Li Chongyun surmised their connection to the Xianlong. Since they had decided not to intervene, they likely would not trouble him further. With this thought, Li Chongyun once again drew his pure yang sword, beginning to demonstrate his expertise in dismemberment at a graduate of anatomy. Was he jesting? Was he not also a spirit array master? This fellow was indeed audacious. The female cultivators, disciples of Princess Peacock, were naturally devoted to the Buddhist path, embodying compassion, witnessing Li Chongyun like a butcher, peeling away dragon scales, slicing off dragon meat, extracting sinews, and even collecting vital essence from the dragon's heart. They could not help but frown at the gruesome spectacle. Having completed his grim task, Li Chongyun exhaled in relief, casually reclaiming the array fragments, then waved his sleeve to unleash a purifying purple yang divine fire, incinerating the remaining internal organs into ash, which scattered with the wind. Such a celestial mountain exists near Shurto Ridge. Li Chongyun then surveyed the terrain below. The strength of the female cultivators was merely at the earth immortal level, some even weaker. Yet beneath a certain pavilion lay an exceedingly potent aura that instilled in him a profound sense of danger. Clearly, that individual was likely the master of this celestial mountain. The entire mountain was suffused with celestial energy, devoid of any demonic presence. Thus, Li Chongyun felt relatively untroubled. "I apologize for the intrusion," Li Chongyun called out from afar. Just as he intended to depart, a melodious and ethereal voice rang out from below the pavilion, belonging to the master of the celestial mountain. "Young man of the human race, do not leave. Please descend from the clouds and engage in a brief discourse with me, if you would be so kind." The female attendants were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the blood-soaked young man in the sky, radiating murderous intent, would be invited by the princess to descend for dialogue. Was she also a woman? Li Chongyun was somewhat surprised, yet the cautious nature he had always possessed led him to shake his head. "Thank you for your kind offer, Princess, but I am currently occupied with pressing matters and truly have no time." Buzz, the void trembled, and a beam of five-colored divine light descended from the heavens like a divine bridge, stretching from the mountain peak to beneath Li Chongyun's feet. "I possess 3 scrolls of celestial art, sincerely inviting you to behold them, with no ill intent that if you truly have no time, then so be it." Li Chongyun gazed at the 5-colored divine bridge beneath him. Feeling a weight of gravity in his heart, he could ascertain that the master of this celestial mountain was at least a genuine immortal being, perhaps not a significant figure within the entire journey to the West world, yet more than capable of subduing him at this moment. Such hospitality is hard to refuse. Li Chongyun sighed, stepping onto the divine bridge, descending from the clouds to the mountain. If the master truly intended to act improperly, Li Chongyun knew he would have no means of resistance. Thus, it appeared that the princess truly bore no malice. Perhaps engaging in a brief conversation might indeed earn him a scroll of celestial art. Humph! Upon Li Chongyun's arrival at the mountain, the leading female cultivator, dressed as a maid, regarded him with disdain, giving a soft huff before silently guiding him forward. Before long, Li Chongyun arrived at the pavilion and was taken aback. Celestial radiance adorned her visage, with skin as pure as jade, delicate hands gracefully wielding a feather fan. The fairy within the pavilion was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating a sense of sanctity akin to a blue lotus in a pond. Reminiscent of Chang'e in the Moon Palace, an object of admiration, not to be trifled with, clad in a robe of colorful feathers adorned with emerald gemstones, she nonetheless could not conceal her celestial grace. Her form exquisitely slender, her curves alluring. Even though he often mingled with the 7 beauties of the Ponzi cave, upon encountering this celestial maiden, Li Chongyun felt his heart skip a beat. "Why do you not pay your respects upon meeting my esteemed Princess Peacock?" Beside him, a handmaiden noticed the infatuated gaze that flickered unexpectedly in Li Chongyun's eyes, and she felt a surge of satisfaction, seizing the moment to reprimand him. Princess Peacock. Upon hearing this title, Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. As images of the charming village girl from the television series, who had once guided the 4 disciples of Tang Song at the foot of Lion Camel Ridge, flooded his mind, that exquisite woman, adorned in a resplendent gown, was the object of countless childhood dreams. Yet, the peacock princess before him was even more enchanting than he remembered, radiating an ethereal glow, transcending the mundane, and embodying celestial grace. With a thunderous crack, the scroll of mountains and seas unfurled. The sacred spirit peacock, the first of its kind, had been infused with the essence of the 5 elements, birthed from the very fabric of heaven and earth. It was a primordial sacred spirit, possessing a rare bloodline, destined to wield the power of the 5 elemental paths and to subdue all things, the gate of no destiny. Should one stain themselves with the blood of the spirit peacock, they would incur the wrath of the heavenly laws, losing their fortune and becoming entangled in sin. Not recorded. Seeing the information revealed by the scroll, Li Chongyun was equally astonished. The bloodline of the peacock princess traced back to the first peacock of heaven and earth. The bodhisattva of the peacock king of the Buddhist realm, though he had not yet attained Buddhahood, his status and power were formidable. Legend had it that the peacock king was born of the primordial divine phoenix. And during the last great calamity, he had wreaked havoc, his martial prowess and supernatural abilities unmatched, unleashing a myriad of divine lights that swept through the 5 elements. Known as Kong Xian, he was invincible beneath the sage. The peacock princess was a being of the 5 elemental essence, conceived by heaven and earth. Thus, her mother was the very world itself, not a natural being. In simpler terms, She was the daughter of heavenly destiny. To harm or even kill her would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the heavenly laws. If one could enlist this princess, it would be a formidable ally. Wait, this is a big shot. I cannot afford to offend her. Li Chongyun had encountered royalty before. He clasped his hands in greeting and strode into the pavilion. Yet he could not help but ponder what business the Peacock Princess had with him. Surely, such a well-connected celestial being would not come to trouble him. Taoistly, please take a seat. The Peacock Princess sat gracefully on a stone bench, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her curvaceous waist. The hem of her colorless feather gown trailing on the ground as she gently fanned herself, a handmaiden promptly presented to him. Li Chongyun took a sip, and as soon as the tea touched his lips, his eyes brightened. He realized that the tea was extraordinarily unique, infused with a hint of Taoist essence, invigorating his mind and placing him in a wondrous state that greatly aided his understanding of the Tao. I have 3 celestial techniques here. The Peacock Princess was quite straightforward, waving her delicate hand, causing 3 jade talismans to coalesce in front of her. These techniques are all of Buddhist origin and require the wielding of compassionate power to unleash their true might. So generous? Is she truly giving away celestial techniques for free? Li Chongyun felt puzzled, his wariness increasing. However, the Peacock Princess proceeded to elaborate on the 3 techniques with a voice as ethereal as a celestial melody. The first technique is the Binding Light Finger. The second is the Soul Calming Spell, and the third is the Treasure Dropping Technique. Although these techniques were classified as inferior among celestial arts, they were still quite rare. Li Chongyun extended a wisp of divine thought towards the 3 jade talismans, and he immediately felt a warmth radiating from his palm. The techniques she spoke of were not mere empty phrases. These 3 arts were indeed of the lower celestial tier, compared to the earthly spirit-level techniques of the land god. They were vastly more precious and profound. Above the spirit tier lay the divine tier, and beyond that, the celestial tier. Celestial spells were undoubtedly the closely guarded secrets of powerful figures. What about these 3 celestial techniques? Li Chongyun inquired tentatively. The Peacock Princess replied, Taoistly may choose any one of them. The Binding Light Finger is a binding technique that renders the target immobile. The Soul Calming Spell targets the cultivator's soul, and its incantation induces fatigue, leading to drowsiness and a complete lack of fighting spirit. The Treasure Dropping Technique requires one's own treasure as a medium. When invoked during combat, it forcibly knocks the opponent's treasures away. The Peacock Princess's offering of these 3 celestial techniques was laden with her own intentions. It was evident that the Binding Light Finger and the Soul Calming Spell were designed to subdue without causing harm. While the Treasure Dropping Technique was a unique method that resulted in both parties losing their treasures, the underlying message was clear: to cease hostilities and avoid conflict. Only one can be chosen. Li Chongyun began to ponder seriously. The Treasure Dropping Technique required his own treasure as a medium for invocation. With his limited treasures, losing the Pure Yang sword would considerably diminish his combat strength. So he ruled it out. The Binding Light Finger and the Soul Calming Spell, one targeting the body and the other the soul, both had remarkable effects in battle. After a brief contemplation, Li Chongyun decided to choose the Binding Light Finger. He preferred the direct immobilization it offered over the Soul Calming Spell's debilitating effect. Once immobilized, he could easily suppress his opponent with several mountains. What a delight! Thank you, Princess, for this technique. I choose the Binding Light Finger. Li Chongyun, being courteous, reached out to touch the jade talisman, which instantly shattered, transforming into a stream of light that flew into his brow, imparting the cultivation method of the Binding Light Finger with the enhancement of his millennia of cultivation. He grasped the essence of this celestial technique in an instant, meditating and comprehending it for approximately the duration of a stick of incense. He raised his finger, golden light radiated from it, with Tao patterns subtly flowing within. Bind. Li Chongyun directed his finger towards a nearby handmaiden, and the golden light immediately transformed into countless threads, swiftly ensnaring her. Although the handmaiden possessed the strength of an earthly immortal, she struggled in vain against the binding, her face flushing with indignation as she exclaimed, "How rude! My princess has gifted you a celestial technique, and you use it against me. It was merely an impulsive test." "Do not take offense," Li Chongyun replied, lifting his hand to release the Binding Light Finger. The Peacock Princess, however, was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of surprise. utterly unable to fathom how Li Chongyun could possess such extraordinary comprehension. Mastering a celestial technique in such a brief span and managing to bind someone of equal standing, such high aptitude, you have merely achieved minor success with the binding light finger, the Peacock Princess praised. If you were to perfect this technique, you could likely bind a heavenly immortal even at the level of an earthly immortal. Of course, you would only be able to bind one celestial body. And not for long. To bind a heavenly immortal, even for a moment, is already quite formidable. Heavenly immortals exist beyond the three realms, outside the five elements. They are entirely incomparable to earthly immortals, truly embodying the essence of immortality. Thank you for bestowing this technique, Princess. I will certainly utilize it well and will not disappoint you, Li Chongyun replied, surmising that the Peacock Princess held him in high regard, hence her generous gift of the celestial technique. Let us hope so. The Peacock Princess expressed with a hint of satisfaction. With your talent, you are destined to become a renowned figure in the West Nyo-Huzhou, possibly even throughout the entire three realms. Remember that heaven favors life. Endeavor to engage in fewer acts of slaughter, as the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the short. Li Chongyun naturally took this to heart, as the princess held such high expectations for him. He felt grateful and solemnly stated, I have heard a saying in Buddhist teachings, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. I shall wholeheartedly seek the Buddha, wielding my 3-foot sword to vanquish all demons and evil in the world. The Peacock Princess paused, gazing at Li Chongyun, whose eyes gleamed with righteousness, feeling a sense of dissonance. The phrase put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha was indeed a teaching of the Buddha, meant to admonish lost souls to relinquish their heart, speech, and intent, along with all illusions, delusions, confusions, distinctions, and attachments. The obsessions in one's heart are the sharpest butcher's knives in the world. Seeing Li Chongyun's awakening brought joy to the Peacock Princess's heart. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun felt elated, fortunate to have gained the favor of the Peacock Princess. Should an opportunity for deeper connection arise, he would be well supported, and even if fate did not allow it, he had at least acquired a celestial technique for free. As for the phrase about putting down the butcher's knife, it was merely a spontaneous utterance. After all, he wielded a sword, and whether he put down a knife was of little consequence to him. I often preach Buddhist teachings atop Biluoshan. If you have the patience, you are welcome to listen, the Peacock Princess added. Li Chongyun initially intended to take his leave, but, upon hearing this, decided to remain for a while longer, hoping to gain further insights from the Buddhist teachings. After all, his public slaughter of the Xianlong had left him with a rather poor reputation among the female cultivators on the mountain. Particularly, the maidservant beside the Peacock Princess seemed to harbor some resentment after being tested by his divine light finger. However, this maid was also quite simple-minded, though her words towards Li Chongyun grew increasingly critical. Her actions remained respectful and attentive. Indeed, the Biluoshan was a realm far removed from strife. Li Chongyun resided in a guest house halfway up the mountain, and the following day he attended a lecture on what was purported to be Buddhist scriptures, which was personally delivered by the Peacock Princess. The audience comprised not only the female cultivators residing on the mountain, but also several fated individuals like Li Chongyun. However, after listening for 2 hours in the early morning, the eternally enlightened Li Chongyun found himself unable to glean any profound insights from the teachings, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. After 3 days of contemplation, he had to reluctantly admit that he had made a blunder. The doctrines expounded by the Peacock Princess were not the esoteric techniques of cultivating Tao or engaging in duels, but rather discourses on compassion and exhortations towards goodness. Li Chongyun found himself both amused and exasperated, and he promptly decided not to squander any more time, bidding farewell to the Peacock Princess and returning swiftly to Ponzi Ridge. Upon his arrival at Ponzi Ridge, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of eager maidens. The air was thick with the scent of cosmetics mingled with the fragrance of their bodies. Chiju, genuinely regarding Li Chongyun as the patriarch of Ponzi Cave, grasped his hand and circled around him, ensuring he bore no injuries before inquiring, "Young master, have you returned after 3 or 4 days without locating that mysterious dragon?" The maidens' faces displayed concern. If that fiend had truly escaped, even if he could not summon powerful beings of the Demon King level, his calling upon allies for revenge would spell trouble. Li Chongyun merely smiled. How could that wretched beast possibly escape? Prepare the oil. Sister Chiju will cook tonight with dragon liver to accompany our drinks. At these words, the maidens were momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon them. Li Chongyun had indeed slain the mysterious dragon. Regardless of the circumstances, the mysterious dragon was a formidable demon at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. A strong presence even in the spiritually barren mortal realm. Its continued existence weighed heavily on the hearts of the Ponzi cave inhabitants, causing them great discomfort. Now, however, Li Chongyun had swiftly resolved this predicament. Zijou gazed thoughtfully at her beloved and remarked, "Do you remember the Li Lang from months ago, who had to resort to ambush tactics even against me, targeting my vital points? Now, he is capable of slaying earth immortals. Is this the innate talent of the human race?" Hearing this, the maidens also noted the astonishing speed of Li Chongyun's cultivation, their eyes widening in awe, feeling a twinge of envy within their hearts. Not all humans were prodigies, yet the young master exhibited exceptional comprehension and extraordinary gifts, clearly not a mere ordinary being. It was only a matter of time before he soared to the heavens. While praising Li Chongyun, Zijou's cheeks flushed slightly, akin to a wife extolling her husband. Dio not sweet talk. Hurry to the kitchen. Li Chongyun took out the dragon liver and dragon meat, and with a playful smile, Zijou summoned several spirit creatures, who bore the ingredients to prepare the evening feast. That night, within Ponzi Cave, goblets clinked and laughter rang out. A joyous celebration ensued, full of merriment. The next day, Li Chongyun personally brought some dragon liver and dragon meat to visit the Mountain God Temple and the Earth God Temple. Daoist Li, how could this be? The Earth God was taken aback. Had it not been for Li Chongyun, he, as an untrained Yin spirit, would never have enjoyed such a feast in his lifetime. Li Chongyun smiled. It is thanks to your information. The Earth God sighed. Previously, when I delivered the 10,000 souls banner to Ziyang Real Person, he remarked that you possess extraordinary talents and a righteous heart, and that you would surely achieve great things in the future. I did not expect it to come to fruition so swiftly, even slaying a mysterious dragon. I foresee your day of transcending tribulation and becoming an immortal is not far off. Such words were merely for listening. Whether they were genuinely uttered by Zhang Real Person or fabricated flattery by the Earth God remained uncertain. Alas, suddenly, the Earth God sighed. Li Chongyun frowned and asked, "Why the sigh, brother?" The Earth God forced a smile. "You are unaware, dear Taoist, that these days, the Zhuzi kingdom is in turmoil. Ponzi Ridge, being elevated, has experienced intermittent rains, while the places where the common folk reside have been inundated with heavy rains for half a month. The Zhuzi kingdom, considered a major human realm in Xinyo Hezhou, encompassed renowned mountains and rivers, such as Ponzi Ridge, Qilin Mountain, and Huanghua Temple, all rich in spiritual energy. Li Chongyun's expression turned grave. A continuous downpour for half a month is quite unusual. It is likely that either celestial beings are enraged or malevolent entities are causing havoc. Who could argue otherwise? The Earth God replied with a bitter smile. I have received a command token and must soon depart for the capital of the Zhuzi kingdom to lend a meager hand. The mountain god of Ponzi Ridge must have received a similar command. It is only natural that when humans face calamity, local Yin spirits strive to alleviate their suffering. Li Chongyun sighed deeply. Such noble intentions, regardless of whether it is celestial beings or demons in a rage, the ones who truly suffer are always the common folk. The masses bear the brunt of it. We are of little use. The Earth God remarked, Taoist Li, should you require assistance at that time, I hope you will extend your hand. We Yin spirits possess limited powers, and in critical moments, we must rely on those like you with genuine cultivation. Li Chongyun paused, comprehending the Earth God's intent. Just as last time when the Jiuyu Taoist caused chaos in this vicinity, Ziyang Real Person would spearhead the effort but would not personally intervene in such minor matters. Instead, he would delegate the task to the Yin spirits, and when those Yin spirits lacked sufficient power, they would seek external help that I do not dare to presume. But if you find yourself in need, feel free to send word. Li Chongyun agreed. To accept the invitation from the Yin spirits was tantamount to serving the heavenly court, undoubtedly promising generous rewards. With Taoist Li's assurance, I find solace. The Earth God expressed his gratitude, promptly producing a jade talisman to present to Li Chongyun, which could send messages across great distances. The Zhuzi kingdom borders the Jisai kingdom to the east and the Shutiao kingdom to the west. These three realms do not intrude upon each other, but rather provide mutual assistance. It was 200 years ago that a golden-winged great Peng descended from the heavens, devouring countless citizens of the Shirtiao kingdom. Selecting demon soldiers and generals from Shirtiao Ridge to take control of the kingdom, transforming it into a demon realm. Simultaneously, 200 years ago, the Jisai kingdom was blessed with auspicious signs as a golden relic descended from the sky, radiating Buddhist light and bestowing protection, resulting in national prosperity and peace, free from calamity. The Zhuzi kingdom, caught in the middle, experienced neither disaster nor blessing, leaving its people uncertain whether to rejoice or to despair. Now, for some unknown reason, the kingdom faced incessant spring rains lasting half a month, causing nationwide flooding, livestock swept away, and numerous homes collapsing, leaving the common folk without shelter in the face of such natural disasters. The king of the Zhuzi kingdom could only burn incense and pray, beseeching the gods and Buddhas, yet ultimately, the only response came from the local Yin spirits, earth god, city god, and others, but these Yin spirits wielded limited power. Not to mention alleviating the floods, they could not even ascertain the cause of the deluge. The moment of utter despair for the masses, a divine light descended from the heavens, landing upon the ramparts of the capital of the Zhuzi kingdom. Within this divine light stood an elderly man with a bamboo staff and straw sandals, his beard and hair all white, gazing mournfully at the inundated land below, filled with sorrow for the countless lives lost to the chaos caused by ancient demons. The old man spoke with a tone of melancholy, looking up at the heavens and then towards the west, ultimately releasing a sigh of helplessness. A celestial being, an elder celestial, the king of the Zhuzi kingdom, and a throng of nobles, already on the city walls seeking refuge, immediately approached to bow and pay their respects upon witnessing the immortal's descent. Might I inquire which god you are? Please, save the people of the Zhuzi kingdom. I am willing to erect 1,000 temples in your honor, with incense burning day and night. The king, accompanied by the queen and princes, knelt in the pouring rain, pleading earnestly, I am Zhangjiang. The old man introduced himself and continued, this torrential flood, I wish to quell, but my powers are too feeble to resolve this calamity. The king was taken aback. So it is the Zhang real person. Might I ask, what is the cause of this relentless rain? Zhang real person, a rare enlightened being among the human race since the last great tribulation and one of the 5 ancestors of the southern sect of the Golden Elixir School, had already attained enlightenment, ranking among the celestial order, his name resonating throughout the mortal realm. Upon hearing that even Zhang real person could not resolve the crisis, the king felt both fear and curiosity. Zhang stated, this rain is not the work of the rain officials from the heavenly court. Rather, it is the result of a great ancient demon stirring up trouble. This demon, born in ancient times and raised by the Huai River, is named Waziki. With formidable powers, it wreaks havoc and brings suffering to countless beings. It was later suppressed by the human sage Du and sealed beneath Turtle Mountain. In recent days, the seal of the sage Du has crumbled under the relentless passage of time, causing the Turtle Mountain to collapse and the Huai River to flood, while the monstrous Wu Zhiqi re-emerges, stirring chaos. Between heaven and earth lie the Yangtze, Yellow, Huai, and Ji rivers, collectively known as the 4 rivers. These waters traverse the 4 great continents, akin to the lifeblood of the earth. Is it true that even the sage Du could not subdue this Wu Zhiqi? The king of Zhuzi questioned with a hint of reluctance. Me? Zhang Ziyang shook his head with a bitter smile. He was not one to feign mystery like certain deities. Rather, he spoke candidly to humanity, declaring that Wu Zhiqi possesses immense supernatural powers and boundless magic. It is a great saint of the demon clan. Even the sage Du could only seal it away. I am merely a golden immortal, no match for Wu Zhiqi. Of course, such a formidable demon would attract divine intervention. But that would take time. Upon hearing this, the king of Zhuzi breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, his kingdom would not be annihilated by the demon clan. He then inquired, Zhang Ziyang, please employ your celestial arts to halt this flood. However, Zhang Ziyang merely shook his head again, stating, this is the Huai River. Ordinary magic cannot resist it. It requires a treasure of the world. I have dispatched a shadow deity to the kingdom of Jisai to seek the borrowing of their national treasure, the Golden Light Relic. If we can procure it, the flood may be resolved. The expression of the king of Zhuzi darkened as he replied, that is indeed a national treasure. The king of Jisai is unlikely to lend it out. Then there is nothing that can be done. Zhang Ziyang sighed. Within the Huai River, Countless demons and monsters abound. I have come here to fend off the demon tide. As you are the king of this land, you should find a way to keep your people as far from the flood as possible. There will be demons." Upon hearing this, the king of Zhuzi's face turned pale. Zhang Ziyang collected his thoughts, flipping his palm to reveal a talisman, and with it, he conveyed orders to the shadow deities nearby. Within 3 days, there will be Huai River spirits arriving with this rainstorm. All shadow deities within the borders of Zhuzi, heed my call for a bounty. Those with profound cultivation, come forth to eradicate the evil spirits. I shall offer 3,000 golden pills of Ziyang as a reward. Once again, a bounty. Once again, it is Zhang Ziyang. On the Panxi Ridge, not long after, Li Chongyun received a message from the Earth God. The Huai River floods, Zhuzi suffers calamity, and countless spirits and demons will invade, devouring humanity. This is indeed a matter of immense merit. After receiving the message, Li Chongyun felt a stirring in his heart. After all, he was also of the human race. Witnessing his kin in such disaster, he was willing to exert himself to save them within his capabilities. Moreover, the demons of the Huai River were bizarre and varied. His Shanhai scroll would surely be able to capture many of them, thus accumulating substantial cultivation insights, and perhaps even receiving feedback on the way. Zhang Ziyang was offering 3,000 golden pills of Ziyang as rewards. Li Chongyun was not very familiar with these golden pills of Ziyang. At this, Qi Zhu's beautiful eyes shone with excitement, stating, "Only those at the golden immortal level can refine the essence of celestial spirits, harmonizing their own Tao rhythm to concoct golden pills. This is a top-tier elixir among celestial pills. Consuming it not only significantly enhances one's cultivation, but also allows one to absorb the Tao rhythm of the refiner. Akin to receiving personal teachings, which greatly aids in comprehending the Tao. Qi Zhu was currently in a phase of dedicated enlightenment. No wonder she was so thrilled that in that case, I must make the journey." Li Chongyun declared, having firmly resolved to go to In the following days. He did not enter closed-door cultivation. Instead, he utilized fragments of formation patterns to set up a protective array on Panxi Ridge. Drawing on the spiritual essence of the Zhuogua Spring, creating an everlasting formation, the array possessed formidable defensive power, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of Earth immortals. Furthermore, the array had offensive capabilities, allowing Li Chongyun's Ziyang Divine Fire to unleash 3 strikes, equally lethal to Earth immortal level cultivators. With these preparations, Li Chongyun felt somewhat more at ease as he set out. "Young master, I shall accompany you," Qi Zhu said, grasping Li Chongyun's sleeve with a pleading tone, her eyes revealing stubbornness and determination. Seeing this, Li Chongyun could only nod in agreement. "We shall go as well." Zi Zhu took the lead, and the other women chimed in enthusiastically. Qi Zhu frowned and admonished, "You do not practice diligently on ordinary days. Your powers are feeble. Will you assist in vanquishing the demons? Or will you hinder young master and me?" Cheng Zhu sighed. "Sister speaks the truth. This journey to the capital of Zhuzi is a matter of life and death. It is no trifling affair. We should remain at home to cultivate." The women, though reluctant, could only acquiesce. Qi Zhu reiterated, "While young master and I are away, you must adhere to the rules. Do not descend the mountain. Do not harm others. In the past, we harmed others due to our demonic nature. Now that we follow young master, this is our chance to embrace humanity. Do not lead yourselves astray." "Yes, sister, we will remember," the women replied, not daring to refute Qi Zhu's admonitions. Nodding earnestly. Once everything was settled, Li Chongyun took Qi Zhu's hand, riding the winds directly towards the capital of Zhuzi. After traveling 400 to 500 miles, they plunged into a sky filled with dark clouds. The torrential Huai waters transforming into rain, pouring down upon the land. Looking down, the once tranquil villages, bustling towns, and prosperous cities now lay submerged, a vast expanse of water, where demons ran rampant, and countless citizens were trapped within. Engulfed in despair, amidst the dark clouds, glimmers of light appeared. Many cultivators, like Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu, had been invited to exorcise the demons, either acting alone or in small groups, employing various means to ride the winds and soar towards Zhuzi city. The suffering of the common people was evident to the cultivators. However, they needed to first seek out Zhang Ziyang to register their names. Otherwise, even if they vanquished the demons, who would remember their contributions? Thus, many human citizens, initially cheering for the manifestation of the immortals, believing salvation was at hand, were caught off guard as they watched demons treating humans as mere sustenance, beheading them and drinking their blood, gutting them and tearing out their hearts. Do not lay down your weapons. Attack, cried a human, valiantly engaging the demons with mundane weaponry, fighting fiercely, though their strength was naturally insufficient. They battled for their lives. Men protecting women, the young shielding the elderly and children, a scene of tremendous valor. Not only Li Chongyun, but even Qi Zhu felt a stir of emotion at this moment. Among all living beings, humanity is the most astute and cunning. Yet, they are also filled with profound emotions, unlike any beast or fowl. Young master, just as Qi Zhu was lost in thought, she noticed Li Chongyun halt, then charged towards the raging flood below. Riding the winds, he brandished his pure yang sword, unleashing a flurry of sword rays, and in an instant, countless demon heads fell to the ground. Following suit, Qi Zhu swiftly joined the fray, wielding a treasured sword to slay the demons, though she felt a pang of regret over the loss of merit. Witnessing Li Chongyun's actions, she could only temporarily expend her efforts in vain. Li Chongyun led the charge against the demons, while Qi Zhu followed closely, providing support, slashing at the demons while shooting silk from her waist to pull drowning victims ashore. Their teamwork was remarkably synchronized. Mountain refining technique. In the midst of the downpour, rather than waste his magic on the Ziyang divine fire, Li Chongyun continuously refined the mountains, smashing them into the flood to create safe ground for the stranded victims. Li Dao friend. After about half an hour of slaying demons and rescuing people, a patch of land above the flood burst forth, revealing the earth god of Tianjia village within the realm of Panxi Ridge. He tossed his talisman over, and Qi Zhu hurriedly caught it. I have arrived late. Li Dao friend. Qi Zhu Dao friend. After you slay the demons, place the demon blood upon this talisman to record your merits. Those who came to assist were shadow deities summoned by the earth god, using their respective talismans as recording tools, which was both precise and convenient. The earth god chose to remain and lend his strength. After all, shadow deities were sanctioned by the heavenly court, possessing certain magical powers, capable of earthbound techniques, and commanding the winds of the underworld. While they could not eradicate the demons, rescuing people was well within their abilities. However, the capital city of Zhuzi was exceedingly prosperous, surrounded by hundreds of miles of human habitation, with a population exceeding millions, and the demons emerging from the surging flood showed no signs of abating. How could they possibly eliminate them all? Even with the thousands of cultivators gathered within the borders of Zhuzi, it was a daunting task. However, in comparison to the vast multitude of demons and spirits, it still appears somewhat insufficient. Fortunately, the overall strength of these entities is not formidable, with only about 1/10 to 1/12 being earth immortals, and no celestial demons have yet made their appearance. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped the world. The first day of demon slaying concluded, and Li Chongyun and his companions chose a dilapidated city to rest. This place lay several dozen miles from Zhuzi City and was quite a sizable settlement. Within its walls, many citizens had already suffered casualties. Thousands of people congregated atop the city walls, their heads forming a dense, dark mass, with countless men, women, and children jostling for space. The celestial talismans were stained red. Qi Zhu gazed at the bloodied talisman in her hand, its surface drenched in crimson, reeking of a chaotic aura, having absorbed the blood of at least 1,000 spirits, which filled her heart with excitement. However, upon seeing Li Chongyun beside her, who bore an expression of fatigue, her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Alas, my friend Li need not feel troubled. The earth god sighed and said, in my mortal life, I was a virtuous man from the land beneath Panxi Ridge, exhausting my wealth to build bridges and roads, fully aware that one cannot provide for every individual in this world. After my death, I attained the position of a Yin spirit due to my merits, believing that as a deity, I could protect the local populace. Yet, in reality, it is laughable. He concluded with a bitter smile. Having discerned the reason for Li Chongyun's gloom, he added, as for rescuing people, one can only do their utmost. Li Chongyun smiled, replying, I am merely a bit weary. Well said. The earth god requested the bloodied talisman from Qi Zhu, saying, I shall first visit Zhang Zhenren. These merits can be exchanged daily for Zhang golden pills. Consuming such miraculous elixirs will alleviate any fatigue. Zhuzi City. Upon the city walls, hundreds of cultivators gathered, as the king of Juzi had sent for fine wines to warm these immortals on this chilly night. Raindrops pattered heavily from the sky, each drop weighing down with an oppressive chill. The king of Juzi and his ministers huddled in the shadows, while the immortals and Yin spirits clustered around Zhang Junren. Slay 3 demons. Receive 1 Xiang golden pill. Slay 4 demons. Receive 1 Xiang golden pill. Slay 16 demons. Receive 3 Zhang golden pills. Slay 24 demons. Receive 4 Zhang golden pills. Slay 12 demons. Receive 2 Zhang golden pills. Numerous cultivators were exchanging their merits, with the strength of the demons they had slain varying. Thus their merits were not equal. The quantity served merely as a reference, and the final exchange of Xiang golden pills depended on Zhang Junren's personal assessment. The elixirs, rich in Taoist essence, elicited expressions of excitement among the cultivators. They began to compare among themselves, for Zhang Junren had promised only 3,000 pills, and once distributed, there would be no more. Zhang Junren, we are the cultivators from Qilin Mountain. I am Qilin Zi, and these are my 6 disciples. Responding to your summons, we dare not be negligent and have come to exterminate the demons. Qilin Zi was considered a top-tier powerhouse among this group of cultivators, possessing complete mastery as an earth immortal and wielding numerous magical artifacts. His 6 disciples had also ascended to the rank of earth immortals. Such a force was quite formidable within the borders of Juzi. Qilin Mountain. Zhang Xiang inquired, his gaze penetrating and insightful. The Jiuyu Taoist who previously caused turmoil emerged from your sect, did he not? Upon hearing this, Qilin Zi, adorned in a resplendent Taoist robe, visibly paled, and murmurs arose around him, for the notorious reputation of the Jiuyu Taoist was well known. Alas, indeed, the miscreant hails from Qilin Mountain, but he was expelled from the sect before his misdeeds. I hope Zhang Junren can discern this. Qilin Zi's senior disciple spoke respectfully. I harbor no ill will, Zhang Xiang replied, slightly shaking his head. Moreover, he has come across the inheritance I left in the mortal realm. Should one trace the origins, I too must bear some responsibility. However, the Tao should not be easily transmitted. This matter must serve as a caution. Qilin Zi quickly affirmed, what the Junren says is indeed true. As he spoke, he reverently produced 3 talismans for display. Clearly, his sect was jointly recommended by several Yin spirits near Qilin Mountain. Zhang Xiang released a strand of divine consciousness, discerning the information inscribed on the talismans, and nodded slightly. Your sect has slain 342 spirits in a single day, demonstrating not only considerable strength, but also great dedication. With a wave of his hand, a series of bright purple gold elixirs floated into view. Countless cultivators observed with keen interest, instantly recognizing that the Qilin Mountain lineage had received a total of 79 Zhang golden pills. 79 Zhang golden pills? Once refined, Qilin Zi would likely attain enlightenment. After this expedition, the Qilin Mountain lineage would undoubtedly ascend to prominence within Juzi's cultivation realm. Congratulations, congratulations! The cultivators of Qilin Mountain have displayed great valor in slaying demons, earning such favor from Zhang Junren. Which is only fitting. Qilin Zi's face glowed with excitement as he steadied his trembling hands, stowing away the 79 Zhang golden pills, and promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Zhang Junren. Zhang Junren, the earth god from Tianjia village in Ponzi Ridge, seeks an audience. At this moment, an elderly voice resonated from the crowd, and the diminutive earth god squeezed through the legs of the cultivators, arriving before Zhang Junren. He adjusted his attire, bowed deeply, and stated, I have come to claim the pills. The practice of Yin spirits collecting elixirs was not uncommon, but rather unheard of. Cultivators, having attained immortality, sought eternal life and freedom as their ultimate goal. Yet, the path to the Tao is arduous, and the traces of immortals are elusive. True celestial beings are beyond their reach. Zhang Junren was an exception. Although he ranked among the immortals, he often traversed the mortal realm, caring for the suffering of the populace. Thus, the opportunity to meet Zhang Junren was coveted by all cultivators. I wonder which esteemed friend possesses such clout as to send a Yin spirit to run errands for elixirs. Even Zhang Junren finds it difficult to meet him. Such a grand display. Commanding a Yin spirit was audacious indeed. Perhaps they had slain too few demons to be embarrassed to show their faces. Those capable of commanding Yin spirits surely possessed considerable ability. Undoubtedly, This esteemed friend was guarding the populace in another city, far superior to us. Immediately, the air filled with murmurs of ridicule and scorn. The earth god furrowed his brow, knowing he could not allow these individuals to distort the truth in front of Zhang Jinren. He raised his voice. Indeed, my friend Li has been stationed in Feng City, safeguarding the people. His absence is merely due to exhaustion from a full day of battle. He, the senior disciple of Qilin Mountain, chuckled. This earth god speaks humorously. Are we not all weary after a day's fighting? Laughter erupted around them. Zhang Xiang frowned slightly and asked aloud, Is Li Chongyun present? The earth god, whose face had flushed with anger, brightened at once and hurriedly nodded. In response to the Jinren, It is indeed Li Chongyun, my friend. The laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an air of astonishment. Who was Li Chongyun? Crucially, Zhang Jinren recognized him. The earth god continued. The one who came to slay demons is indeed my friend Li Chongyun, along with Qi Zhu from Ponzi Ridge. They have just arrived near Feng City, witnessing the demons slaughtering the human race, and thus did not come to pay their respects, instead commencing their demon slaying on the spot. Alas, I feel ashamed. My talisman has been delivered late, and many merits cannot be recorded. As he spoke, he produced a talisman stained with demon blood. The surrounding cultivators frowned. They had all come to assist, naturally for Zhang Jinren and the Xiang Golden Pills. Yet, they had donned a facade of altruism, seeking to present themselves well. Upon their arrival, their immediate priority was to pay homage to Zhang Jinren and claim the talismans from the Yin spirits. Without exception, mentioning Li Chongyun's actions was akin to slapping everyone's face to that moment. The earth god realized his misstep, recognizing that his words might incite the ire of others. The bloodstained talisman bore numerous marks. Qilin Zi forced a smile. I presume that this friend Li Chongyun must have slain countless demons. I would indeed like to befriend him. It seems you have a connection, he remarked. Hearing this, Zhang Xing couldn't help but smile slightly. May I ask, Jinren, what is the nature of this connection? Qilin Zi inquired eagerly. Zhang Xiang replied. He is the one who has slain the Jiuyu. Speaking of which, you owe him a favor to clear the sect. The face of Kalinzi had become utterly rigid. Was it indeed Li Chongyun who struck down the Jiuyo Taoist? That Jiuyo fellow possessed formidable powers, ranking among the elite of the Earth Immortals. Yet he fell to such a character, Li Chongyun. That name is certainly unfamiliar. Jiuyo, notorious for his heinous acts and the slaughter of countless innocent civilians, was justly dealt with by Li Chongyun among the cultivators. Some marveled at Li Chongyun's prowess, while others cheered for him. After all, in comparison, the Jiuyo Taoist was the truly infamous one, deserving of his downfall. Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu had vanquished a staggering 1,331 demons. As Zhang Xiang concluded his words, he too felt a measure of astonishment. However, the celestial records of merit were a matter of the heavenly court system, and there was no room for falsification. What? 1,331? Yes, this was merely the work of the two of them. Could it be that these two Taoists have already ascended to the heavenly immortal realm? The cultivators atop the city walls erupted in fervor. Previously, the record for demon slaying had belonged to the 7 disciples of Qilin Mountain, who collectively had vanquished over 400 demons, averaging 70 slayings per person. Yet, Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu had achieved the extraordinary feat of vanquishing over 1,300 demons. With each of them stained by the blood of 600 to 700 fiends, such a record was almost beyond belief. Could an earth immortal truly attain such heights? Consequently, many speculated that Li Chongyun might be a heavenly immortal. Although most human cultivators are guided to ascend to the celestial realm after achieving immortality, there are often exceptions that Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu were merely 2 earth immortals. At that moment, Zhang Yinglong, the eldest disciple of Qilin Mountain, remarked, When I arrived, I too saw 2 individuals who had not proceeded to Zhuzi City, but were instead slaying demons below, one donned in silver-white brocade, and the other in a crimson gown. They must be the 2 of them. Earth immortals possess such magical prowess. Indeed, exceptional talents often have exceptional mentors. As the multitude sang praises of Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu, Kalinzi's complexion twitched, and the expressions of the 7 disciples of Qilin Mountain turned exceedingly grim. Jiuyo's demise at the hands of Li Chongyun, aided by outsiders in clearing the path, was akin to a slap in the face, and their once proud record of demon slaying paled in comparison to Li Chongyun's accomplishments, leaving them flushed with embarrassment and envy. Here lay 168 Zhang Golden Pills, presented to the two of them. Zhang Xiang publicly handed the golden pills to the Earth God, the radiant pills shimmering with a brilliance that was hard to resist. "Thank you, esteemed one." The Earth God hurriedly stowed the golden pills into his bag and promptly took his leave. The Xiang golden pills served merely as encouragement. He urged all Taoist friends to strive for greater achievements in demon slaying tomorrow, promising further rewards after this calamity had passed. Zhang Xiang's words inspired the crowd to the west of Zhuzi City, 30 miles away, Leifeng City. The Earth God hurried back, delivering all the Xiang golden pills to Li Chongyun. The more than 160 pills radiated spiritual energy, casting a rosy glow upon Qiju's delicate face. Feeling the resonance of the Tao within, her heart raced with excitement. The generosity of Zhang Zhenren is truly remarkable. The Tao essence contained within a single golden pill can sustain my cultivation for 3 months. With just 30 or 40 pills, I could elevate my understanding of the demon spider path to the harmonious realm. The path chosen by Qiju was merely one among myriad lesser paths, and its difficulty was relatively low. She had not anticipated such bountiful resources from this demon-slaying venture on the very first day. Dear Taoist Qiju, you speak erroneously. The Earth God interjected. These Xiang golden pills are not easily obtained. Most cultivators on their first day can only exchange for 3 or 4 pills at most. Even Kalinzi and his 6 disciples, after slaying 300 to 400 demons, only received 49 Xiang golden pills. Though you two did not venture to Zhuzi City, your fame has already spread. The Earth God, revealing a hint of regret, confessed his inadvertent misstep, apologizing. It was my careless words that might have caused trouble for Taoist Li. The expressions of the Qilin Mountain disciples shifted dramatically. They were undoubtedly harboring grudges. I Chongyun laughed heartily. No matter, you were merely speaking on my behalf. I do regret not witnessing their expressions firsthand. Alas, such a splendid opportunity for public acclaim was left to the Earth God. The Earth God could only offer a wry smile, struggling to keep pace with Li Chongyun's thoughts. Qiju expressed her concerns. The Geo-Taoist sectmates are likely formidable as well, and with the benefits we've gained, we may inevitably attract envy. That is a valid point. Li Chongyun nodded, yet smiled. However, the path of cultivation inherently involves contention, with heaven, with earth, and with others. Why should we shy away from confrontation, whether it be the disciples of Qilin Mountain or others? Should anyone wish to bring us harm, let them come and see who prevails. In short, life and death should be viewed with indifference. If one is unwilling to submit, then let them fight. With the mountain and sea scroll in his possession, capable of recording beings from gods to demons, he intended to leverage this advantage. Though the path of the Guodao is indeed steadier, it is also slow to develop in 300 years. The entire 3 realms and 6 paths will be engulfed in a cataclysmic calamity, at which point no one will be able to endure. Let us distribute the pills. Li Chongyun began to allocate the Xiang golden pills. The Earth God, having worked diligently throughout the day, intended to take a few as a token gesture. However, the Earth God resolutely declined, stating that the heavenly court would offer additional rewards to the Yin gods later. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun ceased to insist. The remaining pills were pooled between Li Chongyun and Qiju, with Qiju temporarily taking 10 for herself. They each consumed 1 pill, and Qiju sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the essence of the golden pill. Li Chongyun, confident in his deep Tao comprehension, found no need for such caution. He casually consumed the pills as if they were mere beans, allowing the operation of the Wu Zhen Pian within him to naturally refine the essence. His cultivation and the resonance of the Tao within him surged rapidly. At the stroke of midnight, Li Chongyun stood atop the city wall, observing streams of light descending from the direction of Zhuzi City. About 20 individuals landed upon the wall, clad in Taoist robes and wielding magical artifacts. They were all human cultivators. Upon seeing Qiju, the group paused in surprise. A demon. Among the demon kind, there exist those who maintain close ties with the Yin gods. Yet they are exceedingly rare. Just as they pondered, the Earth God approached, and after a brief explanation, the cultivators lowered their guard, recognizing that the Earth Immortal and Perfect Realm and the white-clad youth beside her were indeed Qiju and Li Chongyun. We have come at the behest of Zhang Zhenren to guard this city alongside you and protect the citizens within. The group stated their purpose, performing a distant salute to Qiju and Li Chongyun as a form of greeting. They then dispersed in pairs along the city wall. The fiends had merely been temporarily repelled, and the next assault could commence at any moment, necessitating vigilance. Today had yielded considerable gains in Dao cultivation. Li Chongyun stood upon the wall, perusing the mountain and sea scroll. Throughout the day, he had vanquished thousands of fiends, encompassing 3 to 4 dozen varieties. He had accrued 6,800 years of Dao cultivation, bringing his total to 18,900 years. Amidst the myriad records, one particular entry remained incomplete. The scroll revealed ancient characters glowing brightly. The Huai River of the mountains and seas point one of the 4 rivers of the human realm. The Huai River flows endlessly, nurturing countless demons and monsters, teeming with immortal spirits. Li Chongyun, drenched in the downpour, observed as the river's colors deepened within the scroll. It was the first time he had discovered that the mountain and sea scroll could also record rivers. Moreover, the process was remarkably simple, merely requiring contact. The night was thick and heavy, like dark ink, concealing countless greedy maws and sharp claws within its depths. With Li Chongyun and Shizhu present, along with the 20 or more newly arrived cultivators, the citizens atop the city felt a sense of reassurance and managed to rest against one another. "Your Highness," a group of soldiers bowed to a woman clad in a crimson cloak. She patted one of the soldiers on the shoulder, holding a wine pouch in her hand, and strolled toward the solitary figure of a youth in white standing alone in the rain atop the city wall. "I have encountered an immortal," she said, bowing with genuine respect. "I am Princess Lingwei of the Zhuzi Kingdom, and I offer you this wine." With that, she extended the wine pouch toward him. Li Chongyun's mind was ever vigilant, having sensed an approaching presence since early morning. Turning around, he beheld a young woman in her 20s, her blood-red cloak draped over dark armor, a sword and knife at her waist point. One hand held the wine pouch, while the other cradled a similarly dark helmet. Her countenance was dignified and beautiful, with elegant brows framing her striking eyes, exuding a spirited demeanor. Li Chongyun. He casually introduced himself, accepting the wine pouch and taking a sip. Li Chongyun. "Is that truly the name of the immortal?" Lingwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued. "Thank you immensely for slaying the demons and saving lives today. If it weren't for you, Fengcheng would surely have fallen, and there would be thousands of lives lost on these walls, with over 100,000 more scattered throughout the city. You have saved them. I merely acted upon the bounty offered by Zhang Jinren. If we are to speak of merit, you are the remarkable one, particularly with your swordsmanship," Li Chongyun remarked appreciatively. This was not mere flattery. He had observed the prowess of this crimson-cloaked woman earlier, noting her exceptional skill in combat as she valiantly fought alongside the soldiers, injuring formidable foes on several occasions. Martial arts, for cultivators, were equally vital. Whether through hand-to-hand combat or wielding weapons, mastering such skills allowed one to strike at weaknesses, achieving extraordinary effects with minimal effort. In Li Chongyun's eyes, among the many cultivators present, if their powers were sealed, none would rival the princess's martial prowess, himself included. To be honest, I am the foremost swordsman in the Zhuzi Kingdom. I commenced my sword training at 5, defeated my master by 12, and since the age of 15, I have never known defeat. To this day, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Lingwei laughed heartily, her joy evident, though her gaze soon dimmed. Yet, human strength has its limits. In the face of demons, mere mortals are insufficient. Immortal, I have a humble request. Could you teach me the ways of cultivation? Having faced this calamity, Lingwei felt a profound sense of helplessness in her encounter with the monstrous beings. She yearned for power, a means to protect her people. Though many immortals had come today, only Li Chongyun stood out, for he did not turn a blind eye to the suffering of the populace. Instead, he drew his sword and fought the demons, while others flocked to Zhuzi City to pay homage to Zhang Jinren. Only Li Chongyun and his companions remained in Fengcheng. "You wish for me to teach you?" Li Chongyun shook his head. "I, along with most of those present today, may appear capable of soaring through the heavens, but in truth, we are merely cultivators with some magical power, far from being true immortals." "Cultivators?" Lingwei pondered, her expression growing dim. Li Chongyun continued. "However, I can propose a trade." He produced a Zhang gold pill, a precious boon from Zhang Jinren, which greatly aids in cultivation. For mortals, consuming it could prolong life, cure ailments, and significantly enhance physical strength, granting the ability to slay demons. Upon hearing this, Ling Wei's previously despondent eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Yet her nature was sound, and she retained her composure, inquiring, "What must I offer in return?" "Your insights into the sword," Li Chongyun replied, already holding forth the Zhang gold pill. "Just my sword insights." Ling Wei hesitated, but upon meeting the clear gaze of the man in white before her, she resolutely accepted the Zhang gold pill. Trusting her instincts that Li Chongyun was a person of virtue who would not exploit her, a mere mortal. "Clear your mind," Li Chongyun instructed, then gently touched her forehead that a surge of consciousness connected their souls, allowing him to directly absorb her insights into the sword from her mind. This method was vastly superior to mere manuals or demonstrations, enabling him to fully assimilate her swordsmanship as his own. He was bestowing a Zhang gold pill upon a mortal? Such a waste. Trading such a treasure for a mere mortal technique was truly extravagant. No matter how extraordinary the technique, it remained just that, a technique. Incapable of comparing to the arts of immortals, this Li Chongyun was utterly reckless. Alas, the Zhang gold pill of another is not for us to critique. The cultivators, with their keen senses, observed the transaction between Li Chongyun and Princess Ling Wei. Utterly bewildered, their frustration palpable. In my view, Li Chongyun seems like a kept man. That Qi Zhu was a demon of complete mastery in the earthly realm, surely formidable, having slain over 1,000 demons today. Much of the credit was likely hers. Li Chongyun was just a novice cultivator. How could he possess such capabilities? I agree. Perhaps it was Qi Zhu who vanquished the 9 hells. This Li Chongyun was merely a parasite, shamelessly entangled with demons. Envy coursed through some cultivators as they silently exchanged thoughts, disparaging Li Chongyun. Boom. The moment Li Chongyun's consciousness touched Ling Wei's soul, the Shanhai scroll within him stirred once more, flipping rapidly to the ghost section. The pale pages revealed black lines outlining the form of a divine sword. The ghost sword soul. Ghosts, through countless cycles of reincarnation, retain their essence and eternity. Those who possess a sword soul, having traversed millions of lifetimes, may lose their memories each time, but their understanding of the sword can accumulate, reaching the essence of the 3,000 paths of swordsmanship. Upon death, the sword soul re-enters the cycle of rebirth. Not recorded. The ghost scroll, the sword soul. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, his heart astonished. The Shanhai scroll was divided into sections for mountains, seas, humans, demons, gods, immortals, and devils, each containing multitudes. This ghost section was triggered for the first time. And it was due to a singular individual. This Princess Ling Wei was, in fact, a reincarnation of a sword soul, the ability to accumulate insights about the sword across countless lifetimes, intertwined with the 6 paths of reincarnation, remained untainted and could directly access the sword path within the 3,000 avenues. Who could have foreseen that such a terrifying existence lay dormant within a mere mortal, successfully recording the sword soul? He had gained a seed of swordsmanship. The communion of souls between Li Chongyun and Ling Wei equated to direct contact with the sword soul, allowing the Shanhai scroll to successfully document this occurrence. Although he did not gain any cultivation from this, he acquired something far more precious, a seed of swordsmanship. As one of the 3,000 paths, and the path most adept at offensive maneuvers, the sword path was a coveted treasure. Li Chongyun had merely sought to learn a technique to enhance his martial prowess, yet he had unwittingly acquired a seed of the great path. He withdrew his hand, and within his consciousness, countless insights in his swordsmanship began to flourish. How is it? Ling Wei, momentarily lost in thought, quickly regained her composure and inquired, her charming face flushed with embarrassment. My swordsmanship, no matter how refined, is but that of a mortal, yet I have exchanged it for an immortal's gold pill. Thank you, immortal master. Li Chongyun chuckled. It is I who should be thanking you. You should consume the Zhang gold pill now, and I shall protect you. Many cultivators witnessed his act of gifting the Zhang gold pill to Ling Wei, and among them, there were surely some with treacherous intentions. Very well, Ling Wei nodded, promptly consuming the gold pill. A tremor coursed through her body, bringing a brief moment of pain. She quickly settled into a meditative pose, allowing her body to absorb the pill's potency, warmth enveloping her as fragrant sweat began to bead on her skin. This is an immortal pill. It will not harm you. The heat you feel is perfectly normal. Excellent. Ling Wei gritted her teeth, yet a smile began to emerge at the corners of her eyes as she felt her vitality surging. A transformation akin to being reborn. Roar. As midnight approached, a terrifying roar echoed through the dark. Rushing waters, a cacophony of sounds both near and far. Those standing atop the city wall looked down in horror, witnessing a myriad of crimson, azure, and emerald eyes glowing ominously from the depths of the water. Ha! Zhang Ziang, once again, it is you, this meddlesome old Taoist, who is spoiling our demon clan's plans. Today, as the 9 infants return to the world, I shall first feast upon you, beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, amidst the swirling clouds and rain. A colossal creature extends 9 heads towards the mortal realm, gazing greedily upon the earth below. South of the Huai River, a ferocious beast lurks, capable of spewing water and fire. Its cries resemble the wails of an infant, and due to its 9 heads, it is known as the 9 infants. Li Chongyun stands atop the city wall, casting his gaze upwards at the writhing necks of the 9 heads, and a chill runs down his spine. Strictly speaking, on that fateful day, the Xuanlong size was not inferior to that of the 9 infants. However, in terms of oppressive aura, it was but a fraction of the 9 infants' might. Beside him, Ling Wei, infused with the essence of the Xiang golden elixir, rises, yet upon witnessing such a monstrous entity, her face pales in terror. Qi Zhu, along with the earth deity and other cultivators upon the city wall, are not faring much better. Under the weight of the 9 infants' presence, their primordial spirits tremble uncontrollably as for the common folk. They have long succumbed to shivers, resembling sheep caught in a thunderstorm. Legend has it that the 9 infants are a unique and fearsome creature born of the Huai River. Whenever it meets its demise, it is reborn in the same waters. The last time the 9 infants were slain was at the hands of the great archer Ho-I. After countless tribulations, this dreadful beast has returned once more. The earth deity's voice quivers as he speaks. The current 9 infants should only possess the realm of a golden immortal. I wonder if Zhang Jinren can contend with it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a beam of golden light shot forth from the distant Juzi city. 30 miles away, soaring into the clouds, showering the world in endless auspicious clouds. Last time, you managed to escape by sheer luck in the Huai River. Now you dare to boast before this humble Taoist. Truly amusing. Do you wish to devour me? Let us see how strong your teeth are. Zhang Ziang declared loudly, immediately engaging in combat with the 9 infants. Humph! Do not act shamelessly. Last time, it was your southern sect's 5 ancestors who took advantage of my weakened state to ambush me in the Huai River. Today, you stand alone. How can you hope to survive? The 9 infants roared violently, its ferocious cries reverberating through the heavens, its malevolent aura spreading across dozens of miles, mercilessly overpowering even the auspicious light surrounding Zhang Jinren. Suddenly, from the west, a melodious cry rang out, heralding the arrival of a vibrant peacock, its resplendent feathers illuminating the night sky as it ascended into the clouds to join the fray at a peacock's bloodline. The 9 infants bellowed in uncontainable rage. You, as a sacred spirit, dare to protect these feeble humans? What a disgrace! Buddha is compassionate, subduing demons and saving lives. A woman's cold voice resonated, seemingly imbued with boundless magical power. Is it the Peacock Princess from Biluo Mountain? The earth deity, well-versed in matters of the world, recognized the vibrant peacock at first glance. At that moment, Li Chongyun's expression shifted. He had not anticipated encountering this celestial being so soon. Her strength was on par with Zhang Jinren and the 9 infants, likely also a golden immortal. With the alliance of the Peacock Princess and Zhang Jinren, they should be capable of dealing with the 9 infants. Even if they could not slay it, they could at least hold it at bay. The earth deity breathed a sigh of relief, but upon seeing the floodwaters beginning to rise, he bitterly remarked, with the emergence of the 9 infants, the number of demons and spirits drawn forth by the Huai River has increased, and their power has grown stronger. At this moment, Li Chongyun began to comprehend why the Xiang golden elixir could be exchanged for rewards on that day rather than distributed after the calamity had passed. It was likely that Zhang Jinren had foreseen that this Huai River catastrophe would not be easily surmountable. The thousands of cultivators gathered might not suffice, necessitating the urgent use of the Xiang golden elixir to bolster their powers. Roar! In the heavens above, the 9 infants unleashed a peculiar roar, like a sovereign issuing a decree. The hordes of demons, who had long been lying in wait amidst the floodwaters, revealed their sharp claws and teeth. Resuming their hunt for humanity, scales shimmered, and demonic energies surged into the sky. In an instant, the floodwaters swelled, waves crashing violently as countless demons and spirits brandished their claws, launching a ferocious assault on the already precarious city walls. Submerged in the rising waters, this time, their targets were not merely the flesh of mortals. Many powerful demons were now set upon the cultivators. Damn it, why are there so many spirits surrounding this city? So many demons of the earth immortal realm. Save me, something feels amiss. Why is my magical power dissipating? The rain, there is something wrong with the rain. The cultivators atop Feng City fell into disarray. During the day, they had clustered around Juzi City, where nearly all cultivators had gathered, with Zhang Jinren stationed there, rendering the demons too fearful to act boldly. Many were merely biding their time, eager to seize a few demon kills to claim as their own merit. Now, however, the extended front line of Feng City consisted of only 20 or so of them, each needing to fend for themselves. Some cultivators of lesser strength found themselves in a state of panic. Teetering on the brink of disaster in this life and death crisis, the cultivators suddenly realized that their magical powers seemed to be behaving unusually. The spells they had honed and mastered were now exceedingly difficult to cast. The rain is transformed from the waters of the Huai River, which can weigh down magical power. Your powers have not truly vanished, but have become burdensome and unwieldy, the earth deity hastily explained. Under normal circumstances, drawing from the Huai River for cultivation would enhance magical prowess and refinement. However, in this realm teeming with demons, one must exercise caution. With the 9 infants now manifest, the demonic tide had come with startling abruptness, leaving many unprepared. Whoosh! In a state of panic, one cultivator chose to abandon the city, soaring into the air on the wind. Roar! The sound of a demonic roar echoed through the night sky as a massive water serpent, clad in shimmering green scales, suddenly lunged forth, towering over the city walls, and swallowed the fleeing cultivator whole. A great demon of the earth immortal realm. Ha! Truly delicious is the flesh of cultivators, the serpent demon cackled cruelly, shaking its head as it sought to continue its rampage, but was met with a barrage of magical light that caused it to bleed profusely, forcing it to retreat. Fellow cultivators, the demons come at us fiercely. But we are not without our strength. Let us unite and defend the city. There is no doubt we can succeed. However, if one chooses to flee out of fear, it will only lead to one's own demise. A middle-aged cultivator clad in a yellow 8 trigrams robe shouted. Under his leadership, the others regained their composure, organizing themselves to counter the relentless onslaught of demons. It was only at this moment that they realized the Xing Golden Elixir was not a mere gift. The task of slaying demons and safeguarding the living indeed bore the risk of life and death. It was too late to withdraw now. They could only grit their teeth and persevere. The Huai River weighs down magical power? I feel little of it. Likely due to the effects of the Shanhai Scroll, Li Chongyun stood steadfast atop the city wall, wielding the pure yang sword as wind and rain lashed against him. The Shanhai Scroll's absorption of the Huai River's essence had reached a significant completion, rendering Li Chongyun immune to discomfort from the torrential rain, in fact, feeling rather attuned to it. Young master, Qi Zhu, at his side, continuously spun webs from her waist, laying traps around them while wielding a sharp sword, standing guard beside him. But he do not stray too far from me, Li Chongyun cautioned, sensing the demonic tide growing increasingly intense. Many earth immortal level beasts were becoming visible, and Qi Zhu may not be able to fend them off alone. The sounds of beasts roaring and demons dancing in chaos, magical light soaring into the heavens. Amidst the fierce battle, numerous cultivators quietly observed Qi Zhu as a perfected earth immortal of the Dao unification stage and hailing from the demon race. Many regarded her as the woman standing behind Li Chongyun. The remarkable feats attributed to them were largely due to this demoness named Qi Zhu. However, as the battle progressed, they suddenly realized that although Qi Zhu's strength was formidable, making her one of the top-tier fighters on the battlefield, she had not demonstrated the overwhelming prowess to slay 1,000 demons in a single day. What is happening? Many gazes shifted back to Li Chongyun, only to find him wielding a sword imbued with radiant spiritual light. Engaging in combat with the demons using human martial arts rather than spells, ordinary earth immortal demons could not withstand more than 10 exchanges against him, their heads severed by his sword light, perishing on the spot. What a swift sword! It seemed he wielded a spiritual treasure. Such rich yang energy. It must be the pure yang sword bestowed by Zhang Jinren. This must be the reward for vanquishing the Nine Nether. Although Li Chongyun has achieved remarkable feats, it is evident that he relies heavily on his spiritual treasures. While others may envy him, they do not perceive him as possessing extraordinary skills. Instead, they believe that the true strength of Qi Zhu has yet to be unleashed. And they doubt Li Chongyun's formidable capabilities. That it was only by merging with Ling Wei's understanding of the sword path that I realized how crude my previous swordsmanship had been, merely a chaotic flailing about. Now, every trajectory of my blade and every targeted strike can be deftly controlled, an experience that is nothing short of mystical. Li Chongyun remains engrossed in his comprehension of the sword path. With the essence of the Tao he obtained from Ling Wei already taking root within his purple palace, rapidly sprouting and flourishing with his diligent practice, initially, to contend with the monsters of the earth immortal realm, Li Chongyun would have needed to employ the purple yang divine fire or the refining mountain technique. Yet now, he merely expends a modicum of magical energy to unleash the might of his pure yang sword. Martial arts are a creation of humanity, a testament to our wisdom, so profound that even the innate deities are left astounded. 3 heads, 5 heads, 10 heads, 30 heads. Li Chongyun's tally of slain monsters accumulates at an astonishing pace. Gradually, more and more cultivators begin to sense that something is amiss. His sword seems to be growing ever faster. Indeed, it is becoming swifter. The overwhelming prowess of Li Chongyun gradually reveals itself, leaving many cultivators in awe. They exert their utmost to deal with the demonic creatures, often merely managing to withstand their onslaught, which is commendable in itself. That in stark contrast, when the horde of demons charges at Li Chongyun, it appears as though they are not seeking to devour him, but rather to court their own demise. With the pure yang sword in hand, it initially took him around 10 exchanges to slay a single demon. Now, with his sword glistening like the wind, every strike he makes is destined to taste the hot blood of demons and sever their heads. This young man is indeed terrifying. The cultivators cannot help but be compelled by his prowess. It is precisely because of Li Chongyun's presence, drawing the attention of numerous powerful demons, that they have managed to hold their ground amidst the onslaught. Roar, roar. The beastly roars grow increasingly dense. Li Chongyun has slain so many demons that the floodwaters beneath him have turned a vivid red. And the city walls are stained with blood, attracting even more demonic entities drawn by the scent of carnage. Eager to engage, he thinks to hone his swordsmanship, and upon seeing countless predatory eyes glimmering in the darkness, he is undaunted, his fighting spirit ignited. His figure glides like the wind atop the city walls, each swing of his sword reaping the lives of countless creatures. This is a grueling battle, and it is fortunate that Li Chongyun possesses over 10,000 years of cultivation. His profound magical energy surpasses that of ordinary earth immortals by more than tenfold. With each strike, Li Chongyun's swordsmanship continues to evolve, the clarity of his sword heart. As dawn breaks, the bloodied Ling Wei gazes at Li Chongyun, still clad in pristine white, and cannot help but exclaim, "He truly is a master. The sword techniques I have cultivated over the years, he has completely mastered in just a few hours." As the first light of dawn arrives, the raging flood waters have calmed somewhat, and the relentless tide of demons finally shows signs of retreat. This wave of demonic creatures is nearing its end. Having gained formidable power, Ling Wei too has slain 3 creatures beneath the earth immortal realm that night. For an ordinary mortal, this is already quite extraordinary, especially after consuming a nourishing golden elixir that allowed her swordsmanship to truly flourish. Yet, such achievements pale in comparison to those of many cultivators, each of whom has dispatched at least a dozen demonic creatures. As for Li Chongyun, he has likely exterminated over 1,000 this night. Furthermore, his swordsmanship has reached the realm of clarity of heart. The concept of the sword following the heart represents the first realm of swordsmanship, signifying the pinnacle of exquisite technique, allowing for the flawless execution of myriad moves. Even the wings of a fly soaring in midair could be severed with a single stroke. The clarity of the sword heart, on the other hand, signifies the union of man and sword. As if one can feel the cold blade breathing in harmony, transcending mere techniques. Every casual swing becomes an extraordinarily refined attack, where the formless surpasses the formed. Buzz, suddenly, a resounding chorus of sword cries reverberates around Li Chongyun, as if the torrential winds and rain are imbued with his sword intent, transforming into an extension of his will to vanquish foes. Gentle breezes morph into blades that sever the claws of a major demon of the earth immortal realm, while raindrops pierce the skulls of several creatures. In this moment, Li Chongyun has become one with the sword. This the essence of the Tao. Clad in yellow robes, the observer feels compelled to exclaim, immediately shifting his gaze towards the murderous Li Chongyun. In this instant, the young man in white, wielding his treasured sword that radiates boundless killing intent, charges forth from the city walls into the throng of demons. Skimming the water's surface, surrounded by an infinite glow of sword light, mercilessly slaying. This scene leaves all present cultivators with their eyes wide open. Li Daoyu, he has charged out. Even as the tide of demons begins to recede, there are still at least 1,000 of them below. The essence of the Tao flows from Li Daoyu. Is he seeking enlightenment through the slaughter of these demons? At this moment, the beliefs of the cultivators begin to waver. They have never encountered an earth immortal as fearsome as Li Chongyun, who, despite being merely in the early stages of merging with the Tao, has already overshadowed many fully realized earth immortals. Furthermore, they have never witnessed someone charging into the midst of 1,000 demons, using slaughter as a means to comprehend the Tao. How dare this human race treat us with such disdain? This is an affront. Slay him, devour his flesh and blood, annihilate his soul, and ensure that this wretch never finds rebirth. The horde of demons erupts with fury, many creatures spitting human words in their rage. As a multitude of major demons unleash their powers, all converging upon Li Chongyun, their bodies threatening to engulf him. Before the crumbling city, a mountain formed from the piled bodies of demons emerges. Be cautious. On the city walls, Qi Zhu momentarily loses composure, her hands clenched tightly in anxiety. Numerous cultivators hold their breath, their hearts racing for Li Chongyun. Buzz! In the next moment, an ear-piercing sword cry erupts, resonating throughout the heavens and earth, stirring the spiritual energies within a 100-mile radius. Unity of heaven and man. Ling Wei gasps in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening. The pinnacle of swordsmanship she has long pursued. The unity of heaven and man is now manifesting within Li Chongyun. This realm is something she has deeply contemplated after reaching the clarity of heart in her swordsmanship, realizing that there is a path beyond, yet unable to find the entrance. Yet, Li Chongyun has achieved this in the span of a single night. Unbeknownst to Ling Wei, the culmination of swordsmanship is merely the beginning of the sword path. Li Chongyun has entered the sword path, one of the 3,000 paths of the Tao. The gathered cultivators are left utterly speechless. Those recommended by the Yin God are naturally all earth immortals of the merging with the Tao realm. Each is immersed in their own understanding of the Tao, some having attained a measure of insight, yet without exception, they have chosen lesser paths, or perhaps have never had the opportunity to grasp the greater Tao. The myriad laws of the universe are boundless, with the 3,000 paths, the supreme heavenly Tao, and countless lesser paths. Among these, the lesser paths are the lowest tier, possessing the least power, easiest to comprehend, and are the primary choice for the vast majority of earth immortals. The supreme heavenly Tao represents the highest principles governing the workings of the universe. Only those recognized by the heavenly Tao can comprehend it. Wielding immense power, coexisting with the cosmos, yet it is exceedingly difficult to grasp, typically accessible only to those of profound merit. In contrast, the 3,000 paths represent the true eternal laws among the three types of Tao, their power rivaling that of the heavenly Dao. In a certain sense, they may even surpass it. Your sword path seed has sprouted, and you have officially entered the sword path, achieving the level of glimpse into the Tao. Li Chongyun notices a reminder appearing on the pages of the Mountain Sea Scroll, indicating that, strictly speaking, this is the first Tao he has cultivated, and it is one of the 3,000 paths of the Tao. Such a beginning places him far ahead of the majority. Is this the power of the sword path? Li Chongyun felt a profound sense of wonder, although he had not yet reached the level of transforming all things into swords. He had already mastered the essence of swordsmanship, allowing him to infuse sword intent into everything around him. Even the fragile grass and trees, subjected to the tempest, bore a glimmer of sharpness, with such means at his disposal. His methods of slaying demons became increasingly enigmatic, for these creatures, driven by their insatiable greed, came not to embrace death, but to feast upon the living. In that moment, Li Chongyun unleashed his full magical prowess. Akin to a divine slayer, the pure yang sword emitted countless dazzling rays of brilliance, and any demon that approached him would find its head severed in an instant, with a thunderous roar. The sword light soared into the heavens, accompanied by an explosion of divine flames. The mountain of demons, a chaotic mass of grotesque creatures, erupted in a violent explosion, collapsing in all directions in the blink of an eye. 200 to 300 demons perished, their bodies turning cold and lifeless at this juncture. The horde of demons finally lost their courage and scattered in all directions. The demon tide that had besieged Feng City for several hours began to recede at last. Exhausted, Li Chongyun took a deep breath and swallowed a purple yang golden pill to replenish his waning magical energy. As the golden pill settled within him, he ignited the purple yang divine fire in his body, enveloping the pill and refining it into pure magical energy. The most precious Tao rhythm contained within the pill settled deep within him, absorbed by his primordial spirit. After a night of slaying demons and vanquishing evil, his magical power was nearly depleted. However, the rewards were not insignificant that he promptly turned to the front page of the Shanghai Scroll to check his personal information. Scroll Master, Li Chongyun Realm, Refining Void and Merging Tao, Initial Stage, Physique, Golden Crow Divine Body, Great Perfection, Cultivation Method, Wu Zhen Pian, Supreme Celestial Grade, Techniques, Purple Yang Divine Fire, Perfection, Earth Walking Technique, Perfection, Fixed Light Finger, Minor Achievement, Divine Powers, Mountain Refining Formula, Complete and Wishful, Golden Crow Method, Proficient, Celestial Arts, Spirit Array Master, 9th Rank, Tao Progress, 21,900 years. Sword Tao, Glimpse, 20,000 years of Tao Progress. His Sword Tao had reached the Glimpse Tao level. Typically, only those with complete cultivation at the Earth Celestial level begin to comprehend Tao laws. Yet Li Chongyun, despite being merely at the initial stage of Earth Celestial, had already glimpsed a path to greatness. He found this outcome quite satisfactory that at once, Li Chongyun soared upon the winds to the city walls. Young Master, Qi Zhu rushed over to him, her delicate face pale, with a hint of red around her eyes. She reproached him softly. That was far too reckless. In response to the concern of this beautiful maiden, Li Chongyun could only manage a wry smile, grasping her soft, cool hand and assuring her, I possess means to protect my life, so there is no need for worry. Qi Zhu hesitated, ultimately choosing to silently tighten her grip on his hand. Brotherly. At that moment, numerous cultivators hurried over. After just one night, their perception of Li Chongyun had dramatically shifted. They no longer dared to harbor even the slightest contempt. Each approached him with respectful expressions, their demeanor noticeably more restrained. Thanks to Brotherly, otherwise this city would surely have fallen. When Xiang Jinren returns, we must ensure this contribution is duly recognized, spoke a middle-aged man clad in yellow robes. His name was Huang Yu, a prominent figure among the myriad cultivators of the Zhuzi Kingdom, possessing the complete realm of Earth Celestial. The other cultivators nodded in agreement, pondering that with such a significant achievement, Brotherly was likely to receive rewards far beyond the purple yang golden pill. Yet all of this was earned through Li Chongyun's own merit, leaving them with nothing but admiration in their hearts. What has become of Xiang Jinren and the others? Li Chongyun gazed skyward, curiosity piqued. The Earth God approached, stating, battles at the golden celestial level are entirely a clash of Tao laws, capable of devastating the heavens and the earth. It is to be expected that Xiang Jinren and the Peacock Princess have driven the 9 infants to another location for their battle. The Golden Celestial stands above the Earth Celestial. Mystic Celestial and True Celestial, regarded as an exceptional figure among deities, such battles are beyond the involvement of Earth Celestials. We have done our utmost to slay demons and save lives. We can only await news now. The Earth God settled down on the city wall, evidently fatigued, taking advantage of the respite from the retreating demons to rest briefly. The multitude of cultivators also took time to recuperate, following the defeat of the demon tide. Feng City experienced 2 days devoid of large-scale demon incursions, with only 100 or 200 unwitting demons arriving each day, essentially offering themselves up for slaughter for the defenders of the city. This situation was not unwelcome. Having survived that night of bloody conflict, they now understood the reality in the face of truly terrifying demon tides. Even Earth Celestials faced a significant risk of demise. It could even be said that without Li Chongyun's presence, the number of survivors among them would likely have fallen below half. It was precisely due to this life-saving grace that the cultivators began to forge bonds with Li Chongyun. They not only feared his overwhelming strength, but also held genuine respect for him. If one were to speak of Li Chongyun's admirer, it would undoubtedly be Princess Ling Wei. This princess had even gone so far as to widely promote Li Chongyun's name among the common folk, ensuring her people would remember him. With a sudden roar, a wave of profound magical energy rippled across the city wall, emanating from Li Chongyun, who was clad in white and radiating with spiritual light. His cultivation realm had advanced from the initial stage of refining void and merging Tao to the mid-stage. Over the past 2 days, rather than hastily venturing out to hunt demons, Li Chongyun had taken to consuming the purple yang golden pill for cultivation, transforming spiritual essence into cultivation progress, while the Tao rhythm was entirely infused into the seed of the sword Tao within his purple palace. The Tao seed had already begun to sprout. Entwined with boundless power of the laws, the sword soul had absorbed the seed of the sword Tao, which inherently contained a complete sword law. All he needed to do was activate it with Tao rhythm and merge it with his own essence. As Li Chongyun sensed his progress in the sword Tao, he felt a wave of gratitude. What he had initially deemed a casual act had unexpectedly yielded such a grand gift at this rate. Within 6 months, his sword Tao would surely enter the next level, the borrowing Tao. This pace was certainly not slow. For ordinary cultivators, comprehending Tao often required decades of secluded meditation in their caves. With many not seeing true advancements even after 60 years had passed. Congratulations, brotherly, on your further advancement. Huang Yu called from afar atop the city wall. The crowd echoed their congratulations, recognizing that with Li Chongyun's current trajectory, he was likely not far from ascending to the celestial realm and entering the heavenly palace. Suddenly, a streak of light flew in from the direction of Zhuzi City, landing atop the city wall. The newcomer was a mid-stage earth celestial cultivator, dressed in white, with a robust appearance that exuded a gentle demeanor. Poor Taoist Lin Xiao greets all fellow Taoists. The man in white, identifying himself as Lin Xiao, clasped his hands with a sincere expression that I have come from Zhuzi City seeking assistance. Which of you is Taoist Li Chongyun? Li Chongyun furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, replying, that would be me. Lin Xiao continued, the demon tide at Zhuzi City has persisted for 3 days and nights, and it has yet to subside. Taoist Li, you slayed over 1,000 demons on the first day. So your prowess must be formidable that I implore you to return with me at once to provide aid. What? The demon tide at Zhuzi City has not yet receded. This news was utterly unexpected to the gathered crowd. It was known that Zhuzi City was home to hundreds of cultivators, including many at the complete realm of Earth Celestial, not to mention those who had already attained the Tao. Dealing with the demon tide should not have posed a significant challenge. Many of you may not be aware, Lin Xiao said with a wry smile, that there are 4 cities near Zhuzi City, including Feng City. Aside from your side, the other 3 are all engaged in rescue efforts. And our manpower has been severely depleted. Moreover, those demons are cunning. They know that Zhuzi City harbors the most mortals, and thus their assault there is the most ferocious. At this point, the crowd nodded in understanding. Had Li Chongyun not been stationed here, they would have been compelled to send someone for assistance. We are all under the orders of Zhang Zhenren, and since aid is required, I shall not decline. A slight smile graced Li Chongyun's lips as he prepared to depart. Wait. Huang Yu interjected, his brow furrowed. Given the ferocity of the demon tide at Zhuzi City, it would be prudent for me to accompany you to lend my humble strength. That, Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily. Yet Li Chongyun replied, Taoist Huang, Feng City still requires your presence that I can go alone. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu scrutinized Li Chongyun closely. Seeing his composure, he nodded in agreement, subtly indicating, very well. Brotherly, please exercise caution. He. Indeed. Li Chongyun cast a glance at the worried Qi Zhu, offering her a steady nod to reassure her, before setting off alongside Lin Xiao. The distance between Fengcheng and Zhuzi City is approximately 30 miles. Even while remaining vigilant against the monsters lurking within the flood below, with the agility of a terrestrial immortal, traversing the winds requires but a fleeting moment. Before long, a magnificent city loomed into view. From afar, Zhuzi City appeared pristine, yet it was ensnared by a tide of demons. I must say, my friends, the location chosen here is rather ill-advised. Should one engage in any nefarious deeds, it would be all too easy to be discovered. Li Chongyun halted, standing in midair, and laughed heartily. Lin Xiao, who had been ahead, suddenly stopped, turning back with an expression of profound anguish. Cough. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, blood, dark and viscous, flowing from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Beneath the surface of his skin, a black talisman flickered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. You are indeed disciples of the Juyo Daoist, aren't you? With a flicker of spiritual light in his hand, the pure yang sword appeared, and he unleashed several sword flashes around him, causing a ripple in the surrounding void, revealing 7 figures appearing one after another. This was the effect of the invisibility talisman. What a clever lad! The one leading the group, an elder clad in resplendent Taoist robes, fixed his sinister gaze upon Li Chongyun, his murderous intent palpable. I am a practitioner from Qilin Mountain, known as Kalinzi. Juyo was a disciple I expelled for his incompetence. However, it is not for you to slay him. Young man, you possess a modicum of courage. Are you prepared to pay the blood debt? The 7 disciples of Qilin Mountain had the audacity to lay an ambush between Fengcheng and Juzi City. Indeed, a bold move against Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun raised an eyebrow, saying, I was summoned by Lin Xiao, and this matter cannot withstand scrutiny in front of so many of our peers. He, Kalinzi, chuckled ominously, forming a hand gesture, causing Lin Xiao, whose 7 orifices were bleeding, to tremble violently. A hoarse, agonized cry escaped his throat, his skin splitting to reveal gruesome blood marks resembling talismans. In mere moments, Lin Xiao succumbed, plunging into the flood below, where several monstrous creatures pounced, devouring his remains with ravenous glee. Are you afraid, boy? Zhang Yinglong, the eldest disciple of Qilin Mountain, sneered. This is a soul-capturing talisman. Lin Xiao was merely our puppet. Now that his remains have been obliterated, rest assured, our actions will leave no trace of your existence. Li Chongyun inquired curiously, should I break through your encirclement and soar into the city, how would you justify your actions? Ha ha! Zhang Yinglong laughed maniacally. Break through the encirclement. You overestimate yourself. We initially thought you would act alongside that Qizhu. Hence, we laid an ambush with all 7 of us here. Now, we need only deal with you alone. Do you truly believe you have any chance of resistance? Clearly, the Qilin Mountain Group had not taken the time to investigate Li Chongyun's recent exploits in Fengcheng against the Demon Tide. Otherwise, they would not have been so presumptuous. Zhang Yinglong's words faded. The white-haired, ethereal Kalinzi was the first to strike. His attack was exceedingly treacherous. While chanting incantations, talismans that had been prearranged appeared above Li Chongyun. Beneath him, and in all directions, do not waste time with him. Strike swiftly and decisively. Kalinzi, ever the cunning strategist, understood that the essence of today's actions was to be quick, precise, and ruthless, ensuring that all traces of the deed were obliterated. Otherwise, when the vengeful Zhang Zhenren returned, how could their faction of Qilin Mountain hope to survive? Whoosh! In an instant, the area was engulfed in a howling wind, and a fog of demons obscured all vision. Simultaneously, numerous pale skulls emerged from the darkness, their hollow eyes ablaze with ghostly blue flames, surging towards Li Chongyun, their bony frames poised to bite. Another round of soul-gathering and spirit-refining techniques. Li Chongyun's gaze hardened, yet he chuckled. You truly are a nest of snakes and rats. It seems you have come to present me with merit. As he spoke, he summoned the Zhang Divine Fire. The purple-golden flames unfurling like wings behind him, akin to a roaring wave of fire, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Any dark winds, demon mists, or skeletal spirits that drew near were instantly incinerated. The spiritual fire possesses a restraining effect on these ghostly entities, let alone divine fire. You have actually refined divine fire. No wonder you could slay Juyo. Kalinzi's brow furrowed slightly, yet he maintained his composure, showing little sign of panic. Since Juyo had fallen to Li Chongyun, it was evident that he possessed some degree of capability. Upon seeing the divine fire, everything became cleared. Mid-stage terrestrial immortal? This boy has broken through? Yet he remains a mere waste. Any struggle would be futile. The disciples of Qilin Mountain were resolute, convinced of their dominance over Li Chongyun. Kill him. Avenge our junior brother Juyo. Zhang Yinglong bellowed, charging forward with a sinister ghost-headed blade in hand. The other disciples of Qilin Mountain swiftly joined the fray, casting spells and summoning magical artifacts, seamlessly coordinating to seal off all of Li Chongyun's escape routes. In an instant, the air was filled with radiant spells. The essence of the Tao swirling, A murderous intent permeated the atmosphere. The means of Qilin Mountain were not limited to dark practices. In fact, their orthodox techniques were formidable, and among these 7, all were at the level of terrestrial immortals. The elder brothers Zhang Yinglong and Master Kalinzi had both reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality. Having entered the DAO.AN assault from such a formidable group would likely spell doom for any mid-stage terrestrial immortal practitioner. Refining mountain technique. Li Chongyun's thoughts surged, the Taoist seals swirling within his pupils. Instantly, he drew upon the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the 5 elements flowing, refining the mountain rock into a hollow stone sphere that enveloped him completely. Numerous attacks struck the surface, shattering the rock, yet Li Chongyun remained unscathed, sneering derisively. Well spoken. I see you are also after the Xing golden elixir within me, aren't you? Go down and inquire with King Yama. Zhang Yinglong, a towering figure wielding a ghastly ghost-headed blade, had already surged before Li Chongyun, channeling all his strength to cleave downwards with a shout. Die. This seemingly straightforward blow concealed profound Taoist intent, emanating a heavy aura of malevolence and the chill of corpses. Yet, it was merely at the borrowing the Tao level that Li Chongyun shook his head with a sigh, lightly raising the pure yang sword, which radiated its own Taoist essence. As the sword light flashed, intricate patterns of the Tao emerged, and with a resounding clash, the ghost-headed blade was shattered. The pure yang sword, like a streak of lightning, swept across Zhang Yinglong's neck in an unstoppable arc. The talisman techniques of Qilin Mountain were indeed profound. Zhang Yinglong was adorned with numerous talismans, including many protective ones akin to the diamond talisman. However, at this moment, they became mere fleeting shards of spiritual light, unable to withstand the slightest impact from Li Chongyun's pure yang sword. Thud. Blood gushed forth, and a head fell. The human practitioners, known as Qi refiners, lacked the inherently powerful physiques of demons, without magical artifacts or talismans for defense. Their bodies were exceedingly frail. Plop. 2 splashes followed, one large and one small, the former from Zhang Yinglong's severed head, and the latter from his body. Senior brother. He killed senior brother, and with just a single strike. Senior brother had already entered the Tao. How could this be? The disciples of Qilin Mountain were momentarily stunned, their expressions of arrogance and malice replaced by shock and terror. Kalinzi's face twitched, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the sword in Li Chongyun's hand. Sword Tao. You have entered the Sword Tao? The Sword Tao, one of the 3,000 paths, is unparalleled in its offensive prowess and excels in combat. Although Li Chongyun's level of Taoist technique may not surpass Zhang Yinglong's, how could a mere minor path contend with the great Tao? Li Chongyun let out a cold laugh, glancing down at the flood, where several beasts were already devouring Zhang Yinglong's corpse, the flesh and blood of practitioners holding immense allure for demons. Far beyond what mere mortals could compare. You anticipated correctly. It is indeed quite convenient to kill and dispose of bodies in this place. This child has entered the great Tao. Do not hold back. With a deep, thunderous voice, Kalinzi bellowed, prompting his disciples to grit their teeth and unleash their most secretive techniques. Various talismans and magical artifacts flew chaotically, instantly creating a tremendous commotion. Yet, Li Chongyun stood alone with his sword, relying on the formidable golden crow divine body, his physical form surpassing that of most demonic beasts, utterly unafraid. With a swordsmanship that was steadily reaching its zenith, he was more than capable of facing 6 adversaries alone. Fire Python Talisman. The 9-turn Spirit Seal strikes. Binding Rope. The disciples of Qilin Mountain unleashed an array of techniques, while Li Chongyun, standing resolutely on divine flames, wielded his pure yang sword with a gaze as cold as that of a reaper. Spells, talismans, and artifacts could all be severed by a single stroke of his sword. After 100 or so exchanges, Li Chongyun emerged unscathed, yet 3 disciples of Qilin Mountain had already perished. How could this be? He was merely a mid-stage earth immortal. How could he possess such overwhelming magical prowess? In the blink of an eye, half of his fellow disciples lay lifeless at his feet, their bodies cleaved asunder, instilling a profound terror in the remaining 3 disciples of Qilin Mountain, extinguishing their fighting spirit in an instant. This moment, Kalinzi felt a tinge of regret. After hundreds of years of cultivating the Tao, he had reached a level of mastery, tirelessly refining his techniques day after day, year after year, only a half step away from achieving harmony with the Tao. Yet, the threshold to the heavenly gate remained elusive. This opportunity presented by the Xiang Golden Pill was indeed a rare chance that in truth. The celestial pills he had exchanged for his recent achievements were already sufficient for him to attain this harmony. However, the thought of the over 100 Xiang Golden Pills bestowed upon Li Chongyun stirred his greed, compounded by the humiliation of the death of Jiu Yu and the instigation of several disciples, leading Kalinzi to recklessly pursue this venture. Little did he anticipate that Li Chongyun's capabilities would surpass his understanding, his downfall brought about by his own avarice and envy, the path of Yin water. At this juncture, Kalinzi dared not hold back in the slightest. The seals of his Tao manifested in his eyes, revealing the essence of his magical aura, transformation talisman technique, fully aware that the moment of desperation had arrived. His internal magical energy surged forth, summoning torrents from below, spiraling upward like a dragon, twisting through the heavens. Each wave of water concealed an extraordinarily terrifying force of curse and slaughter. Kalinzi was, without a doubt, perfectly merging the principles of the Yin water path with the art of talismans. Li Chongyun sensed the overwhelming aura of the approaching Tao, his gaze sharpening. When it came to mastery, the Kalinzi before him was by no means inferior to the Xianlong of yore, perhaps even far surpassing him. The chilling power of the curse sent a shiver down his spine. Frowning slightly, Li Chongyun prepared to employ his ultimate Golden Crow technique. Yet, as he gripped the pure Yang sword, a sudden resonance echoed within him that a surge of indomitable spirit arose within him, as if he were destined to compete with the heavens. Buzz! A piercing sound of the sword rang out from within Li Chongyun, as a formidable and domineering sword principle erupted from the seed of his Tao. Your sword path seed flourishes, and your swordsmanship reaches the level of borrowing the Tao, feeling the suffocating pressure brought about by the 4 swirling water torrents. He immediately swallowed 2 Xiang Golden Pills, grinding and swallowing them whole. Subsequently, he poured all his magical energy into the pure Yang sword. Come forth, sword! With the sword held aloft, the heavens roared in response. Descending with unparalleled sword intent upon the pure Yang sword in Li Chongyun's grasp, with a swift motion, boundless sharpness erupted like the blazing sun, radiating in all directions, the Yin water transformation talismans, each wave of which was a talisman in itself, were akin to snowflakes drifting towards a roaring fire, instantly evaporating in the expanse of heaven and earth. The demonic tide besieging Zhuzi City was indeed far more ferocious, with over a dozen great demons at the perfected earth immortal realm emerging in the fray. Numerous cultivators had spilled their blood in the defense of the city, perishing within the bellies of the demons. Yet, sheer numbers prevailed, and a day prior, the demonic tide had retreated. At this moment, the multitude of cultivators were recuperating when suddenly, increasingly intense fluctuations of battle magic caught everyone's attention. What is happening? Who is over there? How can such terrifying Tao rhythms be present? Many gazes turned towards the distance, where furious winds howled and thick mists of demonic energy loomed, as terrifying water columns shot skyward, resembling pillars connecting heaven and earth. These water columns were a manifestation of the principles of the Tao, condensing the malevolent energy, seemingly capable of tearing apart all existence, harboring dreadful might. This Tao rhythm feels so familiar. Is this not the Yin water path of our friend Kalinzi? The disciples of Qilin Mountain, having ventured forth to hunt demons, could it be that they encountered a formidable foe that forced Kalinzi to reveal his hidden techniques? The Tao techniques of Kalinzi were well recognized by those who had fought alongside him. Such things could not be concealed. His profound mastery of the Yin water path was capable of swiftly annihilating even the mightiest of demons at the perfected earth immortal realm, and as long as no celestial immortal intervened. He indeed possessed an invincible posture. Naturally, though our human race may be physically weaker, when it comes to comprehending the Tao, we are the foremost among all races. It is said that nearby Botan, there is a Xianlong that falsely claims to be the first immortal beneath the heavenly tribulation. Mere beasts. If it were to encounter our friend Kalinzi, it would be flayed alive in an instant. The people of Qilin Mountain were already remarkably skilled, and in recent days, as Xiang Zhenren battled the 9 infants, their group had slain the most demons, their strength having gained widespread recognition, especially with Kalinzi's Yin water path, which emanated a thick, ominous power, appearing as if it contained the very essence of malevolence, capable of seeping into the bones. It was utterly fearsome that it could be said that the majority of the top demons that perished in the demonic tide outside Juzi City had met their end due to Kalinzi's involvement. Meanwhile, the 4 colossal water columns soaring into the sky were evidently the result of Kalinzi pushing his Dao techniques to their utmost limit. Such a terrifying display of might left those atop the city walls in awe. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a sword resonated, and an invisible sharpness stretched across dozens of miles. Even the cultivators observing from the city walls felt their breaths catch, a prickling sensation coursing through them as if the essence of the sword pervaded the very fabric of reality. From afar, it was evident that the 4 water columns conjured by Kalinzi's in-water Dao were shattered beneath that overwhelming sharpness. Someone has breached Kalinzi's Dao techniques. The opponent was neither a demon nor a monster, but rather a fellow cultivator. This scene rendered everyone present incredulous, as they could all sense that the entity clashing with Kalinzi was not an aberration, but a human cultivator as the in-water dispersed. The radiant sword light continued to illuminate the battlefield in mere moments. A bloodied figure was seen retreating towards Juzi City in a pitiful state as the multitude of cultivators recognized the figure. They gasped in shock. It was none other than Kalinzi, his hair disheveled, his Dao robes tattered, blood spilling from his mouth, and his legs mangled, severed cleanly at the knees. Li Chongyun, you have already slain 6 of my disciples. And now you wish to kill me before hundreds of my fellow practitioners? Driven to desperation, Kalinzi resorted to such tactics, hoping to invoke some measure of hesitation from Li Chongyun, having expended much of his magical energy in the battle of swordsmanship. Li Chongyun approached, stepping upon divine flames, wielding his 3-foot pure yang sword, exuding a ferocity that rivaled even that of demonic beasts. As he ascended the city wall, he seized Kalinzi's pale, yet thick hair, as if treating him like a mere beast. And with a swift thrust, pierced through to his very core. Upon the city walls, nobility and various cultivators alike turned their gazes towards the silver-clad youth radiating an aura of slaughter, an involuntary flicker of fear evident in their eyes. The youth bore a talisman at his waist, evidently summoned by the Yin spirit to slay demons and save the populace. Yet, at this moment, he committed an act of brutal murder against a fellow cultivator. Regardless of the reasons behind it, such audacity in public was indeed striking. Underestimating you, old dog. It seems you are also a talisman master, Li Chongyun scoffed, abruptly withdrawing his sword, a spray of blood erupting and splattering across the city wall. You, Kalinzi stammered, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, collapsing to the ground, still attempting to utter something. But Li Chongyun placed a foot upon his back. With a resounding crack, the terrifying power of his physical form shattered Kalinzi's internal organs, and an unidentifiable mass of flesh was coughed forth. The lineage of Qilin Mountain was well versed in soul-gathering and body-refining techniques. Could it be that he was feigning death? Li Chongyun, still unconvinced, delivered another stroke of his sword, severing Kalinzi's head, tossing it high, where it ultimately landed atop the city wall's battlement, raindrops pattering upon it, the blood flowing slowly. Next came the looting phase. Li Chongyun brazenly removed Kalinzi's bag of holding, scavenging all his possessions. Halt! Until the moment when Li Chongyun was about to depart, a relatively youthful Taoist finally spoke. You appear to be a practitioner summoned by the Yin God. We are gathered here to vanquish demons and protect the people. My esteemed friend, Kalinzi, has bravely led his disciples to achieve great deeds amidst the tide of monsters. I am unaware of any grievances between you and Kalinzi, but such a brutal act of murder at this juncture seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? Li Chongyun frowned and coldly replied. Who are you? The young man visibly shuddered. Li Chongyun, exuding an aura of murderous intent, was regarded by many as even more ruthless and ferocious than the demons themselves. I am Shengwan Yun. Li Chongyun chuckled lightly. That is not what I inquired about. Did you seek to avenge Kalinzi? Or do you wish to uphold justice? As he spoke, the pure yang sword in his hand emitted a quivering resonance, its invisible sword intent swirling around the gathered crowd, creating an unsettling sensation. The Dao has no form. It manifests only when it takes shape. Many discerning cultivators had already realized that this impetuous youth before them was likely adept in the sword Dao among the myriad paths. At this moment, he merely issued a warning with his sword intent. Should one witness him draw his sword, they would surely experience the legendary power of the Dao. Li Chongyun's stance was unequivocal. defiance would be met with action. Shang Guanyun gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger, yet his feet felt as though they were weighed down with lead, preventing him from advancing a single step. Sir, having committed murder, might you leave us your name? Another voice chimed in, belonging to a diminutive figure with a red face and white brows, the Yin god. Being a celestial being, he possessed a certain confidence and declared, I am the land spirit of Lu family village beneath Qilin Mountain. Kalinzi was summoned by me. Regardless of the circumstances, he perished at your hands, and I require an explanation. The murderer is Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun showed no fear and replied, Kalinzi's head lies right there. I kindly ask the land spirit to keep watch over it, lest it be devoured by demons. Of course, do not even think of collecting his remains. The first part of his statement was a gesture of respect towards the Yin god, while the latter part was an unabashed threat. With that, he soared into the air, riding the wind towards Fengqing. Li Chongyun, the land spirit of Qilin Mountain, wore a troubled expression. It was indeed Li Chongyun. Observing the divine sword in his grasp, forged by the hands of Zhang Zhenren, the pure Yang sword, he thought to himself, this young man is truly remarkable, capable of slaying Kalinzi. His Taoist abilities must be even deeper than imagined. Deeper? Li Chongyun had entered the sword Tao among the myriad paths. How could a mere minor path contend with him? As soon as Li Chongyun departed, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Upon learning that Li Chongyun had embraced the sword Tao, all cultivators were left in awe. Among the hundreds of Earth Immortal practitioners present, none could truly grasp the Tao. The fact that Kalinzi was slain only served to affirm the terror of the Tao. The related legends were not mere exaggerations. What use is great Taoist skill if it is wielded so arrogantly? Shang Guanyun, furious and humiliated, suddenly shouted through gritted teeth. Ah, there must be a reason behind the death of Kalinzi. Indeed, previously, Zhang Zhenren had hinted that the Juyo Taoist hailed from Qilin Mountain. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. The nature of the grievances between the two remains yet to be discerned. The truth of the matter will surely come to light upon Zhang Zhenren's return. The cultivators present, having lived for centuries and possessing considerable wisdom, after witnessing Li Chongyun's strength, found it increasingly difficult to defend Kalinzi. After all, they had little deep-seated camaraderie with him. As Li Chongyun traversed the winds, he had not yet reached Fengcheng when he spotted three figures in midair awaiting him. In the center stood a woman clad in a resplendent red dress. Her figure curvaceous, none other than Qizhu. The other two were the land spirit of Tianjiao village and the cultivator Huang Yu. What transpired? Qizhu inquired with concern. Huang Daoyu mentioned that Lin Xiao was acting strangely. Has someone plotted against you? Haha. Huang Yu laughed. Li Daoxiong clearly recognized that Lin Xiao was under a curse. Merely putting on an act, I could see that you were brimming with confidence. So I refrained from disrupting your plans, pretending to be unaware. The land spirit frowned deeply and said sternly, I know Lin Xiao. If he truly colluded with others to harm you, I must seek an explanation. Lin Xiao is but a pitiful soul. Li Chongyun shook his head. The attack against me came from Qilin Mountain. Indeed, it is Qilin Mountain. The land spirit gritted his teeth and remarked, I am relieved you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would be overcome with guilt. Huang Yu added, having witnessed the methods of the Yin water transformation, I surmised it was undoubtedly that old scoundrel, Kalinzi. 300 years ago, I witnessed him in action. And at that time, his Yin water Dao had already reached the level of mastery. Even if he has not achieved Dao unification now, he cannot be far from it. Li Daoxiong. You are truly a remarkable figure within the Sword Dao. With your mid-stage realm of refining void and harmonizing Dao, you are able to contend with Kalinzi. Qizhu furrowed her brow and asked, what became of Kalinzi? Their sect holds considerable power. We must, fear not. I have already taken his head, Li Chongyun reassured her and added, moreover, that old dog's 7 disciples have all perished, their bodies devoured by demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, Qizhu, the land spirit, and Huang Yu all turned pale. They had anticipated that Li Chongyun, with his prowess in the Sword Dao, would have been able to repel Kalinzi, but they had not expected him to directly slay them. The Sword Dao is indeed terrifying. Kalinzi and his followers had initially devised a clever plan to eliminate Li Chongyun through covert means, intending to seize his elixir and erase all traces, with the multitude of demons and monsters serving as the perfect scapegoats. At that point, no one would suspect their involvement. However, they had underestimated Li Chongyun's strength. The clash of their Taoist techniques created a significant uproar, drawing the attention of not only those atop Zhuzi City, but also the inhabitants of Fengcheng, who sensed the reverberations of their confrontation. As Li Chongyun and his companions returned, many approached to inquire about the events that had transpired. Thus, Li Chongyun's feat of single-handedly defeating 7 adversaries, including the slaying of Kalinzi, spread like wildfire, leaving all who heard it astounded. Even the common folk, while avoiding calamity, shared snippets of the tale. Time flowed like water, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The onslaught of demons waned further, and everyone speculated that the higher-ups had achieved success at the source. With the pressure of demon-slaying diminished, Li Chongyun, in his leisure, chose to eschew discussions of Dao with other cultivators, instead opting to consume the Xing Golden Elixir and engage in self-cultivation. Within my purple mansion, the seed of the sword Dao flourishes rapidly, already reaching the level of borrowing Dao. However, the consumption of mana to activate this Dao is exceedingly taxing. In future contests of Dao, I can utilize this method as a trump card. Li Chongyun's side. Due to his 2,000-year cultivation and mastery of Zhang Zhenren's supreme method, the Wuzhen Pian, he had opened his purple mansion ahead of time, granting him mana several times greater than that of an ordinary earth immortal. Otherwise, even if his sword Dao progressed steadily, he would lack sufficient mana to sustain it. No wonder that at the refining void and harmonizing Dao stage, most individuals opt for minor paths. Even if one enters the great Dao, it remains challenging to wield it effectively. That said, Qilin Mountain is indeed a treasure trove. After inspecting Kalinzi's Qingquan bag, Li Chongyun could not help but marvel. Previously, in his battle against the Jiuyou Daoist, he had plundered Zhang Zhenren's legacy of the Wuzhen Pian from the Qingquan bag. This time, he had obtained a volume of the Yin Fu Classic from Kalinzi. The Yin Fu Classic is said to be authored by the Emperor of Humanity, Xin Yuan. Among the 3 saints of the human race, it elucidates the supreme art of celestial talismans, with numerous fragmented versions circulating in the world. The one in Kalinzi's possession was also a fragment, yet it had nonetheless enabled him to become a talisman master. Having comprehended it, Li Chongyun was deeply impressed by the profound verses within. It truly is a marvel of the law crafted by the Yellow Emperor. Once he finishes studying this Yin Fu Classic, he will no longer fear the talisman techniques he encounters. This fragment of the Yin Fu Classic records various ancient celestial talismans. Were it not for those talismans, Kalinzi would have likely perished beneath my sword. Unable to escape to Zhuzi City, Li Chongyun stored away the fragment of the Yin Fu Classic for further contemplation. As for the matter of publicly slaying Kalinzi, he felt no remorse. He had killed, and it was done. Moreover, there are numerous witnesses from Fengcheng, and it is evident that Li Chongyun was deceived and lured away by malevolent means. He is indeed the victim. The rain has stopped. It is uncertain who called out first, but soon, many mortals looked up at the sky with excitement, followed by a thunderous cheer from the crowd. The rain has ceased. It has truly ceased. This calamity came with the rain, and now that the rain has stopped and the winds have calmed, the disaster should also come to an end. Your Highness, the rain has truly stopped, and the sun has emerged. The soldiers atop the city walls were filled with exhilaration, eagerly reporting the auspicious sign to Princess Lingwei. Initially, Lingwei was overjoyed, but then her expression turned to one of bewilderment as she gazed wistfully at Li Chongyun, who stood not far off, facing the wind, accompanied by a lady in a red dress. Her eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. With the calamity at an end, it was likely that the celestial master would soon depart. The disaster of the demon tide in the Zhuzi kingdom has been resolved. I, Zhang Ziang, extend my heartfelt gratitude to my fellow Taoists for their assistance. From the heavens above, Zhang Ziang's voice resonated. I kindly ask you all not to leave and to gather in Zhuzi City. With the words of the esteemed Ziang, it seemed that this great calamity had indeed come to a close. Ended? Qi Zhu's face lit up with joy, and with a sigh of relief, she leaned closer to Li Chongyun, whispering gleefully, "Young master, it seems that the death of Kalinzi will not be pursued. Our contributions this time will surely be the most significant, and you will undoubtedly earn the recognition of Master Zhang. With Daoist Huang Yu and many others from Fengcheng as witnesses, this matter can certainly not be blamed on you." Li Chongyun smiled and replied, "Let us wait and see." At this moment, over 20 cultivators from Fengcheng had gathered around Li Chongyun, not for any particular reason, but simply captivated by his prowess. The crowd rose upon the winds. Departing amidst the grateful voices of countless citizens in Juzi City, Zhang Zhang returned, but he was no longer the focal point of everyone's attention. The reason was simple. Beside him stood a celestial maiden of unparalleled beauty. Adorned in a multicolored feathered robe, exuding an ethereal grace that captivated every mortal and cultivator present. She was the Peacock Princess of Biluo Mountain, a member of the Buddhist sect as Zhang Ziyang introduced her. His gaze inadvertently caught sight of a dismembered corpse atop the city wall, prompting him to frown and exclaim, "Kalinzi, why does he lie here? What of his disciples?" The manner of death was evidently not at the hands of demons or malevolent beings. Master Ziyang, Shangguan Yun stepped forward, ready to speak, when suddenly a shimmering light flickered in the sky, and over 20 cultivators arrived, led by a figure in white robes, whose face bore a gentle smile. Abruptly, Shangguan Yun faltered, unable to articulate the words he had intended to say. Zhang Zing noticed, but did not inquire further, instead directing his attention to several gods. The land deity of Qilin Mountain stated. Master Ziyang, Kalinzi, and his disciples were all slain by Li Chongyun. Kalinzi was killed on the spot, his head severed. Such brutality is undeniable. The land deity from Ponzi Ridge immediately chimed in. Master Ziyang, I am aware of the circumstances. Kalinzi and his companions conspired with nefarious intent, using spells to manipulate their fellow Taoists, luring Li Chongyun out in an attempt to ambush him, only to be turned upon and killed by him. This calamity is of their own making. I hope the master can discern the truth. The land deity of Qilin Mountain frowned, feeling aggrieved at the loss of skilled hands on his territory, and retorted, as fellow gods, we must speak with evidence at that time. Kalinzi had already lost the ability to retaliate, fleeing back to Juzi City, yet he was still killed by Li Chongyun that if he harbored no guilt. Why did he not spare a life? You, the land deity of Tianjia village exclaimed in anger. How can I not have evidence? Lin Shao lured Li Chongyun out of the city. This was witnessed by all. I am aware, Zhang Ziyang spoke solemnly, his celestial authority overwhelming the two disputing gods. He turned his gaze to Li Chongyun and inquired, Did you kill Kalinzi? Do you acknowledge this? Li Chongyun calmly nodded. I do. Then, Zhang Ziyang looked behind Li Chongyun and asked, Is what this land deity has said true? Did anyone see Li Chongyun being lured out of the city, as these words were spoken? The atmosphere grew tense. Testifying in front of others can sometimes lead to complications. Yet, Huang Yu was the first to step forward, stating, Master, I have studied talismans for over 200 years. That day, I noticed Lin Zhao's unusual demeanor but thought little of it. It was only after the incident with Li Chongyun that I realized he had been manipulated by sorcery. Lin Zhao falsely claimed that Juzi City was still besieged by demon tides, which prompted Li Chongyun to agree to assist. Qi Zhu, concealing her demonic aura, timidly added, At that time, the citizens atop the city, as well as Princess Ling Wei of the Juzi Kingdom, were present and can testify. We can vouch for Li Chongyun. Many cultivators from the back also spoke up, affirming he has committed no wrongdoing. Just then, a melodious and ethereal voice emerged. It was the Peacock Princess, her eyes shimmering with a faint Buddhist light as she gazed at Li Chongyun, stating, He possesses an additional thread of merit compared to a few days ago, sufficient to prove that Kalinzi and his cohorts were hypocrites burdened by sin. The Peacock Princess had imparted teachings to Li Chongyun, thus establishing a karmic bond with him. Consequently, when she had arrived at this location a few days prior, she had utilized a secret Buddhist technique to gauge the depth of Li Chongyun's merit. And now, upon comparison, it naturally confirmed his innocence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Li Chongyun with a hint of curiosity. It seems the princess holds a particular interest in Li Chongyun. The Peacock Princess replied candidly, I have encountered him at Biluo Mountain. Li Chongyun shares a connection with the Buddha. Hence I have imparted teachings to him. The phrase a connection with the Buddha evoked envious gazes from the many cultivators present. In the current three realms, Buddhism and Taoism coexist, with the latter wielding the most substantial power. However, one cannot deny the unstoppable rise of Buddhism, which has reached a level where it can stand alongside Taoism. For these cultivators of the mortal realm, gaining the favor of either the Buddhist or Taoist sect is an immensely honorable affair. Should one be able to join either sect, the path ahead would undoubtedly be smooth and promising. Li Chongyun's connection with the Buddha and the fact that he had received teachings from the Peacock Princess indicated that he had a significant opportunity to to directly join the Buddhist sect for cultivation. Aligning himself with the immense backing of the Spirit Mountain. It is no exaggeration to say that even a mere mouse from the Spirit Mountain could stride across the entire western Nyohajo with confidence. Moreover, the one showing favor to Lee Chongyun was none other than the breathtakingly beautiful Peacock Princess. This was simply a source of envy and jealousy. Lee Chongyun, your merit is like a delicate thread. It seems you are not far from shining with the light of virtue. A gentle smile adorned the Peacock Princess's face, but she soon turned serious, advising, however, the aura of killing that surrounds you has also intensified. I hope you will remember this. Put down the knife and become a Buddha. I will always keep this in mind. Lee Chongyun replied with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Princess, for your intervention in proving my innocence. Right and wrong must be clearly distinguished. The Peacock Princess smiled lightly, offering Lee Chongyun an encouraging glance before addressing Zhang Xing. Master Xing, now that the disaster has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. As her words concluded, she moved gracefully, transforming into a spectrum of radiant light, swiftly vanishing towards the west. Zhang Xiang, reward the one with the highest contributions. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice echoed from the heavens above, like thunderclaps filled with divine authority. Yes, Zhang Xiang promptly responded. The cultivators then realized that a celestial being was hidden in the skies above, one who even knew the name of Master Xiang. Indicating his extraordinary status, summoned the celestial talismans. Zhang Xiang waved his sleeve, celestial lights swirling, as a multitude of bloodstained talismans soared into the air. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he comprehended the extent of each individual's contributions. Lee Chongyun and Qi Zhu had slain a total of 2,982 demons, marking them as the primary contributors to this disaster. Such an outcome was anticipated, yet when the number 2982 was announced, the cultivators present felt a profound shock. They realized they had not only fallen short of Lee Chongyun, but had been utterly crushed. As for Qi Zhu, everyone could clearly discern that she resembled more of a follower to Lee Chongyun. You too, follow me. Zhang Xiang, not daring to delay, raised his hand and pointed to the ground. A cluster of auspicious clouds coalesced, enveloping Lee Chongyun and Qi Zhu, lifting the two into the heavens, surrounded by swirling mists. Lee Chongyun felt a gentle breeze caress his face, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended to a height of 10,000 miles, an elevation rarely attained even by earthly immortals riding the wind. Jiuing, Qi Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. As the clouds parted, a languid yet fierce beast loomed above the clouds, coiled like a 100-foot serpent, yet possessing 9 necks. 8 of those necks had been severed, leaving only one, its red eyes and sharp fangs exuding a terrifying menace. The remaining head of Jiuing was bound by chains, the other end held in the grasp of a robust and imposing celestial being who exuded an aura of authority. Seated proudly upon the back of Jiuing, there is no need for alarm, Zhang Xiang stated. Jiuing has lost 8 heads and now possesses merely the cultivation of an early celestial being, thus posing little threat. This is the celestial martial virtue Star Lord, the true harbinger of this calamity's resolution. The Star Lord commanded 3,000 celestial troops, having shattered the physical form of Wu Zhiqi in the battle at Huai River. Binding his primordial spirit to ascend to the heavens for judgment. As for Jiuing, it too had been subdued by the martial virtue Star Lord and taken as a steed, the martial virtue Star Lord. In the celestial hierarchy, he ranked among the 3rd tier of immortals, a figure of considerable significance, on par with the likes of the towering King Li and Prince Neza, during their recent endeavors to slay demons. Lee Chongyun and Qi Zhu had heard from the land god about the origins of this catastrophe, the chaos wrought by Wu Zhiqi's disruption of the seal at Turtle Mountain, but they were unaware that it was the martial virtue Star Lord who had come to quell the disturbance. Boom! The grand scroll of mountains and seas activated, swiftly flipping pages, revealing a portrait of an immortal official outlined in pale black lines, identical to the martial virtue Star Lord before them. The Star Lord held a prominent position among the celestial ranks, mastering martial arts with unmatched valor and ferocity. Regrettably, there was no opportunity to record his likeness at present. In the Star Lord's hand was a jade-green elixir, radiating infinite Taoist essence, swirling with celestial light and exuding an aura of preciousness. One glance revealed it to be 100 times more valuable than the Xiang golden pill concocted by the Xiang. This must be a reward bestowed by the heavens. Having encountered the martial virtue Star Lord, Li Chongyun and Qizhu offered a respectful bow, acknowledging him by that moment. The third-tier celestial official slightly lifted his eyelids, casting a casual glance at Zhang Ziang, and inquired, "Are these two the primary contributors?" Qizhu, not daring nor wishing to claim credit, quickly responded, "All credit belongs to the young master. My cultivation is modest, and I have not slain many demons." Zhang Ziang echoed, "Li Chongyun is unmatched in bravery. He deserves the highest accolades." Unmatched in bravery? The martial virtue Star Lord's gaze turned to Li Chongyun, yet he dismissed him with disdain, merely an earthly immortal. How can one speak of bravery? A mere general among the short, he had just heard that Li Chongyun had slaughtered his fellow practitioners and consorted with a demon, his resolve weak, making him unworthy of great achievements. This Xian Yuan Dan can enhance one's Taoist cultivation by 1,000 years, an invaluable treasure, yet he chooses not to use it. It would be better to transform it into rain and dew for those suffering below. As he spoke, the martial virtue Star Lord shattered the precious elixir, casually scattering it from the clouds. The Jiaoying under him eagerly opened its mouth, voraciously consuming half of the powdered medicine, while the remainder transformed into rain and dew, nourishing the practitioners below. This, Qizhu's face paled, her heart sinking as she feared that her identity as a demon would implicate Li Chongyun, causing him to incur the martial virtue Star Lord's disdain, leading to overwhelming guilt. Li Chongyun, however, maintained his composure, secretly grasping Qizhu's hand and turning to her with a faint smile. "It is of no concern." Within his silver-white sleeve, a fist was clenched tight. The heavens held a deep-seated enmity towards demons. A situation Li Chongyun had anticipated, yet he had not expected the martial virtue Star Lord to be so imperious and contemptuous. "Martial virtue Star Lord, what are you doing?" Zhang Zhang's expression darkened with anger, his brows furrowing as he spoke sternly. "The Xian Yuan Dan is a precious creation from the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord Lao, immensely valuable. By right, it should belong to Li Chongyun." The Xian Yuan Dan could only be forged in the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord Lao, possessing extraordinary effects that could directly enhance one's cultivation by 1,000 years. Such a boon could significantly elevate one's comprehension and refine their cultivation, a coveted treasure that countless immortals would covet. However, regrettably, regardless of the creature, only one Xian Yuan Dan could be consumed, and any subsequent attempts would yield no effect. Li Chongyun had slain thousands of demons, and his contributions were indeed substantial. This reward was rightfully his, especially given the rarity of the opportunity for the heavens to bestow such an elixir. Yet now, the martial virtue Star Lord had misused the elixir under a flimsy pretext, feeding half to his newly acquired steed, Jiaoying. The other half served as a means to curry favor with the practitioners below. Those who benefited would be unlikely to speak ill of the martial virtue Star Lord even if celestial beings came to investigate. Such a simple act revealed the Star Lord's cunning. "Zhang Ziang, do you harbor any discontent?" The martial virtue Star Lord coldly regarded the Ziang, declaring, "Even your mentor, Lu Haichan, would not dare to speak boldly in my presence." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziang's expression froze, his face reddening as he glared at the martial virtue Star Lord. Yet he could find no words to utter. He had attained his status as a golden immortal, while his mentor Lu Haichan was also merely a golden immortal, albeit with deeper cultivation due to earlier enlightenment. In contrast, the martial virtue Star Lord was a Tai scattered immortal, capable of suppressing him with a mere flick of his fingers. Moreover, the martial virtue Star Lord was a high-ranking general of the heavenly court, his influence far beyond that of Zhang Ziang. Knowing that rank often dictated power, Zhang Ziang understood that while he was revered among mortals, he had no standing to challenge the martial virtue Star Lord in the celestial realm. "Humph," the martial virtue Star Lord sneered. "At least you recognize your place that I must return to the heavenly court to report. I have no time for you." Having said that, he mounted the fearsome Jiaoying and ascended into the skies. "Ziang," Li Chongyun observed Zhang Ziang, attempting to gather his thoughts to offer consolation. After all, the man had stood up for him and suffered humiliation at the hands of the martial virtue Star Lord. And even his mentor had been implicated. Such a situation must weigh heavily on him. Yet, after much contemplation, Li Chongyun could find no appropriate words. The heavenly might was overwhelming, ruling the 3 realms, filled with celestial beings and flourishing incense. Zhang Zhang lamented. Who could have imagined that the corruption of the heavenly court far surpasses that of the mortal realm? Li Chongyun, you came at my behest, yet you have suffered this injustice. I can only blame my own incompetence. This is my failing towards you. The Taoist's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his expression one of profound despondency. He retrieved a precious vial from his sleeve and a celestial talisman, presenting them both to Li Chongyun. Within this vial are over 2,000 Zhang golden pills. You may distribute them among the practitioners below, according to merit in a few days. Embark according to the guidance of this talisman to Ziyun Mountain, where opportunities await you. Opportunities? Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing that the Xiang had likely transferred the opportunities earned from his contributions to him, just as he was about to refuse. Zhang Xiang, filled with shame and embarrassment, took flight upon auspicious clouds. The heavenly court was indeed such a place, a demon cultivator. Qizhu yearned to ascend to the celestial ranks, yet she had never anticipated the darkness that lay within the heavenly court. Alas, though I am the one humiliated, why does it feel as though the most wounded is Xiang? Li Chongyun furrowed his brow and grasped Qizhu's hand, leading her back to Zhuzi City. The numerous practitioners who had benefited from the effects of the Xianyuan Dan were filled with excitement, celebrating their growth of 2 to 3 years in cultivation. Upon seeing Li Chongyun's return, Huang Yu eagerly inquired, "Congratulations, Dao brother. We, with our modest contributions, have each gained 2 to 3 years of cultivation. Surely, with your achievements, you have received a substantial reward?" He, Li Chongyun maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, it is a tremendous reward. I will remember it for at least 200 to 300 years before I forget." Xiang, fatigued, had already departed, leaving behind the promised Zhang golden pills, which I shall distribute among you all. That a multitude of cultivators erupted in cheers, harboring no doubts. Li Chongyun, of course, would not indulge in idle gossip. These practitioners, along with the subjects and citizens of the Zhuzi kingdom below, regarded Zhang Zhenren as a monumental hero, and it was perhaps better to keep this matter concealed. Having distributed the Zhang golden pills, Li Chongyun and Qizhu each received over 300 of these elixirs. He handed half of them to Qizhu, instructing her to return to Ponzi Ridge and share them with her sisters for cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun promptly set out, soaring through the winds guided by the celestial talisman. In the face of the boundless calamities, fraught with peril, it was said that only by taking refuge under a sage could one evade disaster. Yet, after the Fengshen calamity, with sages in retreat, beings of the 3 realms seeking to escape their fates could only look for protection from a formidable force. After witnessing the arrogance of the Wuda Xingjuan, Li Chongyun was compelled to contemplate this dilemma. Since the Fengshen calamity, the celestial court's power had burgeoned, effectively asserting dominance over the 3 realms, with the Buddhist and Taoist sects, along with various deities, primarily serving in the celestial court. Hence, during the westward journey calamity, the 2 principal forces of Buddhism and Taoism did not engage in fierce conflict. Rather, it could be said that they cooperatively orchestrated a meticulously laid chess game, calculating the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. The ultimate beneficiaries were the firmly established deities and Buddhists. It was hard to fathom that during the Fengshen era, the great battle of the 2 teachings led to the downfall of the countless celestial beings of the Jia teaching. Yet in the westward journey, it transformed into a grand feast for the immortals. The world had indeed changed. Relentless cultivation seemed to lead to no breakthroughs, and Sun Wukong was the epitome of this reality. Despite forming bonds with the 7 great saints, commanding countless demons, and displaying his might in the heavens, he ultimately met with failure. Li Chongyun mused. To remain low-key and develop quietly is futile. Gathering a crowd for a direct confrontation is tantamount to seeking death. The only viable option now is to immerse myself in the fray. If your position is high, I must elevate mine even higher. If you command many, I must forge alliances with even more supporters, starting with infiltrating the enemy's ranks. It is no wonder that the great sage ultimately opted to become a piece on the chessboard. Joining the quest for scriptures. Given my current circumstances, the Peacock Princess presents an excellent opportunity. I should first secure her favor. Taking a deep breath, Li Chongyun had just finished strategizing when he suddenly felt an unsettling tremor in his heart. An ominous sense of impending danger looming over him. Golden Crow Technique. The crimson gold seal illuminated within his pupils, and Li Chongyun immediately realized something, promptly channeling his most formidable divine ability in an instant. He was enveloped in a blaze of crimson gold flames, raising his hand to unleash a claw of divine power shaped like a golden crow towards the heavens. This supreme divine ability had once crushed the Xianlong at the peak of its path to mastery, demonstrating its terrifying might. However, at this moment, as the resplendent claw pierced the clouds, Li Chongyun felt as if it had struck a celestial barrier. In the next instant, that brilliant claw shattered with a resounding crash. "Well done. You are quite alert," a chilling voice echoed, revealing the fearsome figure of the 9 infants, its massive form casting a shadow over Li Chongyun. "I detected the golden crow blood within you earlier. It is a rarity across the 3 realms. That Wuda Xingjuan is quite commendable. After I lost 8 of my 9 heads, severely wounding my essence, I was specifically sent to devour you and replenish my strength before following him to the heavenly palace." Li Chongyun clenched his fists, feeling the blood within him boil, surging like a rainbow towards the skies. "Wuda Xingjuan, you have gone too far. This is fortuitous. If I can slay you in the lower realms, I wonder what that old dog would feel." Li Chongyun gazed upward at the grotesque creature with only 1 head remaining, now revealing a disdainful expression, filled with arrogance and bravado. The golden crow divine fire within him reacted instinctively to the provocation, igniting a fierce restlessness as the blood coursing through his veins seemed aflame, exuding a trace of malevolence that seeped from his pores, gradually forming a mist-like aura around him. "You wish to drink my blood and consume my flesh." Li Chongyun felt the wind at his feet, yet he had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he ascended higher into the sky, drawing closer to the 9 infants, coldly declaring, "Let us see if your teeth are strong enough." "Humph, I will show you whose bones are harder." The 9 infants huffed in anger, its form darting through the clouds with serpentine agility, akin to a dragon swimming through the seas. Its colossal body shimmered with an eerie glow, exuding an overwhelming pressure that surged towards Li Chongyun. Despite having lost 8 heads, the 9 infants still possessed the strength of an early celestial immortal. It could not fathom how this mere mid-level Earth immortal human dared to challenge it. For the 9 infants, such humiliation was intolerable. Yet, it was not just that. Li Chongyun not only dared to rise against him, but also harbored a profound intent to kill. The crimson gold seal in his pupils radiated divine light, his eyes sparkling like stars in the heavens, drawing upon the spiritual essence of the world. The golden crow bloodline surged to its peak, and in that moment, although Li Chongyun appeared human, his aura rivaled that of any beast. "You dare defy me?" The 9 infants roared in fury, realizing that this human sought to compare physical prowess with him. Its massive head swayed, resembling a towering pillar collapsing, crashing down towards Li Chongyun. With a deafening sound, the 9 infants' head trembled slightly, a trickle of blood escaping its razor-sharp teeth, sustaining minor injury, while Li Chongyun was sent hurtling away, crashing into a mountain. "Ha!" The 9 infants sneered. "Even if you refuse to submit, it does not change the fact that you are but an ant. Whether you are obediently consumed or resist before being devoured, does it truly make a difference?" Boom! The response to its taunt was the earth-shattering power of a formidable divine ability. The mountains trembled and roared as the ground quaked, the entire mountain range fracturing and lifting into the air. Li Chongyun's figure emerged from the clouds of dust and debris, hair disheveled and looking somewhat disheveled. His left eye still bore the crimson golden crow seal, while his right eye shimmered with a deep brown hue as he activated the mountain refining technique, commanding massive boulders to soar into the sky, hurling them towards the 9 infants above. The rocks, under the control of the mountain refining technique, were immensely solid and heavy. However, upon colliding with the 9 infant scales, they shattered into fragments. "Humph," the 9 infants scoffed. "This kind of strength is akin to mere tickling. Celestial immortals transcend the 3 realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. The disparity between our realms is vast. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true Tao means." This was a profound difference in realms. The 9 infants unleashed a torrent of flames, cascading down like a curtain, incinerating everything in its path, reducing even the rocks to nothingness. This was not mere fire. It was the very essence of the Tao's power, a flame woven from the chains of the Tao. The sound of crackling filled the air as Li Chongyun's mountain refining technique was obliterated. He unleashed the Xiang divine fire, only to have it extinguished in an instant as the flames of the Tao enveloped him completely. Rebirth through fire. Li Chongyun abandoned the refining god realm. Though it was a formidable technique, it could not grant him the strength to oppose a celestial immortal. He felt the Tao's power searing his skin, causing his flesh to rot and his internal organs to shatter. Yet, simultaneously, the Golden Crow bloodline revealed its terrifying nature, allowing him to draw strength from the Tao, enabling his divine body to continuously regenerate within the flames, bursting forth from the boundless flames of the Tao. Li Chongyun emerged into the clouds, standing at the same height as the 9 infants. In that moment, he unhesitatingly activated the sword seed within his Zifu, and the sound of swords resonated through the heavens. As if boundless sharpness was coalescing, the pure Yang sword materialized in his hand, and with a flourish, he unleashed a slashing arc of light, Sword Tao. The 9 infants gasped in astonishment, having never anticipated that this human would delve into the Sword Tao among the myriad paths. A power it could not even approach. A mix of shock and jealousy surged within its heart. With a clang, the sword light cleaved through the scales atop the 9 infants' head, shattering them and revealing the flesh beneath. Exposing deep wounds to the bone. The 9 infants bellowed, "Damn it, you insignificant earth immortal! You dared to injure me." "Insignificant?" Li Chongyun replied with a cold laugh, charging forward, though he appeared as a mere ant before the 9 infants. He felt no fear. With a thought, borrowing power from the Tao through his sword, the sharpness of the pure Yang sword reached its zenith, and with a single stroke, he sliced off half of the 9 infants' face. The scales and bloody flesh cascading away. "You are nothing more than a creature, slaughtered countless times by the banks of the Huai River, were it not for the protection of the martial virtue Star Lord. It is likely that your final head would have long since succumbed to the dust. How dare you act recklessly? I am a fierce beast. The Huai River is my origin, even if I am slain countless times. I can be reborn. I am cherished by heaven and earth, born and nurtured by nature itself. How can a mere ant-like human such as yourself compare to me?" The 9 infants, as if caught by its tail, cried out in disarray, for Li Chongyun had deduced correctly. The Xiang true man and the Peacock Princess had indeed driven him to the brink. He had resigned himself to his fate, contemplating a return to the Huai River after death. Awaiting his next rebirth. It was the martial virtue Star Lord who recognized his identity and strength, thus intervening to rescue him and take him as a mount. Buzz, Li Chongyun wielded his sword, and it seemed as though an invisible force continually infused the pure Yang sword with power. The might of this blade was utterly terrifying. Grasped in Li Chongyun's hand, it inflicted wounds upon his arm, tearing open gashes that bled profusely. With his earth immortal realm, forcibly channeling the sword's essence was indeed a struggle. Yet, the 9 infants, now aimed at by the sword, widened its eyes in fear and attempted to flee. "What? Do you wish to be frightened away by this mere ant?" Li Chongyun coldly mocked in response. The 9 infants, feeling the voice behind him, replied without looking back, "With your cultivation, how many times can you wield the Great Way? I shall wait until you are exhausted, and then I will slay you. Then let us see whether you are faster or my sword." Li Chongyun's hand rose, and the sword fell. A glimmering edge shot forth, traversing 10 miles, cleaving the great beast. Beneath the sword's radiance, the Taoist power released by the 9 infants was suddenly shattered, and it hastily dodged. Yet, half of its body was still sliced open, blood gushing forth, exposing a gaping wound in its abdomen, its liver and intestines gruesomely dangling outside. Buzz, the second strike followed swiftly. The 9 infants, terrified to the core, desperately twisted its body to ascend into the heavens, only to have its tail severed mid-air, plummeting back to the mortal realm. Dazed, it cried out, "Master, save me. No one can save you." Li Chongyun, clad in a silver brocade robe stained with blood, had forced himself to wield the sword multiple times, straining his Golden Crow divine body. Yet, without hesitation, he summoned the sword for a 3rd time. Simultaneously, his left hand formed seals and chanted incantations, a spark of spiritual light gathering at his fingertips. Li Chongyun, one hand sealing the spells, the other wielding the sword, stood atop a plume of fire clouds, soaring into the lofty sky. Above the clouds, his divine eyes, radiant with light, locked onto the lost and fleeing 9 infants, filled with boundless murderous intent. This is the mount of the martial virtue Star Lord, a fearsome beast born of the Huai River, To slay it would naturally invite infinite repercussions and countless troubles. Li Chongyun loathed complications, yet if trouble sought him out, he would not tremble in fear. Having suffered 2 strikes, the 9 infants was weakened, its demonic blood continually seeping away. However, its speed dared not diminish. For a chilling murderous aura followed closely behind, like a bone-gnawing maggot, ever present. Yet, in its grievous state, its body faltered momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Chongyun pointed at the 9 infants in the sky, fixed light finger. Celestial light burst forth, the rhythms of the Tao swirling. The 9 infants turned back, and this ray of celestial light fell upon its eyes, revealing countless powerful runes entwined in a chain of 5 elemental laws, which instantaneously struck its body, triggering a formidable binding force that ensnared its flesh in midair. Li Chongyun, I could serve as the mount of the martial virtue Star Lord. Do you dare to kill me? At the brink of life and death, the 9 infants was utterly terrified, losing all semblance of the ancient fierce beast's dignity, reduced to a cowardly wretch. Martial virtue Star Lord? Li Chongyun scoffed, his blood-stained attire giving him a fierce appearance. His arms straining under the sword's might, enduring the agony bestowed by the sword's essence. Yet, he resolutely swung the blade, cleaving the last head of the 9 infants. He then raised his hand, unleashing his power to bind the 9 infants' head and its battered body in midair. Martial virtue Star Lord, you have robbed me of my accomplishments, seized what rightfully belonged to me, and yet have the audacity to belittle me. Such conduct has long been noted in my heart. I vow to slay you. Li Chongyun was not of a gentle temperament. Though he was not one to seek revenge for every grievance, he was also not one to endure indignities. To endure for a moment was merely a necessity, a strategy for future endeavors. Yet, you, martial virtue Star Lord, have gone too far. The 9 infants, a creature of great malevolence, deserve to be put to death, obliterated in both body and spirit, yet you took it as your mount and enabler, allowing it to continue its rampage. Send the 9 infants, now diminished to earth immortal realm, to hunt me down. You truly underestimate me. Li Chongyun, how will you feel losing a mount of golden immortal caliber? Li Chongyun laughed. The martial virtue Star Lord sought not merely a mount of earth immortal level, but rather the 9 infants, restored to its golden immortal strength. Now, that plan lay in ruin. The pure yang sword was wielded once more. Several sword lights cleaving through the air, dismembering the 9 infants' corpse into 9 segments. Its heart and demonic core were collected, while the rest was left to fall, shattered, successfully capturing the ancient fierce beast 9 infants. Gaining 9,000 years of cultivation, acquired the 9 infants source technique, 9 lives technique, and a vast amount of fire Tao essence. The Shanhai scroll stirred. That page depicting the 9-headed giant beast roaring above the Huai River became vivid and colorful, its scales and claws displayed with terrifying majesty. Back when he first encountered the 9 infants, facing that formidable ancient beast that even the Zhang true man could not contend with alone, Li Chongyun had never entertained the thought of capturing it. Moreover, he had now achieved this through the swift and convenient method of hunting. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Li Chongyun collected his spoils and activated the celestial talisman bestowed by the Zhang true man. Continuing his flight towards Ziyun Mountain. In the celestial court, at the southern heavenly gate, on duty today were General Pang Lu, Go Bai, and General Deng Xian Zhang Tao, subordinates of the Southern King of Growth. The extermination of the Waziki was, after all, a matter of little danger. With the commander present, how could it stir any turmoil? The martial virtue Star Lord, with great enthusiasm, recounted his exploits of vanquishing demons in the mortal realm, casually boasting. However, that wretched creature was quite resilient, even shattering its own body rather than yielding. Luckily, I was fortunate enough to capture a 9 infants as a mount, though not as fierce as the Waziki. It is still an ancient beast. 9 infants. To have an ancient fierce beast willingly submit as a mount. The martial virtue Star Lord indeed possesses great skill. The 8 generals wore expressions of flattery, engaging in polite conversation with him. Suddenly, a voice like thunder rang out from below, calling for help and drawing everyone's attention. The martial virtue Star Lord's eyes glimmered with celestial incantations, as if sensing something amiss. And his expression changed in an instant. Damn it! Who killed my mount? Furious and humiliated, The martial virtue Star Lord immediately erupted in wrathful curses. He invoked his true words and marvelous spells, and soon a segment of chain flew up from the mortal realm, his artifact controlling the 9 infants, its other end connected to a wide-eyed head. Hiss! Someone in the mortal realm dares to slay the mount of the martial virtue Star Lord. General Tao Yunxin's expression turned to one of shock. The martial virtue Star Lord was notoriously hot-tempered in the celestial court. He had just been boasting about capturing a 9 infants as a mount, flaunting his accomplishment. After all, the 9 infants was an ancient beast. Such a mount was rare to find. Now, having been slain, the martial virtue Star Lord would surely unleash his fury. As expected, this third-rank celestial official was incandescent with rage, turning to descend into the mortal realm. When the martial virtue Star Lord arrived at a battlefield with remnants of Taoist energy, he found only the scattered remains of the deceased 9 infants upon the mountaintop. Li Chongyun, you are exceedingly bold. The martial virtue Star Lord knew precisely who the 9 infants had gone to confront, and thus knew who was responsible for its demise. 100 miles away, atop the mountain peak, Li Chongyun sat cross-legged, consuming 3 purple yang golden pills while circulating the Wuzhen cannon to heal his wounds. Behind him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her colorful feathered garments fluttering in the wind, her hair dancing lightly, revealing a stunning visage. Thank you, Princess, for healing my wounds. Li Chongyun had not anticipated encountering the Peacock Princess in this place again. The Peacock Princess frowned and said, the Ziyang True Man and I were invited to Ziyun Mountain to comprehend the Tao due to our shared merit in battling the 9 infants. Why have you come here, and why are you engaged in combat, sustaining such grievous injuries? Li Chongyun's aura of merit grew increasingly profound, earning the approval of the Peacock Princess. Yet the murderous aura emanating from him grew increasingly intense. Diverging from the Buddhist precepts against killing, he acted out of sheer necessity. Li Chongyun explained, as for my presence here, it is due to the fact that Zhang Jinren bestowed upon me a celestial talisman, guiding me to seek a fortuitous encounter. Upon hearing this, Princess Peacock was momentarily taken aback. This opportunity was no trivial matter, even stirring her interest. It was indeed peculiar that Zhang Zhang would willingly relinquish such a chance. Li Chongyun, where do you think you are going? At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from the horizon, rolling forth like a tempest, as celestial might surged forth, enveloping a radius of 10 miles, under the oppressive weight of this formidable presence. Even Princess Peacock's complexion shifted slightly, revealing a radiant 5-colored light behind her. High above in the clouds, a celestial deity gazed down upon the mortal realm. The god of martial virtue glared fiercely. Casting a cold gaze upon the Westerner, Li Chongyun, his massive fists clenched as though he wished to obliterate him on the spot. The overwhelming disparity in their realms rendered Li Chongyun immobile, stripped of any power to resist. Yet, the next moment, as the 5-colored light from Princess Peacock erupted forth, an enigmatic and profound Taoist principle permeated the air, effortlessly dissipating the celestial pressure. God of martial virtue? Princess Peacock furrowed her brow, glancing at Li Chongyun. What transgression have you committed to incur the wrath of the god of martial virtue? Li Chongyun shook his head, his expression one of confusion. Fairy, what brings you here in such a furious manner? The god of martial virtue's countenance remained dark, as if cloaked in ominous clouds brimming with thunder. Yet, in that moment, he found himself unable to unleash his fury. His gaze involuntarily drawn to the 5-colored radiance behind Princess Peacock, revealing a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Though Princess Peacock had attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, and the god of martial virtue would not fear her in a direct confrontation. The 5-colored light signified the presence of the Peacock Bodhisattva of the Western spiritual mountain, before whom even the god of martial virtue must lower his head. This understanding was clear as day to Li Chongyun, and thus, even when confronted by the god of martial virtue, he felt no fear. Instead, a smile crept upon his face as he remarked, Fairy, why do you come riding the clouds? Has that 9 infants not become your steed? Why is it not by your side? Humph. The god of martial virtue trembled with rage, yet he managed to restrain himself. Finally, he turned his gaze toward Li Chongyun, his eyes brimming with undisguised malice. Brat, I shall remember you. In this vast 3 realms, the heavenly court is the supreme ruler. You cannot escape my grasp. With that, he soared into the clouds, ascending towards the 9 heavens. Witnessing this scene, Princess Peacock inquired with curiosity. Li Chongyun, how have you offended him? I killed the 9 infants, Li Chongyun admitted to Princess Peacock, expressing his gratitude. Thanks to the fairy's teachings on the celestial law of fixed light, otherwise, it would have truly escaped. Killed the 9 infants. Princess Peacock was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on Li Chongyun with astonishment. She had joined forces with Zhang Zhenren to sever 8 of the 9 infants' heads, inflicting grievous injuries upon it, reducing it to the strength of an early celestial. Yet, it remained a celestial, and the 9 infants were a fearsome ancient beast. Its power was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun was merely a minor earth immortal at present. Very well, Princess Peacock conceded. The 9 infants have committed countless atrocities. Their sins are boundless. Your slaying of it is indeed a boon for the common folk, and no wonder the merit upon you has grown more profound. She cast a penetrating glance at Li Chongyun, then lifted her gaze towards the heavens, surmising certain matters. This small earth immortal of the human race had likely endured some grievances before the god of martial virtue. Li Chongyun, the path of the great Tao is a long and arduous journey. It is not merely talent that guarantees success, nor does attaining the status of a celestial signify the end of one's journey. Princess Peacock lifted her delicate hand, pausing momentarily before gently resting it upon Li Chongyun's blood-stained shoulder, patting it twice. Becoming a celestial is merely the beginning. Your innate talent is indeed rare, but to cultivate successfully, this alone is far from sufficient. Should you wish, I can introduce you to the Buddhist teachings for your cultivation. Li Chongyun immediately shook his head. I have no interest in becoming a monk. And besides, I am a family man. Princess Peacock remained silent, for in truth, it was the mortal monks who were bound by vows, while immortals were not constrained by such matters. Noticing Li Chongyun's apparent disinterest, she refrained from pressing further. Suddenly, an intense surge of energy emanated from Li Chongyun, golden halos flickering upon his forehead as he furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar door that he could not push open. The key was in the delightful fragrance that enveloped his senses as Princess Peacock approached him, a refreshing touch gracing his forehead, while a melodious and ethereal voice resonated in his ear. Your merit is sufficient to condense the golden light of merit. Yet without understanding the proper methods, I can impart to you the Buddhist technique for merit condensation, assisting you in this endeavor. Li Chongyun felt a tinge of embarrassment. This seems rather inappropriate. Princess Peacock playfully poked Li Chongyun's forehead with her delicate finger. Consider it a gift. There is no need for you to join the Buddhist order, nor to become a monk. Li Chongyun sighed in relief. Thank you, fairy. It turned out to be a generous gift, and such generosity brought him joy. Merit is akin to the accolades bestowed by the heavenly Tao, capable of driving away evil and eliminating sins. Those who possess merit are favored by fortune, encountering endless serendipities. Whatever they undertake seems to be supported by divine assistance, allowing them to avert calamities and encounter auspiciousness. Should such individuals be slain, it would invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao, resulting in punishment. Whether among the Taoist immortals or the Buddhas of the spiritual mountain, merit is held in the highest regard, and the incense offerings of mortals are also a form of merit. Both the Buddhist and Taoist sects possess secret techniques for condensing merit, not meant for outsiders to know. Ordinary cultivators, even when performing righteous deeds and possessing merit, cannot harness its efficacy without such secret techniques. Consolidate. Upon receiving Princess Peacock's teachings, Li Chongyun experienced a sudden epiphany. Without delay, he formed a meditative seal, and the golden halo around him coalesced at his brow, ultimately manifesting as a third eye. You have unlocked the heavenly eye through the power of merit. Princess Peacock was momentarily taken aback, her exquisite features displaying a hint of peculiarity. With a thought, Li Chongyun opened the heavenly eye, releasing 3 inches of golden merit light as he gazed upon Princess Peacock. He beheld her radiance, a halo of auspicious clouds gathering above her head, clearly a manifestation of great merit. Opening the heavenly eye allows one to perceive true thoughts, discern loyalty from treachery, and unveil the essence of being. Naturally, the ability to see through others is also contingent upon one's own magical prowess. Before him, while he could perceive the merits surrounding Princess Peacock, he was unable to penetrate her true nature. Your injuries have healed, and your merit has coalesced. Let us together seek enlightenment in this fortuitous encounter. Princess Peacock withdrew her fingertip from Li Chongyun's brow at that moment. the scroll of mountains and seas within Li Chongyun's being rapidly turned its pages, ultimately resting upon the illustration of the ethereal and stunning Princess Peacock that I in the painting. The enchanting figure possessed an additional hue upon one of her fingers. Is this the beginning of the recording? Li Chongyun suddenly understood. It seemed that recording did not necessitate the consummation of marriage, as various intimate interactions could also serve to be recorded, merely differing in speed. Princess Peacock was indeed a woman of gentle temperament, kind-hearted and generous. Standing beside her, Li Chongyun found his pace hastened, aided by the auspicious clouds beneath her feet. Out of respect, Li Chongyun kept half a step behind Princess Peacock, casting a yearning glance as he beheld her slender waist, the flowing strands of her hair accentuating her perfectly alluring curves, particularly captivating. The five-colored feathered garments billowed in the wind, further highlighting her long, graceful arms encased in white attire. Princess, Li Chongyun inquired with curiosity. What exactly is this fortuitous encounter? Princess Peacock did not conceal the truth, stating, "It is a piece of ancient treasure, albeit now merely fragments. Within it lies boundless Taoist principles and many relics. For Zhang Jinren to bestow this talisman upon you is indeed an immense favor." Li Chongyun nodded, his anticipation growing. The opportunity that even Princess Peacock deemed precious would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him, who had yet to ascend to immortality. Beneath the Zun mountain, a pavilion rests beside a meandering stream. By the crimson pillars, a young man clad in sleek black attire and adorned with a silver crown stands with his hands clasped behind his back. His countenance exudes a striking charisma, accentuated by a vivid vermilion dot upon his brow. Perched upon the three railings are an elderly woman with flowing white hair, indulging in a pipe, a middle-aged Taoist priest in traditional robes with long black hair and beard, and a dashing young gentleman in a crimson brocade robe. Within the pavilion, however, sits only a tender girl of 8 or 9, her cherubic face propped upon her pudgy hands, glancing anxiously about as if awaiting something, her furrowed brow betraying her impatience. Suddenly, a flicker of celestial light heralds the arrival of two figures outside the pavilion, Princess Peacock and Li Chongyun. All eyes turn toward them, and the dapper young man in crimson is the first to display his excitement. Rushing out to greet them, his gaze fixated solely on Princess Peacock. "Princess, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly during these long days apart." As he speaks, his eyes discreetly dart to Li Chongyun beside him, quickly averting when he perceives the latter's modest celestial strength. Princess Peacock's brow furrows in displeasure as she casts a cold glance at the handsome man, turning away with a tone of disdain. "Dapeng, do not obstruct my path." "Dapeng?" Li Chongyun muses, momentarily taken aback, quickly deducing the identity of the handsome man before him. He must be the golden-winged Great Peng, known as Yunqing Wanli Peng, who relentlessly pursues Princess Peacock to no avail. A formidable character indeed, capable of holding his own against even the likes of Tathagata. It is noteworthy that Dapeng and Princess Peacock share a familial connection that in ancient times, when the primordial phoenix absorbed the dual energies of yin and yang. It laid 2 eggs, which hatched into the peacock and the Great Peng. Additionally, Princess Peacock is the daughter of Kong Xian, making them uncle and niece by blood. Li Chongyun, aware of his inferior status among those present, discreetly surveys the gathering. The scroll of mountains and seas has been triggered 4 times. The handsome man is the king of the Lion Turtle Kingdom, the golden-winged Great Peng. The middle-aged Taoist with long hair and beard is the lord of the Yellow Flower Pavilion. The hundred-eyed demon Lord Centipede, the elderly woman, frail and smoking her pipe, is the 9-tailed old fox of the Dragon Suppression Cave, and the strikingly charismatic man in black is, astonishingly, a 5-clawed golden dragon. The black-clad man furrows his brow, directing his gaze toward Li Chongyun and inquiring, "Where is Zhang Jinren?" Princess Peacock responds, "Zhang Jinren is otherwise occupied and has entrusted this opportunity to Li Chongyun, who distinguished himself in repelling the Huai water demon Tide." Li Chongyun. The black-clad man clearly does not recognize the name, merely nodding politely as he introduces himself. "I am Moang, the Prince of the Western Sea." "Prince Moang." Li Chongyun is taken aback, realizing that this is the very prince who, in the journey to the west, had effortlessly overwhelmed the little toad dragon of the Blackwater River. Though he has made but a single appearance, his prowess was formidable, particularly with his remarkable silver spear technique. That it is an honor to meet you. Li Chongyun replies courteously. Princess Peacock discreetly conveys to him. All present are external aid from the mortal realm who participated in the campaign against Wu Zhiqi led by the martial virtue star Lord. In due course, they will also have the opportunity to comprehend this fortuitous occurrence. Beware, for among them are fierce demons. Exercise caution. Li Chongyun takes heed, noting that among the assembly, only Prince Moong seems relatively amiable. The hundred-eyed demon lord is a lethal and merciless figure, while the old fox and Dapeng are notorious for their insatiable hunger. Suddenly, a sharp, youthful voice pierces the air as the little girl seated on the stone bench rises, disregarding the presence of the demon lords, Princess Peacock, and the Dragon Prince. She impatiently urges, now that the heroes have arrived. Let us proceed to the fragment. With a wave of her hand, a weathered yellowed page materializes, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. The appearance of the fragment ignites a spark of excitement among the onlookers. Li Chongyun instantly comprehends that this fragment holds the key to their upcoming fortune. I shall take the lead, proclaims the hundred-eyed demon lord, performing a gesture of reverence before transforming into a streak of light. Soaring into the fragment, the dragon of suppression remains silent, exhaling a plume of smoke with a smile, followed closely by Prince Moong. Dapeng only pursues after witnessing Princess Peacock enter. What are you waiting for? We were just waiting for you. The girl casts an exasperated look at Li Chongyun, her tone patronizing. I have been tasked by my master to subdue Wu Zhiqi and pass down this opportunity. I am on the verge of completing my mission. You, a mere earth immortal with feeble powers, should hurry before the chance is snatched away. Li Chongyun lags behind, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and those present. It would be futile to compete. A composed mindset is far more prudent. However, being addressed as a mere earth immortal by this girl of the refining chi to transforming spirit realm feels rather peculiar. Subduing Wu Zhiqi, isn't that the achievement of the martial virtue star lord? Li Chongyun casually inquires of the girl. The martial virtue star lord? Huh. The girl scoffs dismissively. He is merely a gluttonous fool, incapable of dealing with even a Wu Zhiqi. Were it not for my intervention, this calamity would persist for several more months. Li Chongyun is momentarily taken aback, skepticism creeping in. The girl gestures toward the fragment. Go look for yourself. Wu Zhiqi's remnants are within. And who is your master? Li Chongyun queries further. The girl, brimming with pride, rolls her eyes skyward and retorts. Those futile loose immortals are unworthy of knowing my master's name. Let alone you. Ha! Li Chongyun finds himself both amused and bewildered. After a moment's pause, he slowly replies, This place is Xiun Mountain, and I have heard of a 1,000-flower cave atop the mountain, where a certain Silin Bodhisattva is said to dwell in seclusion. Could she be your master? The girl is momentarily stunned, her wide, watery eyes bulging, her mouth agape in disbelief. How do you know? I have connections. Li Chongyun responds, feigning mystery. Upon hearing this, the girl's demeanor shifts. She realizes that Silin Bodhisattva had mentioned how few knew of her retreat, and even fewer had heard her name. Those who did were undoubtedly esteemed figures among the great Luo Jingxian. With deep ties to her master Tso, it appears we are of the same ilk. The girl quickly adopts a more amiable expression, approaching Li Chongyun and extending her arm. He bends down in compliance, linking arms with her. Your name is Li Chongyun, is it not? The Bodhisattva has given me the Dharma name Yunmeng. Who is your master? Yunmeng inquires candidly at this moment. Li Chongyun is taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere attempt at connection would lead to such a misunderstanding with Silin Bodhisattva's attendant. Faced with her question, he adopts a troubled expression. Before I departed, my master said, I understand. I understand everything. Yunmeng, feeling an inexplicable affinity for Li Chongyun, believes him to be another unfortunate soul often scolded and beaten by a great figure. Sharing her plight, once one reaches the level of our masters, one must abide by the principle of a dragon hiding its tail, avoiding entanglements with worldly affairs. Indeed, Li Chongyun nods in agreement, then poses an inquiry. I have an unrefined request regarding the opportunity within this fragment. Since we are connected, I shall directly instruct you on how to refine the fragment into your own treasure. Yunmeng thumps her chest with enthusiasm. I can see it now. This treasure presented by my master is meant for you. Li Chongyun exclaims. He activates the celestial talisman in his hand, transforming into a streak of light and diving into the fragment. Upon entering, he is met with a chaotic expanse, as if swirling mists of black and white envelop him in all directions. Amidst the haze, he discerns glimmering orbs of light, pulsating with the potent waves of magical energy emanating from the others who had entered before him. Including Princess Peacock and the rest, this realm of the fragment appears devoid of overt conflict, which brings him some relief. Had it necessitated a struggle for opportunities, he would have considered withdrawing immediately. Even should he resort to swordplay, he knows he would stand no chance against these individuals. The body of Wu Zhiqi. Beneath his feet, gruesome sights of blood and gore are apparent: bloodied fur, gaping flesh wounds, and shattered bones. Li Chongyun is startled to realize he is standing atop a colossal corpse, akin to a mountain. Boom! The scroll of mountains and seas was activated, swiftly flipping pages, locking onto the corpse of Wu Zhiqi. A demon, Wu Zhiqi, shaped like a monkey, with a flat nose and a prominent forehead. Its white head and blue body bore the mark of fiery eyes and golden pupils. Its head and neck reached 100 feet in length. Possessing the strength to uproot mountains, often stirring winds and waves on the Huai River, endangering the common folk, in O Life Gate, consuming its twin eyes could yield the divine ability of the heavenly eye. Not recorded. Li Chongyun gazed at the corpse beneath him, and involuntarily, scenes of Wu Zhiqi's chaotic life surged in his mind. Such a colossal being. No wonder it could disturb the Huai River, causing even the celestial martial virtue Star Lord to descend with heavenly soldiers. Unable to subdue it, had also borrowed the power of many mighty beings from the Western Bolhazhou, along with various demon kings, ultimately slain by the disciple of the Bluetooth Bodhisattva using this treasured weapon. Indeed, such a prized possession would not remain. Li Chongyun quickly approached the location of Wu Zhiqi's head, only to find its eyes reduced to mere blood holes, the eyeballs excavated. After a thorough search, he discovered that the demon's core, the source of its vitality, and even the hidden essence within its abdomen had all been removed, leaving nothing but pure flesh and blood. Li Chongyun continued his observations. The recording progress of the scroll of mountains and seas noticeably increased. Although only the corpse remained, it facilitated Li Chongyun's scrutiny. After half an hour of diligent effort, he finally received feedback from the scroll. He successfully recorded Wu Zhiqi, acquiring a substantial amount of the essence of the water path. Perhaps due to the recording being done from the skeletal remains, Li Chongyun did not gain any cultivation, but rather obtained pure water path essence. In an instant, feeling an influx of azure patterns of the water path within his spiritual abode, those patterns vibrant and alive, transforming into boundless insights that infused into Li Chongyun's primordial spirit. He sensed the omnipresent water spiritual energy around him, and a sense of control emerged within him, as if he had directly inherited Wu Zhiqi's command over water. This marked the third path he had entered, the sword path, the water path, and the fire path, all of which belonged to the grand level of principles. Li Chongyun's fire path had already accumulated, officially entering the path after recording the 9 infants. Furthermore, these 3 paths were not ordinary minor paths. The sword path stemmed from the sword soul, while both the water and fire paths originated from the exceptional ancient remnants, directly pointing to the elemental principles of water and fire within the grand 5 elements. When comparing water, the Yin water path of the Qilin child pales in comparison to Wu Zhiqi's water path principles. Next, he would delve into the true opportunity of this journey. Li Chongyun shifted his gaze upward, where amidst the swirling mist, strands of mysterious and unfathomable principles flickered erratically. Only by opening the heavenly eye and perceiving the true nature could he unveil that the entire fragment within was composed of countless formations. Breaking the formation would be the key to this opportunity for comprehension. Though I possess the strength of a 9th-grade spiritual formation master, the individuals present have cultivated for countless years, their mastery of formations likely rivaling mine. Li Chongyun sighed. The Cloud Dream disciple had indeed informed him of the method to refine this fragmentary treasure. However, accomplishing it required exceptional comprehension and strength. With a thought, Li Chongyun began to gather the essence of the path around him, ultimately transforming into a hazy sphere of light, slowly ascending. Within the myriad formations lay labyrinthine routes. Only by traversing the correct path could one uncover the essence of the fragmentary treasure and subsequently refine it. Having learned the route from Yunmeng, It could be deemed a fortuitous coincidence. Li Chongyun maneuvered the glowing sphere, navigating to the first checkpoint, closing his eyes in concentration, the heavenly eye at his brow flickering, discerning the formation patterns before him. In terms of cultivation, I am no match for those demon kings. Yet, when it comes to comprehending formations, I may indeed have an opportunity to contend with them. The spiritual force flowed like threads through the formations before him, his primordial spirit continuously calculating ways to unravel the formations. After about 2 or 3 days, he successfully comprehended the first formation of 9th grade spiritual formation level. The speed of those demon kings was merely a few times faster than mine. Li Chongyun glanced at the 5 glowing spheres above him, self-deprecatingly chuckling, then continued to immerse himself in the world of principles. The power of the 9th grade spiritual formations, if utilized correctly, could ensnare Earth immortals. Even celestial beings could be momentarily hindered. Formations are undoubtedly among the foremost arts of the celestial realm, with many renowned killing formations existing in the world, such as the 10 Absolute Formation, the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, the Primordial Heluo Formation, the Celestial Star Formation, the 12 Capital Heavenly God Slaughter Formation, and the Slaying Immortal Sword Formation, formidable formations that could stain the garments of even the great Luo immortals with blood. While the spiritual formation master had entered the ranks, he was still merely a novice, knowing only basic formation patterns. To truly adeptly employ the power of formations in combat, one must become a true divine formation master to connect with the divine through formations. Li Chongyun continuously discerned and learned new formation patterns, and after unraveling the first 5 9th grade spiritual formations, his mind was filled with over 100 new patterns. However, the sheer increase in knowledge of formation patterns did not automatically elevate him to the status of a divine formation master. The patterns were merely the foundation. A qualitative transformation was needed to progress from a 9th grade spiritual formation master to a divine formation master. Finally, a divine grade formation appeared before him. Li Chongyun utilized his heavenly eye to examine it, then cautiously stepped into the formation. This was his first foray into comprehending a divine grade formation and the best opportunity for him to ascend to the rank of divine formation master. His comprehension was, indeed, extraordinary. Princess Peacock lowered her gaze, observing the last white sphere that, despite trailing behind, remained undeterred and continued to strive forward, prompting her sincere admiration. Practitioners of the Tao in the world almost invariably dabble in the myriad arts of the celestial realm. Her own mastery of formations was moderate, at the 7th grade, currently ranking second among the crowd. Below her were Prince Imoong and the 9-tailed fox, while the most formidable, the golden-winged Great Pong, lagged behind in the realm of formations. As for the 100-eyed demon lord, his mastery of formations was extraordinarily high, occupying the highest position. His pace of comprehension was not slow, indicating that his proficiency in formations was at the 9th grade spiritual level. And with such speed in understanding divine formations, he seemed poised to ascend to the rank of divine formation master. The flicker of surprise crossed Princess Peacock's beautiful eyes. This was not the first time she had been astonished by Li Chongyun. Overcoming the odds to slay the profound dragon, mastering celestial arts in the blink of an eye, experiencing a meteoric rise in merit after just a few days, defying the celestial realm to fiercely slay the 9 nether. Now, within less than half a month's time, he had discovered the opportunity to ascend to divine formation master. His comprehension was, undeniably, exceptionally high. Princess Peacock could not help but express her growing curiosity, gazing at Li Chongyun from a distance. Although she could not fully discern the depths of his abilities, she could see that his cultivation time was at most a century, and he did not appear to have a significant backing, likely lacking access to pills that could elevate his cultivation. She could only attribute Li Chongyun's astonishing progress to his innate comprehension, completely unaware that this seemingly youthful human youth had cultivation surpassing 30,000 years. Not inferior to her OW and at present. Only Princess Peacock noticed Li Chongyun. The others entirely overlooked this minor earth immortal. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, as Li Chongyun guided his spiritual consciousness to intricately depict dozens of intricate formation patterns, subsequently connecting and merging the powers of different patterns into a cohesive whole, perfecting and embedding it into the divine grade formation before him. With a resonant hum, the divine formation trembled, gradually dissipating. the spiritual energy constituting the formation transforming into twinkling lights, merging into Li Chongyun's body, being refined into his own cultivation. Upon creating his first formation set, his mastery of formations had reached the first grade of divine level to AT. This moment, I can be considered a first-grade divine formation master. Li Chongyun's eyes brightened, exhaling a long breath. For the past 10 days, he had been on edge, fully immersed in the world of formations, and the rewards he reaped were indeed substantial. Finally leveraging the opportunity of deciphering the divine formation to undergo a transformation in his mastery of formations. 81 formation patterns must coalesce to form a formation set, and once formed, they become a unified whole, remarkably stable. By employing multiple formation sets, one could construct new formations with power exceeding that of spiritual formations by 100-fold. Li Chongyun surmised that any divine formation, as long as its foundation had sufficient spiritual essence, could contend with practitioners at the celestial level. Should the opportunity arise, I must collect some powerful formation blueprints to later arrange on the Silk Ridge to bolster defenses. Li Chongyun now possessed the capability to arrange formations, yet lacked the blueprints, akin to a skilled chef without a recipe as for where to seek the formation diagrams. It is evident that the current world of fragmented pages serves as a veritable treasure trove of such diagrams. Continue. With a breakthrough in his understanding of array techniques, Li Chongyun was filled with enthusiasm and immediately followed the route taught to him by the Yunmeng Taoist boy, arriving at the next divine array that he was to decipher. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no bounds of time. Every practitioner in seclusion counts their days and years. Li Chongyun lingered within the world of fragmented pages for a full 3 years, during which his mastery of array techniques steadily accumulated. You have mastered 81 types of formations, becoming a second-grade divine array master. You have grasped 10 divine array diagrams, thus ascending to a third-grade divine array master. You have comprehended the principles of formation cohesion, allowing you to create diverse formations at will, thus attaining the rank of a fourth-grade divine array master. A fourth-grade divine array master, unbeknownst to me. My cultivation has also reached the late stage of the refining void and merging Tao. When Li Chongyun finally looked up in realization, he discovered a cerulean light orb hovering close by, while a golden-hued orb had already settled behind him. With his array techniques achieving the fourth-grade divine level, Li Chongyun continuously consumed Zhang golden pills to replenish his mana, which in turn elevated his cultivation to the late stage of refining void and merging Tao. Have I surpassed the golden-winged Great Peng and now stand beneath the Prince Imol? Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, feeling an indescribable sensation within. Upon entering the world of fragmented pages, he had aspired to achieve results on par with those of the Golden Immortals, or even the Tai Immortals, in the realm of array techniques. Yet he had never anticipated attaining such accomplishments with such ease. Upholding his true intentions, he persevered onward. That it seems I have been here for 3 years. I wonder how the outside world fares. Logically, Qi Zhu and the others, being favored by fortune, should be safe. Yet pondering this now serves no purpose. For a brief moment, Li Chongyun's thoughts drifted, but the next instant, he refocused, concentrating on the matter at hand. 3 years and 3 years, 3 years and 3 years. Your understanding of array techniques has deepened significantly, becoming a 5th-grade divine array master. Your understanding of array techniques has deepened further, becoming a 6th-grade divine array master. Your understanding of array techniques has reached profound depths, becoming a 7th-grade divine array master. At a 7th-grade divine array master, Li Chongyun held a fist-sized orb in his hand, within which swirled 81 array patterns, undulating in a mesmerizing dance. With Li Chongyun's mental command, these patterns could be freely combined to form various formations. This formation sphere significantly reduced the time required for Li Chongyun to decipher divine arrays. At this moment, Li Chongyun had even surpassed Prince Moang, ranking 4th in terms of array-breaking progress. Who would have thought that your skills in array techniques would be so remarkable, even catching up to me? Yalong Daxian? A voice, slightly hoarse, echoed near him as a white light orb approached, revealing an elderly woman with a faded visage, grinning as she puffed on a smoking pipe, her yellowed front teeth clearly visible. Yalong Mountain, Yalong Cave, and Yalong Daxian, in truth, is a 9-tailed fox. This figure had made an appearance in Journey to the West, holding a significant identity. She is the foster mother of the Golden and Silver Horn Kings of the Lotus Cave. Wielding the treasured golden rope, making her a formidable character that, of course, at this moment, Taishang Laojuan's attendant had yet to descend, and the Lotus Cave did not yet house the Golden and Silver Horn Kings. The Yalong Daxian before him likely had not yet acquired the golden rope. However, the unintentional pressure she exuded made Li Chongyun inwardly wryly smile. Her realm undoubtedly far surpassed his own. At least on par with the golden immortal princess. What guidance do you have, Daxian? Li Chongyun retorted, for the opportunities within the world of fragmented pages are attained through comprehending array techniques, and direct conflict is unlikely. Yet, should the other party insist on confrontation, there would be little he could do. Thus, Li Chongyun refrained from offending her directly. Little one, the formations ahead will be 7th-grade divine arrays or stronger. Such divine arrays cannot be broken without entering them. And there might poses a threat even to golden immortals. Yalong Daxian squinted her eyes, a glimmer of cunning in her smile, saying, with your earthly immortal strength, you would likely be reduced to ashes upon entering the array. I pity you. Having encountered such an opportunity, I might grant you a passage. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun frowned and replied, thank you for your kindness, Daxian, but I wish to try it myself. Even if I stop here, it will still be a valuable experience. Starting from the 7th-grade divine arrays, breaking through indeed requires entering the arrays and facing various perils. However, Li Chongyun still felt that the cunning Yalong Daxian posed a greater danger. You little brat, refusing to accept the toast. Yalong Daxian's expression suddenly darkened, extending her staff. Instantly, a surge of immense mana erupted forth, the overwhelming pressure causing Li Chongyun to feel as if mountains were descending upon him. How dare this old fox bully a junior? This is quite excessive, isn't it? Just then, a gleaming silver spear shot forth, striking the staff of Yalong Daxian with a piercing clang, sending it flying. The cerulean light orb approached, revealing the black-clad and imposing figure of Prince Emoang. Clearly, Prince Emoang's proficiency in array techniques was slightly inferior to that of Yalong Daxian. After all, the Dragon Clan excels in brute strength, while the Nine-Tailed Fox is more adept in cunning. Yet, leveraging his formidable divine physical power, Prince Emoang rampaged through the divine arrays, somewhat compensating for his speed. Ironically, the most powerful golden-winged Great Pung seemed utterly oblivious to array techniques, unable to be harmed by the divine arrays. However, the numerous illusions and labyrinths greatly vexed him, thus leaving him in the rear. Prince Emoang, what is the meaning of this? Yalong Daxian furrowed her brow, her expression unfriendly. Though Li Chongyun was merely an earthly immortal, he had been sought out by Zhang Xiang and had accomplished feats during this tribulation. Yet you treat him so rudely. I, the prince, simply cannot abide this. Prince Emoang flew forward, brandishing a bright silver spear, subtly shielding Li Chongyun behind him. That Yalong Daxian's expression shifted. She had been breaking arrays all this way, although each breakthrough provided her with ample spiritual essence and enhanced her cultivation. The truly precious treasures of the fragmented pages lay ahead. To halt here would be profoundly unsatisfactory. However, to proceed further, she would need Li Chongyun's expertise in array techniques. Point 2. Esteemed Daxians, please remain calm and refrain from conflict. At this juncture, Li Chongyun interjected, stating, this place relies on continuous array breaking to attain opportunities. Since fate has brought us together here, why not jointly comprehend the array techniques? Surely, it will be far more efficient than working alone. Prince Emoang paused, for he had initially sought to uphold justice. Hearing Li Chongyun's words, he found himself somewhat tempted, saying, I had intended to use this opportunity to focus on cultivation within the world of fragmented pages, viewing it as a chance for advancement. If we can continue deeper, that would indeed be beneficial. Yalong Daxian laughed heartily, exposing her yellowed teeth as she regarded Li Chongyun. You have some discernment. Young man, you shall surely achieve great things in the future. Prince Emoang, there is no need for you to bear my ill will. I admit I was somewhat hasty earlier. From this moment forth, let us join forces to breach the arrays, ascending to higher realms, where we shall surely draw an even richer spiritual essence, and the flow of time will slow considerably. The flow of time? Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. As he continued to break arrays and ascend higher, he indeed felt the spiritual essence becoming increasingly dense. Yet he had never perceived any abnormalities regarding the flow of time. Yalong Daxian's eyes gleamed with cunning as she discerned Li Chongyun's confusion. She immediately lowered her stance and explained, You are not yet a golden immortal and therefore cannot truly perceive the nature of time and space. The space within these fragmented pages exists as its own realm, possessing its own flow of time. Since we stepped inside, it has accelerated by more than threefold compared to the outside world. Such is the terror of the laws of time. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun could not help but reveal a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Prince Imoang continued, in simpler terms, while you cultivate for 3 years within this world of fragmented pages, only a year has passed outside. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for enhancing one's cultivation. I see. Li Chongyun nodded, glancing down to see a massive golden orb pulsating like a heartbeat, akin to some powerful respiration. It dawned on him. The golden-winged Great Peng has halted its array-breaking efforts, channeling all its energy into cultivation. The golden-winged Great Peng was evidently also employing tremendous powers, continuously absorbing the spiritual essence of this realm to strengthen itself. Naturally, the expression of Yalong Daxian shifted to one of trepidation. This rock is no mere creature. It is a Tai deity, renowned for its vast powers and boundless magic. I dare say, even the 100-eyed demon lord may not stand a chance against it. One cannot help but wonder from whence such an overwhelmingly formidable being has emerged. The celestial hierarchy includes the realms of Xianxian, Jinxian, and Jingxian, followed by the ranks of Tai Sanxian, Tai Xinxian, and Tai Jingxian. In the original journey to the west, even a being as powerful as Sun Wukong only reached the status of Tai Xinxian after consuming the ginseng fruit at Wuzhuang Temple. Of course, one's combat prowess is not solely determined by their rank. Such a strong entity could not have appeared out of thin air. It must have a significant background when mentioning the golden-winged great rock. Prince Imoang also exhibited a rare moment of restraint, tempering his usual audacity. Nevertheless, we should not squander any more time. Let us proceed into the formation. Li Chongyun spoke, and both Yalong Daxian and Prince Imoang nodded in agreement. Prince Imoang, hailing from the Western Sea Dragon clan, had also received the celestial edict from the heavenly court, placing him among the ranks of the immortals. Yet, he found himself cooperating with the cunning old fox he usually looked down upon. A situation that could only be attributed to Li Chongyun. The divine formation before them had already reached the 7th tier, and neither Yalong Daxian nor Prince Imoang dared to step within carelessly. As their knowledge of formations evidently fell short, to rashly charge into the array would only lead to peril. Yet, Li Chongyun, with his earthly immortal strength, had traversed this far, demonstrating that his mastery of formations had at least reached the 7th tier of divinity. Thunder rumbled ominously. As Yalong Daxian had stated, the 7th tier divine array possessed a spirit of its own. Even when Li Chongyun discovered the entrance to the formation, the 3 of them stepped through the threshold. But the divine array activated instantaneously, summoning the might of thunder in an instant. A cacophony of electric light erupted within the chaotic realm, its celestial majesty lurking menacingly all around. Disaster! They had unwittingly entered the most lethal of the 7th tier formations. The 5 Thunder Execution Array. Yalong Daxian's expression shifted drastically as the overwhelming power of thunder coalesced above, below, and around them, brewing a deadly intent, poised to annihilate the 3 within the formation at any moment. Li Chongyun had navigated through numerous spirit arrays and divine formations, relying on his understanding of formations to avoid triggering any lethal mechanisms until now. This was the first time he truly felt the array's formidable power, and the overwhelming pressure left his complexion pale. This sensation was akin to treading upon a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. One misstep could lead to death and eternal damnation. The divine array was capable of ensnaring golden immortals, and for an earthly immortal like him, it was a tremendous overestimation. The 5 Thunder Execution Array was a renowned killing formation utilized by celestial beings. Intricate and profound, rarely deployed, yet here it was before them. Prince Imoang furrowed his brow and remarked, I have encountered this formation before, but it was on the celestial execution platform of the heavenly court. Designed to eradicate a host of golden immortal-level fiends, this array is purely lethal, devoid of any other function. Once targeted by its murderous intent, one faces the wrath of 5 thunders. Thunder often symbolizes the heavens' volatility and authority, serving as an exceedingly terrifying force both within and beyond the 3 realms. For many celestial beings, it is a mystery imbued with unfathomable power. The ominous name of the Five Thunder Execution Array befits its dreadful nature. Li Chongyun's eyes brightened. To encounter such a challenging formation at his first attempt to decipher a seventh-tier divine array invigorated him with excitement and thrill. Observing his demeanor, however, Yalong Daxian and Prince Emoang felt a tinge of unease. Why does it seem that encountering such a ferocious killing array suits you? Li Chongyun, my friend, the wrath of Five Thunders is no trivial matter. Even we would not dare to confront it head-on. Your attempts are limited, at most 3 times. Beyond that, we may find it difficult to endure. The trio stood within the array, motionless, yet the entire formation operated autonomously. Brilliantly colored electric lights flickered in all directions. As if they were ensnared within a tempestuous storm, surrounded by the power of thunder. In such dire circumstances, neither Yalong Daxian nor Prince Emoang dared to make a move. They had braved the 7th-tier divine array, yet never anticipated that their first encounter would be with the Five Thunder Execution Array, the latent thunderous power within sending shivers down their spines. In contrast, Li Chongyun remained remarkably composed. With a mere thought, the celestial eye upon his forehead suddenly opened, emanating a faint golden light of merit, revealing the true nature of the formation. Under the gaze of the celestial eye, the dark clouds and electric lights dissipated, unveiling a series of inscrutable formations that Li Chongyun promptly began his calculations while manipulating a fist-sized formation orb in his hand. The celestial eye? Yalong Daxian's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Li Chongyun possessed such an ability. It is said that only beings with exceptionally powerful consciousness can awaken the celestial Ei in the current 3 realms. Only a select few gods have achieved this feat, with the most renowned being the Jade Emperor's esteemed nephew, Erlang Shenyangjian. The power of the celestial eye is profound and enigmatic. When cultivated deeply, it can perceive the true nature of all things. Li Chongyun possesses merit radiating from his celestial eye. Prince Emoang observed keenly, casting a sardonic glance at Yalong Daxian. He is a person of merit, old fox. Should you wish to strike against him, you must tread carefully, for the wrath of the heavenly Tao is not easily borne. Yalong Daxian frowned, retorting, a person of merit may indeed extend their lifespan. However, I am not one to break my word. Having agreed to assist this lad in breaking the formation, I will not betray him from behind. Amidst their quarrel, Li Chongyun appeared to have discerned some hints regarding the divine array. He raised his hand and cast the formation orb, striking a specific configuration within the Five Thunder Execution Array. Upon collision, they seemed to merge. Yet, in merely a few breaths, the array erupted with a surge of lethal intent. Boom! Thunder roared, deafeningly loud, as a dark purple bolt of lightning descended from above, aimed squarely at Li Chongyun and his companions. Prince Emoang charged forth, wielding his spear, as his formidable magical power transformed into a dazzling spear light. He adopted the most aggressive approach, intent on clashing with the thunder, as the terrifying radiance of his magic exploded outward. Impacting in all directions, this bolt of lightning was intercepted, but Prince Emoang's complexion turned pale, his grip on the spear trembling slightly. With a grave expression, he remarked, "The Five Thunder Execution Array specializes in slaying golden immortals. It is fortunate that my dragon clan excels in physical strength. Had it been any other golden immortal, they would likely have been reduced to ashes under this bolt. There was a miscalculation. But it was of no matter. I shall try again." Li Chongyun's face reflected regret. This attempt had destroyed his formation orb. Immediately, he gathered his magical power once more, reconstructing a new formation orb, with the celestial eye's insight. He identified a second potential solution and cast the orb once again, rumbling. The murderous intent within the array was triggered once more, and an even denser clamor of thunder filled the air. The vision of Li Chongyun and the others was instantly engulfed by a myriad of colorful magical lights. This time, they truly faced the wrath of Five Thunders, as bolts of murderous lightning rained down upon them. "Block!" Yalong Daxian shouted urgently, throwing her copper incense burner and redwood staff into the fray. These 2 items were indeed spiritual treasures, bracing against the thunder's might. Within the killing array, no one dared to act recklessly, for such actions could lead to being targeted by even more intense lethal intent. Heavenly Dragon Spear Technique. Prince Emoang did not remain idle either. As the 5 thunders fell, Yalong Daxian was unable to attend to everything alone. He wielded his spear once more, immersing himself in the electric storm of thunder, and after a fierce clash, he finally descended. The two treasures in Yalong Daxian's hands dimmed significantly, clearly having lost their potency and requiring a period of nurturing before they could be used again. Meanwhile, Prince Imoang's situation was even more dire. His dark attire lay tattered, revealing his well-built physique, marred by the charred marks of the thunder's assault. You! Yalong Daxian glared furiously at Li Chongyan. Do you not see clearly before you act? You have only spent less than half an hour observing this divine array. What is your haste? Prince Imoang hesitated, casting a deep gaze at Li Chongyun. The five thunder execution array was ever-changing. With the configurations constantly shifting, waiting would yield no results. Yet, Li Chongyun felt no guilt regarding the disarray of the two as they struggled to fend off the thunder. He had already gathered his third formation orb. Hold on, the Prince of Mong displayed a rare moment of self-doubt. However, before his words had fully escaped his lips, Li Chongyun had already hurled the third formation orb with unwavering force, striking fiercely against the five thunder punishment array. Both Master Yalong and Prince Mong instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons and artifacts, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings, bracing themselves for a third onslaught of thunderous fury. Fortunately, this time, Li Chongyun's gamble paid off. The orb he cast did not trigger the array's lethal mechanism, but instead initiated a fusion with one of the formation groups. The entire process unfolded with remarkable speed and fluidity. It worked, Li Chongyun said. A smile curling at the corners of his lips, he extended a finger and made a gentle beckoning motion, causing ominous clouds to gather above, swirling ominously, with flickers of lightning darting within and distant thunder rumbling ominously. You can manipulate this grand array? Master Yalong's expression shifted dramatically as disbelief washed over her as she gazed at Li Chongyun. The latter shook his head, replying, I can only control a portion of its lethal potential. As he spoke, Li Chongyun stepped forward, and a bolt of radiant thunder erupted before him, surging towards him with fierce intensity. Simultaneously, another bolt of lightning burst forth from the swirling clouds above, colliding with the first just 3 feet before Li Chongyun, resulting in a tremendous explosion that left him unharmed. I have seized a portion of this array's lethal power. Should I be attacked, I merely need to counter with lethal force. Li Chongyun turned back, smiling. I owe my gratitude to both of you for providing me with 2 opportunities to experiment. I am confident now. Glurp. Master Yalong swallowed nervously, her gaze fixed intently on the seemingly harmless youth before her, managing to muster a strained smile as she remarked, We merely offered assistance. It is your profound expertise, Taoist Li, that has enabled us to breach the array. She was genuinely apprehensive that Li Chongyun might turn his attention towards her. If he truly controlled the lethal force and ensnared her within the array, she sensed a 50% chance of perishing under the wrath of the 5 thunders. Well, Prince Mong exhaled in relief. His gaze towards Li Chongyun now tinged with admiration and respect. Leading the way, Li Chongyun walked forward with an air of leisure, inadvertently triggering the lethal mechanism of the 5 thunder punishment array, deftly using a bolt of lightning to neutralize it. Within less than half an hour, the trio emerged from the terrifying killing array. Huh! Look! Master Yalong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed outside the array. There is an immortal treasure. As the 3 stepped out of the formation, they were greeted by a resplendent sight of immortal treasures, distinct from previous encounters where only scattered spiritual essences were available for refinement. This time, the array had sealed a multitude of celestial artifacts. Upon seeing the treasures, Master Yalong's eyes gleamed with excitement as she hurried forward, while Prince Mong scoffed disdainfully, tightening his grip on his spear. Observing this, Master Yalong furrowed her brow, adjusting her demeanor accordingly. The 3 gathered before the celestial treasures, each feeling the enticing richness of the profound Tao rhythms within, undoubtedly inscribed with the principles of the Tao. Since there are celestial treasures, we should share them equally. Taoist Li, your contributions in breaching the array are paramount. Thus, you should have the first choice, Prince Mong declared with righteous earnestness, after a moment of contemplation. Master Yalong smiled. Indeed, that is only fair as circumstances dictate. Ao Mong was no ordinary individual. Hailing from the Western Sea Dragon clan, he was exceptionally gifted, having achieved the pinnacle of golden immortal status at a young age. And he conducted himself with unwavering integrity, not sparing even his own kin from scrutiny. Master Yalong understood that if she were to turn against him now, Ao Mon would not let it slide easily. Although Li Chongyun appeared merely as an earth immortal, weak as an ant, he was evidently a formidable opponent that a quarrel at this juncture would be unwise. Thank you both for your generosity. I shall not stand on ceremony, Li Chongyun said with a smile, cupping his fists in gratitude towards Prince Mong. Of course, it was merely an expression of thanks. After all, having unraveled the array and secured these celestial treasures, he had undeniably claimed the lion's share of the credit. And the three could only be regarded as collaborators. There are plenty of items here, making it convenient for us to divide, Li Chongyun stated unceremoniously, snapping his fingers to unleash several beams of magical light that shattered the protective barrier, revealing the treasures within, 7 or 8 in total. Among them were 3 already refined spiritual treasures, 2 materials, and 3 celestial pills. Remarkable items, Master Yalong exclaimed, her eyes glinting with intrigue as she noted, the 3 postnatal spiritual treasures are all of superior quality. Prince Mong glanced over the spiritual treasures but showed little interest, for the Sea Dragon clan possessed boundless oceans and countless celestial treasures. This was common knowledge. Their indifference to rare artifacts and materials stemmed from an abundance of resources. His attention, however, was drawn to one of the celestial pills. Li Chongyun furrowed his brows, scanning the treasures before him with his divine sense, when suddenly, a resonating boom echoed in his mind. He had triggered the mountain and sea scroll. Buzhou Mountain, the spine of Pangu, the ancient pillar of heaven, and the very center of the earth. Buzhou Mountain. Li Chongyun's heart raced, the page of the mountain and sea scroll flipping to reveal a rough sketch of a towering peak. Its roots embedded in the 6 paths of reincarnation, rising from the vast and profound earth, piercing the clouds, transcending 36 heavens, reaching beyond the firmament. This was the pillar that supports the heavens, and also the seal of the portal between heaven and earth. Legend has it that the ancestral shaman Gonggong battled Zhu Rong beneath Buzhou Mountain. Gonggong's defeat led him to strike the mountain in fury, causing the heavenly pillar to shatter and the earthly supports to break. What on earth is this fragmented world hiding that it conceals a shard of Buzhou Mountain? Li Chongyun's heart surged with tumultuous waves as he realized that the trigger for the mountain and sea scroll was an unremarkable, ancient black stone shard, no larger than a palm, which appeared utterly ordinary. Yet, in truth, it was the most precious item among the treasures. I possess a sword-shaped spiritual treasure suitable for offense, but I lack a protective treasure for my life. This will suffice. Li Chongyun calmly grasped a copper mirror inscribed with fiery patterns. As he held it, ripples danced across its surface, revealing a seemingly endless inferno ablaze within. Master Yalong's eyes lit up. Sensing that her most coveted treasure had not yet been claimed, she immediately turned to Prince Mong, asking, "Your Highness, what about you? I have no fondness for artifacts. I desire this pill." Prince Mong raised his hand, drawing a blood-red demon pill into his grasp. This pill is transformed from a dragon pearl left behind by one of my dragon clan's ancestors. It holds immense benefits for me. As for the treasures, you may choose. Haha, each to their own. Master Yalong grinned widely, eagerly seizing a round, smooth orb with her cane. It too was a spiritual treasure, its Tao rhythm surpassing that of the mirror Li Chongyun had selected. Li Chongyun chose the mirror because it bore the inscription of the fire principle, resonating with his own Tao, ensuring that its use would unleash even greater power. All 3 had acquired their desired treasures, and the remaining items were divided among them in turns. Master Yalong obtained 2 spiritual treasures, while Prince Mong acquired 2 celestial pills and 1 material. Li Chongyun, on the other hand, secured 1 spiritual treasure, 1 celestial pill, and the seemingly inconspicuous shard of Buzhou Mountain. Both Prince Mong and Master Yalong bore injuries that necessitated recuperation. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chongyun began refining the mirror. It was a postnatal superior-grade spiritual treasure known as the Heavenly Illuminating Mirror, a potent artifact that could serve as both a defensive shield and a means to manipulate flames in attack. Within it lay a considerable space infused with fire, capable of containing various flames from the world and even harnessing the radiance of the sun to condense the divine fire of the sun. Xianyuan pill? Li Chongyun glanced at the pill in his hand. This item could enhance one's cultivation by a millennium, rendering it a rare celestial pill. The martial virtue Star Lord had even compromised his dignity for a single Xianyuan pill. An affront that Li Chongyun would not forget. He casually swallowed the pill. A millennium of cultivation was hardly significant to him, but it was better than nothing. As for the shard of Buzhou Mountain, it was unsurprisingly incapable of completing the full compilation of the mountain. However, it was a treasure in its own right, and Li Chongyun temporarily set it aside for further study upon his return. Moments later, such a pleasant collaboration. Shall we continue? Master Yalong grinned widely, clearly satisfied with the outcome of their endeavor. Li Chongyun, my young friend? Prince Meng inquired, looking expectantly at Li Chongyun. If both esteemed immortals are willing to continue protecting me, I would be more than happy to proceed. Li Chongyun spoke with a smile. Ao Meng couldn't help but purse his lips. The ensuing killing formations would undoubtedly be even more formidable, and to continue would also entail risks. Yalong Daxian had acquired the immortal treasure, thus completely dismissing the previous dangers. Let us proceed. Ao Meng pondered briefly, yet could not resist such an opportunity. The three continued to break the formations, but unexpectedly, the next one revealed itself as an 8th-grade divine formation, a lethal trap named Quicksand. Although it was not as ferocious as the Thunder Punishment formation, the lethal intent within was far more insidious. Li Chongyun, ever audacious, relentlessly attempted to dismantle the formation, failing 6 or 7 times in succession, repeatedly triggering the deadly mechanisms. Both Ao Meng and Yalong Daxian were filled with trepidation, gradually sinking deeper into the quicksand, finding it increasingly difficult to extricate themselves. What now? Yalong Daxian's complexion turned pale as she summoned the recently acquired high-grade spiritual treasure, enveloping herself in a protective aura, impervious to external threats. Yet, her descending form remained uncontrollable, and she could see the encroaching sand ready to engulf her. Li Chongyun, why are you dawdling? Think of a solution. At that moment, unaffected by the lethal intent, Li Chongyun stood at the formation's entrance, pausing his actions, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely observing the configuration. He calmly scrutinized the direction of the formation within the quicksand. This formation surpassed the Thunder Punishment formation in grade. While it lacked the latter's brutal lethality, its intangible gathering and dispersing made it even more enigmatic. Currently, both Yalong Daxian and Prince Meng, prominent figures of the Golden Immortal Realm, were ensnared within, unable to escape. Despite their formidable powers, their efforts against the quicksand yielded no results, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, creating no ripples. Their predicament was not without merit. Through numerous attempts, Li Chongyun gained some comprehension of this lethal formation. After about half an hour, he finally discerned a way to rescue the two. Following a series of trials and tribulations, spanning over a dozen days, the quicksand formation was ultimately unraveled. What a fruitless endeavor! The moment they exited, Yalong Daxian could not help but pound her chest in frustration. The reason was simple. Behind this arduous and perilous formation lay only a rich essence of spirit, devoid of any immortal treasures. Such a stark contrast was indeed disheartening. Having comprehended over 100 formation types, your formation mastery has reached the 8th grade. The words appeared on the cover page of the Shanghai Scroll. Li Chongyun exhaled deeply. The meticulous contemplation over these past days had allowed him to clearly perceive the gradual accumulation of knowledge in formation mastery. After all, with over 30,000 years of cultivation backing him, the subtleties of the divine formation master realm were not difficult for him to grasp. Ordinary individuals would require at least a century to progress from spiritual formation masters to divine formation masters, whereas Li Chongyun's advancement in the divine formation stage could be described as soaring through the skies, achieving remarkable feats in a short span. Shall we continue, esteemed seniors? Li Chongyun turned back, extending an invitation. However, this time, both Yalong Daxian and Prince Meng clearly harbored thoughts of retreat. The very nature of formation power was fraught with peril. Any encounter with divine formations warranted utmost caution, and they would avoid them at all costs. The experiences with the Thunder Punishment formation and the quicksand had profoundly impressed upon them the true terror of stepping into a formation that I see no necessity. Ao Meng declared. The dangers inherent in divine formations pose a significant risk of demise even for golden immortals. Each formation is a crystallization of ancient wisdom, intricate and unpredictable. It would be wiser to cease here. The rich essence of spirit in this place will surely yield substantial progress over a decade of cultivation. Yalong Daxian chuckled. She too was reluctant to continue. Instantly, She turned her back on Li Chongyun, coldly mocking, "You, boy, are exceedingly arrogant. Breaking this quicksand formation has already led us both into perilous realms. Do you dare to proceed further? Very well. Then let us part ways here." Li Chongyun remained unperturbed, offering a faint smile to the two before stepping into the next hidden divine formation shrouded in chaotic mist. Li Chongyun. Ao Meng's eyes widened in shock. As he attempted to dissuade him, the youth's figure had already vanished. An anxious heart raced to his throat. Having broken 2 formations, he held a considerable admiration for Li Chongyun's cultivation talent. Initially hoping to engage in discourse and foster goodwill, yet he never anticipated the lad would so decisively enter the next divine formation. Humph, such a presumptuous youth. Yalong Daxian furrowed her brow, disdainfully remarking, "The next grand formation must at least be of 8th grade divine formation caliber. Without assistance, he will be reduced to ashes in an instant. How dare he venture forth alone to break the formation?" Ao Meng shot her a cold glance. Now disinterested in debating with her, he inwardly lamented that Li Chongyun was indeed too impulsive and reckless. Entering an 8th grade divine formation with the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal was akin to a moth flying into a flame. Within the formation, Li Chongyun stood at the entrance, and in an instant, an elusive killing intent descended around him. Should he trigger any action that activated the formation, the divine formation would unleash lethal strikes capable of gravely injuring a golden immortal. Such strikes were beyond Li Chongyun's capacity to withstand at present. As long as he did not trigger the killing intent, he could afford to take his time. Li Chongyun remained still, activating his heavenly eye to perceive the formation's layout. Without anyone to assist in probing, he could not act recklessly. He needed to thoroughly understand this great formation in advance. The study of formations was merely an auxiliary skill, akin to wielding a colossal magical treasure, necessitating a skilled hand for manipulation. Those adept in formations often lured their enemies into their traps, engaging in battle within. Thus, within the formation, a path for survival would invariably be left at this moment. Li Chongyun was in search of that path. Only then could he delve deeper into the formation and ultimately unravel it completely. 3 days passed since Li Chongyun entered the formation, while Ao Meng and Yalong Daxian sat cross-legged in meditation. A portion of their attention remained focused on the mysterious formation before them. If any killing intent arose within, they would naturally sense some disturbance from outside. However, it was evident that Li Chongyun was exceedingly cautious upon entering. He had not triggered any killing intent. "This lad possesses some cunning," Yalong Daxian scoffed. "He hasn't dared to move an inch. Yet he has entered the formation. After a while, when the formation undergoes its own transformations, he will find remaining still leads to death. Old fox, don't forget that your 2 high-grade spiritual treasures were acquired through Li Chongyun's efforts. Now you wish for his demise. How ungrateful. Truly a wretched creature." Ao Meng retorted disdainfully to Ao Meng. "Do you think you have me cornered?" Yalong Daxian shot back. "I, known as Yalong Daxian, fear nothing about your dragon clan. Then let us see." Ao Meng opened his eyes, an aura of combat surging forth. That Yalong Daxian narrowed her eyes, ominously declaring, "I am magnanimous and do not wish to bicker with you today." Ao Meng also quelled his combative spirit, stating, "Although Li Chongyun's powers are presently weak, his potential is extraordinary. He will not be easily underestimated in the future. Your short-sightedness may lead to regret." "The future?" Yalong Daxian laughed. "Do you truly believe he can traverse the 8th grade divine formation alone?" Ao Meng furrowed his brow, but chose not to elaborate further. In truth, he too struggled to firmly believe in Li Chongyun. The 8th grade divine formation could annihilate even golden immortals. A terrestrial immortal within was as fragile as an ant, unable to withstand even the slightest blow. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the formation shifted, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind swirling. The divine formation was undergoing self-transformation, and the killing intent would actively be released. Yalong Daxian's eyes brightened immediately. But moments later, the formation returned to tranquility, the killing intent within still failing to lock onto its target. "Ha!" Ao Meng burst into laughter. "Old fox, it seems we both underestimated him." The remnants within the pages, isolated from the world, indeed provided a sanctuary for focused cultivation. As Li Chongyun stepped into the 8th grade divine formation, several more days passed. The formation underwent numerous changes, yet it still failed to lock its killing intent onto him. Prince Meng and Yalong Daxian outside were thoroughly impressed. It is evident that Li Chongyun's previous evasion of danger was not mere luck. He has discerned the operational patterns of the formation. Consequently, the prospect of dismantling the array seems not entirely implausible. Within the grand formation, Li Chongyun found himself enveloped in a lush forest, where vibrant greenery flourished above and below him. Ancient trees swayed without the caress of wind, their branches adorned with sharp thorns, concealing lethal intent. Although he had grasped the formation's principles, attempting to unravel it would inevitably draw the attention of its deadly mechanisms. Li Chongyun was acutely aware of his limitations. He would likely be unable to withstand even a single attack. After a moment of contemplation, he sat down cross-legged, extracting a palm-sized shard of stone from his Chinquan bag, a remnant of the shattered Buzhou Mountain. The stone of Buzhou Mountain, the very root of heaven and earth, gives rise to boundless mystical arts. If refined into a magical artifact, it could attain at least a congenital level, yet he lacked the skill to forge such a weapon. However, while he could not create a weapon, he could attempt to inscribe a formation. Li Chongyun resolved to use the Buzhou Mountain stone shard as a formation plate, inscribing a magical array upon it. This way, he could harness the power of a divine formation within his palm, a task well within the capabilities of an 8th-grade formation master such as himself. Coincidentally, he had not previously considered how to utilize this shard. Employing it as a formation plate was a timely solution to his immediate predicament. This is the one, he affirmed. Closing his eyes in concentration, he placed the stone shard between his palms. Remarkably, the stone seemed to possess a spirit, responding to his thoughts as he infused it with his magical essence. Inscribing the formation was a monumental endeavor. Li Chongyun needed to carve an entire array within the confines of that palm-sized space. Having witnessed numerous divine arrays throughout his journey, he had already formed a selection in his mind. After a grueling half-month, Li Chongyun's magical energy was depleted. He consumed a Zhang golden pill to refine its power and continued etching the formation. This cycle repeated until he had exhausted over 30 Zhang golden pills, culminating in the successful inscription of a fragmented array upon the palm-sized stone shard. Had he truly spent over a year on this? Li Chongyun felt as if awakening from a great dream, incredulous at the passage of time. Even in the outside world, it would have taken several months, yet on the Buzhou Mountain stone shard, he had only managed to construct a fragmented array. Although incomplete, it attained the level of a 3rd-grade divine array, sufficient to contend with the current situation, while his understanding of array techniques was adequate. His cultivation level could not support the inscription of arrays beyond 3rd grade. The formation plate in his hand remained archaic, its spiritual essence and rhythm entirely contained, appearing to outsiders as nothing more than an ordinary stone. Yet, Li Chongyun understood that this plate harbored the terrifying power to annihilate celestial beings. Had his cultivation reached the pinnacle of refining emptiness and achieving harmony, suddenly, he sensed a surge of magical energy within him. And upon close inspection, he found to his bemusement that his cultivation level had inadvertently broken through during the past year of practice, a testament to the efficacy of the Zhang golden pill. Ironically, he had merely regarded this elixir as a means to restore magical energy, with most of its spiritual essence directly transformed into magical energy, resulting in considerable waste. Of course, this was inconsequential to Li Chongyun. It was time to dismantle the array. After a brief period of adjustment, Li Chongyun grasped the formation plate and activated his celestial. He summoned the Tianzhao Baojian to hover above him while wielding the pure yang sword in his other hand. Stepping confidently into the realm of danger, swish, swish, swish. Instantly, countless branches and vines, infused with the power of the Tao, surged toward Li Chongyun. The divine array here was rooted in the world of fragmented pages, seemingly drawing upon an inexhaustible energy, capable of ceaseless operation. Even if the array were breached, it would swiftly restore itself once the intruder passed through. Having spent several years within the array, this was the first time he had triggered its lethal mechanisms. And as he faced the myriad branches and vines coalescing from the endless Tao, he could not help but furrow his brow. Nevertheless, his gaze remained remarkably calm. After hundreds of days of contemplation, he had thoroughly grasped the operational principles of this formation. Swish, swish, swish. The branches and vines moved with the agility of spirit snakes and the strength of dragon serpents, causing the very air to tremble with instability. It was easy to imagine that should they ensnare him, Even a being of the golden immortal realm would suffer grievous injuries. Minor 5 Thunder Array. The Buzhou Mountain stone shard in Li Chongyun's palm illuminated, and the inscribed formation plate was instantly activated. The 5-colored thunderous power erupted in his palm, akin to an azure dragon extending its claws, unleashing a bolt of lightning that split into 5, striking the encroaching branches and vines. Boom! The fierce thunder surged with ferocity, as if determined to obliterate all in its path. The lethal intent emanating from the divine array was extinguished under the 5-colored thunder, while the remaining vines fell harmlessly around him, any stragglers intercepted by the Tianzhao Baojian. Although merely a fragmented array, it could still unleash the power of the 5 Thunder, representing the might of a 3rd-grade divine array. Calling it a minor 5 Thunder array was not an exaggeration. Indeed, the array Li Chongyun inscribed upon the Buzhou Mountain stone shard was the 5 Thunder execution array, albeit with his current cultivation. He could not fully deploy a 7th-grade divine array, thus he restructured it to create this minor 5 Thunder array. It was that Li Chongyun's celestial eye emitted a divine light, penetrating the essence of the 8th-grade divine array surrounding him. Through his earlier probing, he finally sensed the source of this grand formation, and thus, he commenced the true unraveling of the array. Outside the formation, the sudden surge of lethal intent startled the previously tranquil Yalong Daxian and Ao Moang, forcing them to open their eyes once more. Such intense lethal energy, even a golden immortal would not dare to underestimate. Ao Moang's brow furrowed. Over a year had passed, and he had assumed Li Chongyun would dismantle the array smoothly. But unexpectedly, the lethal mechanisms had been triggered. He could not fathom what means Li Chongyun would employ to resist such power. TSK, such a pity. This lad possesses extraordinary talent, yet his ambitions far exceed his capabilities. Daring to venture alone into an 8th-grade divine array. Ultimately, his life is but fragile paper, destined to perish within the array, leaving no trace behind. Yalong Daxian wore a smug expression, yet deep down, he felt a twinge of melancholy. The fact that Li Chongyun had endured for so long was commendable, even if he did not succeed in dismantling the array. Managing to retreat unscathed would be an impressive feat. However, an earthly immortal is still just that. Lacking the true path, even with profound knowledge of array techniques, entering a divine array alone is undoubtedly akin to courting death. No, the lethal intent of this grand formation is persistently triggered. Soon, the deadly energy re-emerged within the array, manifesting every quarter of an hour, causing Yalong Daxian and Ao Moang's expressions to shift once again. The lad has not perished? Yalong Daxian stared in disbelief, revealing his yellowed teeth. He is but a mere earthly immortal. How could this be possible? Ao Moang, too, lost interest in sparring with Yalong Daxian, genuinely marveling. This Li Chongyun is indeed an extraordinary being. Had he known, joining him in the array might have led to its actual dismantling. Yalong Daxian's heart began to brim with regret. Ao Moang also felt a pang of regret, recalling that over a year ago, he had harbored complete doubt in Li Chongyun's ability to dismantle the 8th-grade divine array. The two once again found their attention captivated, vigilantly observing the divine array. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. On the 49th day, the magnificent 8th-grade divine array collapsed in a thunderous roar, disintegrating before the astonished gazes of Yalong Daxian and Ao Moang. This is truly a marvel of the 3 realms. Yalong Daxian's breath grew rapid, his heart a tumult of shock and regret. Had he truly joined Li Chongyun in dismantling the array, he would have had the opportunity to obtain celestial treasures. Beside him, Ao Moang shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. He felt no envy for the benefits Li Chongyun would gain, only lamenting his own short-sightedness in failing to recognize Li Chongyun as a true immortal. This opportunity had not only cost him a grand chance, but also the invaluable opportunity to forge a connection with such a person. This lad is destined for greatness, whether entering the heavenly court or the spiritual mountain. His status shall surely be formidable. Who will be the one to dismantle the array? In the midst of a hazy and chaotic atmosphere, within a halo of 5 colors, the Peacock Princess cast a distant glance over her shoulder at a divine formation on the brink of collapse. Her heart filled with astonishment to her knowledge. Neither the golden-winged Great Peng nor the dragon-subduing immortal or Prince Moang possessed the strength to unravel an 8th-tier divine formation. Could it be that the Great Pong, in a fit of desperation, unleashed some extraordinary power to forcibly dismantle the intricate array? The Peacock Princess, well aware of the secrets of the cloud-soaring Pong, despite harboring a deep-seated disdain for him, could not help but acknowledge the Pang's formidable magical prowess. Yet, brute force in disassembling a formation would surely invite a backlash, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. The Great Pong was unlikely to be foolish enough to attempt such a thing. Was it possible that someone had eluded her scrutiny? Just as the Peacock Princess pondered these questions, the grand formation before her was completely shattered. From the rapidly collapsing magical light emerged an unexpected figure clad in white. The newcomer, adorned in shimmering silver robes, appeared pale and weary, clearly drained of magical energy, and somewhat disheveled. The Peacock Princess recognized him immediately, yet she could hardly fathom how he had managed to reach this place. Li Chongyun. The Peacock Princess furrowed her brows tightly and stepped forward, finding herself 3 feet from Li Chongyun, her colorful feathers billowing as she hovered gracefully in midair. "Princess, you are here as well?" Li Chongyun responded, momentarily taken aback, before swallowing a purple sun-golden pill to restore his depleted magical energy. Upon realizing that the person before him was the Peacock Princess, he secretly sighed in relief, his wariness easing somewhat. The celestial maiden's beauty was unparalleled, her graceful figure exuding an ethereal charm that captivated the beholder. "That I never expected you to unravel the 8th-tier divine formation and reach this stage." A flicker of intrigue sparkled in the Peacock Princess's enchanting eyes as she appraised Li Chongyun anew, astonished to discover such terrifying potential harbored within this seemingly frail human form. Had this formation been any more profound, I would have exhausted all my magical energy. Li Chongyun chuckled wryly, for his concern lay not in the complexity of the formation, but in the inadequacy of his own magical reserves. Surveying the surroundings, he could not help but show a hint of disappointment. Noticing his expression, the Peacock Princess smiled and said, "Are you searching for the celestial treasures? Although this place contains numerous ancient artifacts hidden within the remnants of the innate treasure, the Luo Shu, acquiring these celestial treasures is no simple feat. One must unravel 10 divine formations, and even then, the chances of obtaining them are uncertain. I see," Li Chongyun replied with a smile, his gaze shifting back to the Peacock Princess. Before such beauty, his disappointment lightened significantly, and he remarked, "The subsequent formations are likely to be of even higher grade." The Peacock Princess nodded with a furrowed brow. "When I entered this world of remnants, my skills in formation were merely at the level of an 8th-tier divine formation master. After years of comprehension, I have finally advanced to the 8th tier. However, the formations above are all 9th tier, and I find it exceedingly difficult to break through. Moreover, the 100-eyed demon lord of Huanghua Temple is not only exceptionally powerful, but also highly skilled in the art of formations, at least a 9th-tier divine formation master. He has reached an understanding of an exceptionally high level. If I could unravel the final layer of this grand formation, my journey would come to a proper conclusion." This opportunity was bestowed upon her after the calamity of the Huai River was resolved. Concealed under a pseudonym by the Bodhisattva Silan, and entrusted to her own maidservant, time was, of course, limited. Hearing this, Li Chongyun gazed upwards, and indeed, a golden orb of light was ascending to great heights, nearing its pinnacle. "So this is the remnant of the Luo Shu. No wonder it possesses such magical power." Li Chongyun could not help but marvel. He had heard of the Luo Shu, a treasured artifact from the ancient times of the demon race's heavenly court, held by the demon emperor Dijun, alongside another treasure known as the He Tuesday. The He Tu and Luo Shu, when united, could channel the forces of the 3 realms' water systems, rivers and streams, to form the grand primordial He Luo formation, one of the 2 protective formations of the demon race's heavenly court. This formation had withstood countless assaults from the Wu tribe's powerful shamans during the shaman-demon calamity, and many had perished within its confines. Discovering that this remnant possessed such magical power revealed it to be the Luo Shu's remnant. Thus, it was likely that this world contained even rarer opportunities. Li Chongyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with anticipation. Indeed, the Peacock Princess nodded, but then she smiled wryly. "Yet I fear this fortune may be unrelated to either of us." "Not necessarily," Li Chongyun replied earnestly, meeting her gaze. "Princess, would you be willing to join forces with me to unravel the formation? If we obtain the opportunity, We shall share the rewards according to our contributions. What say you? Join forces to unravel the formation. The Peacock Princess hesitated, lacking confidence. If I am not mistaken, you are also merely an 8th-tier divine formation master. Correct? Even if we were to combine our efforts, we would likely struggle to make progress within a 9th-tier formation. Nevertheless, she continued, however, we human cultivators have always upheld the principle of seeking life through death. Even if the path ahead is blocked and a bottomless chasm lies before us, as long as there is a landscape worth pursuing on the other side, we must leap with all our might. Embracing death without regret, Li Chongyun spoke with ease, his heart burning with fervor for the 9th-tier divine formation ahead. Thus, although I know the chances are slim, I still wish to give it a try. Will you join me, princess? Embracing death without regret. Those 5 words struck a deep chord within the Peacock Princess's heart. A naturally born sacred spirit, she had possessed immense magical power and a long lifespan since her inception. In her eyes, humanity had always seemed exceedingly weak and inconsequential. She bore the weight of virtue and sought to do good, driven by her compassionate heart and the belief that protecting the innocent was her duty. Yet, she had never harbored much affection for humanity, until this very moment, upon hearing Li Chongyun's words. Moreover, he was not merely speaking grandiloquently. Only moments ago, this seemingly frail human celestial had risked his life to unravel an 8th-tier divine formation, exhausting all his magical energy to stand before her. Humans, inherently weak, had somehow survived through multiple calamities of their own making. The Peacock Princess felt a stirring within her heart and, without thinking, nodded in response to Li Chongyun's inquiry. I will. Today, I shall accompany you to challenge this 9th-tier divine formation. Excellent. Li Chongyun silently rejoiced, for had he failed to persuade the Peacock Princess, attempting to decipher the forthcoming formations alone would have proven exceedingly difficult. Not to mention the challenge of replenishing his magical energy. Even the time required would likely span a decade, during which he might only manage to dismantle 2 formations before the 100-eyed demon lord completed his trials. Li Chongyun promptly sat cross-legged, consuming the purple sun golden pill to restore his magical energy. After half an hour of recuperation, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Peacock Princess, having carefully considered his options. Ultimately, he chose the route indicated by the Cloud Dream Maiden in the outside world. In this layer, comprising numerous 9th-tier divine formations, the formation Li Chongyun selected was neither the strongest nor the weakest. Observing this, the Peacock Princess assumed that Li Chongyun had discerned the formation's nuances and did not inquire further, readily following him. It was an illusion formation. Standing at the entrance, the scene within the formation materialized, revealing an astonishingly serene landscape, devoid of catastrophic phenomena like landslides, tidal waves, or a forest of blades. Instead, it was a picturesque scene of mountains and clear waters, filled with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant flowers. Resembling a celestial paradise, truly worthy of a 9th-tier divine formation, stepping inside rendered it nearly indistinguishable from reality, as all 5 senses felt the authenticity of the place. The Peacock Princess could not help but express her admiration, simultaneously activating her Buddhist eye to perceive the formation's essence. The art of formations was indeed profound. Li Chongyun nodded in agreement. Soon after, he too activated his heavenly eye, a divine light emanating from his brow as he discerned the beautiful yet illusory scenery before him. Instantly, countless intricate and complex formations emerged in his vision. Even though Li Chongyun had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. An 8th-tier divine formation was merely composed of 100 formations, already immensely complex, while the leap from 8th to 9th tier represented a tenfold increase in difficulty. The power of a 9th-tier divine formation rivaled the full-strength strike of a late-stage golden immortal. Should he fall victim to its lethal intent, continuously besieged by the formation's deadly embrace, he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. The Peacock Princess had given Li Chongyun a forewarning, her exquisite eyes shimmering with Buddhist light. Yet her frown deepened, gradually revealing a hint of anguish. An 8th-tier divine formation master, attempting to comprehend the 9th-tier formation, subjected her to constant mental backlash. It felt akin to gazing into a bottomless abyss. How is it that he remains unscathed? The Peacock Princess could not help but glance towards Li Chongyun at her side, only to see this young human with a vertical eye opening in the center of his brow. occasionally scanning the surroundings and then fixating intently on a single point as he delved into the essence of the grand formation. Before long, Li Chongyun's complexion began to pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It was then that the Peacock Princess realized he was also enduring the torment of the formation's backlash, relying solely on his willpower to persevere. Observing this, she too felt a surge of competitive spirit. Resolutely resisting the mental backlash as she continued to probe the intricacies of the array. Unbeknownst to them, above the divine array, a pair of eyes watched them with surprise. The Lord of 100 Eyes looked down from above. Amidst a sea of chaos, where two luminous orbs floated, having entered the 9th-ranked divine array. After a moment's scrutiny, he felt a twinge of boredom and withdrew his gaze, the remnants of the Luo book. Such a precious artifact, released by someone and tested through an array. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity for him? The Lord of 100 Eyes clenched his fists inwardly, his heart racing with excitement. The Luo book, as a primordial treasure, was once in the possession of the Demon Clan's heavenly sovereign. Emperor Jun.it was said that he utilized the Luo book and the river map as the foundation of a formation, harnessing the immense power of countless water forces to forge the primordial He Luo Great Array, which safeguarded the heavenly court. Later, during the cataclysm between the Wu and the Yao, both treasures were lost. In ancient times, they were acquired by the human Emperor Yu, who, despite being an exceptionally capable leader, found himself powerless against the calamity of floods that in a moment of dire need. A mysterious tortoise emerged bearing the river map and the Luo book, offering them to Emperor Yu, aiding him in controlling the waters, thus establishing monumental merit and becoming a legendary human emperor who upheld the heavenly principles and ruled the 3 realms. After Emperor Yu, the Luo River map vanished once more, and since then, no one had ever seen it again. Indeed, it had been obtained by a powerful sorcerer, yet now it had become fragmented and released. The Lord of 100 Eyes sighed inwardly. Even in its fragmented state, this remnant page remained an extraordinarily precious treasure. However, to acquire such a significant artifact would require immense fortune and opportunity. The Lord of 100 Eyes did not dare to anticipate too much. He merely wished to delve deeper into the array techniques within this fragmented world, seeking to grasp some fortuitous chances. This was likely the limit of the current opportunity, he mused. With that, he withdrew his gaze and turned to face the final formation before him. This grand array was magnificently vast, connecting with the chaotic energies above and rooting itself in the essence of the remnant page below. With boundless momentum, it had transcended the bounds of a divine array. Manifesting as a celestial formation, the Lord of 100 Eyes narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a deep breath before stepping resolutely into the celestial formation. As for the pursuers behind him, the Lord of 100 Eyes paid them no heed. When it came to array techniques, there was truly no one in the entire Xinyo Hezhou he feared. Within the illusory celestial formation, Li Chongyun and the Peacock Princess finally departed from the gate of the formation. After approximately 2 hours, Li Chongyun was the first to decipher the operational patterns of this illusory celestial formation, enabling both of them to venture deeper within. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar shook the heavens, causing the entire celestial realm to tremble. Clouds and mist swirled violently as ferocious demonic beasts charged forth. Wolves, tigers, leopards, dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, turtles, snakes, and myriad other creatures bared their fangs and claws, ravenous for blood. Were these beasts mere illusions? The Peacock Princess's beautiful eyes shimmered with Buddhist light, yet she could not discern the truth of these beasts. Li Chongyun, utilizing his heavenly eye, fixed his gaze upon a charging dragon, observing its form twisting and shifting. Yet he could not penetrate its essence. In the face of imminent danger, both of them set aside their reservations and unleashed their spells, for whether real or illusionary, they had no choice but to attempt to counter. Of course, the consequence of such actions was the further activation of the formation's lethal intent that in mere moments. It felt as though thousands of beasts were stampeding around them. Thunderous roars echoed, fierce winds howled, and the cacophony of beastly cries reverberated, merging into a demonic symphony that rattled the mind, causing searing headaches, while countless sharp claws and fangs glimmered ominously as they rushed towards them. Wind, the Peacock Princess, wielding a colorful feather fan, waved it with precision, unleashing a sharp stream of magical light that struck a charging dragon. causing its form to dissipate like a fleeting dream. False? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw Li Chongyun unleash boundless purple sun divine fire, directing it towards another ferocious tiger. The massive creature trembled, emitting a pained roar, yet it charged forth with even greater ferocity. Li Chongyun swung his sword, decapitating the earth immortal-level tiger demon. These beasts were a mix of reality and illusion. The false were mere phantoms, while the true were not living beings, but rather puppets forged by magic. Upon hearing this, the Peacock Princess nodded. The 9th-rank divine array was no simple matter. Caution was paramount. Stay by my side. Do not stray. The surrounding demonic beasts possessed power exceeding the earth immortal level. More than half were above the celestial level, with some true immortals and golden immortals among them. Certainly not diminishing the prestige of this 9th-rank divine array, I shall comprehend the formation. Li Chongyun gestured, summoning a formation sphere that instantly coalesced in his hand. This technique he had practiced extensively during their journey, and he was now exceedingly proficient. However, the Peacock Princess found it fascinating. She had never witnessed such a method of breaking formations. She observed as Li Chongyun, in the span of a thought, constructed a simple formation comprising 9 array patterns in his palm, which was barely stable. In the next moment, Li Chongyun hurled the formation sphere towards a specific source of the divine array. Upon collision, the two formations began to clash and merge, but soon erupted into conflict, causing the formation sphere to shatter, and the illusory celestial formation immediately unleashed a more potent lethal intent, with a golden dragon of celestial level soaring towards them. With its gaping maw wide open, the golden claws reached out, exuding a terrifying might capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. 5-colored divine light. At this critical juncture, the Peacock Princess no longer held back. With a delicate shout, vibrant 5-colored radiance erupted behind her, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Within each beam of light lay the profound principles of the 5 elemental paths. Li Chongyun was instantly captivated. Under the radiant glow, the Peacock Princess appeared even more divine. Her exquisitely beautiful visage was bathed in a rosy light, her graceful figure shrouded in a dreamlike aura, emanating a surreal beauty. What astonished Li Chongyun even more, however, was the divine ability that the Peacock Princess wielded, 5-colored divine light. This ability bore a monumental reputation, known to be unmatched beneath the saints during the great calamity of the gods, a signature skill of Kong Xian. Once the 5-colored divine light was unleashed, nothing within the 5 elements could withstand its might. Witnessing it firsthand, Li Chongyun comprehended that this divine ability was indeed the ultimate manifestation of the 5 elemental paths. As the principles emerged, half of the surrounding demonic beasts instantly dissipated, while the remaining formidable puppets became disoriented, unable to discern their bearings under the divine light, tumbling into the dust. Though this divine ability was immensely powerful, its consumption was equally great. I must act swiftly. Noticing the serious expression on the Peacock Princess's face, Li Chongyun dared not be careless. He continued to mold the formation sphere in his hand, the divine light within his heavenly eye swirling, seeking out the weak points of the grand formation to strike. Follow me. After numerous attempts, Li Chongyun finally identified the direction of the formation eye and led the way ahead. The Peacock Princess radiated a sacred brilliance, her 5-colored divine light transforming into a tail of feathers, dazzling and swaying, shielding Li Chongyun by her side. Any demonic beast that approached was obliterated by a beam of celestial light. Li Chongyun. Suddenly, the Peacock Princess's gaze froze, fixating on him with a peculiar expression. Frowning, she unleashed a beam of 5-colored divine light, aimed directly at Li Chongyun. Yet, at the last moment, she hastily retracted her hand. Striking nothing but air, taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth. No, how could there be a 3-eyed fierce tiger in this world? You are Li Chongyun. Am I ensnared in an illusion? Li Chongyun was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion ashen. In that fleeting moment, when the murderous intent of the 5-colored divine light locked onto him, he realized just how terrifying this divine ability truly was. This grand array, known as the illusory celestial formation, was indeed not merely a matter of demonic beasts attacking. If one's power was formidable, the illusory celestial formation would actively confuse them. Li Chongyun also understood that, in the eyes of the Peacock Princess, he must have taken on the appearance of a demonic beast, prompting her to launch an attack. Fortunately, her keen intellect allowed her to detect the anomaly in time and hold back. Using the five-colored divine light required an immense expenditure of her energy, leaving her unable to focus on countering the illusion. Instead, the Peacock Princess, with her stunning beauty and pure gaze, extended a delicate hand towards Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. The soft, snow-white hand before him, with slender and delicate fingers, tempted him to grasp it and play with it. Yet, given the Peacock Princess's pinnacle golden immortal prowess, he dared not express such thoughts openly. There is no need for unnecessary thoughts. We are in peril. Such trivialities should be set aside. The Peacock Princess gently chuckled. Though this grand array can influence the senses, if we hold each other's hands, we shall not mistake our identities. Correct? The princess's words resonate profoundly. Li Chongyun, naturally, would not hesitate. He immediately clasped the soft, delicate hand of the Peacock Princess within his own, warmth radiating through their connection, filling him with a sense of joy. Simultaneously, the page concerning the peacock in the Shanhai Scroll began to progress, much to Li Chongyun's delight, allowing his attention to shift from the enchanting beauty before him. The two advanced hand in hand, slaying demons and breaking formations, their coordination growing increasingly harmonious. In contrast to the Dragon Suppression Master and Prince Emoang, Li Chongyun felt a greater sense of trust towards the Peacock Princess. Their bond was stronger, eliminating the need for him to act with cunning intent to trigger the formation's deadly traps. Instead, he could focus solely on dismantling the array. Here lay the heart of the illusory immortal array. A complex configuration. Li Chongyun sat cross-legged, gazing upon a massive stone. Under the gaze of the celestial eye, he discerned countless intricate formation patterns etched within, forming stable configurations that interconnected and complemented one another. Disturbing even a single line of the array would precipitate a cascade of shifts, yielding an overwhelming multitude of changes, exceedingly difficult to decipher. Although he had located the array's core, the complexity of the formation at its center was indeed profound. He found himself at a loss, his divine consciousness rebounding painfully, causing the Peacock Princess to chuckle ruefully as she averted her gaze, focusing instead on slaying the beast that I can hold out for no more than half a month. 10 days. Grant me 10 days, and I shall surely dismantle this array. Displaying confidence, Li Chongyun persevered against the backlash of his divine consciousness, immersing himself entirely in the core of the array before him. The essence of this ninth-grade illusory immortal array was a remarkable amalgamation of various formations, igniting a deep interest within Li Chongyun, who sought to unravel the underlying principles of their composition. In truth, Li Chongyun possessed a simpler method to dismantle the array. Using an array to break an array, he held a fragment of the Unzao Mountain Stone inscribed with a small 5-thunder array disc. Should he cast this disc into the core, it would effectively dismantle the formation. However, even in the presence of the Peacock Princess, he hesitated to reveal such a treasure, mindful of the need for caution. Moreover, Li Chongyun was not merely preserving face. He truly believed in his ability to comprehend the intricate array before him. The difficulty of understanding was not insurmountable, yet time was a luxury he could scarcely afford. Remarkably, by the 3rd day, he had already unraveled half of the formation concealed within the stone. As he engaged with more patterns, he finally grasped their essence. Your mastery of array techniques has advanced. From this moment forth, you shall easily perceive countless formations. You have become a 9th-grade array master. The description appeared on the opening page of the Shanhai Scroll, instantaneously clearing Li Chongyun's mind. Previously, with the understanding of an 8th-grade array master, he had struggled against the backlash of divine consciousness while attempting to decipher the 9th-grade formation, akin to a person laboriously interpreting a text written in an unfamiliar script, constantly grappling with its meanings, a task fraught with anguish. Now, however, with his breakthrough in array techniques, those previously alien symbols transformed before him into familiar and welcoming characters that you've broken through in your array techniques. The Peacock Princess, a golden immortal, sensed the significant enhancement in his divine consciousness almost instantly. The myriad arts of the celestial realm, elixirs, artifacts, and formation symbols, demanded a robust divine consciousness for their mastery, and cultivating these arts in turn nurtured the growth of one's own divine consciousness. Indeed, you have reached the 9th grade. Still holding the Peacock Princess's delicate hand, Li Chongyun remarked, in 2 days, this array can be dismantled. However, I will require the princess to lend me her magical power. The energy needed to dismantle a ninth-grade formation was indeed monumental. Very well, the Peacock Princess would not refuse, though she was astonished. She recalled well that when Li Chongyun first entered this fragmentary realm, his understanding of array techniques was undeniably rudimentary. Perhaps he had only recently become an array master. Otherwise, his initial pace would not have lagged behind the others. Now, after merely 3 to 4 years, he had achieved the status of a ninth-grade array master. Such progress was nothing short of astonishing. The wisdom of humanity is inherently profound. It was said that the human sovereign Fuxi, merely a mortal, comprehended the essence of the cosmos and sketched the 8 trigrams, ascending to immortality. The Peacock Princess found herself reminiscing about the deeds of many great sages of humanity. And as she gazed at Li Chongyun, her belief in his potential to become a great sage only deepened. In the blink of an eye, the 2 days passed, with a glint of determination in his eyes. Li Chongyun uttered a low command, and the entire illusory immortal array froze instantaneously. The serene waters and verdant mountains, shrouded in ethereal mist, alongside the woodland creatures and demonic beasts, all dissipated in a gust of wind. The ninth-grade formation has been dismantled. The Peacock Princess's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, still finding it hard to believe. Generally, array masters would take considerable time to dismantle formations of the same grade. Yet Li Chongyun's innate talent in array techniques was truly remarkable. There lies a celestial treasure. Li Chongyun's gaze brightened as he beheld the radiant celestial light revealed after dismantling the array. The familiar aura of precious energy indicated that their efforts had not been in vain. They were poised to acquire celestial treasures. Indeed, it was a celestial treasure. It seemed fortune smiled upon them. The Peacock Princess also displayed a hint of a smile. Given her status, she was not lacking in resources, yet no one would refuse an abundance of treasures. Together, they approached the celestial treasure, only for the Peacock Princess to suddenly realize that even after exiting the illusory, immortal array, Li Chongyun still held her hand firmly. When she attempted to pull away gently, he merely tightened his grip. Observing the fatigue etched on Li Chongyun's pale face, the Peacock Princess felt a pang of compassion and decided to let him hold on a moment longer, simultaneously channeling her magical energy into him to aid his recovery. No, Princess, you. Too kind. Feeling the pure magical energy coursing through him, Li Chongyun was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, loosening his grip slightly. Once his depleted magical energy was replenished, he willingly released the Peacock Princess's hand, turning to express his gratitude. Thank you, Princess. Our paths have crossed several times, journeying together. It is a deep bond, thus there is no need for such formality. The Peacock Princess replied with a smile in her enchanting eyes. She then opened the celestial treasure before them, revealing its contents. Let us divide the treasures first. The fragile light of the seal was easily torn apart, instantly flooding their vision with dazzling brilliance. Li Chongyun's gaze shifted as he beheld the celestial treasures concealed within the ninth-grade illusory immortal array. First came elixirs, celestial materials, and other precious items, each of exquisite quality. Many of these elixirs and materials were relics from the ancient era, all imbued with celestial essence, unattainable in the mortal realm. Among them, several celestial materials had become extinct in the present world. The Peacock Princess displayed a joyful expression, effortlessly dividing all these items without a hint of letting Li Chongyun suffer any loss. It must be said that collaborating with the Peacock Princess was far more gratifying than working alongside the Dragon Suppression Master and Prince Emoa. The quantities of celestial materials and elixirs were plentiful and easily divided, and soon they moved on to the next stage of dividing the spiritual treasures. Within this celestial cache were only 2 postnatal spiritual treasures. Yet both were of exceptional quality, exceedingly precious. One was a white jade pendant, while the other was a crimson wooden bow. Perfect, one for each of us. The Peacock Princess generously regarded Li Chongyun. Your contribution in breaking this array is substantial. So you may choose first. Without the princess's protection, I could never have located the array's core. Li Chongyun gently shook his head, acknowledging the ferocity of the ninth-grade array's lethal traps. Without the Peacock Princess's 5-colored divine light, he would have been unable to find the core in such a short time, let alone dismantle the array in a secure environment. There is no need to be modest with me. To put it bluntly, I am not in want of postnatal spiritual treasures. Choose freely. The Peacock Princess insisted once more. Hearing this, Li Chongyun ceased to press the matter. Treasures of such caliber would likely be commonplace for the Peacock Princess. Given her formidable background, however, to him, a single postnatal exceptional spiritual treasure would be of immense benefit. Even so, I shall not be polite. Li Chongyun stepped forward, pausing for a brief moment before taking hold of the crimson wooden bow. Buzz! The moment he made contact, the bow emitted a piercing tremor, unleashing a formidable pressure of divine consciousness, as if it emanated from the lofty heavens, from the distant primordial age, imbued with the weight of ancient time. Do not panic. The Peacock Princess spoke softly, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. The artifacts within this fragment of the Book of Luosh are remnants of a long past. The owner's divine consciousness imprint has long since faded. The artifact in question is indeed remarkable, as it still harbors a remnant of its original owner's soul, suggesting that its master was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. However, being merely a fragment of a soul, it poses no threat. Li Chongyun murmured, nodding slightly as he exhaled deeply to stabilize his emotions. He then infused his consciousness into the wooden bow, causing the remnant soul to shatter, fully revealing its essence to him. Instantly, a wealth of information flooded his mind. This was the Fuso Sunset Bow, a post-heavenly supreme spiritual treasure. Moreover, Li Chongyun was well aware of the bow's illustrious history during the calamity of the witch and demon tribes. The celestial court of the demon clan dispatched the son of Emperor Jun, famously known as one of the 10 Golden Crows, to descend to the mortal realm for battle, unleashing an unending inferno that threatened to annihilate countless races. With 10 suns rising simultaneously, crops were scorched, and the people were left without sustenance. Terrifying beasts of the demon clan, Yiyu, Zhaozi, Zhou Ying, Dafeng, Fengxi, and Xiuxing, emerged to wreak havoc on humanity. Consequently, the great witch Hui ventured into Tang Valley to gather Fuso wood as an immortal material, forging the divine bow to eradicate these threats with his unparalleled magical prowess. Amidst the calamity, Hui vanquished Zhaozi in the fields of Chouhua, slew Zhou Ying in the fierce waters, subdued Dafeng in the marshes of Qingqiu, shot down the 10 suns, dispatched Yiyu, and captured Fengxi in the mulberry forest, thus rescuing countless beings. This was indeed the Fuso Sunset Bow once wielded by Hui. Li Chongyun's palms grew warm as he grasped the bow, realizing that it once shot down golden crows. How extraordinary it was to now hold the Fuso Sunset Bow. The Peacock Princess, too, displayed a look of astonishment, remarking, "The renown of this divine bow echoes throughout the 3 realms." In the hands of the great witch Hui, combined with his unparalleled archery skills, its power rivaled that of post-heavenly treasures. The Fuso Sunset Bow ranks among the finest post-heavenly spiritual treasures, if you are fortunate enough to comprehend Hui's archery in the future. You too may unleash its extraordinary might. Treasures, whether innate or acquired, represent the most formidable artifacts in existence. Li Chongyun felt a surge of excitement in the night. The Fuso Sunset Bow he held possessed at least the potential of a supreme treasure. However, its full power could only be realized under specific conditions. Regrettably, the remnant soul I encountered must have belonged to Hui, but it has been nearly eroded by the passage of time, rendering it incapable of activating the records of the Shanhai Scroll. Nevertheless, I believe there must be other traces left by Hui in this world, Li Chongyun mused, a sense of wistfulness in his heart, yet he maintained great anticipation for the Fuso Sunset Bow. After all, although Hui was no longer present, his archery skills likely had not been lost. If all went well, the Moon Palace still housed Hui's beloved wife, the celestial goddess Chang'e, alongside his rebellious disciple Wu Gang. The essence contained within this jade pendant was also noteworthy. The Peacock Princess elegantly summoned another exquisite spiritual treasure, a white jade pendant, into her palm, which bore no remnants of a soul. After a brief moment of sensing, she appeared startled and looked at Li Chongyun with an odd expression, exclaiming, "Your fortune is truly remarkable." Li Chongyun's expression turned to one of confusion. The Peacock Princess did not keep him in suspense, explaining, "This pendant belonged to Hui's lover, the goddess of the Luo River, and within it conceals a fragment of Hui's archery skills. That Hui's lover, the goddess of the Luo River?" Li Chongyun was taken aback, as he had never heard of such tales. Noticing his bewilderment, the Peacock Princess elaborated, "The great witch Hui's true partner is indeed the Moon Palace's lunar goddess Chang'e, as legend suggests. However, he also shared an ambiguous connection with the Luo River goddess, as they lived together for several centuries. Nevertheless, these matters are trivial. Come closer. I shall impart the incomplete essence of Houyi's archery to you. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. Li Chongyun set aside his curiosity, leaning slightly forward, the delicate fragrance emanating from the peacock princess, akin to orchids in a secluded valley, wafted into his nostrils, and he made an effort to focus as his gaze swept over the enchanting curves of her form. The peacock princess extended a finger and gently pressed it against Li Chongyun's forehead, transmitting a fragment of Houyi's archery legacy. This was neither a celestial technique nor a divine power, but rather a collection of Houyi's fragmented insights on archery. Easily absorbable, although it lacked the directness of powerful spells, it granted Li Chongyun the initial ability to wield the Fuso Sunset Bow. After each refining their respective spiritual treasures and taking a moment to recuperate, they simultaneously directed their gazes toward the final challenge above, where someone had already activated the grand formation, filling it with lethal intent. A myriad of colors and countless streams of light dazzled the eyes, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. This last formation was indeed an immortal array. The peacock princess's eyes sparkled with fervor as she walked alongside Li Chongyun, gradually losing her sense of caution, despite being merely an 8th-grade array master. The sight of the immortal array instinctively ignited a desire within her to test her mettle. Having come this far, was it not a pity to refrain from entering and attempting to unravel it? Li Chongyun felt even less inclined to remain stagnant. After years of toil, breaking through over 100 formations, he finally stood before this last array. At this juncture, there was no room for choice. As this barrier was solely an immortal array, Li Chongyun had previously heard from the Yunmeng Taoist that this immortal array could not be dismantled. The only option was to find a way to traverse it. What a terrifying aura of lethal intent. Even I, should I fall into its grasp, would likely meet a grim fate, Li Chongyun thought as he approached the array, glancing back at the silver-clad youth beside him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the flicker of anxiety within him and chuckled wryly. Indeed, the might of the immortal array is beyond my current capacity to withstand. However, I truly wish to experience its intricacies firsthand. Very well, the peacock princess replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Let us enter the array. The two moved forward in unison. Before they even stepped into the grand formation, a trickle of its terrifying power seeped through the entrance, compelling Li Chongyun to furrow his brow. That he promptly activated the Jinwu technique, allowing the power of his bloodline to surge, fortifying his body against the array's encroaching influence. The peacock princess likewise summoned her magical energy, enveloping herself in a mystical glow. Upon entering the array, they were immediately engulfed in a radiant light, blinding to the eyes. Li Chongyun hastily closed his eyes, opting to activate his third eye for observation. Within the array, he discerned 21 stone pillars inscribed with intricate array patterns, arranged in a mysteriously profound manner. Atop each pillar rested a colossal treasure mirror, the dazzling brilliance emanating from these mirrors rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon them directly. There is an inscription on the door, the peacock princess remarked, and Li Chongyun turned to follow her gaze upward. Indeed, at the pinnacle of the array's entrance, for lines of poetry were etched. Not bronze nor gold is the treasure mirror. Seek not within the furnace's fire. Even if the Taiji encounters this array, in an instant, transformation becomes exceedingly difficult to endure. The peacock princess recited the lines with an ethereal voice, her expression shifting to realization. So it is the immortal array known as the Golden Light Array from the ancient Fengshan period. This array is the ultimate technique of the Golden Light Holy Mother, one of the 10 celestial lords of the sect, harboring boundless lethal intent that if one were to be targeted, even those at the Taiji realm would instantly be reduced to mere pulp. The Taiji realm would be reduced to mere pulp. Li Chongyun felt a chill run down his spine as he stood bathed in the golden light. The only reason he remained alive in this moment was due to the absence of a controller for the array. Should someone actively lock onto him with lethal intent, he feared he would instantly vanish without a trace. His essence obliterated, the 10 celestial lords of the sect? Could it be that the Golden Light Array is also one of the 10 supreme arrays? Li Chongyun pondered. The peacock princess nodded. Indeed, I once read about that segment of celestial history in the Longhuan Pavilion of the Heavenly Court. The Golden Light Array ranks 5th among the 10 supreme arrays, possessing immense power that it appeared in the remnants of the Luo book. I wonder whether it was set up by its current master or recorded by a previous owner. The Longhuan Pavilion is where the Heavenly Emperor archives his tomes, containing secrets of celestial history, mystical arts, and profound techniques encompassing all knowledge. Given the Peacock Princess's background, it was not surprising that she had been to the Longhuan Pavilion. The Demon Emperor Jun was a figure at the pinnacle of formation arts, and it was indeed plausible that this grand array originated from his creation, Li Chongyun casually remarked. Of course, the identity of the one who created the array is not of utmost importance. What matters now is how to break through it. With his 9th grade mastery of array arts, Li Chongyun stood within the immortal array, wary of even glancing at the arrangement of its patterns. Prolonged scrutiny beyond a quarter of an hour would result in a splitting headache as backlash surged upon him. The Peacock Princess, being merely an 8th grade array master, was even less equipped after a few brief glances. She furrowed her brows in frustration, admitting, "The intricacies of the immortal array are truly beyond my current understanding, Li Chongyun. This time, we will have to rely solely on you to break through." Li Chongyun managed a wry smile, clenching his fist in silence as the divine light within his heavenly eye flickered, compelling him to delve into the fundamental array patterns embedded within the celestial formation. The spirit formations are directly composed of array patterns, while divine formations are structured from array patterns into formations, which in turn construct the array laws. However, celestial formations are far more intricate. Their formations appear to lack any discernible order, yet they subtly coalesce into a formidable formation stance. The celestial formation is indeed comprised of numerous formation stances, each containing thousands of array patterns, rendering it a labyrinthine puzzle that leaves one utterly bewildered. With his primordial spirit stinging, Li Chongyun could only momentarily withdraw his gaze, taking a brief respite before resuming his exploration. After 3 full days, he finally discerned some semblance of understanding regarding the Golden Light Formation, embarking on his first step alongside Princess Peacock. This initial stride successfully evaded the lethal traps within the formation, marking a promising beginning. Nonetheless, a pace of 1 step every 3 days was undeniably slow. Li Chongyun lifted his eyes to the horizon, feeling as though the path ahead was boundless, uncertain how long it would take him to traverse it. Casting a glance at the first stone pillar beside him, he noted that it bore at least dozens of formation stances, each concealing hundreds of formations, and each formation composed of hundreds of array patterns. At first glance, it resembled an interminable tome of dreary content. Such sluggishness was to be expected. The path to transcendence is inherently long and arduous. Yet, as long as one possesses a steadfast resolve to traverse it, the path lies beneath one's feet. At that moment, Princess Peacock spoke, encouraging Li Chongyun. "I believe that with your guidance, we may indeed escape this ancient golden light formation, one of the 10 ancient marvels." "Let us do our utmost," Li Chongyun replied, feeling the warmth of her delicate hand within his, along with the occasional surge of pure magical energy. This companionship instilled a sense of determination within him. The journey would undoubtedly be more bearable with someone by his side. 10 days, 100 days, half a year. Li Chongyun and Princess Peacock traversed the Golden Light Formation, stopping and starting, taking laborious steps. By this point, they had forgotten that this was a trial of fortune, no longer considering the presence of the 100-eyed demon lord who had arrived before them. They focused solely on the intricacies of the formation. Engaging in dialogue and mutual growth. 3 years swiftly passed, and Li Chongyun had committed every array pattern from the first stone pillar to memory, fully comprehending each formation. However, he remained at a loss as to how to condense the formations into a cohesive stance. In contrast, under his guidance, Princess Peacock's mastery of the formation arts had noticeably improved, akin to a naturally gifted genius receiving constant mentorship, resulting in rapid advancement. As they passed the first stone pillar, the path ahead opened up, revealing a Taoist figure, exuding an ethereal presence, bathed in golden light. This figure, with a pale face and black beard, clad in an 8-trigram robe, was none other than the 100-eyed demon lord. Princess Peacock, a 9th-tier divine formation master. The 100-eyed demon lord's gaze faltered as he observed the two from afar, exclaiming, "To infiltrate this golden light formation with such audacity truly earns my deep respect." At that moment, the 100-eyed demon lord, enveloped in golden light, was momentarily taken aback that he found it hard to fathom that a being of mere earth immortal rank, akin to an insignificant insect, could have come this far. It was akin to a mortal ascending to the heavenly realms, an absurdity beyond belief. Could it be that Princess Peacock had employed some means to forcibly elevate this individual to such heights? The hundred-eyed demon lord pondered, recalling that Li Chongyun and Princess Peacock had arrived together and had been journeying hand in hand, a relationship that was evidently extraordinary. That it was indeed perplexing that Princess Peacock, who disregarded the advances of the golden-winged Great Pong, favored a mere earth immortal human. Fear not, for the demon lord's mastery of formation arts is unparalleled. We are but fledglings in your presence. Having arrived here years later than you, Princess Peacock replied with unwavering composure. Well said, the hundred-eyed demon lord responded, not overly modest, and then focused his mind, immersing himself once more in the golden light formation. Let us contemplate our own paths, Li Chongyun subtly conveyed through thought, realizing that the hundred-eyed demon lord was not in a hurry to traverse the formation in search of the ultimate trial opportunity, but rather chose to remain here to thoroughly comprehend the golden light formation. That he recalled that in the original journey to the west, Sun Wukong had once suffered a significant defeat at the hands of the hundred-eyed demon lord. Due to the myriad eyes under his ribcage, which unleashed countless beams of golden light to form a vast array that even the mighty Sun Wukong could not unravel. Surely, his hundred-eyed golden light array was derived from that particular opportunity. Li Chongyun's objective was clear: to swiftly navigate through the formation. He was well aware that behind this celestial array lay the essential nexus capable of refining the remnants of the Luo book. Armed with this knowledge, he knew he could not afford to dawdle. The hundred-eyed demon lord was no fool. He likely believed that the treasures concealed beyond the celestial formation were merely some celestial relics. For him, a master of formation arts, the understanding of the golden light formation held far greater value. I shall wholeheartedly assist you in comprehending the formation arts, Princess Peacock assured him, and in the next moment, Li Chongyun felt the gentle resonance of her Tao essence emanating from her palm. Princess Peacock had completely lowered her guard, not only transmitting her innate magical energy to him, but even lending him the strength of her primordial spirit. Their heartbeats gradually synchronized, merging spirit and flesh. Li Chongyun felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, as the heavenly eye at his brow radiated with dazzling five-colored brilliance. This moment, the once vague celestial formation before him became significantly clearer. This was the first time Princess Peacock had fully transferred her power to another. In this state, Li Chongyun possessed a certain degree of authority over her. Simultaneously, any harm that befell him would also reflect back onto her. This melding of spirit and flesh was a testament to her profound trust in Li Chongyun. Yet, there was a hint of impulsiveness. As her power was entirely under his control, a sense of unease arose within her, compelling her to grasp Li Chongyun's hand tightly. What profound Tao essence! At that moment, Li Chongyun truly felt the disparity between an earth immortal and a perfected golden immortal. His comprehension of the Tao was smooth. Yet his cultivation time was limited. His mastery over the sword path, the water path, and the fire path remained relatively superficial. In contrast, Princess Peacock's Tao essence was remarkably profound. She had already mastered the entirety of the 5 elemental Tao, and the synergy among the 5 paths yielded formidable power. Perhaps this was one of Princess Peacock's innate endowments. All things in heaven and earth ultimately fall within the realm of the 5 elements. To command the 5 elemental Tao and unleash 5-colored divine light naturally empowers one to suppress all immortals. Li Chongyun swiftly acclimated to this power that was not entirely his own. Thanks to Princess Peacock's cooperation, he effortlessly wielded this overwhelming magical energy, continuing to concentrate on deciphering the golden light formation. Having spent 3 years comprehending all the array patterns on the first stone pillar, he managed to cut down the time for the second pillar's patterns by half, while the third pillar consumed only a year. This pace could be described as exponentially accelerating. Apart from the advantage of drawing upon Princess Peacock's entire strength, it also owed much to Li Chongyun's deepening expertise in formation arts. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Suddenly, the scroll of mountains and seas trembled, rapidly flipping to the peacock illustration, which had once appeared dim, now coming to life vividly. Successfully recorded the Holy Spirit Peacock, gaining 8,000 years of Tao cultivation and acquiring 5 elemental Tao seeds. along with an abundance of Tao essence. Was it a success? Li Chongyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated successfully recording the Holy Spirit Peacock under such circumstances. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable given the melding of their spirits and bodies that in a certain sense, it was even more intimate than the act of union between a man and a woman. Within his purple mansion, the Tao resonated explosively. Beside the seed of the sword path, a seed of the 5 elemental Tao materialized, taking root in the boundless ocean of magical energy. Ethereal strands of Tao essence coalesced upon it, causing the Tao seed to sprout rapidly, resembling a 5-colored lotus gently swaying, containing terrifying powers that rivaled that of the sword seed. My cultivation level has reached the pinnacle of refining the void and merging with the Tao. Once I master any Tao law to the level of merging with the Tao, I shall be prepared to transcend and become an immortal. Li Chongyun momentarily lost his focus, performing a quick calculation. He had been within the remnants of the Luo book for approximately 4 to 5 decades, while the outside world had likely passed over a decade. Although he had immersed himself in the formation arts without intentionally refining his magical energy, his cultivation had nonetheless progressed at a commendable pace. Considering all of this, the gains from this experience were substantial. He would not be long in transcending to become an immortal once he emerged. He felt immense gratitude towards Master Xing. Without him, Li Chongyun would never have had the opportunity to partake in such fortuitous encounters. Li Chongyun silently rejoiced. Buzz! Suddenly, the vast formation trembled. Countless golden lights brimming with boundless murderous intent surged violently toward a specific point within the array. The target of this assault was none other than the 100-eyed Demon Lord, standing alone at the heart of the golden light formation, his Taoist robe shattered with a resounding crack, revealing his bare torso. Beneath his ribs, hundreds of eyes abruptly opened, and in the face of the overwhelming murderous energy of the golden light, he remained unperturbed, absorbing all the golden rays into the demon eyes within him. Is this the power of a Tai Lus immortal? The ability to withstand the golden light formation head-on is indeed formidable. Princess Peacock furrowed her delicate brows. A Tai Lus immortal is above the golden immortal realm, a level she is yet to reach. This echelon cannot merely be achieved through resources, but requires genuine skill and profound Taoist practice. Those at the Tai realm often possess tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Indeed, he is harnessing the power of the golden light formation to refine his demon eyes. Li Chongyun also revealed a look of astonishment. The 100-eyed Demon Lord inscribed a celestial formation on his own body. He is a true formation master. Inscribing a formation on oneself is something many immortals wouldn't even dare to contemplate. This is precisely what the 100-eyed Demon Lord has been diligently working on for 30 years. He stood at the center of the golden light formation, comprehending the ancient celestial formation he was embedded in, continually inscribing formation patterns into his flesh and blood with his magical power. Thus forming the array, constructing a formation, using his numerous demon eyes as the foundation to create a semi-finished celestial formation. Now he merely needed to refine his demon eyes with the golden light from the ancient celestial formation to truly achieve the transformation of his body into the formation. Typically, those adept at formation techniques still require time to set up an array and strategize to lure others into it. But the 100-eyed Demon Lord is transforming his body into the formation itself. Such means and resolve are indeed quite terrifying. Unbeknownst to them, they had also arrived at this juncture. After marveling at the 100-eyed Demon Lord's techniques, Princess Peacock turned her gaze toward Li Chongyun, her lips curving upwards in a smile that was utterly enchanting. After 30 years of contemplation, Li Chongyun and Princess Peacock had reached the formation, merely 10 zhang apart from the 100-eyed Demon Lord. The murderous intent emanating from him was dissipated by the 5-colored divine light surrounding Princess Peacock. Since the Demon Lord aimed to transform his body into the formation, what a clever tactic. Li Chongyun took the initiative to speak to the 100-eyed Demon Lord. The latter glanced back, a fleeting shadow passing through his gaze. You, with your earth immortal cultivation, possess such profound knowledge of formations. Having comprehended all the formation patterns inscribed on the 18 stone pillars in merely 30 years, have truly left me in awe. The Demon Lord flatters me. Li Chongyun smiled. As the saying goes, the clumsy bird takes flight early, after several decades. I presume the Demon Lord has thoroughly grasped this golden light formation that I merely wish to take a few more steps forward and seize this opportunity to appreciate the elegance of the celestial formation. The hundred-eyed Demon Lord smiled non-committally, paused for thought, then closed his eyes once more, disregarding Li Chongyun and Princess Peacock. The time for stealth had arrived. Li Chongyun took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the 19th stone pillar. This time, he did not rush to comprehend the formation patterns, but instead contemplated the entire stone pillar, seeking to perceive the formation within. Without understanding the formation's essence, one cannot aspire to become a celestial formation master. Li Chongyun had remained at the level of a 9th-grade formation master for 30 years. This continuous accumulation over 3 decades had allowed him to fully comprehend the formations, the various configurations on the first 18 stone pillars, leading to a holistic understanding of formations. Princess, channel the 5-colored divine light with all your might to conceal my aura. Li Chongyun transmitted his thoughts discreetly. Princess Peacock was momentarily taken aback, but, having complete trust in him, promptly complied. Behind her, the peacock fanned its tail, each feather unfurling in a dazzling display of brilliance. The 5-colored divine light was indeed a formidable divine ability, a testament to the unparalleled skill of the great peacock Bodhisattva. The hundred-eyed Demon Lord was stirred, sensing the surging rhythms of the 5 elements, deducing it to be the handiwork of Princess Peacock, yet he did not dwell on it. The closer they drew to him, the more susceptible they became to the murderous intent of the golden light formation. A perfected golden immortal, Princess Peacock, and Li Chongyun, merely an insignificant earth immortal, naturally needed to exert all their strength for defense. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Li Chongyun's consciousness surged, and he solidified the first formation of his life. You have successfully condensed a formation and entered the ranks of celestial formation masters. Such words appeared on the cover page of the Shanhai Scroll, marking a complete transformation in Li Chongyun's understanding of formation techniques. That you've become a first-grade celestial formation master? Princess Peacock transmitted her astonishment. After 30 years, it seemed reasonable for someone of Li Chongyun's talent to attain the status of a celestial formation master, yet he was still just an earth immortal. It is well known that powerful celestial formations can slay Tai Loose immortals and even pose a threat to Tai Golden immortals. After gazing at these formations for so long, comprehension suddenly dawned upon him. Li Chongyun transmitted back with a wry smile. I am but a celestial formation master in name only, at present. I cannot even set up a high-grade divine formation, let alone a celestial formation. Princess Peacock was momentarily stunned, then nodded in agreement. The might of divine formations and celestial formations is indeed terrifying. And to set them up requires immense magical power, which is precisely Li Chongyun's shortcoming. However, having become a celestial formation master, surely exiting this golden light formation should pose no problem, right? Princess, let us keep this under wraps. We should take this opportunity to traverse the formation and seize the final celestial treasures and opportunities Li Chongyun conveyed through his thoughts. Princess Peacock's beautiful eyes flickered, glancing nervously at the hundred-eyed Demon Lord, who was still refining the formation, before slowly nodding. It is about to be completed. The hundred-eyed Demon Lord was filled with exhilaration. Upon entering the celestial formation and seeing the 4 inscriptions, he realized this formation was none other than the 5th of the 10 absolute formations from the ancient era during the Fengshen Calamity. The Golden Light Formation. The rhythms of this formation resonated with his own Taoist techniques, allowing him to easily harness its power. After a brief contemplation, the hundred-eyed Demon Lord resolved to transform his body into the formation. Once this formation is successfully refined, across the entire western Bul-Nyo-Huzhou, as long as the figures of the Buddhist sect on the Spirit Mountain do not intervene, which Demon King would dare to challenge me? Not even the mighty Bull Demon King would underestimate me. A fervent fire ignited within the hundred-eyed Demon Lord. He had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years to reach the realm of the Tai Loose Immortal, appearing to be the center of attention, a formidable Demon King. Yet, upon reaching this level, he discovered that resources at the Tai Loose Immortal tier had long been monopolized by the Heavenly Court and Spirit Mountain, leaving him to languish for millennia. Apart from refining potent toxins from the droppings of various birds, he had yet to acquire any truly formidable means. Consequently, compared to the likes of the Bull Demon King, who had long established his reputation, he knew he was not a match. But now, the situation was different. By mastering this golden light formation, he would elevate himself to the ranks of the top demon kings. Done, the hundred-eyed demon lord felt the final formation solidify within his flesh, a terrifying power capable of obliterating a Tai loose immortal coalescing within him, and he was instantly filled with ecstatic joy. Hee, from this day forth, who would dare to underestimate me, the hundred-eyed demon lord of Huanghua Temple, whether in heaven or on earth? The hundred-eyed demon lord laughed with triumph, the countless murderous golden lights swirling around him. Yet they were absorbed into his flesh, subsequently refining into his own magical power. At this moment, he had become completely immune to the golden light formation. Suddenly, the hundred-eyed demon lord sensed something amiss. Swiftly raising his eyes to look within the formation, only to find that he could no longer see Li Chongyun and Princess Peacock. It seemed those two had not exited the golden light formation. Could it be that they were in peril? Outside the golden light formation, Li Chongyun and Princess Peacock stood hand in hand. Stop! A sudden, commanding voice rang out from behind, accompanied by an utterly terrifying celestial might surging forth as if it were about to crush this small world into oblivion. The hundred-eyed demon lord stepped out of the golden light formation with ease, only to see Li Chongyun holding a mysterious rune in his hand, which was evidently an unclaimed object, effortlessly merging with his flesh. Demon Lord, what insight do you have? Li Chongyun turned back, revealing a somewhat innocent smile. What he had refined was none other than the primal rune of the remnant pages of the Luo book. And in that moment of merging the rune with his flesh, Li Chongyun naturally became the master of the remnant pages of the Luo book. The hundred-eyed demon lord's eyes nearly bulged with rage. Although he had chosen to spend decades within the formation, transforming his body into the array to cultivate his supreme technique, this did not mean he was indifferent to the celestial treasures and opportunities that lay beyond the golden light formation. The reason for this was that, in the eyes of the hundred-eyed demon lord, apart from himself, the celestial formation master, no one else could traverse the golden light formation. All treasures and opportunities beyond the formation were rightfully his. Yet who could have anticipated that a mere earth immortal would seize the opportunity first? You little thief! How dare you steal my opportunity? I see you are tired of living. In this moment, the hundred-eyed demon lord gazed at Li Chongyun, whose countenance bore a benevolent smile, while his heart seethed with fury, wishing nothing more than to swallow him whole. This opportunity was bestowed upon us by a certain deity, intended for our enlightenment. Although there existed an element of competition, it ultimately belonged to those destined to acquire it. Li Chongyun stood firm in the air, still holding the delicate hand of the Peacock Princess, responding neither with humility nor arrogance. How dare you? Exclaimed the hundred-eyed demon lord. Were it not for the favor of that celestial being, you would not even be worthy to step foot here. Had I encountered you outside, I would have effortlessly reduced you to ashes. The opportunities that lie beyond this celestial formation are not meant for a mere earth immortal like you to covet. The Peacock Princess furrowed her brow and remarked, Fortune cannot be forced in this world. What do you intend with such hostility, Demon Lord? Humph! The hundred-eyed Demon Lord scoffed, immediately unveiling his robe to reveal over 100 grotesque eyes beneath his ribs. Peacock Princess, out of respect for the great king of peacocks, I shall not harm you in the slightest. However, this insignificant ant, Li Chongyun, dares to climb atop my head. He is courting death, and I shall use him to fuel my newly refined formation. Armed with lethal intent, and emboldened by the recently acquired fearsome killing formation, he unleashed the full might of the arrayed eye in an instant. Blinding golden light erupted from the multitude of eyes, akin to 1,000 sharp blades, surging violently toward Li Chongyun. Array, awaken! In the face of this overwhelming threat, Li Chongyun remained steadfast, unperturbed. In a fleeting thought, the authentic golden light formation nearby emitted a thunderous roar, its myriad strands of celestial light dazzling brilliantly as they swiftly converged upon the trio's location. 21 stone pillars materialized, forming an incredibly powerful array, while 21 bronze mirrors shone resplendently. Using one array to counter another, the hundred-eyed demon lord found himself trapped among the stone pillars, his expression shifting to one of shock and dismay. The golden light formation ranked 5th among the 10 absolute arrays, far from a trivial matter. Previously, he had dared to refine his demonic eyes within the array, only because it was unguarded. Otherwise, even if he possessed 100 times the courage. He would not have dared such a feat now. However, he realized that this golden light formation had become a masterful construct, its murderous aura weaving through the air, completely suppressing the celestial array inscribed within his very flesh. What a remarkable young man! What on earth have you refined to control this array? The 100-eyed demon lord seethed with fury, filled with regret and hatred. Had he known, he would have bypassed the array altogether. Refining the rune first to gain mastery over the golden light formation. Mastery over the golden light formation? Li Chongyun chuckled inwardly. What he truly controlled was the entire fragment of the Book of Luo. If the 100-eyed demon lord were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be driven to a fit of rage, regretting his choices immensely. Indeed, should such a revelation occur, Li Chongyun himself would find himself in endless trouble. The demon lords present today would surely not let him off easily. Demon lord, since you wish to test the array, I am willing to serve as your whetstone. Li Chongyun maintained a gentle smile, yet exerted all his effort to activate the golden light formation. The 21 bronze mirrors hung above the stone pillars like miniature suns, emanating the force of utmost righteousness. Before long, the golden light of the 100-eyed demon lord was suppressed to a mere 3 feet around him. Still under the pressure of that smile. Very well, I concede your prowess. The 100-eyed demon lord gritted his teeth, having never imagined he would be cornered to such an extent by this insignificant ant. Li Chongyun. However, circumstances dictated that the golden light formation could stain the garments of even a Tai Celestial. Should his own abilities be compromised, he would likely be annihilated in an instant, leaving nothing but a pool of blood. It is but the control of a celestial formation. I refuse to believe you can remove this grand array. Humph. Allow this moment of enlightenment to conclude here. The 100-eyed demon lord sought to preserve his dignity, then cast a dark glance at Li Chongyun. Turning his palm, the key to the fragment of the Book of Luo reappeared, and he immediately activated the means to enter and exit, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a slowly healing rift in space. Seeing this, the smile on Li Chongyun's face vanished, replaced by a hint of solemnity. Within this fragmented realm, he could indeed leverage the power of the celestial array to contend with the 100-eyed demon lord. But should they leave this place, Li Chongyun, how audacious of you to force the 100-eyed demon lord to retreat. The peacock princess withdrew her delicate hand, glancing back with a smile that held a complex meaning. Truth be told, she felt a deep admiration for Li Chongyun's courage and audacity, yet simultaneously deemed it unwise for him to so easily provoke the 100-eyed demon lord. Had I shown the slightest hint of fear or trepidation, would he have retreated so readily? Li Chongyun chuckled lightly in response, his gaze resolute. What if I have indeed offended him? Once we leave this fragmented world, how will he retaliate against you? While he had successfully refined the rune and become the master of this fragment of the Book of Luo, the ancient treasure was still incomplete and could not provide him with protection. Furthermore, should he expose this matter, it would likely invite even greater peril upon himself. While the news of Li Chongyun's ascension as the master of the Book of Luo could be concealed from others, it was inevitable that the peacock princess would see through it. The two had traversed the grand array together, jointly uncovering the final celestial treasure, and due to the pressing nature of time, Li Chongyun had no opportunity to act covertly, having to follow the incantation taught by the Yunmeng Taoist to locate and refine the key rune, thus becoming the owner of this treasure. After all, for Li Chongyun, even if this treasure fell into the hands of the peacock princess, it would still be a fortuitous event for him. Together, they had broken through numerous formations and sought opportunities, establishing a bond of camaraderie. Such a precious treasure would at the very least earn him the gratitude of the peacock princess. Yet, to Li Chongyun's surprise, the peacock princess remained unmoved by this treasure. The fragment of the Book of Luo, a treasure so coveted by countless beings, Li Chongyun turned to the exquisite woman before him and stated, I have always maintained that this treasure should be entrusted to the princess. You have contributed greatly along this journey, and if you were to possess it, many troubles would be averted. Li Chongyun. The peacock princess furrowed her brow in irritation. There is no need for you to test me repeatedly. I have my own principles in how I act. I would never resort to deceit to usurp opportunities from others. Are you attempting to humiliate me? Her beautiful brows knitted together in a frown, her exquisite visage revealing a trace of indignation. Even her typically ethereal and gentle voice carried a hint of frost, tinged with a newfound coldness. This was Lee Chongyun's first encounter with her in anger. I merely stated a fact. Lee Chongyun shook his head. If I have offended you, I beg your forgiveness. Humph. The Peacock Princess huffed softly. I am disinclined to argue with you. Although the hundred-eyed demon lord harbors resentment towards you, he would not dare act against you openly, given the presence of that hidden celestial being. However, he will inevitably create obstacles for you behind the scenes. The so-called hidden figure referred to the mysterious celestial who had dispatched the Yunming Taoist with the fragment to alleviate disasters. Since this individual had orchestrated this opportunity, they undoubtedly possessed their own motives. The hundred-eyed demon lord, having developed a grudge against Lee Chongyun, would not dare to act recklessly, fully aware that angering the hidden powerhouse could result in his instant obliteration. Despite being a Tai Celestial, Lee Chongyun nodded in agreement, acknowledging this point as well. You and I have journeyed together, but my ability to assist you is limited. You have seen for yourself that my cultivation is merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. It may appear to be just a step away from the Tai Celestial realm, yet the disparity between the two is akin to a chasm. Even with my five-colored divine light, I cannot bridge this gap. However, although I may be unable to confront the situation directly, I can help you leverage external forces. Lee Chongyun was taken aback by her words. How do you propose to leverage such forces? The Peacock Princess replied candidly. Since the ancient calamity of the gods, when the deities returned to their positions, the celestial court has governed all matters of the three realms. While it may seem that the Buddhist and Taoist paths are distinct, in truth, the teachings of Buddhism stem from the great Taoist ancestor Laozi, who, upon exiting the Hangu Pass, transformed into the Buddha Shakyamuni. Thus, the Buddhist and Taoist teachings are fundamentally one and the same. Buddhism is, in essence, a branch of the Dao. Lee Chongyun instantly grasped the implication of the Peacock Princess's statement. She had powerful backing, whether from Ling Mountain or the Celestial Court, capable of making a significant impact. Those who stand out in a forest are bound to be felled by the wind. The Peacock Princess softened her tone, speaking earnestly. Lee Chongyun, as you pursue your cultivation, your exceptional talents in the art of arrays will inevitably attract envy and hostility. As we've seen today, the journey of this endeavor has come to a close. I believe it will not be long before you transcend the tribulations and ascend to immortality. At that time, I shall procure an immortal decree for you, which will facilitate your undertakings with the celestial realm or the spiritual mountains. Although such an arrangement may impose certain constraints, the benefits it bestows are manifold. Do not be overly stubborn or averse to it. Many wandering immortals within this realm harbor a sense of resentment towards ranking among the celestial hierarchy. A great number of them. Receiving a decree from the celestial court is perceived as a squandering of their cultivation time, akin to servitude under the celestial authorities. Princess Peacock, concerned that Lee Chongyun shares this mindset, has thus been quite verbose. Reflecting her genuine concern that I am grateful to the princess and appreciate your continued efforts on my behalf, Lee Chongyun, however, harbors little aversion to matters concerning the immortal decree. After all, the culmination of the universe is organization. Why not embrace it in the pursuit of cultivation? It is only natural to seek the shade of a great tree. Nevertheless, what he desires is an organization that offers substantial returns if it involves sacrificing his own interests. That is another matter entirely. Very well, Princess Peacock replied with a smile. Once you attain immortality, come to Biluo Mountain to find me. Indeed, Lee Chongyun nodded, then lowered his gaze to observe below, the golden-winged Daping. The dragon-pressing celestial and Prince Emoang were still voraciously consuming the spiritual essence within the remnants of the world, honing their cultivation. Previously, Lee Chongyun felt little about it, but now, as the master of the remnants of Luoshu, he experienced a pang akin to watching his own crops being harvested by others. Immediately, he activated the seals within his body, causing the remnants of the world to tremble as it began to expel the others within. Under the Ziyun Mountain, within a pavilion, the hundred-eyed demon lord's gaze was fixated on a piece of paper floating in mid-air. In just a moment, he sensed spatial fluctuations emanating from it. Buzz, dark fissures appeared, and figures emerged. The golden-winged Daping, Princess Peacock, the dragon-pressing celestial, and Prince Emoang were present. Yet Lee Chongyun's figure was conspicuously absent. The hundred-eyed demon lord, You are the first to emerge. It seems the final opportunity within this Luoshu remnant must have been seized by you. The dragon-pressing celestial remarked, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Prince Imoang surveyed the surroundings, puzzled by Li Chongyun's absence, that I never expected such a profound and pure spiritual essence to be concealed within this Luoshu remnant. Too bad I lack proficiency in array formations. Otherwise, I would be keen to discover what treasures lie behind that final immortal array. The golden-winged Dapeng spoke, his gaze directed at the hundred-eyed demon lord. Of course, the golden-winged Dapeng was not genuinely interested in the fragment of this priceless treasure, nor did he hold any regard for the so-called celestial treasures within. His curiosity was purely superficial. Among the cultivators of the entire Xinyo Huzhou, the only one capable of deciphering the immortal array was the hundred-eyed demon lord before him. Humph! The hundred-eyed demon lord, feeling the scrutiny of the crowd, grew increasingly irate. He cast a cold gaze at Princess Peacock and exclaimed, "Princess, I have shown you respect, yet do not take me for a pushover. Where has Li Chongyun gone? Speak quickly." Princess Peacock narrowed her eyes and replied with a smile. "Demon Lord, although Li Chongyun has received the final opportunity, such matters are based on merit. Are you unable to accept defeat and resort to bullying? Li Chongyun has obtained the final opportunity." The moment these words were uttered, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Had it not been for Princess Peacock's assertion, they might have assumed that the insignificant Li Chongyun had perished within some celestial array. To their astonishment, he had indeed navigated the celestial array and managed to seize the ultimate opportunity before the hundred-eyed demon lord. "This infuriates me," the hundred-eyed demon lord roared. "That brat has clearly taken advantage of circumstances to pilfer what rightfully belongs to me. I demand an explanation." As he spoke, his entire being surged with power, the terrifying pressure of a Tai loose immortal emanating from him. Princess Peacock furrowed her brow, her five-colored divine light erupting, standing tall and unafraid. "Hundred-eyed demon lord, you are but a centipede that is cultivated into a spirit." The golden-winged Dapeng stepped forward, glaring with contempt. "You dare to be so disrespectful to the princess? Believe me, with but a snap of my fingers, I can render your 1,000 years of arduous cultivation as naught." The hundred-eyed demon lord's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dapeng, what did you just call me?" The fury in the golden-winged Dapeng's eyes appeared ready to explode. A pang of apprehension gripped the hundred-eyed demon lord. He clenched his teeth. Despite having cultivated for millennia and possessing profound cunning, he was not quick to anger, though Li Chongyun's theft of his opportunity enraged him. He maintained his composure. Yet, the Dapeng's brazen behavior truly left him feeling dizzy with rage. That Dapeng is insufferable. Princess Peacock has already allied with Li Chongyun in the remnants of the page, akin to partners in the path of cultivation, and you dare obstruct my dealings with Li Chongyun. The hundred-eyed demon lord, suppressing his fury, spoke. "Dapeng, I shall not debate with you today. I have only one matter to clarify with you." "Huh?" The golden-winged Dapeng scoffed, his eyes glinting with disdain. "Debate with me? When did you acquire the qualification to do so? Begone." Much like the hundred-eyed demon lord's initial disdain for Li Chongyun, the golden-winged Dapeng similarly regarded him with indifference. Should he be in a good mood, he might indulge in banter. However, should he be provoked, insults would be the least of their concerns. Killing him would be trivial. The hundred-eyed demon lord, aware of the law of the jungle, understood that despite being a Tai loose immortal with the protection of a celestial array, he remained as powerless as an ant before the golden-winged Dapeng, his face flushed with alternating colors of red and white. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and, with a decisive gesture, recited a spell to flee from the scene. The atmosphere in the pavilion grew subtly tense. "May I inquire, Princess, is Li Chongyun safe?" Prince Imoang cupped his fists. Princess Peacock replied, "Li Chongyun possesses extraordinary aptitude in array formations. He has likely garnered the attention of that mysterious immortal. The Luoshu remnants expelled us all but retained him, suggesting he is to be received." "I see." Prince Imoang paused, a glimmer of envy appearing in his eyes. "In that case, it is indeed a blessing for Li Chongyun." With a weight lifted from his heart, Imoang soared into the clouds. While the dragon-pressing celestial, upon hearing of Li Chongyun's ultimate opportunity, felt a tinge of discomfort but dared not show it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she too departed. "Princess, that old Taoist is but a centipede that has attained spirit. How dare he act so audaciously before us? Should there be a next time, I will surely devour him whole. The golden-winged Dapeng smiled, circling around Princess Peacock to curry favor. The Yuan Feng and the Kunpeng, along with the peacock, had each left half of their innate endowments to their descendants. Thus, the golden-winged Dapeng's feelings for Princess Peacock were akin to a desire for ancestral bloodlines and aspirations for the phoenix's immortal abilities. Princess Peacock remained aloof towards the Dapeng, ignoring him as she transformed into a streak of colorful light and vanished. The Dapeng hurriedly took flight, ascending into the clouds. Within the pavilion, the young Taoist of Yunmeng had long since departed, and none found it peculiar, leaving only the Luoshu remnants to flutter and drift towards Ziyun Mountain. This fellow is indeed fortunate. It appears he possesses extraordinary roots and has caught the eye of some celestial being. In the clouds, the golden-winged Dapeng did not leave immediately he watched the Luoshu remnants soar towards Ziyun Mountain before taking off himself, his speed rivaling that of Sun Wukong's cloud somersault, swiftly catching up to Princess Peacock. Yet she remained indifferent, offering him no acknowledgement. The remnants floated down, landing in a ravine on Ziyun Mountain, retracting their spiritual radiance and ethereal resonance, lying quietly like a mundane object for over half a month. On this night, it finally erupted with celestial light once more, as a figure appeared out of thin air, grasping the Luoshu remnants tightly in hand. This individual was none other than Li Chongyun. He preferred to act decisively in public, disregarding the consequences, yet maintained absolute caution in private to prevent the suspicion of those demon kings and golden immortals. He willingly wasted over half a month. The gains from this endeavor were substantial. Li Chongyun let out a sigh of relief. With a flicker of thought, the remnants of the Luo book floated down before his abdomen, subsequently burrowing into his purple mansion to suppress the surging magical energy within him. At that moment, within his purple mansion, amidst the tumultuous flow of power, 2 Tao seeds vied for growth, sprouting branches and buds, flourishing remarkably. This was a manifestation of the Taoist arts. Li Chongyun turned the page of the Shanhai Scroll to examine his personal information. Owner, Li Chongyun Realm, refining void and merging with Tao, perfection, physique, Golden Crow divine body, great accomplishment, cultivation technique, Wuzhen Pian, supreme celestial grade, art of magic, Xiang divine fire, perfection, earth walking technique, perfection, fixed light finger, perfection, divine powers, mountain refining formula, pinnacle, Golden Crow law, pinnacle, martial arts, swordsmanship, Tao attained, archery, unerring, celestial arts, celestial formation master, first rank, Taoist achievements, 39. 980 years, sword Tao, mastered, golden Tao, borrowed, wood Tao, borrowed, water Tao, borrowed, fire Tao, borrowed, earth Tao, borrowed. The evaluation by the Shanhai Scroll remained exceedingly accurate. This line of information indicated that my cultivation realm had surged from the initial stage of refining void and merging with Tao directly to its perfection. With sufficient magical energy to transcend into immortality, all 3 spells were perfected, and both divine powers had reached the pinnacle level, leaving only a single step to achieve the ultimate state of transcendence. What remained was merely the Taoist arts. The 5 elemental avenues had all reached the borrowed Tao level, while the sword Tao had already attained the mastered Tao level. Although I had yet to become an immortal, my strength was incomparably greater than before. If I were to encounter the Kalinzi and his disciples again, even facing many foes, defeating them would be as effortless as slaying dogs. That a glimmer of confidence shone in Li Chongyun's eyes. He even believed that should he encounter the severely injured Juing again, he could decisively slay it without the need to repeatedly invoke the sword Tao, sparing himself from the backlash that had previously left him gravely wounded. The ability to slay celestial beings with the power of an earthly immortal was indeed astonishing. Yet, Li Chongyun's true trump cards remained the rare spiritual treasures he had acquired on this journey. The Fusang Sunset Bow, the small 5 Thunder Array Plate, and the remnants of the Luo book. In this endeavor of cultivation, at least 2 to 3 decades had passed in the outside world. What changes had transpired atop the Ponzi Ridge? Li Chongyun soared into the sky, casting a glance back at the overlapping layers of Ziyun Mountain beneath him, where purple mist lay dormant, resembling a startled dragon, the clouds billowing and the colors splendid, a truly ethereal scene. Concealed within the mountain's hues. Thank you, he clasped his hands in gratitude, sincerely expressing his thanks before swiftly departing. Even with the spiritual essence bestowed by the remnants of the Luo book, to have advanced from a spiritual array master to a celestial array master in merely 60 years, such mastery in array arts. Was there anyone in Bio Palace back then who could surpass it? Amidst the mist, voices seemed to engage in discourse. Ponzi Cave, Ponzi Ridged, AT this moment. The 7 female demons led by Chiju wore expressions of extreme distress. Once radiant beauties, they now appeared haggard and frail, their faces pale, as if they were mere mortals despite being earthly immortals who had cultivated for millennia. In the midst of winter, they shivered by the furnace in the cave, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Only Chiju remained seated on a stone chair, while her sisters slumped, unable to maintain their posture. Sister, what malevolent force has befallen us? The Yin energy within us seems to have detonated, rebounding upon ourselves. Now, without Li Lang's yang energy to dispel it. If this continues, our lives may be in peril. Purple Zhu, with her delicate and exquisite figure curled up on the chair, looked pitiful. Just then, a man's voice echoed from outside the cave. Ladies, do not persist any longer. The backlash of the 9 Yin energy is lethal. I have 7 robust young men captured from a nearby village. Absorbing their yang energy and drinking their warm blood can at least temporarily suppress your Yin energy. As for the matter of dual cultivation with me, we can discuss that later. Outside the cave, a man clad in black, with his chest exposed, lounged casually on a stone bench, while before him lay 7 young and strong mortal men bound hand and foot. His face resembled white jade, albeit adorned with 8 eyes arranged neatly above his nose, an exceedingly grotesque sight. This man called himself the Heavenly Poison General, and his true form was that of a spider. Over a decade ago, Chiju had successfully merged with the Tao and transcended through the Thunder Tribulation, creating quite a stir that had drawn this creature's attention. The Heavenly Poison General was at the mid-celestial realm, and being of similar kind, he developed lustful inclinations toward the 7 sisters, coming to harass them annually. The mountain god had intervened before, but was violently repelled by this brute. Heavenly Poison General, do not persist in your harassment of us. Chiju's voice rang out angrily within the cave. The Heavenly Poison General sneered. Stop pretending. You are merely 9 Yin poison spiders that have attained a semblance of sentience. The nature of our demon kind is to consume humans. Your pretense of benevolence is laughable. You truly think yourselves as celestial beings? Chiju retorted. Humans possess spiritual essence, and consuming them can indeed enhance one's cultivation. However, this is only because the heavenly Tao's fortune resides with humanity. Causing them harm only invites retribution, destroying one's own foundation. That we sisters would never harm the innocent. If you do not depart, do not blame me for being ungracious. Destroying one's foundation, the Heavenly Poison General scoffed. Am I the only one in this world who consumes humans? The mounts of celestial beings and the sacred spirits of the world also partake in human flesh. Why should our demon kind be any different? Saying this, he seized one of the young men and, amidst his ear-piercing screams, violently tore off an arm, gnawing on it voraciously before discarding it carelessly. The Heavenly Poison General savored the taste of human flesh, drinking the blood of the still screaming man and subsequently eviscerating him to feast upon his organs. The once tranquil mountain echoed with the sounds of his gruesome indulgence. Delicious. The Heavenly Poison General licked the blood from his lips, declaring, Chiju, my dear, I have expressed my sincere intentions towards you and your sisters for 10 years. Yet, you have consistently turned a blind eye. Today, I shall take residence within this Ponzi cave. That if you resist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You dare? Chiju erupted in fury. If you dare to affront my sisters, I shall take you down with me. Purple Zhu added, when my lord returns, he will surely tear you asunder and reduce you to ashes, obliterating your very essence. Your lord. The Heavenly Poison General dismissed her words. I have already learned that the so-called master of Ponzi Cave is merely an earthly immortal of the human race, whose cultivation is beneath even Chiju's. Do you think bringing him out will frighten me? Truly laughable. Ladies, I am coming. As he spoke, the Heavenly Poison General flipped his palm, revealing a 3-foot-long black steel whip, his eyes gleaming with malice as he advanced toward the cave. However, as he took a step, an eerie sensation prickled at his back. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air was piercing. The Heavenly Poison General turned abruptly, only to see a flicker of light in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a sharp arrow enveloped in flame shot toward him like a meteor. Who is lurking in the shadows? The heavenly poison general was suddenly alarmed, his eyes widening as he focused intently on the approaching arrow, which had closed the distance in an instant. Boom! The full force of his mid-celestial magical power surged within him as he gripped the steel whip with both hands. Swiftly twisting his body to strike out, with a resounding clang, he deflected the arrow, causing a burst of crimson flames to erupt around him. Despite the protection of celestial essence, the heavenly poison general found himself in a state of utter disarray. His hair turned to ash, revealing a bald head, and his once white complexion now charred black. The steel whip in his hand snapped in two. At looking up, he saw two figures approaching on the wind. One he recognized as the Earth God from beneath Ponzi Ridge, while the other was clad in a silver-white brocade, with striking features and a cold demeanor, wielding a formidable spiritual treasure that radiated immense power. Brotherly, this man is the heavenly poison general, who has plagued us with his harassment for the past decade. He is indeed infuriating. However, he has reached the mid-celestial realm, and even I and the mountain god have been dealt blows by him. You must exercise great caution, the Earth God spoke, hastily retreating to the side, aware of his own limited power and knowing that his presence would only serve to hinder this moment. The cultivation level of Li Chongyun was entirely inscrutable. As for whether he could subdue the heavenly poison general, even the earth deity could not ascertain. You are Li Chongyun, the young master spoken of by Qi Zhu and the others. The heavenly poison general discarded his steel whip casually. His gaze fixated on the Fusang sunset bow in Li Chongyun's grasp. He furrowed his brow slightly before sneering. I had thought you had been away from this place for decades, and upon your return, you would have certainly attained immortality. That if that were the case, coupled with this divine treasure in your possession, I would still need to reconsider my approach. Alas, you are merely an earth immortal, not yet fully attuned to the Tao. How dare you contend with me? Are you not simply here to deliver treasures? An earth immortal, Li Chongyun is merely an earth immortal. The earth deity's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth in dismay and regret. He had assumed that Li Chongyun had made significant progress in his cultivation, which was why he had brought him here immediately upon encountering him. Little did he know that Li Chongyun was still just an earth immortal. However, with his own kin trapped in the cave, how could Li Chongyun possibly retreat, given his temperament? This had truly put him in a perilous position. Merely an earth immortal, Li Chongyun scoffed, drawing the bowstring taut once more. The divine power forged from Fusang would emanated a rich, fervent spiritual essence, coalescing into a sharp, crimson golden arrow at his fingertips, its flames swirling and shimmering brightly. That will suffice to slay you. The heavenly poison general felt as though he had been locked onto by a blade's edge, a chill running down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his magical might, suddenly dropping to his front, revealing his true form, a massive spider clad in black armor, its gargantuan body resembling a tenfold enlarged grinding stone, with 8 elongated legs extending 4 to 5 yards, each adorned with sword-like barbs, and 8 eerie green eyes radiating malevolence, creating a grotesque spectacle. Young master, be careful. A delicate voice rang out from within the cave, upon hearing that Li Chongyun was still in the realm of earth immortals. Qi Zhu felt a surge of urgency and rushed out to lend him assistance. However, just as she reached the cave's entrance, an overwhelming aura of dread surged forth, causing her to halt in her tracks. Flames soared into the sky, and crimson clouds billowed, the searing heat radiating outward. The iron-armored spider had been struck down by a single arrow, lying belly up, its entire body charred a deep red. The air filled with an ambiguous scent, neither distinctly fragrant nor foul, but undeniably peculiar to top-grade divine treasure. The voice of the heavenly poison general trembled. You are but an earth immortal. How can you wield a top-grade divine treasure? The heavenly poison general's body had been pierced, the terrifying power carried by the Fusang sunset bow obliterating his insides. Centuries of arduous cultivation reduced to nothing in an instant. He sensed his life force ebbing away. Despair enveloped him, and he gazed at this seemingly insignificant earth immortal with a complex expression. Clearly, he was merely an earth immortal, yet before this mid-stage celestial immortal, he exhibited no fear whatsoever, launching a lethal strike without hesitation, leaving him no time to react. What astonished him further was that the divine treasure in Li Chongyun's hands was of a postnatal top-grade level. Such a treasure, even celestial soldiers from the upper realms might not be worthy to possess. How could an Earth immortal from the Ponzi Ridge wield such a remarkable artifact? The crux of the matter was that this was indeed a postnatal top-grade divine treasure. It was unfathomable that a mere celestial immortal could manipulate it. The might of a top-grade divine treasure was overwhelmingly formidable, and it was certainly not a stretch to slay a celestial immortal with a direct shot. Humph! The Earth deity gleefully leaped forth, brandishing his staff and delivering a few hard strikes against the immobile form of the heavenly poison general, declaring, "Brotherly possesses extraordinary talent. How could a mere little demon like you comprehend it? You have dared to provoke us time and again, and last time, you even disrespected me, the Earth deity. I shall put an end to you." This heavenly poison general was indeed audacious. During his previous visits, he had even dared to bully the Yin spirits. "Young master?" Qizhu stood at the cave's entrance, scrutinizing Li Chongyun, whom she had not seen in 30 years, that he still bore the appearance of youth. Yet his eyes were now more profound and clear, and his demeanor exuded greater composure. "I have caused you suffering." Li Chongyun glanced at Qizhu's pale countenance. His anger flaring anew to divine radiance flickered between his brows. And a formidable mental force enveloped the heavenly poison general, pressing down with a chilling tone. "Who instructed you to cause chaos in Ponzi Ridge?" The heavenly poison general clenched his teeth. "I am already facing certain death. Do you wish to know? Kneel and beg me." Poof! Li Chongyun raised his hand, igniting a bloom of purple sun divine fire, casually tossing it forth. The crimson flames instantly enveloped the massive body of the spider before him. Under the searing blaze, the heavenly poison general writhed in agony, emitting a heart-rending wail. "Li Chongyun, though you are human, your heart is more venomous than that of a serpent or scorpion. That if you have the guts, just kill me. Your demise is already sealed. Why the haste?" Li Chongyun's expression was as cold as a reaper's, watching as the divine fire gradually incinerated the heavenly poison general's massive form into ash. As his life force waned and his primordial spirit separated, Li Chongyun had long since prepared to seize it with his mental force. In the realms and beyond, all souls were governed by the king of hell in the underworld. Even for cultivators, scattering the soul of a being was a daunting task, and annihilating the three souls would incite the wrath of the heavenly Tao, bringing forth infinite tribulations. "You wish to extinguish my soul?" The heavenly poison general felt a tightening in his chest, a hint of panic creeping in. "You must think this through. This is a grave sin that I have merely disturbed Ponzi Ridge a few times. Killing me would only serve to vent your frustrations. Do not make this situation irreparable. By killing you, I shall gain merit. As for extinguishing your soul and incurring sin, I would not lower myself to such deeds," Li Chongyun stated. "However, I can bind your primordial spirit and burn it with divine fire day and night, allowing you to savor the agony of being devoured to the bone, until you divulge who is behind you. I shall not relent. The primordial spirit is not equivalent to the soul. It is a tangible manifestation formed from the mental essence of a cultivator once the Niwen Palace is opened. The soul of the cultivator resides within the primordial spirit, protected by it. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the primordial spirit can carry the soul away. Li Chongyun would not extinguish the soul and incur sin. Nor could he, but he could forcibly bind the primordial spirit of the heavenly poison general. "Ah, Li Chongyun, you madman. I have no one behind me. I merely acted on a fleeting impulse. I beg you. I implore you, Li Chongyun, spare me." As the purple sun divine fire ignited once more, the primordial spirit of the heavenly poison general emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Li Chongyun turned a deaf ear to this. Regarding the creature that feasted on human flesh and harbored designs on his female kin as unworthy of sympathy, he would extend none. Qizhu inquired, "Do you suspect he was instigated by someone else? Could it be that there are others from the Qilin Mountain or the Kalinzi sect seeking vengeance?" The Qilin Mountain would hardly summon a celestial immortal. Li Chongyun shook his head. Qizhu was still unaware that he had slain Jiuying, incurring the wrath of the martial virtue Star Lord. This matter, of course, he would not mention in front of the Earth deity. He furrowed his brow. "Are you poisoned?" "Yes," Qizhu replied with a wry smile, her face betraying hints of pain. "Just over 10 days ago, all 7 of us sisters unknowingly fell victim to a peculiar poison. This toxin is exceedingly insidious and specifically targets our internal Yin energy, causing it to spiral out of control. The 9 poison spider is indeed an expert in toxins. The TO have poisoned the 7 sisters of Ponzi Ridge, It must be no simple foe. Li Chongyun's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately thought of someone. The hundred-eyed demon lord. Half a month prior marked the conclusion of the trial of the remnants of the Book of Luo. At the same time, he had thoroughly offended the hundred-eyed demon lord. The old centipede demon possessed two remarkable skills: array formations and alchemy. The former was needless to mention. He was of the level of a celestial array master. As for his alchemical skills, they were equally extraordinary. He never saved lives, but specialized in crafting deadly poison pills. Though Li Chongyun had no concrete evidence, he suspected that the hundred-eyed demon lord bore significant culpability in this affair. However, if the Yin energy were to spiral out of control, it would be manageable. Li Chongyun's pure and domineering yang energy could easily suppress the combined Yin energy of the seven sisters of Ponzi Ridge into submission. By the way, Qizhu queried, "Young master, how did you happen upon the earth deity?" The earth deity chuckled. "What a coincidence, Mrs. Qizhu. Such serendipity is hardly common. It was half a month ago when a celestial maiden passed by Mount Bilyushan, paused to rest, and inquired about the ominous atmosphere surrounding Ponzi Ridge. This maiden is known as Princess Peacock. 20 years ago, when we alleviated the calamity of the Zhuzi kingdom, you had also encountered her." Realization dawned on Li Chongyun. So it was Princess Peacock. The earth deity nodded, stating, "I informed her of the disturbances caused by the heavenly poison general, and she reacted rather coolly, seemingly disinterested. Yet before departing, she mentioned that Brother Li had comprehended immense opportunities and would soon return, which is why I came out to welcome you." Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Did the Princess Peacock inquire about anything else? There are no significant matters at hand. The Earth God candidly stated that she was aware of Brother Li Dao's position as the Lord of Panxiling and inquired about the other members of your household. To which I responded truthfully, "Little brother, how could you betray me?" Li Chongyun cast a profound glance at the Earth God, hesitating to speak. In his residence at Panxiling, he harbored 7 female companions, the 7 sisters no less. What would the Peacock Princess think if she were to learn of this? Surely, it would tarnish her impression of him. Today's events owe much to the Earth God. Li Chongyun expressed his gratitude, then added, "The situation is urgent, and I must tend to my wife's ailments. Thus, I cannot keep the Earth God any longer. Please escort these mortals down the mountain." "Not a problem," the Earth God assured, personally unbinding the ropes from the numerous mortals. Thank you, immortal." A robust man in his 20s bowed deeply, joining his palms in reverence towards Li Chongyun, while the others followed suit, their heads lowered, avoiding direct eye contact with the young man. Their eyes filled with awe. These individuals had long been terrorized by the celestial poison commander, believing their demise was inevitable, but at the critical moment, they were saved by Li Chongyun, leaving them profoundly grateful for their second chance at life. Under the Earth Goddess escort, the mortals finally descended from Panxiling before nightfall, releasing a collective sigh of relief that we are truly fortunate to have encountered an immortal. Otherwise, we would have met the same fate as Guzi. Devoured by the demon. Li Chongyun. That immortal's name is Li Chongyun. Could the celestial maiden who emerged later be one of the legendary 7 fairies? No. Wait, didn't the demon say that she and the woman in the cave were of the same kind? That woman must also be. Do not speak nonsense. Our survival hinges entirely upon the immortal Li Chongyun. As the saying goes, disaster comes from careless words. Once we return home, we shall sing his praises. Anyone who speaks foolishly will only bring calamity upon us all. The leading robust man repeatedly cautioned his companions, and they finally made their way back to the village under the cover of darkness. In the Pansidong cave, within the main chamber, Li Chongyun found himself surrounded by the 7 sisters. Drenched in sweat, yet still invigorated, the oppressive Yin energy coursing through the 7 sisters had been successfully subdued. "Li Lang, you have finally returned. I thought I would never see you again." Zizhu wept, nestling into Li Chongyun's embrace, while the others also sought comfort by his side. Li Chongyun, facing these women, could only patiently console them. After a lengthy period, he allowed them to rest upon the bed, while he and Zizhu exited the cave, walking side by side along the mountainside. "Congratulations on achieving the status of a celestial immortal." Li Chongyun smiled, his gaze appraising the woman before him. After her ascension, Zizhu's beauty had grown even more exquisite, her form more refined, yet she retained the voluptuous charm of her past. with a heaving bosom and an alluring figure akin to a ripe, juicy peach. In my days as an earth immortal, I longed for ascension, yet now that I have attained it, I realize that even among immortals, there exists a hierarchy. My powers have increased 100-fold compared to when I was an earth immortal. Yet I still lack formidable abilities that I have engaged in combat with the Celestial Poison Commander several times, merely managing to hold my ground. Zizhu reflected, a hint of despondency in her voice, before turning to Li Chongyun. Yet you, young master, have reached the pinnacle of earth immortal status, and can command exquisite spiritual treasures, slaying the Celestial Poison Commander with a single arrow. When you ascend, I fear few will be your match within the realm of celestial immortals. Li Chongyun replied, the cultivation of Tao is a personal journey. I cannot compel you to adopt my methods, but when the time is right, opportunities will present themselves. Zizhu nodded, aware that his words were meant to console her. She then recounted everything that had transpired since her separation from Li Chongyun in the kingdom of Zhuzi, and after their conversation, Li Chongyun learned that he had spent a full 18 years within the remnants of the Luoshu. Had he remained immortal, 18 years would have transformed him from a youthful lad into a middle-aged man. Yet now, he remained unchanged, oblivious to the passage of time. Immortality is indeed a wondrous thing. Upon returning to Panxiling, Zizhu and her sisters had initially spent several years cultivating the Xiang Golden Elixir with no significant incidents. It was only 10 years ago when Zizhu successfully merged her essence and attracted the heavenly tribulation. That she fortuitously survived the thunderstorm and became a celestial immortal. Shortly after this commotion, the Celestial Poison Commander appeared, and after several unwarranted disturbances, Zizhu and her companions issued a decree for his expulsion. However, the commander, unyielding, forcefully broke the formation left by Li Chongyun, attempting to bully them with brute force. Nevertheless, the Celestial Poison Commander lacked any truly formidable tactics. His repeated confrontations with Zizhu were merely attempts at magical suppression, with no real capacity to harm her. Thus, the Celestial Poison Commander had emerged a decade ago. Li Chongyun pondered privately, marking this period as occurring 7 or 8 years after the return of the martial Virtue Star Lord to the Celestial Palace. The adage one day in heaven equals a year on earth held true, as only a mere week had passed in the celestial realm. That it was entirely plausible that the martial Virtue Star Lord was seeking retribution. Meanwhile, the matter of Li Chongyun's annihilation of the Xianlong had long since faded from memory. It seemed the Dragon Clan had yet to uncover his involvement or had no intention of aiding the likes of Xianlong. A thorough interrogation would be necessary. A cold glint flashed in Li Chongyun's eyes. Concealed within his sleeve was a jade vial containing the Celestial Poison Commander's primordial spirit, subject to the torment of divine fire, ensuring that he would eventually yield. What an intense wind! Suddenly, Zizhu clutched her arms tightly, her bosom pressing together, the biting chill causing her to bite her lip as she instinctively leaned against Li Chongyun. Whoosh! A flash of light streaked toward them from a distance, revealing it to be the mountain god of Panxiling. Mountain god, what is this wind? Li Chongyun immediately inquired. The mountain god surveyed the swirling winds around them, opening his mouth to speak but refraining, instead exchanging a knowing glance with Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings, only to discover something exceedingly peculiar. Despite the ferocity of the wind, it bore no resemblance to demonic winds, as it did not stir a single speck of dust. Instead, it felt remarkably clear. Gradually, 2 figures emerged from the wind. One was tall and slender, while the other was short and stout, each holding a mournful staff and shackles, as if they had risen from the depths of the earth. As they drew closer, Li Chongyun could see that the taller figure had a pale complexion, donned in white attire, with a 3-foot-long crimson tongue protruding from its mouth, cold eyes, and a tall hat emblazoned with the words wealth at first sight. The shorter companion, stout and fierce-looking, wore a similar hat with the words world and peace. Heavenly and earthly messengers. Upon seeing their attire, the term sprang to Li Chongyun's mind, sending a chill up his spine. The identities of these two needed no elaboration. They were the soul-reaping emissaries dispatched by the underworld. Although Li Chongyun had some power now, he was acutely aware that he was nowhere near capable of creating the same uproar in the underworld as Sun Wukong. If his lifespan were to expire, he would be taken away, and he truly did not know how to cope with that. The appearance of the heavenly and earthly messengers sent Ziju's expression into a sudden transformation, instinctively shrinking back. Standing apprehensively beside Li Chongyun, across the realms, who did not know the names of the heavenly and earthly messengers. They were the soul-reaping emissaries of the underworld, known for their impartiality. The arrival of the heavenly and earthly messengers surely signified that a soul was to be claimed. Which soul would they seek? Not to mention that Pansealing was home to practitioners with substantial cultivation. Typically, souls would return to the underworld of their own accord after death, summoned by the river of the underworld. Not everyone possessed the qualifications to be claimed by the heavenly and earthly messengers. Seventh Lord, Eighth Lord, what winds bring you both here? Even the usually stout mountain god, faced with the heavenly and earthly messengers, began to speak in flattery, hastily approaching them. The white messenger, known as Xie Bian, and the black messenger, known as Fan Wushou, were revered by the populace as the seventh and eighth lords due to their positions as underworld emissaries. Subordinate only to the civil and martial judges, the locking chains general, and the oxhead and horse-faced, we have come, and the wind we bring is indeed the Een wind. The white messenger floated gracefully. His 3-foot-long crimson tongue motionless, yet projecting a chilling voice, his brows furrowed in an intimidating manner, exuding an aura that demanded distance from mortals. The mountain god plastered a smile upon his face. Glancing at the black messenger, who appeared even more menacing, the heavenly and earthly messengers moved like the wind, swiftly appearing before Li Chongyun at that moment. Li Chongyun felt a booming sound resonate in his mind as the Shanhai scroll was triggered. To his astonishment, he discovered that these heavenly and earthly messengers were not part of the ghost scroll, but rather ranked within the divine scroll, for they too were celestial officials appointed by the heavenly court. Though they bore the title of celestial officials, their status far surpassed that of the mountain god or earth god. After all, there are countless mountain deities and land spirits in the world. Yet the duality of black and white impermanence is embodied solely by these two. The celestial Toxin general of the demon clan is fated to meet his end tonight at the stroke of the hour of the rat. Having committed numerous heinous acts in life, bearing countless sins, it is our duty to come forth and seize his soul. The voice of the white impermanence is cold as ice, for he is here to capture the soul of the celestial Toxin general. Yet his gaze remains fixated on Li Chongyun. Hearing this, Li Chongyun feels a sense of relief wash over him. But in the next moment, his brow furrows slightly as he questions, how can a mere celestial-level wretch warrant the attention of two esteemed celestial officials? What do you understand? The stout black impermanence glares. To seize a soul, it is naturally the decree of the king of hell that issues the soul-capturing edict. How dare you question it? Merely a local celestial. Speaking so arrogantly about a mere celestial being, Li Chongyun, feeling helpless, realizes that the black impermanence is clearly short-tempered and difficult to engage with. So he turns his gaze toward the cold and indifferent white impermanence. The white impermanence sneers, what are you staring at? Release the primordial spirit you've hidden within your sleeve. With still some time before the hour of noon, I shall not delay your official duties. Li Chongyun remains neither servile nor overbearing. The more one is ensconced within the celestial hierarchy, the more they are bound by rules that he is not afraid, for it is unlikely the two would act impulsively like some brutal demon kings of the lower realms. Recklessly attacking others, the white impermanence furrows his brow but refrains from speaking further, instead standing quietly. The night deepens. The sounds of insects and birds occasionally resonate from the Pan Silk Ridge, while an unpredictable chill sweeps through the surroundings. Both the black and white impermanence float in the air like two paper figures swaying in the wind, evoking an uncanny sense of terror that sends shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, Li Chongyun flips his palm, conjuring a violet sun divine fire from thin air that he retrieves a jade bottle containing celestial materials from his sleeve and pours out the celestial Toxin general's primordial spirit. The latter immediately struggles to flee, but is ensnared by a glimmer of divine light emanating from Li Chongyun's brow, countless divine thoughts binding the spirit in place like chains. Li Chongyun, you are no human. You are more demonic than the demons themselves, capable of such cruelty. The celestial Toxin general curses in a panic, his gaze shifting towards the black and white impermanence. As if he has seen a glimmer of hope, he cries out, Black and white impermanence, are you two here to seize my soul? I beg you, take me away. The black and white impermanence exchange glances, momentarily believing they have misheard. They have captured countless souls, and most individuals aware of their impending descent to the underworld would weep profusely, pleading for mercy, fearful of suffering in hell. Yet this one appears eager to descend. In the next moment, they witness a fiery glow of crimson gold ignite, as Lee Chongyun utilizes divine fire as a punishment, scorching the celestial toxin general's primordial spirit. The spirit is cruelly enveloped in flames. With nowhere to escape, curling its body and emitting agonized howls, this fire appears to be even more fearsome than that of hell itself. The black impermanence, astonished, glances quizzically at the white impermanence. The white impermanence chuckles. The flames of hell are karmic fires. Although more formidable, they must consider the souls of mortals and cannot unleash their full power, lest they obliterate souls entirely. This young man seems to be well versed in the art of fire, exhibiting exceptional control over the flames. Ha ha ha. The black impermanence roars with laughter, jesting, "Young man, should you fail your tribulation in the future, you might pursue the path of a ghostly immortal when that time comes. Come find a position executing fire punishments in the 16th layer of hell." Lee Chongyun, aware of the pressing time, intensifies the flames, distorting the celestial toxin general's primordial spirit, as if it were on the verge of collapse. "Who sent you? Reveal your backer, and I may allow you to reincarnate peacefully. Otherwise, even before the black and white impermanence today, I shall destroy you, making your soul scatter, never to be reborn." For many cultivators, death is not the most terrifying fate. The celestial toxin general, after all, has thousands of years of cultivation. Though lacking formidable techniques, he is still a rare existence among countless cultivators, possibly having encountered figures of higher status. Initially, Lee Chongyun was uncertain whether the celestial toxin general had a backer, but with the black and white impermanence appearing to seize the soul, it is evident that someone behind him is anxious about this fellow blabbering and intends to take him away by force. "No, I've said it countless times. I have no one behind me." The celestial toxin general, nearly driven mad by torment, protests frantically. "Young man, seeing that you possess virtue, I shall offer you a word of caution." The white impermanence, noticing Lee Chongyun's intent to resort to lethal measures, frowns and advises. To annihilate a soul invites retribution from the heavenly principles. To slay a soul before our very eyes incurs grave consequences. Lee Chongyun, furious, retorts, "And what of it? They have already bullied their way into my domain. I can endure no longer." Do they truly believe Lee Chongyun is an easy target? Even celestial officials ranked among the heavenly hierarchy must be prepared to face the consequences of their actions. Celestial beings of the heavenly court, the white impermanence raises an eyebrow. Do not be overly sensitive. We have captured countless souls for various reasons. This wretch carries heavy sins, thus fitting the criteria for soul capture. Just as they converse, the white impermanence glances at the sky and suddenly reaches out, his pale hand elongating like rubber, unflinchingly passing through Lee Chongyun's violet sun, divine fire, to grasp the celestial toxin general's primordial spirit. The time has come. The primordial spirit of the celestial toxin general, already on the brink of extinction, is held in the white impermanence's hand, which expressionlessly crushes it, causing the spirit to shatter. Only a wisp of soul remains, drifting in the air as if a mere breeze could whisk it away. The black impermanence hastily casts chains to bind the celestial toxin general's soul. "What is your name?" The white impermanence gazes intently at Lee Chongyun. Before Lee Chongyun can respond, the mountain deity of Pan Silk Ridge quickly interjects with a smile. "Seventh Master, please do not be angered. Li Dao's home has been disturbed several times by this celestial toxin general, and he cannot help but feel wrath. But it is not directed at you and 8th Master. Furthermore, has he not delayed your official duties?" The white impermanence frowns, uninterested in engaging the mountain deity. Lee Chongyun replies, "I am Lee Chongyun. What guidance do the celestial officials offer?" "Guidance, you say?" The white impermanence shakes his head. "A young man who has attained the Tao may become somewhat arrogant, yet you must understand that there are always greater beings beyond yourself. When it is time to bow your head, you must do so, lest you find yourself crashing against a wall, bloodied and bruised." With that, he turns and departs with the black impermanence as they step into the chilling winds. They utilize their ethereal powers to directly enter the 9 underworlds. This white impermanence warning us. Jiju gazes at Lee Chongyun in confusion. "Young master, you mentioned celestial officials in the heavens. Who exactly have we offended?" It is not merely a warning that Li Chongyun, having lived 2 lives, perceives that while the white impermanence appears cold, his reminders are imbued with genuine kindness. This matter does not concern the black and white impermanence. I do not wish for Jiju and the others to learn of it, only to tell you. Upon hearing this, the mountain deity of Pan Silk Ridge reveals a hesitant expression, preparing to withdraw. Li Chongyun smiles. If mountain deity wishes to listen, he may stay. The mountain deity pauses but does not retreat. Instead, he stands quietly beside them. That if you regard me as a friend, I cannot shy away from trouble. What exactly have you encountered? Although my powers are meager, I am willing to assist you to the best of my ability. Thank you to Li Chongyun feels a surge of gratitude. After all, he has known the mountain deity for decades. Having faced several trials together, each time, this straightforward mountain deity has done his utmost to help that I in truth. This matter is not overly complicated. Thus, Li Chongyun begins recounting the injustices faced when meeting with the martial virtue star lord in the state of Juzi with Jiju, leading to his slaying of the 9-headed infant, which ultimately provoked the wrath of the martial virtue star lord. The martial virtue star lord? The mountain deity of Pan Silk Ridge's expression turns grave upon hearing this. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he gasps. Li Daoist, you are truly in danger now. The martial virtue star lord is infamous in the heavenly court for his stinginess and vindictiveness. He holds grudges and retaliates. This implies that the celestial toxin general is very likely here on someone else's orders. Li Chongyun inquires, though the celestial toxin general bears heavy sins, he is not as severe as the 9-headed Taoist. Why would he summon the black and white impermanence? What is your perspective on this, mountain deity? The mountain deity of Pan Silk Ridge replies, celestial beings in the heavens often prefer to keep their hands clean. Not only would they avoid killing a cultivator like you, but even the annihilation of a mortal must leave no trace. Otherwise, they risk being held accountable by their enemies and facing impeachment. In my view, the celestial toxin general likely hasn't even met the martial virtue star lord. There must be others acting between them to Li Daoist. You must be even more cautious from here on. I see you have reached the perfect realm of earthly immortals. Since you can slay a celestial, your abilities must be extraordinary. The best solution now is to ascend to immortality. Qi Zhu expressed her concerns, stating, even if the young master achieves immortality, the martial virtue star lord is a 3rd-grade celestial official within the heavenly court, possessing immense influence if he were to conspire against us from the shadows. Even true immortals or golden immortals could be manipulated. Not at all. The mountain deity of Pan Silk Ridge shook his head and turned to Li Chongyun, saying, brotherly, your path to immortality is distinct from that of Qi Zhu, as she hails from a lineage of demons. Even upon achieving immortality, the celestial officials responsible for welcoming souls into the heavenly court would not pay her much heed. However, you are of noble human descent, and with the prowess you have demonstrated, it is likely that your innate talent is exceptional. There is a high probability that upon your ascension, a welcoming celestial official will descend to greet you. At the very least, you will ascend to the heavens as a celestial soldier or general. Upon hearing this, Li Chongyun fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on the reality of the cultivation world. Is this truly the fate of unparalleled geniuses? After enduring countless tribulations to reach the status of a celestial being, they merely become one among hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers? He chuckled to himself, realizing that if he were indeed to become a celestial soldier, he might very well be at the mercy of the martial virtue star lord. However, he was well aware that the Peacock Princess had already made arrangements with him. Should he choose to ascend to the heavens, it would not be as a mere soldier, but rather as a low-ranking official. Regardless, if Brotherly truly becomes a celestial soldier, we shall have connections in the heavens. The mountain deity of Pan Silk Ridge remarked, his face brimming with hope. For a deity of his ilk, ascending to the heavens was no small feat. Could it be that the poison we suffered from was also orchestrated by the martial virtue star lord? Qi Zhu pondered. Yet, in the next moment, she saw Li Chongyun shake his head and say, if I am not mistaken, the one behind the poisoning is likely the Lord of the Yellow Flower. Qi Zhu and the others had been poisoned half a month ago, coinciding perfectly with the time the 100-eyed demon lord departed from Ziyun Mountain, making it highly probable. The Lord of the Yellow Flower? The mountain deity of Pan Silk Ridge was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, are you referring to that demon king of the Tai Luce immortal realm? The 100-eyed demon lord? Indeed, Li Chongyun replied with a wry smile. The mountain deity of Pan-Si Ridge exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly formidable. After 18 years away, you have stirred up such trouble, offending both the celestial official of the heavenly court and a demon king. At this rate, it seems the entire Pan-Si Ridge may be turned upside down. Do not fret," Li Chongyun reassured Qi Zhu, who was frowning, her delicate form trembling slightly. "The hundred-eyed demon lord and I encountered a mutual opportunity. And he only returned a few days ago. He will not openly act against me. At most, he will resort to covert means of poisoning Qi Zhu nodded. "With you here, I fear nothing. Rest assured, we are not to be trifled with." Li Chongyun's eyes shone with fierce determination as he declared, "From tomorrow onward, I shall set up a grand array upon Pan-Si Ridge. Whether they be celestial or true immortals, should they dare to cause trouble here, I shall ensure they have no way back." In the underworld, the black and white impermanents were escorting the soul of the celestial poison general, traversing through the winds of the netherworld. Soon, they arrived before a grand archway inscribed with the words "Gates of Hell." "Wait!" White Impermanence suddenly spoke, halting in his tracks. Black Impermanence chuckled. "What is it? Are you meddling again?" White Impermanence retorted, "Meddling? If what Li Chongyun says is true, then are we not being used as pawns?" He turned his gaze towards the celestial poison general, who was currently in a dazed and confused state. "Celestial poison general, I must ask you, who sent you to disrupt Pan-Si Ridge?" Confronted by White Impermanence's question, the celestial poison general's spirit was hazy, seemingly devoid of reasoning, and he honestly replied, "There is a celestial mountain within the borders of the Zhuzi kingdom called Qilin Mountain. 18 years ago, the earth deity there, under the decree of the martial virtue star lord, commanded me to go to Pan-Si Ridge and eliminate a loose cultivator named Li Chongyun. That he promised that upon completion of the task, I would be summoned to ascend to the heavenly court and take my place among the immortals." Upon hearing this, Black Impermanence scoffed. "With your cowardly nature, you aspire to sit among the immortals? Such delusions, unaware that you are merely being used as cannon fodder. Strange." White Impermanence furrowed his brow. Li Chongyun is merely an earthly immortal. Though his innate talent is exceptional, it should not warrant the ire of the martial virtue star lord. Celestial Poison General, do you know the reason behind this? The Celestial Poison General replied. The earth deity stated that Li Chongyun is a vile person, a greedy individual who relishes in grandiosity. During the flood in the Zhuzi kingdom, he performed meritorious deeds, but, dissatisfied with his heavenly rewards, he disdainfully destroyed a Xian Yuan pill in public, feeding it to a demon beast, thus offending the martial virtue star lord. Oh, he has indeed garnered merit during the calamity of the Huai River. No wonder he possesses such virtue, White Impermanence realized. But he did not believe a word about disdain for heavenly grace or offending the martial virtue star lord. What was certain was that Li Chongyun had unwittingly crossed the martial virtue star lord, leading to his deliberate harassment. Regrettably, having offended the martial virtue star lord, his future path would likely be fraught with difficulties. With a sigh, Black Impermanence reflected that both he and White Impermanence, having serendipitously become ghost messengers as mere mortals, were naturally endowed with humanity, and their duties involved collecting souls. They were all too familiar with the fickleness of human emotions and the harshness of the world. Now that they understood Li Chongyun's predicament, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of sympathy. "You wretched creature, you have at least reached the status of a celestial being. How is it that you cannot even subdue an earthly immortal, instead being slain and your spirit bound and tormented?" White Impermanence exclaimed in astonishment. There indeed exist individuals born with divine talents, possessing extraordinary powers. Their strength cannot be measured by mere realms. Though Li Chongyun's innate talent is remarkable, he remains a mortal, attempting to traverse the gap and confront immortals. Truly an impressive feat, he possesses a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure. I cannot be his match, the Celestial Poison General lamented, pain etched across his face as he suddenly cried out. My master is boundless in power. Upon learning of my demise, he will surely descend upon Pan-Si Ridge to avenge me. Your master may very well be courting death, Black Impermanence remarked. This Li Chongyun is indeed a person of great fortune. White Impermanence chuckled. However, while a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure is formidable, it requires immense power to wield. Li Chongyun is truly extraordinary. Mark my words, it will not be long before he achieves great renown. Let us go. Old Black, we cannot allow ourselves to be used as mere tools. We must secure our fair share of the benefits. Upon returning to Pansy Ridge, Li Chongyun felt an even greater urgency to achieve immortality. However, breaking through ultimately required an opportune moment, and one cannot rush it. Achieving the pinnacle of earthly immortality within a span of 20 years was already exceedingly swift, a testament to the strength of his cultivation. Without such a foundation, whether in immortal techniques or divine abilities, one would require 10, 100, or even 1,000 years of comprehension. Li Chongyun, relying on the mountain and sea scrolls, had acquired profound cultivation. It was akin to an experienced player entering a new game. Although the account was new, all prior leveling experiences were intact, allowing for a speed of advancement several times faster than a true novice. Every day, Li Chongyun dedicated some time to suppress the Yin energy and cleanse the toxins from Qi Zhu and her sisters, while the remaining time was spent on array formation, that for the numerous formations contained within the fragments of the Book of Luo. They could not be directly transferred. Those grand arrays existed solely within the space of the fragments. Ultimately, these fragments were not complete treasures, and Li Chongyun could not forcibly draw individuals into them. Currently, the fragments of the Book of Luo could only serve as an aid for cultivation, harboring profound Tao principles and accelerating the flow of time, enabling him to pursue the path of enlightenment. After approximately half a month, all the women had returned to normal, and Li Chongyun had finally managed to set up a corner of a divine array upon Pansy Ridge, in comparison to his cultivation. It seemed that I possessed a unique talent in the realm of formations. Even with a profound foundation of cultivation, my progress in array formation was astonishingly swift, rivaling that of the 100-eyed demon lord, who likely possessed several tens of thousands of years of experience. Li Chongyun gradually came to realize the extent of his advancement in the field of array formation, even when encountering challenges. After a period of deep contemplation, he would invariably discover the correct answer. As though all his cultivation flowed effortlessly, the only obstacle remaining was the enlightenment of his realm, with the seeds of swordsmanship. The seeds of the 5 elements and the Tao principles he had accumulated over the past decades. Li Chongyun possessed an exceptionally profound foundation. Within his purple mansion, resplendent rays of light shimmered, and an ethereal aura surged forth, solidifying a vast reservoir of Tao rhythm. These Tao rhythms perpetually nourished the growth of 2 Tao seeds. After depleting all his magical energy during each formation, Li Chongyun would quietly recover in the bathing dirt spring, simultaneously engaging in meditation and enlightenment. Under his deliberate bias, the Tao rhythms were disproportionately concentrated, with 90% infused into the sword Tao seed. Under meticulous care, the tiny seed took root within the purple mansion, its tender sprouts continuously growing, eventually transforming into a robust little Tao tree. The Tao is formless, yet manifests with form. On this particular day, Li Chongyun sat cross-legged above the bathing dirt spring, silently comprehending the transformations of the sword Tao. After receiving the sword Tao seed from Princess Ling Wei, he had ceaselessly nurtured it, reaching the mastery level of the Tao. Now, he was only one step away from achieving the unity of Tao. The so-called unity of Tao entails the merging of heart and law, body and Tao. Only upon reaching this stage could one truly undergo a metamorphosis and attain an immortal body. Rumble. The sky echoed with thunder. Fierce winds swirling dark clouds, layer upon layer obscuring the heavens, until countless raindrops began to fall. In a moment of reverie, Li Chongyun seemed to be transported back 18 years, to the moment he first grasped the sword Tao in Fengchong of the Zhuzi kingdom, slaying demons amidst the same thunder and torrential rain. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a sword resonated, and a golden light burst forth from Li Chongyun, revealing the pure yang sword with which he had battled for so long. The sword's body was imbued with Tao rhythm, its sharpness radiating a chilling brilliance in all directions. Within the purple mansion, the Tao tree swayed gently, and the first Tao fruit quietly formed 30 miles east of Pansy Ridge. In a secluded valley, beneath a great locust tree on a slab of blue stone, a celestial maiden of enchanting grace and benevolent countenance stood quietly, her gaze directed at the thunderstorm above Pansy Ridge and the fierce sword intent soaring into the sky. The sword Tao truly is a fine material, the celestial maiden mused, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Suddenly, a dark shadow swiftly darted across the clouds, only to be effortlessly seized by the celestial maiden's delicate hand. Who dares to obstruct me? A corpulent Taoist was abruptly constrained and pulled down from the clouds, landing unceremoniously in the dust. He hastily rose, fuming, and scanned his surroundings, only to be instantly subdued by the sight of a graceful figure before him. The figure resembled a middle-aged woman, possibly in her 30s or 40s, but it was evident she was an enlightened immortal, her true age indeterminate, exuding an aura of celestial radiance and profound Tao. The celestial maiden cast a glance, her eyes seemingly harboring boundless authority. The rotund Taoist felt a jolt in his heart and quickly knelt. I meant no offense. Esteemed immortal, I was unaware of your intentions in bringing me down from the clouds. What teachings do you have for me? Dressed in a tattered gray-blue robe, the Taoist appeared quite disheveled, yet he possessed the strength of a perfected celestial. Adorning his waist, hands, back, and chest were over a dozen spirit tool gourds, each emanating a vigorous life force, with the faint sounds of insects and beasts echoing from within. That I perceive you are steeped in sin, harboring murderous intent. What purpose do you hold in this journey? The celestial maiden inquired, her tone calm and devoid of emotion. I am known as the insect refining immortal. Born with the ability to comprehend the language of birds and insects, I was fortunate to encounter an immortal master on Qilin Mountain in my middle age. After 1,200 years of cultivation, I achieved immortality, yet after another 2,000 years, my progress stagnated at the perfected celestial level, leaving me without hope for further advancement in this life. Thus, I sought to establish a lineage and cultivate disciples, taking in over 100 students. However, those of exceptional talent are exceedingly rare, and ultimately, only one disciple managed to become a celestial. Though he belongs to the demon race, he possesses great filial piety, visiting me every few years. That I have long regarded that child as my own flesh and blood, yet now he has been brutally slain. That I came seeking his lingering aura, and if you claim I harbor murderous intent, can I not be enraged at the murder of my progeny? The insect refining immortal's eyes glimmered with the manifestation of his wrath. The celestial maiden raised her hand to calculate, pondering for a moment, then declared, your disciple was of unwholesome character, cruel and violent, a being of no virtue. He was already entangled in sins, and as his master, you have been drawn into this web of misdeeds. That I shall point you towards a clear path. Do not seek revenge. Travel eastward from here, cross the vast sea, and journey to the southern continent of Shambhala, where you shall find the opportunity to attain your Tao. The insect refining immortal was taken aback by these words, but soon his spirits soared, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your thoughtful guidance. May I inquire your name? The celestial maiden shook her head, simply stating, you must remember, do not seek vengeance, or calamity shall befall you. I shall bear this in mind. The insect refining immortal bowed deeply, but when he raised his head, he found the enchanting celestial maiden had vanished without a trace. I have squandered 1,000 years, yet still encountered such an opportunity. Truly a grand fortune. He mused that I shall proceed to the southern continent of Shambhala. But my poor disciple, he has been cruelly slain. How can I not care for him? The insect refining immortal's face contorted with conflict, ultimately conceding, very well, I shall only gather his remains. Even if I encounter his enemies, I shall not argue with them, but simply retrieve my disciple's body for burial. With this thought, the insect refining immortal's mind cleared, and he rode the clouds back to Ponzi Ridge. Sigh. After he departed, a faint sigh seemed to resonate beneath the old locust tree. The torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Li Chongyun sat suspended above the lake's surface, listening to the thunder rolling and the rhythmic drip-drop of raindrops striking the water. As the Tao rhythm within him reached its zenith, his first Tao finally bore fruit. Your sword Tao has reached the level of unity. You have mastered the complete sword Tao. Ancient characters flashed upon the cover of the scroll of mountains and seas, only to slowly fade away. Li Chongyun suddenly opened his eyes, raising his hand as countless raindrops danced around him, resembling infinite sword rays traversing the realm, as he wielded the sword Tao. The moment the sword intent unfurled, the surrounding area of 10 miles felt as if it were under his dominion. With a mere thought, lethal intent could manifest in an instant, unmatched in its offensive prowess. This moment, Qi Zhu and the 7 maidens of Ponzi Ridge, along with the mountain deity and the land deity at the foot of the ridge, all felt an overwhelming chill, as if sitting upon needles, sensing that countless sword rays were aimed at them from all directions. Though they could not discern the enemy, they felt their lives no longer belonged to them. The sword Dao is indeed formidable. Could it be that the young master has achieved the unity of sword Dao? Qi Zhu and the others sensed the change and hastily emerged from their lair. However, as they stepped outside, they beheld a disheveled Taoist clad in gray-blue robes, drenched in rain, his eyes filled with sorrow, staring at the charred corpse of a spider before him. "Disciple, you have met a tragic end." The insect refining immortal trembled, his eyes reddening. Unable to restrain his clenched fists, the pain of losing a disciple engulfed him, followed by an unquenchable fury, as the three corpses within him roared. The murderous intent, which he had painstakingly suppressed, surged forth once more. "Who is it? Who has slain my disciple?" His anguished roar echoed across the wilderness, while a terrifying pressure emanating from a perfected celestial level swept through, enveloping the entire mountain ridge. From the insect refining immortal's waist, a gourd opened, releasing countless dark-hued, terrifying venomous insects that swarmed around him like clouds. Stepping upon this insect cloud, he soared into the sky. He glanced back at Qi Zhu and the other demons outside the Ponzi cave, but shook his head, swiftly locking onto his true adversary. Racing towards the bathing dirt spring. There is actually a celestial spring here. The insect refining immortal soon arrived above the bathing dirt spring, gazing down with a glint of greed in his eyes. "Pa, you vile and despicable wretch. What fortune allows you to occupy this celestial spring for cultivation? Today, I shall slay you, for the sake of righteousness." He gestured with his hand, and countless venomous insects surged forth, charging at Li Chongyun with deadly intent. Poof! In the next moment, the youth in white raised his head, his eyes suddenly ablaze with crimson light. He opened his mouth wide, and a blazing flower of scarlet gold flame erupted in midair, soaring upwards and instantly engulfing the venomous insects. "Only a mere earth immortal, even with divine fire. How could you harm my insects?" The insect refining immortal sneered, declaring, "You took the life of my disciple, the heavenly poison, thinking you could erase his remains. Let me tell you, your aura bears his scent. I shall not be mistaken. You cannot deny it. When did I ever claim to deny it?" Li Chongyun's gaze turned icy. "Having slain him, I shall bear the consequences of this karma. Come, seek your vengeance, and let us each rely on our own abilities." Swift, as the insect refining immortal executed his incantation with fervor, a multitude of venomous insects suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, reminiscent of golden powder raining from the heavens. Remarkably, under the intense heat of the divine fire, they remained unscathed, emitting a piercing, malevolent sound as they lunged towards Li Chongyun. Li Chongyun furrowed his brow. The purple sun divine fire was ineffective against these toxic creatures, a mere consequence of his inferior cultivation level. These insects were not only myriad beings, but also manifestations of the old man's profound understanding of his own innate divine powers. "Come forth, sword," Li Chongyun commanded, channeling his swordsmanship to its utmost limit. Blazing red flames spiraled upwards, coalescing into countless sword beams that accurately struck the myriad insects. The resplendent golden celestial light shattered, and innumerable venomous creatures were cleaved into ashes. Only the power of the Tao could contend with the rules of the path. Although Li Chongyun had previously slain 2 celestial beings, he dared not underestimate this fully realized immortal, dividing his focus. Li Chongyun's eyes shimmered with Tao seals. His left eye emitted a brilliant crimson golden light, embodying the pinnacle of the Golden Crow technique. This peak mastery indicated that Li Chongyun had comprehended this divine ability to its zenith. Yet he lacked the support of Tao laws. Only by integrating a fire-related Tao could this divine ability truly transcend the realm of the ordinary. Nevertheless, the power of his perfected technique was already formidable. Within him, the Golden Crow bloodline surged, vitality soaring like a rainbow into the sky. Silver threads of energy were taut, causing his chest, back, and limbs to swell with hidden might. Around him, flames danced as if subjects bowing to a sovereign. Shifting at his command, a pair of flaming wings unfurled behind him, those of the Golden Crow, propelling Li Chongyun swiftly into the air, evading the onslaught of insects. Swordsmanship? The insect refining immortal's eyes widened in astonishment. "No wonder he could vanquish my disciples. You possess mastery over the complete sword path. I am called the insect refining immortal. Tell me, From whom have you learned? Upon arriving at the Silk Spider Ridge, he had sensed the pervasive sword intent, yet his attention was drawn to the lifeless body of his disciple, drowning him in sorrow. It was only now that he realized this earthly immortal wielded the foremost offensive Tao among the 3,000 pathways. In the pursuit of ascension, attaining immortality is the primary goal. Thus, the majority of cultivators, when reaching the void refinement stage, opt for a relatively simple minor path as their first foray into understanding, hoping for an early ascension. Even after becoming immortals, most celestial beings refrain from striving for the greater Tao, often choosing to delve into fragments of myriad minor paths. After all, only with complete mastery of a Tao can one truly wield its power. It is only upon reaching the golden immortal realm that mortals dare to explore the greater Tao, aspiring to ascend to the Tai level. This child is but an earthly immortal, yet he has already grasped the complete Tao. Such a formidable root talent. If given time to grow, not only will he achieve celestial status, but he may also smoothly advance to the true immortal and golden immortal stages, even aiming for the Tai realm. The insect-refining immortal grew increasingly alarmed and envious. The pathway of the Tao is long and arduous. Transcending realms is not merely a matter of accumulating resources, but also hinges on comprehension. A single Tao can ensnare a person for millennia. Reflecting on his own stagnation at the perfected celestial level for 2 years, while Li Chongyun had already attained the qualifications to ascend as a Tai scattered immortal. This disparity was unbearable. This child is detested by the martial virtue Star Lord. Even if he has a master, I doubt he possesses any formidable backing. Why not seize this opportunity to eliminate him while he is still fledgling? The insect-refining immortal's gaze hardened with murderous intent. His journey was motivated by vengeance for his disciple, and he had already gleaned sufficient information. However, who would dare to broadcast the matter of the martial virtue Star Lord? Thus, when faced with inquiries from that female immortal earlier, he had cleverly omitted the truth. Insect-refining immortal, Li Chongyun regarded the man before him, his expression shifting. Within mere breaths, his resolve solidified. This man clearly cherished his disciple, and the blood feud was irreconcilable. Even so, words would be futile. It was better to resolve this matter forthwith. I have not heard of you. As for my master, there is no need for you to inquire. I am simply the scattered cultivator Li Chongyun. No sooner had he spoken than the golden crow fire wings behind him flared, and he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, advancing towards the insect-refining immortal rather than retreating. Activating the refining mountain technique with his right eye, he uprooted mountains, sending them soaring into the air. Seeking death, the insect-refining immortal raised his hand, coalescing boundless celestial essence into a colossal, solidified hand that reached out to grasp Li Chongyun. This hand was infused with the power of the Tao, its might overwhelming. Go. Even before Li Chongyun arrived, he propelled the mountains towards that celestial hand. Yet they shattered upon impact, failing to budge it in the slightest. Li Chongyun's brow furrowed, yet he pressed on with gritted teeth. As he neared the celestial hand, he flipped his palm, summoning the supreme grade's spiritual treasure. The heavenly, illuminating mirror, which radiated boundless true fire, instantly incinerating the celestial hand. What a cunning brat! The insect-refining immortal was taken aback. Never expecting that Li Chongyun possessed a supreme grade spiritual treasure, he promptly drew a gourd from his waist. And with a hand gesture, a stream of light shot forth, transforming into a massive green iron arm mantis, its scythe-like blades gleaming coldly as it lunged towards Li Chongyun. Clang! The heavenly, illuminating mirror expanded tenfold in an instant, firmly shielding Li Chongyun behind it. The mantis attempted a second strike, yet it was ensnared by the mirrored. Li Chongyun flickered through the mirror, delivering a powerful punch to the mantis's large, rotund abdomen. With a puff, demonic blood sprayed forth, a gaping wound appearing on the mantis as its essence was shattered. The purple sun divine fire then enveloped it, consuming it in flames. My treasure! The insect-refining immortal cried out in anguish. I have nurtured this mantis for 500 years to reach the perfected celestial level. How dare you destroy it so? Within moments, the fallen iron-armed mantis was reduced to a charred remains, utterly lifeless. Golden crow technique. Li Chongyun's gaze was cold and unyielding as he closed in to within 10 zhang of the insect-refining immortal, abruptly extending his hand to grasp. The third foot of the golden crow materialized. A colossal claw engulfed in blazing flames, tearing through the void to seize the insect-refining immortal. You foolish child! How can a mere earthly immortal break my insect armor? The insect refining immortal, both astonished and amused, scoffed as his seemingly inconspicuous gray robe radiated a blinding light, revealing an intricate pattern of countless tiny, dust-like insects. Seized by the golden crow's claw and surrounded by searing flames, the insect refining immortal remained unfazed, calmly declaring, "I have practiced for thousands of years, mastering the art of insect manipulation that I carry with me over 100 types of insects. While ascended beings possess only 3, this robe is composed of the shattered gold insect, which I have nurtured with the essence of the Tao, making it an inseparable part of my techniques. Even divine powers can be countered. Today, let me show you the world." Myriad shattered gold insects, smaller than ants, swarmed over the golden crow's claw, gnawing away at I in mere moments. Li Chongyun's formidable divine technique was indeed shattered. Merely relying on celestial power, Li Chongyun mused, undeterred. While the insect manipulation was impressive, the destruction of the golden crow technique ultimately stemmed from a suppression of cultivation levels. "If you possess skill, then receive my sword." With the golden crow technique failing, Li Chongyun flipped his palm, the pure yang sword appearing in hand. Once more, he unleashed his swordsmanship, channeling his essence, swiftly depleting 30% of his power. This was a benefit of having opened his purple mansion early, resulting in a cultivation that was tenfold stronger than others at the same level. Had it been any other earthly immortal, even with mastery of the Tao, they would be unable to exert its power. The pure yang sword vibrated with a resonant hum, filled with exuberance. "Humph! If these are your only tricks, then prepare to meet your end." Yet the insect refining immortal remained unafraid. Li Chongyun charged forward with his sword. The immortal floated away effortlessly, simultaneously unleashing 4 or 5 gourds, from which swarms of various insects poured forth like a dark cloud, surging towards Li Chongyun. Puff, puff, puff. At that moment, silver threads flew through the air. Qi Zhu would not allow Li Chongyun to face this onslaught alone. She had long been weaving a web in the shadows. And now, a massive net was unfurling into the sky, in the interplay of existence and conflict. Though the insect-refining immortal's creatures were formidable, they were particularly vulnerable to the web. The shrill sounds of the insects echoed as many of them became ensnared in the web. Suddenly afflicted by toxins, he became weak and feeble, resembling a fly teetering on the brink of demise in the wintry season. "Dare you to contend with this humble Taoist?" The insect-refining immortal cast a glance at the demon cloud beneath his feet, where a crimson pearl exhaled silvery threads. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed forth a golden bell, which floated in midair, suspended and unyielding, resonating with a clear, melodious chime, while he deftly performed a spell to empower it. To Li Chongyun, the sound of the bell elicited no reaction, and the creatures below in the mountains remained unharmed. Only the arachnids, the 7 daughters of the silk-spinning cave, whose true forms were those of spiders, perceived the bell's sound as a chilling harbinger of death, causing them to shiver and panic, bereft of any fighting spirit. The crimson pearl pressed her forehead, emitting a cry of anguish, and in that moment, she plummeted from the clouds, barely managing to land safely on the ground with the last vestiges of her magical power. The other maidens, in sheer torment, clutched their heads and rolled on the ground. Utterly stripped of dignity, the cycle of life and death prevails, while you, a horde of spider spirits, may overcome my insects. This humble Taoist possesses greater means to counter you. This golden bell, crafted since my entry into the Tao, has been meticulously refined. Though it may not be a formidable spiritual treasure, it remains my most cherished magical artifact." The insect refining immortal stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Buzz. At that moment, a sword sliced across the heavens. As if to cleave the void itself, the insect refining immortal had long distanced himself from Li Chongyun, gracefully evading as the sword's radiance struck the mountains below, cleaving a peak in twain. "Ah, though your swordsmanship is formidable, how many times can you wield it? This humble Taoist has endured countless tribulations and faced death in combat over 1,000 times. Your tricks are hardly worthy of my attention. If you had already ascended to immortality, relying on your spiritual treasures and the path of the sword, it might be easy for you to slay me. But alas, you have yet to attain the Tao before encountering me. The wheel of karma turns, and retribution is inescapable. Did you ever consider the calamity that would befall you when you took the life of my disciple?" The insect refining immortal's fingers danced through his incantations, as 13 magical gourd artifacts soared into the air, releasing no fewer than 100,000 venomous insects of various kinds, swirling like mist and blanketing the entire silk spinning ridge. Your skills are indeed remarkable. Li Chongyun, gripping his sword, wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. The insect refining immortal before him was the most formidable opponent he had yet encountered. Initially, his anguish over his lost disciple had led to some lapses in focus, but now, the upcoming contest of magic was executed flawlessly, maximizing his advantages to the utmost. Truly a formidable adversary. Should I flee? Utilizing the remnants of the Book of Luo to escape this place would indeed be simple. Yet, at this moment, the 7 daughters of the Crimson Pearl were ensnared by the poisonous insects. If he attempted to rescue them, the insect refining immortal might retaliate against them in desperation. What does it matter if I ascend? Countless thoughts surged through Li Chongyun's mind, but ultimately, only resoluteness and determination remained in his eyes. He let the pure yang sword fall, gazing skyward, his entire being surging with the sword's essence, reaching toward the celestial realms beyond, connecting with the 3,000 paths of the Tao. Come, calamity, drawing upon his own understanding. He resonated with the Tao, summoning the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Immediately, the Tao responded to Li Chongyun, a terrifying aura descending upon him, enveloping him entirely. Do you dare? The insect refining immortal was taken aback, hastily commanding the insects surrounding Li Chongyun to retreat. He could hardly fathom that this human cultivator would act so recklessly, choosing, under such pressing circumstances, to face the heavenly tribulation and confront the savage test of the Tao. The path he cultivated was but a minor one. The trials came from the heavenly Tao above the 3 realms. Li Chongyun's cultivation was of the great Tao, and thus, his celestial tribulation would naturally descend from the eternal Tao beyond. You madman. Do you not comprehend the terror of the heavenly tribulation? The insect refining immortal, enraged yet amused, declared, very well, I shall not intervene. I shall merely watch you perish beneath the tribulation, reduced to dust. When the tribulation descends, no one may interfere, otherwise it is deemed rebellious against the heavens. Thus, the insect refining immortal had no choice but to withdraw, lest he be implicated in his eyes. Li Chongyun could not possibly survive such a state of tribulation. Young master, this is far too reckless. The Crimson Pearl's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart lodged in her throat. Having undergone tribulation herself, she understood that such an act was a defiance against the heavens. Fraught with peril, and no matter how well prepared one might be, a cultivator remains at risk of death when faced with the heavenly tribulation, and Li Chongyun had only just begun to stabilize his first Tao. Uncertain in his mastery, yet he was forced to confront the tribulation. His chances of success were even slimmer. Brotherly, the mountain deity of Silk Spinning Ridge, concealed within his temple, was powerless to intervene in the battle of the day due to his earthly realm status. Thus, he could only watch from the shadows, and upon witnessing Li Chongyun cornered to such an extent, he could only sigh helplessly. Li Chongyun gazed upward at the heavens, where layers of tribulation clouds gathered above him. Electric light and thunder rumbling within, resembling a divine dragon drawing water, or the opening of a portal to the Tao overhead, a vortex slowly manifesting. Gazing through the vortex, he could see beyond 10,000 miles into the high heavens, where celestial palaces rose in layers, and countless divine thoughts were stirred, quietly observing. Yet, Li Chongyun was drawn even further afield. The vortex's terminus lay a realm of chaos, a boundless expanse beyond the heavens. The source of the eternal 3,000 paths of the Tao converging. In this mortal realm, could there truly be one who could provoke the Tao? The last time such an occurrence transpired was when the stone monkey of the Flower Fruit Mountain in the eastern divine continent was born. With a brilliance that dazzled and a gaze that surveyed the 3 realms, it seemed this youth was indeed extraordinary, destined to be born amidst the calamities. Faintly, voices from the heavens seemed to whisper. Within and beyond the 3 realms, there exist those born as sacred beings, descendants of the ancient primordial chaos, inheritors of extraordinary gifts, accompanied by the laws of the Tao, with fragments of the Tao flowing through their very essence, allowing them to touch upon the Tao on the day of their ascension. Yet such beings could not exist amongst mortals. Li Chongyun's summoning of the heavenly tribulation through the Tao was a spectacle not witnessed by the eternal figures of the universe for ages. So this is the heavenly tribulation? Let it come. The swirling tribulation clouds twisted slowly, resembling an inverted abyss, and though a hint of trepidation arose in Li Chongyun's heart, it was quickly supplanted by fervor. I shall knock upon the celestial path with the Tao, seeking to measure my heights against the heavenly sovereign. Buzz, heaven and earth trembled. The Tao flowed, in an instant. A silver-white thunderbolt imbued with the essence of the laws descended from the heavens. Like a colossal pillar crashing down upon Li Chongyun's head, young master. This scene rendered the crimson pearl pallid with fear. The other maidens stood wide-eyed, their faces drained of color, while the sisters Zizhu and Lanzhu could not contain their tears. The heavenly tribulation was only spoken of in legends. Not only had they never witnessed it, even those seasoned like the mountain deity had never beheld the true tribulation of the Tao. By rights, this was merely the first thunder of tribulation, expected to be the weakest, yet the destructive force within it left them utterly despondent. Even the already ascended Crimson Pearl realized that this thunder was at least tenfold more powerful than any tribulation she had faced. Even in her current state, should she encounter such a cataclysmic blow, she would be instantly grievously wounded, stripped of all vitality. I asked the young master, all right. Zizhu stared intently at the heavens, waiting for the silver light to fade. And at last, a figure emerged into view. It was none other than Li Chongyun at this moment. He could not be said to be particularly disheveled. His silver robes had been torn asunder, hanging in tatters upon his robust frame. His long hair cascading wildly, dancing with the tumult of wind and thunder. His divine body had withstood the brunt of the thunderbolt, but his physical form had sustained damage. The Crimson Pearl forced a bitter smile, her heart laden with concern that this truly a lethal strike. Li Chongyun silently gritted his teeth. The Crimson Pearl's intuition was correct. Within him, the blood of the Golden Crow had completely quieted, the divine seals within his purple palace dimmed and lifeless, requiring at least half a year's nurturing to recover. Looking up, he saw the vortex swirling, with more terrifying powers of the Tao brewing. This heavenly tribulation would clearly not conclude so easily. The first strike was merely an appetizer. Rumble! Without warning, mere breaths later, the second thunder of tribulation roared down, a dark purple tempest of chaotic energy enveloping the area, divine light surging, threatening to submerge the entire silk-spinning ridge. When my sister faced her tribulation, it seemed not to have caused such a commotion. The severity of the heavenly tribulation correlates to the potential of the one undergoing it. I have cultivated for 1,000 years, arriving at this point. Not slow, yet not swift, and the Tao I have comprehended is merely a small path, heart-eating poison, quite moderate indeed. However, the young master had achieved perfect mastery of the void refinement and unity within a mere 20 years. And he had taken command of the sword path among the 3,000 great avenues. His innate talents, comprehension, and potential far surpassed that of us mere mortals. Consequently, the tribulation he was destined to face would be extraordinarily terrifying. Qi Zhu, filled with anxiety, sensed the overwhelming might of the second thunderbolt and was already on the brink of despair. Her sister had transcended to immortality after enduring 3 bolts of tribulation lightning. Could it be that Li Lang would have to withstand even more? Given the young master's endowments, his heavenly tribulation was likely to exceed 7 stages. The number of tribulation lightning bolts is categorized in grades, and those above the 7th stage signify more than just 7 strikes. It is crucial to understand that the power of the tribulation lightning compounds exponentially. When Qi Zhu faced her tribulation, the third and final bolt was indeed twice as potent as the first. Rumble! Thunder roared incessantly above Pan Si Ridge, as Li Chongyun found himself enveloped in lightning, his body enduring the immense damage wrought by the supreme principles. After his Golden Crow robe was shattered, the second bolt of tribulation lightning drained the surging vitality within him. Gritting his teeth, Li Chongyun's complexion paled. His flesh bore the scars of lightning wounds. With hundreds of bloody gashes, the power of the thunder acted like a devouring maggot, burrowing into his flesh and sinew, mercilessly tormenting him. Yet, the human body is an extraordinarily mysterious entity within the cosmos. The more it endures trials, the better it adapts and grows. As he absorbed the power of the tribulation lightning, Li Chongyun astonishingly discovered that his body was undergoing a peculiar transformation. Such a change? He marveled inwardly, lamenting that had he known this earlier, he should have attempted to refine his body with the power of lightning. it would have become even more formidable. Now, however, faced with the heavenly tribulation, such an opportunity was lost. Boom! The thunder resonated throughout the heavens and earth as the second red sky divine lightning descended. The crimson golden bolt of lightning surged forth like a clawing dragon from the heavens. Mountain refinement technique. Li Chongyun dared not hold back his magical power. The essence of the mountain refinement technique manifested in his eyes as the 5 elemental Dao seeds flowed forth within his purple mansion. Merging with this divine power, he formed a sword gesture and pointed towards the sky, gathering and condensing the spiritual energy in the void into countless stone swords, ascending defyingly under the influence of boundless sword intent. The massive stone sword shot upwards, but upon contact with the crimson sky divine lightning, it began to shatter, and within mere moments, it disintegrated completely. The remaining power of the tribulation lightning, approximately 20%, was fully unleashed upon Li Chongyun. "Come on!" He gritted his teeth and shouted, his entire body racked with unbearable pain, cold sweat pouring from every pore. Yet that sweat was instantly evaporated by the lightning. As countless arcs struck like steel needles, piercing through his flesh and delving into his bones, the thunder surged down upon him, and his body was undergoing a transformation akin to a metamorphosis. Under such torturous experiences, the scroll of mountains and seas revealed these words. This young man's innate talents were so extraordinary that they not only attracted the heavenly tribulation, but also the sheer terror of this lightning's might. From a distance, Chong Lianxian observed in shock. He had recalled many of his Gu insects, not daring to act recklessly in such a situation. Should Li Chongyun be resolute in taking him down with him? Charging at him with the power of the tribulation, it would indeed spell death. However, he was ultimately unprepared for this tribulation, and such divine abilities could only be employed once. His magical power was nearly exhausted. Nonetheless, as a perfected celestial being, Chong Lianxian had discerned Li Chongyun's weaknesses during their brief encounter and understood that the greatest flaw Li Chongyun faced during the heavenly tribulation was his insufficient magical power. Even with formidable divine abilities and rare postnatal spiritual treasures, all required magical power as support, and the more potent the means, the more magical power was needed to activate them. This child certainly possesses extraordinary talents. Yet he may perish beneath the weight of his own endowments. The tribulation is far from over. A slight smile of reassurance appeared on Chong Lianxian's lips. The imprint of the mountain refinement technique had also been extinguished. Li Chongyun's injuries were grievous, yet the flesh, stimulated by the lightning, continued to grow miraculously. He realized that his body was transitioning from a divine form to an immortal one. The body is undergoing metamorphosis. Most cultivators, even upon achieving immortality, only have their primordial spirits and purple mansions transformed. The flesh can shed its mortal shell but cannot ascend to sanctity. They merely attain immortality through the nurturing of celestial energy. For instance, Qi Zhu retained her demon form even after becoming immortal. However, the immortal body is different, unless one possesses certain unique cultivation methods to forge an immortal body or a stronger constitution. It can only rely on innate endowments. Li Chongyun's innate constitution was merely that of a mortal, and his bodily transformation was entirely due to the golden crow divine body and the influx of thunderous energy. Devour. As the fourth bolt of tribulation lightning brewed, Li Chongyun had no time for further contemplation. That he secretly retrieved numerous immortal pills from the remnants of the world and swallowed them all. As for the Xiang golden pill he obtained from Zhang Zhenren, it had been consumed over the past several years. Fortunately, the remnants of the Luo Shu contained an ample supply of immortal pills. Boom! The thunder roared again. The heavenly tribulation would not grant him a moment to recuperate. The fourth bolt of tribulation lightning descended like a harbinger of death, dark as night, imbued with destructive power. Li Chongyun gritted his teeth, continuously urging the Wuzhen scroll to refine the immortal pills and replenish his magical power. He flipped his hand and reluctantly summoned the low-grade spiritual treasure, the Pure Yang sword. Holding the spiritual sword, the essence of the sword path flowed naturally, and this complete avenue radiated the utmost brilliance capable of annihilating all, as he ascended alone towards the sky, with the spiritual sword in hand. He wielded it, and the sword light spanned hundreds of miles, shredding the bolts of lightning into fragments. By relying on the sword path, Li Chongyun withstood 2 more bolts of tribulation lightning. Clang! The power of the Pure Yang sword was exhausted. dull and lifeless, slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Unintentionally, Li Chongyun had arrived before the oncoming sixth bolt of heavenly tribulation, his gaze fixed intently upon the gathering power of the thunder. His body, now fortified by the thunder's refinement, had reached the threshold of a semi-immortal body. A surge of strength unexpectedly welled up within his weakened form, akin to a miraculous spring emerging amidst the scorching sands of a parched desert. As his depleted vitality began to revitalize, the immortal pills he had consumed undergoing frenzied refinement. Amaterasu Treasure Mirror. Faced with the sixth bolt of lightning, Li Chongyun did not dare to delay. He raised his hand to summon the Amaterasu Treasure Mirror, which emitted celestial light and the essence of the Tao, fully withstanding the ravages of the tribulation lightning. Yet, to Li Chongyun's astonishment, beneath this bolt of tribulation lightning, the Amaterasu Treasure Mirror also dimmed. Was this truly the heavenly tribulation of the celestial beings? Beside him, Chong Lianxian was utterly bewildered. Li Chongyun's sixth bolt of heavenly tribulation had instilled a sense of deathly threat even within him. A perfected celestial being, such tribulations were meant to test earthly immortals. Had it not been for the top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, he would have been reduced to ashes. However, this spiritual treasure could not possibly withstand the next bolt of tribulation lightning. Chong Lianxian felt a flicker of relief. Li Chongyun's heavenly tribulation had not yet concluded, and an even more potent force loomed ominously ahead. What? He still possesses spiritual treasures. However, the scene that unfolded next left Chong Lianxian, who had cultivated for over 3,000 years, utterly dumbfounded. Li Chongyun leaned against the Amaterasu Treasure Mirror, which possessed extraordinary powers, seemingly able to gently channel the absorbed tribulation lightning back to him. Recharging him to his astonishment, a scarlet wooden bow appeared in Li Chongyun's hand, resonating with the essence of the Tao, radiating celestial light, evidently of a higher grade than the Amaterasu Treasure Mirror. My disciple perished beneath this treasure? Chong Lianxian sensed a certain aura and was suddenly enlightened that he witnessed Li Chongyun draw back the bowstring. The scarlet flames coalescing into a divine arrow. As the heavenly tribulation descended, the arrow was released, shattering the seventh bolt of lightning that descended like a true dragon from the heavens. Countless arcs of electricity surged into Li Chongyun's body, ravaging his flesh, rendering him skeletal in appearance. Yet, as the relentless vitality surged forth, the young man's body began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Gulp! Chong Lianxian's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering to himself, is his divine body transforming into an even higher realm? This is dire. This child is a true prodigy. If he successfully transcends and becomes immortal, he could easily slay me. However, having utilized such a formidable treasure, the next heavenly tribulation should strike with even greater ferocity. Unbeknownst to him, the mindset of the insect refining immortal had undergone a transformation. Initially, he perceived Li Chongyun as a formidable adversary, one who would prove exceedingly troublesome should he ascend to immortality. However, after witnessing the terrifying tribulation of thunder, he realized that his understanding of this young human was rather superficial. It seemed that once this individual transcended the tribulation, he would likely become invincible among the celestial immortals. At this moment, the insect refining immortal could only place his hopes of eliminating Li Chongyun upon the brutal and fearsome trial of the heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, his magical power had been entirely depleted. Even with his precious treasures and formidable techniques, he could no longer wield them. That a sense of inexplicable trepidation washed over him as he muttered to himself. Boom! At last, under his eager gaze, the eighth bolt of tribulation lightning descended, manifesting as the four symbols: the azure dragon coiling, the vermilion bird dancing, the black tortoise treading, and the white tiger roaring. The might of the thunder transformed into vivid, lifelike divine beasts, charging toward Li Chongyun. In an instant, the young figure was engulfed by the vibrant power of the lightning, the four symbols converging to strike down upon him, sending his ethereal form crashing to the ground at the spider silk ridge. The rocks shattered, the earth caved in, and the diminutive mortal body was driven into a deep pit, as if to be buried away. After a tumultuous display of tremendous power, the brilliance gradually dissipated. What? The insect refining immortal clenched his fists, gazing into the depths of the pit, where Li Chongyun knelt on one knee, his head resting against a peculiar stone fragment. Despite his bent posture, An exuberant vitality pulsated within him. Leaving the insect refining immortal utterly bewildered, there was still the ninth bolt. The ninth bolt. The insect refining immortal fixed his gaze upon the heavens, caught in a whirl of thoughts, as the principles of the Tao flowed around him. A hand of azure lightning, entirely composed of thunder, descended from above, seemingly intent on obliterating the tribulation challenger below. The azure hand was remarkably solid, its fingers and joints vividly articulated, adorned with the strongest patterns of the Tao. Descending through the 36 layers of the heavens to reach the mortal realm. 9 is the ultimate number. This was the last bolt of Li Chongyun's celestial immortal tribulation. The ninth bolt of the tribulation was indeed present. Qi Zhu gasped in astonishment, yet despair crept in. The thunderous hand of the Tao obscured the heavens. Did the very fabric of this world not wish for the young man to become an immortal? The mountain deity of the Spider Silk Ridge flashed a look of trepidation, recalling his own failed tribulation, the terror of a soul entwined in despair akin to a nightmare, an experience that seemed to linger for centuries. The tribulation he faced back then was far less fearsome than the current bolt of lightning, yet it had left him in utter hopelessness. In a moment of dazed introspection, his physical form had been reduced to dust, signaling his failure in transcending the tribulation. Your flesh has completed its transformation beneath the thunder, becoming the golden crow transmutation body. Li Chongyun faced each bolt of heavenly tribulation with the intention of allowing a portion of its power to impact his flesh, thereby tempering his body. This audacious strategy was fraught with peril, yet it was his sole glimmer of survival beneath the tribulation. Thus, what might have taken countless years to achieve in physical cultivation was accomplished in the face of 8 bolts of lightning. Having already attained the body of an immortal, what fear do I have of this tribulation? Li Chongyun stowed away the fragment of the unyielding mountain, straightening his posture, standing tall and resolute within his flesh. Thunder and flame intertwined, his fiery wings unfurling behind him, propelling the youth skyward. The golden crow transmutation marked the initial formation of his immortal body. At this moment, his nearly exhausted form radiated newfound vitality. Akin to a true phoenix undergoing rebirth, rising from death, a torrent of inexhaustible power surged within him. Having endured the tribulation's trials, his heart of the Tao had solidified like a rock. The flickering brilliance of the thunder wrapped around him like chains. Within his flesh, it seemed as though Tao patterns emerged spontaneously. Li Chongyun faced the impending handprint of the tribulation descending from above, the last bolt of his path to immortality. Boom! Li Chongyun unleashed a punch imbued with thunder and fire, striking forcefully at the palm of the colossal hand, plunging the world into silence for an instant. Only the boundless principles of the Tao collided and intertwined, the residual force creating dark, twisted rifts in the void. With his fiery wings expanded, Li Chongyun's fists continued to strike relentlessly against the hand of the tribulation. The insect refining immortal, the mountain deity, Qi Zhu, and the other women, all gazed with wide eyes at the figure ascending into the void. Resembling a deity or demon, they watched in disbelief as Li Chongyun's divine fists danced, repelling the heavenly tribulation with sheer force. Unbeknownst to them, he had approached the swirling vortex of tribulation clouds. The hand of lightning collapsed in a thunderous explosion, transforming into arcs of electricity that enveloped Li Chongyun. Yet he spread his arms wide, as if to swallow the energy whole, assimilating it into his very being. Merging it with his flesh, buzz, the heavens trembled, a strand of immortal light descended from the sky, piercing through the tribulation clouds and illuminating the half-naked figure of the young man. Is it over? Li Chongyun felt a sense of certainty. The celestial immortal tribulation was a test, and having passed it, he would naturally receive the blessings of the Tao. This immortal light contained immensely pure spiritual essence, replenishing his empty purple mansion. After becoming an immortal, his magical power surged nearly 100-fold, far beyond the capabilities of a fully realized Earth immortal. His injuries healed rapidly under the nurturing energy of the immortal spirit. How is this possible? The insect refining immortal gritted his teeth, feeling the rapid surge of Li Chongyun's cultivation, his heart filled with both shock and fear. Clearly, the young man had only just achieved the status of a celestial immortal. Yet the aura radiating from him instilled a sense of pressure even upon the insect refining immortal, who had attained the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Are you ready to meet your demise? Insect refining immortal? Li Chongyun turned his gaze back, his eyes cold as he regarded the Taoist who had driven him to the brink of desperation, his thoughts surging with murderous intent already locked onto his opponent. The very heavens were suffused with boundless sword intent, converging from all directions towards the old Taoist. In the realm of celestial immortality, magical power undergoes a qualitative transformation, becoming immortal spiritual energy, which may also be referred to as immortal essence. Furthermore, the Purple Mansion had expanded 100-fold. Now, Li Chongyun could finally unleash the full extent of the divine abilities, Dao techniques, and spiritual treasures he had mastered. Li Chongyun, do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? The insect refining immortal hesitated, his mind racing. With a flick of his wrist, all the goo poison gourds rose into the air, floating around him. Being seasoned tricksters, the insect refining immortal held no illusions regarding Li Chongyun. Now, it was a matter of life or death. Enough with the pleasantries. Li Chongyun stepped forward, his fiery wings fluttering behind him. In an instant, he traversed 100 paces, appearing before the insect refining immortal without employing any divine abilities or techniques. Merely clenching his fist and delivering a powerful blow, the force of the punch surged forth, cracking the void, and the insect refining immortal could only brace himself with his magical artifact. Yet, with a resounding bang, a goo poison gourd that had been cultivated for centuries shattered under the impact, its magical light exploding and scattering. The insect refining immortal's heart sank as he hurriedly formed seals to summon his immortal essence for defense. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun absorbed the explosion with his physical body, and scathed, and seized another gourd, crushing it within moments. With the destruction of the artifact, countless goo worms erupted like smoke, creating chaos. You insolent brat! A glimmer of cunning flashed in the insect refining immortal's eyes as he formed seals and chanted spells, summoning countless goo worms to latch onto Li Chongyun's body, gnawing at him ferociously. These goo worms had been honed through rigorous trials, capable of devouring gold and iron, even shattering divine abilities and corroding magical artifacts. Though Li Chongyun possessed an immortal body, he was not invulnerable, just a mere insect demon. How dare it offend me? Li Chongyun, however, merely chuckled coldly, his eyes suffused with a crimson hue, an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. The tens of thousands of goo worms were suddenly gripped by overwhelming terror, scattering in all directions to evade him, as if facing a sovereign. Puffed. The insect refining immortal had never anticipated that his goo worms would go out of control. The sudden backlash causing him to spit blood, his expression one of astonishment. What is happening? I want you to be a clear-headed ghost. Li Chongyun replied nonchalantly. My immortal body is known as the Golden Crow Transmutation Body. Its essence derives from the bloodline of the ancient three-legged Golden Crow, a descendant of the Demon Emperor. All creatures in the world, none can resist me. If I were to face a powerful demon who has attained the Tao, perhaps there would be a chance for resistance. Yet many of these insect demons have not truly become immortals. Confronted with the might of my Golden Crow bloodline, they dare not act out. They would rather defy their master's orders. Could this be the great calamity that the Celestial Maiden spoke of? Upon hearing Li Chongyun's explanation, the insect refining immortal's face turned ashen. He suddenly recalled the Celestial Maiden's warning from hours before. If he sought vengeance, a great disaster would ensue. If Li Chongyun had merely remained at the Earth immortal level, it would have sufficed. His proud goo techniques would have retained their efficacy. Now, however, with his greatest reliance rendered useless, he found himself utterly powerless before Li Chongyun. In that instant, boundless regret spread through his heart. How I despise this! As the insect alchemist sighed deeply, he gritted his teeth and decisively cast two magical artifacts, triggering their self-destruction. Utilizing the explosive force of the self-detonation, he swiftly ascended into the clouds to escape. Li Chongyun effortlessly weathered the residual impact of the explosion, observing the insect alchemist fleeing amidst the mist. He chose not to pursue but instead opened his third celestial eye, drawing the sunfall bow of Fusang to its full tension and loosing an arrow that pierced the clouds, striking the insect alchemist directly. His body was impaled by the sharp arrow, and under the might of the Tao, his flesh was reduced to dust. Scattering into the It was a lamentable fate for one who had cultivated for thousands of years. Brought low by a moment of wrath against the misdeeds of his disciple, is this truly the realm of celestial beings? transcending the three realms and existing beyond the five elements, indeed free and unrestrained. Li Chongyun collected numerous treasures and quelled the tumult within his Golden Crow bloodline. Without employing any spells, he naturally walked upon the clouds, a testament to the innate abilities bestowed by the celestial realm, light and ethereal. Capable of riding the clouds and mist, looking down, he beheld the desolation of Pansealing, ravaged by this clash of powers and a tribulation, transforming the once serene and vibrant spiritual land into a bleak wasteland, likely requiring nearly a century to restore. However, the spiritual energy within the mountains remained unchanged, thus not hindering the cultivation of those residing there. Congratulations, young master, as Li Chongyun landed before the cave dwelling. A throng of maidens gathered around him, offering their heartfelt congratulations. The recent ascension of Qi Zhu had instilled a sense of confidence among the other sisters, for ascendants were scarce in the mortal realm. Now, with Li Chongyun having passed the heavenly tribulation and vanquished a formidable celestial being at the peak of the celestial realm, the maidens felt utterly reassured. With his ascension now complete, it was time to pay a visit to Princess Peacock. Having overcome the heavenly tribulation and defeated the insect alchemist, Li Chongyun gathered the scattered insect puppets of Pansealing, entrusting them to Qi Zhu for cultivation, under the oppressive force of the 9 venom spider. These insect puppets would serve as a means for future confrontations. Following his ascension, not only could he effortlessly wield various divine abilities and supreme spiritual treasures, but his mastery over formations also flourished. In just half a month, he had set up a divine grade 5 elements reversal formation atop the ridge. Even a true immortal would find it challenging to breach this formation for a time. This, indeed, marked the limits of Li Chongyun's current array formations, as he had exhausted many precious materials from the remnants of the Luo book. After achieving immortality, it seemed that the speed of his cultivation had somewhat slowed. During his daily meditations, as he practiced the Wuzhen scripture, he began to feel a sense of fatigue. The supreme methods of the immortal tier were considered superior within and beyond the three realms. Although the Ziyang Zhenren's personal strength was not particularly formidable, his comprehension of the Tao was profoundly deep. Young master, after attaining the celestial realm, the spiritual energy required for cultivation is something the mortal world lacks. Hence the natural decrease in your cultivation speed. Qi Zhu remarked with a wry smile, her mind. Li Chongyun's pace of cultivation was still commendable. It was merely that his aspirations were set too high. To the point of even dismissing the supreme Wuzhen scripture Do, Li Chongyun chuckled, shaking his head. He had no alternative for a superior method at present, but a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. The last time I delved into the depths of the Zhuangho spring for cultivation, I was obstructed by a divine formation Hati that time. I was far from capable of deciphering that formation and had to retreat. Now, however, I might revisit it. I shall accompany you, Qi Zhu eagerly offered. Now that she had also ascended to the celestial realm, she could withstand the rampant solar energy emitted by the Golden Crow's remains. Thus, the two set forth to the Zhuangho spring, traversing through the spring's mouth and arriving once more at the center of the formation as an adept of celestial formations. Li Chongyun found it exceedingly easy to dismantle the divine array before him. In less than half an hour, he unraveled layer upon layer of restrictions and reached the depths of the Zhuangho spring. Here lay a natural cavern, revealing the massive remains of a three-legged golden crow before Li Chongyun and Qi Zhu. Roar! Though it was merely a skeleton, the moment it was disturbed, it let out a soul-stirring roar, ancient and profound, evoking a sense of time travel. Truly, it was the remains of a three-legged golden crow. Faced with this entity, Li Chongyun felt an unsettling turmoil within a creature of the demon lineage. Qi Zhu too sensed the oppressive aura of the royal demon bloodline, even though it was but a skeleton. Once you attain the Tao, you will no longer fear any pressure, Li Chongyun reassured her. This was an instinct deeply rooted in their bloodlines, an aspect that could not be resolved except through mastery of the Tao, which alone could shatter one's own shackles. He stepped closer, gently placing his hand upon the Golden Crow's remains. The residual bloodline of the Golden Crow was entirely absorbed by the transformation of the Golden Crow's calamity. In moments, the once mighty skeleton lost all its spiritual essence and collapsed into ruins. Having successfully assimilated the three-legged Golden Crow, Li Chongyun acquired the celestial grade supreme ability, True Fire of the Sun. The Shan Hai painting unfurled. vividly depicting the form of the three-legged golden crow, yet the essence of the remains could not yield any Dao merit. However, what Li Chongyun obtained was far more precious, the true fire of the sun. As the name implies, this divine ability could conjure the true fire of the supreme star Sunday someone. Suddenly, Qi Zhu exclaimed in alarm. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, only to realize amidst the dust from the collapsed remains. A phantom figure emerged that it was a regal female immortal, standing gracefully in midair. Exuding an eerie aura reminiscent of a specter, it appeared to be the lingering soul of a powerful being who had once transcended the mortal coil. I mean no offense, Li Chongyun exhaled gently, nodding slightly to the lingering soul before him. Your presence here is a rare celestial fate that I possess a scroll of celestial arts, albeit somewhat incomplete, yet it is indeed a rare and exquisite method in this world. The lingering soul spoke, raising a hand to point at Li Chongyun, a beam of celestial light instantly shooting into his brow, leaving him no time to react. Had this lingering soul harbored any malice, he would have surely fallen victim. What a terrifying technique. This esteemed elder must have been a figure of unparalleled significance in their lifetime. Moreover, as the Shanhai painting remains unactivated, this entity is neither a demon nor a divine being, but rather a cultivator of the human lineage. Li Chongyun speculated inwardly. He sensed the information manifesting within his mind, and soon found himself in a state of utter astonishment. What was this but celestial arts? It was clearly the law of the saints, the lower-grade saint method, Jietianjing. The Tao encompasses 50, and the celestial transformations are 49. Humanity takes one. The so-called Jietianjing refers to seizing a thread of celestial opportunity and evolving the utmost methods of the Tao. As Li Chongyun absorbed the legacy unfurling within his mind, he realized that this celestial art was not merely a manual, but a unique technique that in an instant, his previous methods were seamlessly replaced, with no alteration in his realm. Yet, the celestial essence within his Zifu became increasingly refined, its potency multiplying several times over. What a fortuitous turn of events. I felt my methods were lacking, yet so swiftly I acquired the Jietianjing. Am I being observed by some significant figure and drawn into their schemes? Li Chongyun, a transmigrant familiar with the intricacies of the journey to the west, could not help but feel apprehensive about such an unexpected stroke of luck. Nevertheless, he bore no aversion to it. To enter the game was to seize the chance to alter its course. Thank you, esteemed elder, for this method that I assure you that I will not allow it to gather dust. Li Chongyun said, bowing respectfully to the lingering soul before him. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved several incense candles and paper money from his Chinquan pouch, lighting them before the lingering soul as a gesture of gratitude. He then circled the cavern, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Rest in peace, esteemed elder. Li Chongyun offered another bow before departing with Qi Zhu. Once the two had left, the female figure in the cave saw the dark aura dissipate rapidly. Instead, a sacred aura of celestial energy emerged, her form solidifying into a tangible presence, radiating a celestial light, clearly a transcendent being. The incense may be acceptable, but burning this paper money is truly ill-omened. The female immortal glanced at the ashes on the ground, momentarily torn between laughter and tears, before sighing in resignation. Oh well, it is not every day one finds a promising successor. I suppose this serves to preserve a flicker of the flame for my lineage. Gradually, a wistful look filled the female immortal's eyes. I do not seek the grand spectacle of myriad immortals paying homage, but rather wish for my path to remain unlonely in the realms henceforth. The sky stretches high and the clouds are vast, with fallen leaves glistening like autumn frost. The summer days pass swiftly, as Li Chongyun, having entrusted the matters of his home, imparts the method to control the fourth-tier protective formation to Qi Zhu before departing from Pan Silk Ridge, soaring towards Biluo Mountain for a rendezvous with the Peacock Princess. After acquiring the celestial scriptures, Li Chongyun's cultivation speed has doubled. He once contemplated imparting this technique to Qi Zhu and the others. However, after a few days of instruction, he found the teachings to be obscure and profoundly difficult to grasp, rendering them incapable of mastering it. The path of the great Tao is merciless, and while myriad wondrous methods exist in this world, not everyone is destined to succeed in their cultivation. In contrast to Li Chongyun's thousands of years of cultivation experience, though Qi Zhu and the others possessed the blood of the Nine poison spider, Achieving the sacred tier techniques remains exceedingly challenging for them. It is akin to Sun Wukong learning from the master Su Poti. It took him nearly 3 years to attain enlightenment after receiving the supreme celestial technique. Yet, for others, even with access to such a technique and a mentor like Su Poti, could they truly achieve immortality in 3 years? Upon embarking on his path of cultivation, Li Chongyun began to comprehend the significance of one's innate potential. It is comparable to his previous life in school, where he encountered a subject called mathematics. Despite everyone using the same textbook, those of mediocre talent could toil endlessly without grasping the concepts, while the gifted could easily master them, solving complex problems as effortlessly as eating or drinking. The journey of cultivation requires good teachers, resources, and techniques, but the most crucial element remains within oneself, with the vastness of the mountains and seas illustrated before me. There lie infinite possibilities. Yet, I find myself still needing to rely on external forces due to my unrefined wings. After decades of cultivation, Li Chongyun has long since clarified various matters, and the Peacock Princess is well aware of her own status. Thus, there is no need for pretense. He boldly accepts her assistance, promising to repay her in the future if necessary. In the realm of celestial beings, the speed of cloud traversal is incomparable to that of wind riding. Approximately half an hour later, a picturesque and resplendent celestial mountain appears in his view. A few dozen miles further west lies a seemingly endless and ominous purgatory known as Shirtu Ridge. Li Chongyun glances at Shirtu Ridge before retracting his gaze and gracefully landing at the mountain gate halfway up the slope. The guarding maidservant is momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing him closely before exclaiming in realization, "You are Li Chongyun, who came to seek the Tao over 20 years ago." "Indeed," Li Chongyun replies. "I have come to meet the Peacock Princess. Please convey my request." The maidservant, momentarily stunned, recalls that the last time Li Chongyun visited, he had only recently entered the realm of refining void and unity, with his Taoist skills merely at the level of glimpsing the Tao. Yet, in just 20 short years, he has already ascended to the realm of celestial beings. Celestial beings exude an aura of ethereal spirit, easily recognizable unless they deliberately suppress their presence through special techniques. "Please wait a moment," the maidservant says respectfully, hurriedly leaving to announce his presence. However, she takes a full half hour to return, her demeanor noticeably colder as she leads Li Chongyun up the mountain. Li Chongyun furrows his brow in silence, unable to discern the reason behind her change in attitude, and refrains from asking further. The princess is still bathing. "Please wait here." Upon reaching the reception pavilion, the maidservant informs Li Chongyun and then withdraws. He waits until the sky turns pitch black, yet no one brings him even a cup of tea. A stark contrast to the treatment he received during his previous visit. "Apologies for the wait." A familiar melodious voice finally calls from behind him, though this time, it carries an air of coolness. Li Chongyun rises and turns to see a figure clad in a 5-colored feathered robe, graceful and enchanting that a smile involuntarily breaks across his face. "I hope you have been well." The Peacock Princess appears to have just emerged from her bath. Lacking the ornate adornments of jewels and treasures, her lustrous black hair cascades down to her waist like a waterfall, inadvertently enhancing her allure. The moonlight dances upon her shoulders, illuminating her icy, jade-like skin and her eyes, which shimmer like gentle ripples on water, exuding an aura of freshness and otherworldliness. "Humph, I thought you had succumbed to the comforts of soft surroundings, content to be a mountain king at Pan Silk Ridge." Completely forgetting our agreement, upon hearing this, Li Chongyun is momentarily taken aback, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. The Peacock Princess, upon learning from the earth deity that Li Chongyun not only has a family, but also keeps 7 ethereal maidens in Pan Silk Cave, felt an inexplicable anger. She had initially believed he was wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao, only to discover he had not severed his ties to the mortal world. Approximately half a month ago, she sensed the commotion of the heavenly tribulation above Pan Silk Ridge and instinctively guessed it was Li Chongyun, genuinely concerned for his well-being. Fortunately, after the calamity, he was graced with celestial light. Confirming his ascension, days passed as she awaited his arrival, and today she finally sees him. Her heart swells with joy yet harbors a trace of lingering resentment, causing the Peacock Princess to feel her heartstrings plucked. "I have been arranging formations on Pan Silk Ridge these past few days, and they are now complete," Li Chongyun explains with a wry smile. "As you know, I have made numerous enemies, so I dare not be careless." "Indeed," the Peacock Princess replies softly, her gaze shifting to the starry sky beyond the pavilion. "It is good that you can remain steadfast in your resolve. You have been a celestial being for more than half a month now. Having passed the heavenly tribulation, surely the celestial officials of the heavenly court must have sought you out?" Li Chongyun shakes his head in confusion. "Not at all. Those who ascend through the heavenly tribulation, though not on par with innate sacred beings, are still exceedingly rare and should not go unnoticed." The Peacock Princess lets out a gentle sigh. "Very well. If no one has come to receive you, I shall find a way. However, you will need to demonstrate your prowess and accomplish some deeds to make your presence known. But rest assured, with accomplishments, your treatment in the heavenly court will be different." As she speaks, the Peacock Princess turns her back to Li Chongyun, her finger flicking to release a stream of radiant light that lands on the stone table in the pavilion. "Take this item with you to the southern continent, to the realm of the Sand Flow Kingdom. The heavenly King Li and Prince Neza are there subduing demons. Both have received the blessings of the Tathagata, and they can be considered part of the Buddhist order. I have already contacted them on your behalf. With this item, you need only heed the commands of the heavenly king that on the stone table lies a resplendent five-colored feather, brimming with spiritual energy. This feather is no ordinary object. It is imbued with profound Buddhist essence and Taoist resonance, with its true mysteries sealed by a certain incantation. The heavenly King Li and Prince Neza?" Li Chongyun is momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the connections the Peacock Princess has secured for him are of such high caliber. Though they may not hold the highest ranks within the heavenly court, they are among the most capable generals, wielding significant influence and prestige, with the Tathagata as their backing. The Peacock Princess herself is closely associated with the esteemed Bodhisattva, the Great Peacock Mother, making it all the more crucial to maintain high-level connections. "Time is of the essence. You should proceed directly to the southern continent." The Peacock Princess instructs that as for the matters at Pan Silk Ridge, I will send someone to provide clarification. "Understood," Li Chongyun replies without hesitation. Grasping the five-colored divine feather, "I appreciate your efforts, Princess." As Li Chongyun ascends into the clouds and departs, the Peacock Princess turns to gaze at the heavens, her ample figure gently rising and falling with each breath. "Princess, why does your complexion seem a bit flushed?" The maidservant beside her is taken aback. The usually ethereal Peacock Princess now bears a rare blush on her cheeks, indeed a sight to behold. "Could it be that you have encountered some trouble in your cultivation?" "I am perfectly fine," the Peacock Princess responds with a playful smile. She sits down on the stone bench where Li Chongyun had just occupied, feeling the uncontrollable surge of thoughts swirling in her mind. For a moment, she cannot help but chuckle softly. "I have cultivated for over 8,000 years, with a millennium spent in the Buddhist order. And yet I find myself moved by mundane emotions." The Peacock Princess, a being of innate sanctity, recognizes her feelings with clarity. Having maintained a heart free of desires for thousands of years, she now feels the stirrings of affection. Instinctively delighted, yet somewhat flustered in her resolve. Although she has attained immortality, her lack of a proper lineage renders her unrecognized by the heavenly court, and her name remains unknown as a mere demon immortal. Such a Tao fruit cannot endure. The Peacock Princess's eyes sparkle with determination as she hopes for Li Chongyun's journey to the southern continent to proceed smoothly. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Peacock Princess composed herself and rose to inform her attendant to send two accomplished individuals to Ponsi Ridge to convey the matter concerning the spider spirit, Li Chongyun, who was to journey to the southern Jianbu continent. Meanwhile, Li Chongyun bade farewell to the Peacock Princess and soared towards the southern Jianbu continent. In the realm of mortals, the world is divided into four great continents: the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Southern Jianbu Continent, the Western Nyoha Continent, and the Northern Jiulu Continent. Among these, the Eastern Victory Divine Continent is a realm of terrestrial immortals, signifying not merely a domain, but the abode of earthly immortals, places where these beings reside. The Eastern Victory Divine Continent boasts 10 continents and 3 islands, serving as the sanctuaries of the likes of the Southern Pole Immortal and other great Luo Golden Immortals, and is a convergence point for myriad spiritual essences of the mortal realm. It is here that Sun Wukong was born, with Huahua Mountain revered as the root of the earth, situated at the ancestral pulse of the 10 continents and the source of the 3 islands. Truly a sacred place among mortals, the Western Nyoha Continent is where Li Chongyun finds himself, with the Spirit Mountain nestled within. The northern Julu continent is a desolate and frigid land, teeming with demons. Home to countless ancient and defeated demon clans that in contrast. The southern Jianbu continent is the most populated area for the human race, as Li Chongyun glided through the skies, traversing the borders of the Zhuzi kingdom. He experienced a novel sensation, reveling in his inaugural venture amidst the clouds. Before long, a mountain brimming with spiritual energy appeared within his sight, its depth rivaling that of Ponzi Ridge. Was this Qilin Mountain? As he passed Qilin Mountain, Li Chongyun could not resist slowing his flight, his gaze fixed upon a scene below that seemed to be embroiled in conflict, where beams of magical light clashed, and the elements of water and fire were at odds, indicating that human cultivators were engaged in a duel of magic. Yet, the Dao rhythm emanating from the combatants was minimal, clearly indicating that they were beneath the celestial realm. Observing this, Li Chongyun decided not to linger further. Disputes among cultivators were commonplace, and he had no inclination to meddle unnecessarily. Just as he was about to depart, a sharp aura enveloped him, a sensation he found eerily familiar. The Sword Dao, Qilin Mountain is undoubtedly the most renowned mountain within the Zhuzi kingdom. While Ponzi Ridge and Huanghua Temple also possess considerable depth, the former lies in a remote wilderness, far from the borders and perilously close to Shichuan. Currently occupied by demons, Huanghua Temple is even less favorable, as the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord is a formidable demon king of the Tai Loose immortal level, although he claims to be a practitioner of the Dao. Refraining from indiscriminate slaughter, his methods are indeed ruthless and savage, making it unwise for ordinary individuals to challenge him. Only Qilin Mountain has seen generations of cultivators, fiercely contested by numerous human practitioners and demons alike. At this moment, on the mountain path, a group of armored soldiers gazed with grave expressions at the perilous duel unfolding in midair, their faces marked with concern. Qilin Mountain had been tranquil, yet now the spirits atop the mountain had turned frenzied. In just a few days, countless lives had been lost, and even their military was disregarded. Currently, they could only rely on the princess. Alas, many elders recalled that over 20 years ago, during the Great Flood, countless cultivators had emerged to offer assistance within the Zhuzi kingdom. However, those individuals were like dragons, visible only in fleeting glimpses, unencumbered by worldly wealth, and now, it seemed, lost to time. Though the princess possessed divine strength, her body had deteriorated over the years of warfare, and this duel was fraught with danger. It was feared that she might. Do not speak foolishly. The princess possesses unparalleled might. She will surely vanquish the demons and restore peace to this land. Amidst the turmoil on Qilin Mountain, it was none other than the illustrious Princess Lingwei of the Zhuzi kingdom who fiercely battled 3 demons alone. Legend has it that during the cataclysmic flood 20 years prior, she encountered a certain celestial opportunity, transforming from an ordinary mortal into one endowed with divine power, capable of subduing dragons and tigers with a single sword that had vanquished countless demons. Since then, she devoted herself to the Dao, unwilling to be weighed down by worldly affairs. Now, in her 40s, she remains unmarried, wandering with her sword in search of opportunities, and whenever demons wreak havoc, she is compelled to draw her sword. Over time, her swordsmanship has grown increasingly formidable, yet her physical form has begun to wither. Princess Lingwei, today marks your demise. This woman has slain countless brothers of our demon kin over the years, wielding her sword to commit unspeakable atrocities. They say she is so formidable, having received the inheritance of the Dao, but it seems she is merely blessed with innate strength, lacking true understanding of the cultivation methods. She has been unwittingly depleting her own essence, and now she is on the brink of exhaustion. Facing the 3 demons who besieged her, Princess Lingwei bit her lip, her sword trembling slightly in her grasp, ready to unleash its power. However, as her essence gradually drained away, her complexion began to pale. Filthy wench, perish! A wolf demon with eerie green eyes lunged forward, claws slicing through the air, reaching Princess Lingwei in an instant. Its greedy gaze fixated on her throat, saliva dripping as it yearned for her blood. Then let us die together. Lingwei sensed her impending doom, yet she did not waver, brandishing her sword, though it was merely forged from ordinary iron. It radiated an ethereal glow at that moment. The sword's brilliance was so fierce that it cleaved the wolf demon's head from its shoulders in an instant. Entering the Dao, Had her sword truly entered the Tao? The remaining two demons stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how an ordinary mortal could wield the power of the great Tao that a mortal body, after all, cannot bear such strength. Her physical form was on the verge of shattering. Kill her. Yet in the next moment, the two demons' eyes glinted with malice as they coldly regarded the trembling figure of the woman, her skin cracked and bleeding, and charged once more. Is this the end? Ling Wei felt the sword intent surging within her, yet her hands were exhausted. She could no longer lift her sword. All she could do was watch helplessly as the two clawing demons advanced. Sensing death encroaching upon her, suddenly, she heard a resonant hum, a sound that illuminated her hazy vision, and tears brimmed in her eyes as she murmured, "It is the sword's resonance on Qilin Mountain." A formidable Tao rhythm descended, the power of the Tao, characteristic of one who has attained enlightenment, enveloping the area as if claiming dominion over this small realm. Buzz, the sound of the sword resonated. And the once rampant forms of the two demons were abruptly halted, ensnared by the descending magical force, as if illuminated by flickering sword light. In the blink of an eye, blood streaked across their necks. And they collapsed, lifeless as they fell, their heads rolled away, and hot blood gushed from their severed necks. An immortal master. Princess Ling Wei gazed upwards, witnessing a youth clad in silver-white brocade descending from the heavens. Gracefully landing, his countenance was strikingly handsome, with clear, profound eyes and jet-black hair. Though 2 decades had passed, he appeared unchanged, his demeanor even more complete and serene, akin to a celestial being. "What brings you here?" Li Chongyun looked at Princess Ling Wei, his brow furrowing slightly. 20 years apart for a mortal signifies the passage of time. The once vibrant, bright-eyed woman now appeared frail and aged, with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and a haggard visage. Her hair streaked with gray. Princess Ling Wei had consumed the Zhang golden pill, sufficient to prolong her life and preserve her youth, yet in her current state, it was evident that she had been relentlessly depleting her own life essence over these 20 years. "Immortal, thank you for your assistance. We bow to you, Immortal." The soldiers accompanying Princess Ling Wei knelt in unison, repeatedly bowing to Li Chongyun. Princess Ling Wei felt a wave of confusion wash over her, hastily covering her face with her hand, a bitter sense of inadequacy swelling within her. However, her gaze shifted, and she lifted her head, saying, "Ling Wei is but a mortal. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and it is only natural to appear aged and weary. There is no need for the immortal master, with boundless power, to remain perpetually youthful." Li Chongyun was taken aback by her words, frowning as he replied, "I sense the sword intent you exhibited. You have indeed entered the Tao. However, without the support of magical energy, this would ultimately lead to your own demise, as you must be aware." Before he could finish, the words fell silent. Princess Ling Wei smiled softly. "Indeed, I am aware at this moment." Li Chongyun seemed oblivious to the wrinkles at the corners of the middle-aged woman's eyes and the pallor of her complexion. Instead, he beheld the resilient figure of the bloodied woman clad in dark armor from 2 decades past. During a rainy night. 20 years ago, her yearning for the path of cultivation was driven by a desire to vanquish demons and protect the living. Now, 2 decades later, she had exhausted her life force, her vitality waning, yet still devoted to the same cause she had embraced back then. The past and present remained unchanged. "I have become an immortal," Li Chongyun declared, attributing his mastery of the sword to the lessons learned from her. Tears marked Lin Wei's face, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "For me, it is a blessing." Li Chongyun's consciousness delved into the remnants of the Luo book, searching for rare elixirs, yet he could find nothing potent enough to reverse fate. Unable to save the overburdened body of the woman before him, a sudden sense of melancholy washed over him. 20 years ago, she had expressed her wish to pursue cultivation, and at that time, he had lacked the qualifications to be her mentor. Now, having attained the path, he could at least guide her onto the road of practice. However, the essence of her body had already withered, and the pills he possessed could only extend her life by a mere 2 or 3 years, which would ultimately prove futile as an immortal. Lin Wei was indeed taken aback. Her smile was radiant, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. "It is all fate, beyond our control. Please do not feel disheartened, for I was fortunate to have received your elixir. These past 20 years have been splendid, and I harbor no regrets. Life is but a single journey. When it is time to die, one must die. When it is time to live, one must live. Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but smile. I have learned from you. How could I dare? Lin Wei exhaled lightly, her demeanor carefree. Thank you once again for saving me today. But I am afraid I cannot repay you now, nor can I delay your journey any longer. Very well, Li Chongyun nodded. Let us part ways here. May we meet again by fate. With these words, he felt no compulsion to leave anything behind, that a swirl of azure clouds enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Has he left? The immortal has departed? The soldiers murmured among themselves, noting the seeming familiarity between the immortal and the princess. Search the mountains. The 3 demons are slain. There should be others captured within the caves. Princess Lin Wei commanded with authority. Once the crowd dispersed, she walked alone into the tranquil woods, finding a blue stone to sit upon. Utterly fatigued, and took a moment to rest, she then began to laugh and cry as she muttered, Why must I encounter him again? I am not presentable now. Li Chongyun soared upon his cloud, traversing countless rivers and mountains, passing through Flame Mountain, the Celestial River, the Whitebone Ridge, and the 5. He finally arrived at the confluence of Xinyo Hezhou and Nanjian Buzhou, the Lusha River. The 3,000 weak waters surged with rolling sands. Spanning 800 miles in width and approximately 1,000 miles in length, a boundless expanse. The so-called Lusha Kingdom lay on the western bank of the Lusha River. From the clouds, Li Chongyun gazed down to see cities rising majestically, bustling with citizens, a scene of great prosperity. According to the tales of Journey to the West, this kingdom would meet a swift demise, its populace numbering in the tens of millions, all to fall prey to demons. Even the heavenly court's Li Tianwang had intervened, yet could not safeguard this realm's denizens. As Li Chongyun observed the clamorous kingdom below, a chill ran down his spine. He could hardly fathom how such a vibrant place could become a barren wasteland in merely 200 years. The Lusha Kingdom lay to the west, while the realm of demons thrived to the south in Nanjian Buzhou. Li Chongyun steadied his thoughts. The fate of the Lusha Kingdom was not within the power of a mere celestial being to alter. He turned his gaze towards the eastern bank of the Lusha River, where the separation of 800 miles of weak water revealed a starkly different scene. The air was thick with demonic energy, and monstrous beings roamed freely, among them wolves, tigers, leopards, and venomous creatures. Where were the heavenly court soldiers? Li Chongyun heightened his vigilance and crossed the Lusha River. His immediate concern was to locate the NPC arranged for him by Princess Peacock, as this would greatly influence his future prospects. In stark contrast to the lively Lusha Kingdom, the eastern bank resembled a hellish purgatory, with dried bloodstains visible everywhere, and skeletal remains littered the ground. The air was permeated with a pungent stench of decayed tar. Just as Li Chongyun scanned his surroundings, a crimson light streaked across the sky, swiftly covering hundreds of miles, and leaving behind a trail of red fire clouds. Are you Li Chongyun? Before the immortal even arrived, a cool and aloof voice rang out, echoing like thunder, startling Li Chongyun as the fireball approached. A strikingly handsome youth, arms crossed defiantly before him, landed gracefully on a wheel of wind and fire. His skin resembled white lotus, and he was clad in crimson armor, exuding an aura of majesty. Boom! In an instant, the mountain and sea scroll within Li Chongyun stirred, the lingling pearl that a gem from the heavenly pool of Kunlun Mountain. Born of calamity, taking on human form, having shed his mortal coil, he was formed from the bones of green lotus and the flesh of lotus flowers, resurrected through the true mantra of rebirth. Returning to his original state, his body sanctified, endowed with immense powers, he wielded the 6 paths of fire, known as the 3rd Prince of Red Lotus. Unfathomable, not recorded. The mountain and sea scroll confirmed Li Chongyun's suspicion. The extraordinary youth before him was indeed Neza, the 3rd Prince of Red Lotus. I am Li Chongyun, he responded promptly. Neza scrutinized Li Chongyun, his previously aloof demeanor suddenly breaking into a teasing grin. What kind of fortune have you stumbled upon? To have caught the attention of Sister Peacock and gained favor in the heavenly court through my father's connections. Those words. Li Chongyun chuckled, unsure how to respond. Tsk. Neza raised an eyebrow. So your primary path is the sword? Not bad. Indeed, you possess some skills. Rest assured, since Sister Peacock has requested it, I, Neza, will surely handle this matter well. Stick with me, and you will not be treated poorly. By the way, I am a celestial being from the Lingxiao Hall, the great deity of the 3 altars. Neza, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Li Chongyun replied. Bowing slightly, Neza's reputation was indeed immense, known not only for his prowess, but also for being a notorious rebel among the three realms. However, this version of him seemed somewhat playful and not overly extreme. After exchanging greetings, Li Chongyun produced the 5-colored divine feathers without hesitation. Well said? Neza's face lit up with joy as he accepted the feathers. Then, he flipped his fair palm, revealing an unremarkable ordinary celestial talisman, saying, "Take this, for every demon you slay. Use this to collect a drop of their blood as merit. Once you have slain 100, come to Futa Mountain to find me. My camp will be stationed there." Li Chongyun nodded, accepting the talisman, feeling a sense of familiarity that it appeared to be the standard method of recording merit in the heavenly court. Upon glancing down, he noticed the inscription, "Water God of the Lusha River." When he looked up again, Neza had already vanished from sight. Li Chongyun could only manage a wry smile. Had it not been for the mountain and sea scroll, he would have doubted Neza's identity and thought himself deceived. Well, even if he was taking a shortcut, he still had to follow the proper procedures. He had prepared for such matters and immediately took to the skies, ready to slay demons. However, just 10 miles ahead, he heard a voice calling from behind, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Turning back, he saw a celestial being approaching on a cloud, this deity's power far surpassing that of the mountain spirit from Pan-Silk Ridge. It was a true celestial. Simultaneously, the mountain and sea scroll reacted. The identity of this newcomer was none other than the water god of the Lusha River. The newcomer was dressed in a blue robe, tall and slender, with a kind expression. After catching up to Li Chongyun, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. I am the water god of the Lusha River. There's something you wish to impart." Li Chongyun responded, discreetly tightening his grip on the talisman in his hand. The water god of the Lusha River cleared his throat. "There is no need for you to be anxious. I presume you are newly ascended and have had little interaction with the heavenly court, thus unaware of the nuances involved. A few days ago, the third prince of Red Lotus inquired about obtaining a talisman from me without explaining the reason. I sensed that the talisman was nearby, so I hurried over to check. May I ask for your name?" Li Chongyun smiled and nodded. "My name is Li Chongyun Li Taoist," the water god replied politely. "Are you planning to slay demons?" "Indeed." Li Chongyun nodded slightly. His heart suddenly enlightened. It seemed that the water deity of the flowing sand river had already been arranged by Neza. However, some matters could not be openly discussed. "May I inquire where you hail from?" the water deity continued to ask. Li Chongyun replied, "From the west Nyohujo, at the border of the Zhuzi kingdom." "Indeed, a long journey." The water deity gestured invitingly, saying, "You must be weary. Why not rest for a while at my abode?" Li Chongyun hesitated, intending to decline, yet concerned about jeopardizing his mission. He reluctantly acquiesced and followed the water deity. The two soared to a courtyard by the banks of the flowing sand river, where the water deity, in a respectful manner, ushered Li Chongyun into his abode and presented him with fine wine and delicacies, extending a warm welcome. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Li Chongyun felt his state of mind ease and curiously inquired, "Brother water deity, since you are the deity of the flowing sand river, why is your residence not situated within the river itself, but rather on this bank?" The water deity sighed at this remark and replied, "You are unaware, my brother, that I once resided in a palace within the river, but some years ago, a deity was demoted from the heavens and took up residence in my abode, forcing me to relinquish my place. However, living here by the bank is far more enjoyable than being submerged in water. I have no obligations, no duties to fulfill, and I merely bask in the heavenly salary, living quite comfortably." The demoted deity residing in the flowing sand river must surely be the one known as the Rolling Curtain General. Li Chongyun's gaze shifted as he observed the water deity, who was relishing his drink, realizing that the deity was not merely putting on a facade, but genuinely felt a sense of joy, exuding a satisfaction akin to slacking off on the job. Burp. The water deity let out a belch and chuckled. "My apologies, Li Daoyu. Please do not take offense." With that, he produced a jade vial from his sleeve and said, "I have a wonderful item left by the third prince. You should take out that celestial talisman." Seeing this, Li Chongyun thoughtfully complied. As he extended the pristine talisman, the water deity tilted the jade vial, causing a drop of murky blood to fall. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the talisman, staining it crimson. "What? Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. The water deity exclaimed in admiration, smiling meaningfully at Li Chongyun. You truly possess remarkable skill, having slain such a multitude of malevolent beings, judging by the aura of this talisman. It appears you have vanquished at least 100 formidable demons of the celestial realm. What an accomplishment! If you were to visit Mount Putuo, you would likely earn the privilege of an audience with the revered Li Tianhuang. Li Chongyun was left speechless to is this the modus operandi of the celestial beings in your heavenly court? He had initially assumed that Neza bestowing the talisman upon him would entail a straightforward task of slaying 100 demons. Yet the reality proved to be far simpler than he had anticipated, with even the demon's blood conveniently prepared. Ahem, Li Daoyu, here is a map leading to Mount Putuo. My humble abode has little to offer in terms of hospitality, so I shall not keep you. When you ascend to the celestial realm in the future, I hope you will remember to extend a favor to this humble deity, the water deity said, handing Li Chongyun a scroll of cowhide paper. Moments later, Li Chongyun once again ascended to the clouds and headed east, reflecting on how this journey to the southern continent had truly been facilitated by connections. As he pondered, a sudden stir within his heart prompted him to retrieve the map given by the water deity and unfurl it from the rolled cowhide. A Chinquan bag fell to the ground with a soft thud. Hiss, another expert. Li Chongyun inhaled sharply, quickly immersing his divine sense into the bag, only to discover it brimming with treasures, gold, silver, and jewels from the mortal realm, various rare items, and materials suitable for cultivation, an abundance of resources indeed. Li Chongyun stowed away the talisman stained with demon's blood and continued his journey upon the clouds. Since entering the territory of the southern continent, he had distinctly sensed an intensification of the demonic and malevolent forces in the atmosphere. From time to time, sinister winds swept through, accompanied by the wailing of spirits, while on the ground, the clamor of war raged on. With blades flashing in battle, the flames of conflict raged on, leaving countless lives in ruin. The onset of the journey to the West Calamity corresponded to the Tang dynasty in the southern continent, particularly during the reign of Emperor Li Shimin, over 2 centuries ago, a time of turmoil with warlords vying for power and chaos reigning supreme. Li Chongyun immediately grasped the reason behind his unease. It seemed that due to the heavy toll of slaughter, upon entering the southern continent, he felt as though he were engulfed in chilling mist. As if stripped of certain securities, this sensation was exceedingly peculiar. Li Chongyun could ascertain that his cultivation remained unscathed and his strength unaffected. He simply could not fathom the source of this creeping sense of danger. How strange. Could it be related to the chaos of the times? Li Chongyun sensed that this was the singular peculiar aspect of the southern continent at that moment. Regardless, his purpose for coming was solely to seek a celestial position. He had no desire to meddle in other affairs and should hasten to Mount Putuo. Within the 3 realms, the heavenly court governed all. The distinction between demons and immortals was quite simple. Disciples born of the Tao or Buddhist sects, or those registered within the heavenly hierarchy, were considered immortals. All others were deemed demons. Li Chongyun had no interest in debating the correctness of such rules. His only aim was to ascend to higher realms. Free from oppression. Whoosh! Before he knew it, night fell, and the sky darkened, revealing a shroud of ominous mist ahead that in the darkness. It seemed as if pairs of blood-red, predatory eyes lurked, gazing hungrily at any living beings. To the esteemed fellow above, there are demons lurking ahead. It is impossible to pass alone that I kindly beseech you to stay and take refuge in this temple. A resonant male voice echoed. Li Chongyun leaned down to look and saw a dilapidated temple standing solitary amidst the winds and sands. With a flicker of spiritual light in front, revealing a Taoist practitioner of celestial stature. Glancing at the encroaching black mist, Li Chongyun pondered briefly before choosing to descend from the clouds and approach the crumbling temple. This temple was in ruins, clearly devoid of any divine worship. At the entrance stood a muscular man, broad-shouldered with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his face adorned with a full beard. He bore little resemblance to a cultivator save for the celestial aura surrounding him. I am Li Tuhong. May I ask your honored name? The robust man exuded a carefree demeanor, his gaze intense yet friendly as he regarded Li Chongyun. I am Li Chongyun, he replied courteously, casting a glance at the dilapidated temple. Frowning as he asked, are there others here? Li Tuhong chuckled, saying, do not harbor doubts, my friend. In these tumultuous times, with war raging in the southern continent, countless mortals are slaughtering one another. causing the heavenly order to become obscured, and the balance of merit and sin to be disrupted. This has attracted a plethora of malevolent forces, turning the realm into a hellish landscape. In this temple, there are 2 wandering cultivators from the Flowing Sand Kingdom, along with 2 mortals who journeyed from the Jin Kingdom. Additionally, there is a female cultivator who, having crossed paths with us, volunteered to scout ahead, but has not yet returned. I see, Li Chongyun realized. Enlightened by Li Tuhong's explanation, it became clear why he felt an unsettling disquiet upon arriving in the southern continent. Indeed, it was due to the chaos of the times, where humans slaughtered one another. And even cannibalism had become commonplace. The world was steeped in sin, leading to a disruption of heavenly order. Simply put, the balance of merit and sin among all beings had become chaotic in the southern continent. Killing and consuming others no longer accrued sin, nor did aiding and saving others yield merit. Li Chongyun, once blessed with virtue and under the protection of heavenly order, had enjoyed smooth fortunes, yet now found himself lacking such benefits. His divine sense subtly scanned the dilapidated temple, confirming the presence of only 4 individuals, 2 mortals and the other 2 merely at the early celestial stage, posing little threat, with despair looming and demons prowling. There was no necessity to forcefully advance. It would be prudent to rest for a while. Thus, Li Chongyun engaged in casual conversation with Li Tuhong as they entered the decrepit temple together. The world has changed, one of the 2 cultivators lamented within the temple. Ever since a mountain of 5 fingers descended upon the southern continent over 2 centuries ago, this world has been beset by turmoil. The chaos persists, with demons wreaking havoc, turning once fertile lands into desolate realms shrouded in sand. Indeed, that is why my senior brother intends to journey to the West Nyohajo, to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, to beseech the Tathagata for the true scriptures to save the people. In the corner, by the flickering campfire, a rather unremarkable young monk in gray robes boasted with great pride. Beside him sat a handsome monk, with red lips and white teeth, possessing a beauty that bordered on the ethereal. He sat cross-legged, palms together, eyes closed, his reflection on the wall appearing exceedingly solemn. Beseeching the true scriptures? Li Chongyun was momentarily stunned, his heart racing unexpectedly. Hee, Li Tuhong chuckled, as he uncorked a gourd from his waist and took a few swigs. Suddenly, a fragrant blend of medicinal herbs and wine wafted through the dilapidated temple. Li Daoyu, accustomed to the unusual, found it remarkable that amidst the turmoil of Nanzhanbu Zhou, many mortals regarded the distant Buddha in the West as their sole means of salvation. This belief had inspired numerous monks to embark on a pilgrimage to seek the sacred scriptures. In this desolate region alone, there were no fewer than 100 such monks, though most were mere charlatans seeking fame. Was the quest for scriptures truly so fashionable? Li Chongyun was momentarily taken aback, both amused and bewildered. Although the pilgrimage had not yet commenced, the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi must have already begun. His fate was long predetermined. In every life, Jin Chanzi was destined to pursue the scriptures, enduring 9 lifetimes of hardship before achieving enlightenment in the 10th. Li Chongyun scrutinized the handsome monk, who appeared to be in deep meditation. Noting that the grand tapestry of mountains and seas revealed no sign of reaction, this monk seemed to be an ordinary practitioner. After all, Jin Chanzi, the second disciple of the Buddha, was likely not of human descent, but rather a form of sacred spirit. Upon entering the shabby temple, Li Chongyun maintained his vigilance, settling into a corner to meditate. The rickety temple provided some shelter from the wind, and with the warmth of a nearby campfire, he found his mind and body gradually attaining tranquility. It was then that Bai Daoyu returned. In the latter half of the night, a sudden exclamation pierced the stillness of the temple, followed by the light sound of footsteps. Li Chongyun lifted his eyelids to see the handsome monk in white also opening his eyes at that moment. Shortly thereafter, a woman in a simple dress hurriedly entered, her beauty striking, her figure slender, the hem of her skirt fluttering as she moved, her waist swaying like a delicate willow in the breeze. Boom! In the next instant, the grand tapestry of mountains and seas in Li Chongyun's mind was abruptly stirred. Boom! The tapestry radiated golden light, flipping rapidly until it settled on an illustration depicting a white skeleton. White Bone Demon, a millennium of sorrow, the bones becoming sentient, the chilling winds eroding the flesh, ever-changing. When a person dies unburied, their flesh decays, hidden from the light, The sinister energy seeps into the bones, allowing them to transform into a malevolent spirit. Donning human skin to wander the world, cunning and vicious. The life gate requires the consumption of fresh blood every 7 days. Otherwise, the flesh withers, leaving only bones that cannot wreak havoc. Not recorded. White Bone Demon. Li Chongyun was momentarily stunned, instantly recalling the White Bone Demon from the original journey to the west. However, according to the tapestry's description, it seemed that any unburied corpse could potentially transform into a White Bone Demon. The two were not necessarily the same entity. Nonetheless, it was clear that a cruel and bloodthirsty spirit was before him. Moreover, its power was not to be underestimated. The magical aura emanating from it suggested at least a late-stage celestial being. Qiao'er, why are you so flustered? What has happened? A wandering cultivator immediately rose, expressing concern. I just battled with some demons, but I am unharmed, Bai Qiao'er replied, glancing towards the burly Li Tuhong, who was resting against a haystack. Her expression frantic. Dao brother, how can you still be sleeping? A horde of demons is pursuing a group of scripture-seeking monks, and they are approaching us from less than 20 to 30 miles away. Is that so? Li Tuhong frowned, yet rose leisurely. Calm down, Qiao'er, and explain it clearly. I went ahead to gather information, and halfway there, I saw 2 monks being devoured by wolf demons. How could I ignore such cruelty? Unfortunately, by the time I killed those 2 demons, the monks' organs had already been consumed. Before I could even bury them, I noticed the ominous clouds of demons descending and saw over 100 monks fleeing westward, pursued relentlessly by countless demons. Thankfully, there are cultivators among the monks who can resist to some extent, but their annihilation is only a matter of time. Li Tuhong's eyes widened. Hundreds of demons? What a formidable force! The others also showed concern, while the little novice by the campfire curled up in fear, his face pale, yet the chanting monk remained unfazed. Everyone knows that Li Tianwang and Prince Neza are stationed at Puta Mountain with their celestial troops. We have all come here for the same purpose, to slay demons and earn merit. Rather than flee from disaster, we should confront it. The wandering cultivator, who had shown particular attentiveness to Bai Qiao'er, boldly declared, casting a sidelong glance at the enchanting beauty. Bai Qiao'er, however, focused entirely on Li Tuhong, occasionally glancing at the monk in white by the campfire, but ignoring the wandering cultivator. How can we possibly fight against hundreds of demons? Li Tuhong responded rationally, impatience creeping into his tone. Confucius once said that a gentleman acts not based on possibility or impossibility, but rather on what is right. Those monks are all individuals with great aspirations for the welfare of the people. How can we turn a blind eye? Regardless of success or failure, we must at least try. The wandering cultivator insisted, his sense of righteousness palpable. Bai Qiao'er nodded. Lu Daoyu is correct. Although the situation is dire, we cannot simply watch those monks perish, can we? Dao friend Qiao'er shares the same noble sentiments as me, the wandering cultivator replied, beaming as he fixed his gaze on Bai Qiao'er. Bai Qiao'er frowned slightly and turned her attention back to Li Chongyun. Curious, who is this Dao friend? Li Tuhong replied. This is Li Chongyun, who happened to pass by on a cloud and was invited to join us, planning to continue his journey tomorrow when the demon winds have calmed. Ah, I see. Bai Qiao'er acknowledged with a glance at Li Chongyun before dismissing him from her thoughts. Li Tuhong continued, slaying demons and earning merit must be our goals. Otherwise, who would willingly come to this perilous land overrun by demons? Yet while merit is valuable, our lives are even more precious. Qiao'er, please tell us about the strength of these demons. Bai Qiao'er pondered briefly before responding. Most are untransformed spirits, with only 5 celestial-level demon generals among them. So we have a chance to resist. Upon hearing this, Li Tuhong's expression shifted. Being at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he naturally held decision-making authority. After pondering, he finally made up his mind, but did not forget to look towards Li Chongyun. Li Daoyu, you have heard that hundreds of demons are approaching. Alone, one hand cannot clap. We should unite our strengths to vanquish these demons. What say you? Naturally, Li Chongyun replied, his expression unchanging as he nodded in agreement. He was curious to see what the White Bone Demon was up to amidst the crowd. In any case, given the current situation, if anything were to go awry, he could leave unimpeded. Excellent. Li Tuhong clenched his fist. Let us act. 2 little masters, please keep close to our side to avoid harm from the demons outside. The 5 celestial beings prepared for a life-and-death battle. surrounding the handsome monk and the little novice as they exited the dilapidated temple. Dark clouds loomed heavily over the earth. Countless monks either rode horses or ran, traversing the desolate and rugged mountain paths. Heavens, what is this place? How can there be so many demons? Had I known this, I would have remained in the temple to ring the bell, instead of spending all my savings on a robe to imitate others seeking scriptures, dreaming of returning to the temple as its master after success. Now, I fear I may end up as demon fodder. Grandpa Demon, please do not eat me. Help, celestial beings, please save me. The multitude of monks trembled in terror, their fear palpable. The chaos in Nanzhan Buzhou urgently called for a method to liberate the masses, prompting countless monks to journey westward in search of scriptures. Yet, most were mere impostors seeking fame, attempting to escape hardship. When confronted by demons, they were thoroughly terrified. For the demons, however, this was a rare feast. Among the monk-s ranks, there were a dozen or so cultivators offering protection, but their abilities were woefully inadequate. Before long, several celestial-level demon generals devoured their flesh and drained their essence, leaving only a pile of bones. So many scripture seekers. Li Chongyun gazed from a height at the disheveled monks fleeing in all directions, shaking his head. He then turned to the handsome monk in white beside him, curious. Master, you seem unfazed by the demons. Why is that? The handsome monk, with lips as red as cherry blossoms and teeth as white as jade, and the young acolyte, were being hoisted by a celestial being by the collar of their robes. Suspended at a height of 4 to 5 zhang, the young acolyte trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face, while the handsome monk remained in a state of serene composure, palms pressed together, his expression exuding an indescribable tranquility. The crowd, also propelled by the winds, did not ride on clouds, for the mortal flesh is imbued with impurities, unlike the celestial being's pure essence, rendering them incapable of ascent. Such is the decree of the heavens. Li Chongyun gazed with great interest at the handsome monk and inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed Dharma name?" The handsome monk, squinting against the cold wind, amplified his voice deliberately in response. "I am the humble monk Wuchen. Having shaved my head and renounced worldly life since my youth, I traverse the world to endure more suffering myself, so that all beings may suffer less. Knowing that you esteemed immortals are set to vanquish demons and monsters, my heart is filled with joy, and I fear not. Truly, the master possesses a heart of Buddha." By Chaojiao, walking alongside Li Hongfei at the forefront, turned her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance as she regarded the handsome monk Wuchen, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, there are 5 formidable demon generals." Li Hongfei, striding ahead, upon witnessing the fierce and sinister figures shrouded in mist before him, did not falter in his steps but swiftly drew forth a coiling dragon staff, charging into the fray of demons, and called out, "Fellow Taoists,